hair. Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports League.
All righty, good morning. Happy Monday morning, everybody. Happy NFL playoff Monday morning, everybody. Although I was just saying to Marcus the Waterboy Boucher to my left here, those weren't very good games, were they? Good morning, Marcus. How are you, man?
I'm doing all right, Murph. It's a Monday morning. We have football to talk about. Not talking about the 49ers, but everybody that's still alive in the playoffs. But going into super wild card weekend, I'm now starting to understand why they dropped the super in front of wild card weekend, because it was just kind of a ordinary wild card weekend this weekend.
Until last night. Finally got one last night, Sunday night. So we slogged through, man, that that Saturday Houston Texans game is turning into one of the more depressing, it's like, who cares, man? And guess what? They have the early game Saturday again this weekend.
Well, Murph, it's basically turning into a national holiday out in Houston. You can just mark off the first 2 Saturdays of every January that the Houston Texans will be playing in the playoffs.
Hey, at least they won, and they get to play again. They'll be at Arrowhead. We can get into that, obviously, a little bit later this week. But so it started with that, and Justin Herbert and Jim Harbaugh falling flat on their face, although the Harbaugh family restored its glory later that night when John Harbaugh and the Ravens with Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson.
Man, oh, man.
Lamar comparing Derrick to Lightning McQueen.
I mean,
see that?
It's a scary sight. Yeah. We said this before the season even started. The fact that you'll have Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry in the same backfield, and it seemed like every single time they wanted to pick up 3-4 yards for a first down, there's a read option and pick your poison. Who are you going to stop? Because you're not bringing down either of those guys one-on-one. That is such a deadly backfield.
It is, and we may not be done with them. Although they got a big one this weekend coming up, and then we go to Sunday morning.
Matchup.
And you know what's funny? I was on the social medias, and I saw on either Saturday night or Sunday morning, just popped up, John Gruden's doing his Barstool stuff now, right? So he's popping up on my feed more and more, and he gave an interview before the Bills-Broncos game. And he goes, I don't know, my mind works in funny ways. Because I'm thinking a lot about the Broncos. I was like, oh. And he was like, if I'm Buffalo, I'm wary. And he's doing his whole bug-eyed stuff and, his Gruden stuff, It's like Denver could mess. And then when Bo Nix hit Troy Franklin on the first play or whatever, I was like, oh, Gruden. Gruden. No, not so much.
Yeah, after the Broncos went up 7-0 early, the Buffalo Bills responded by scoring 31 unanswered points.
Scored on 6 of the next 7 drives. So James Cook and the boys do that, and obviously Josh Allen. So 31-7. So then we go into the afternoon game, and I kind of considered that game the centerpiece. I thought Eagles-Packers was going to be the centerpiece, and it wasn't. It was kind of a dull, lousy, sort of not very statistical game. Jordan Love throws a couple of key picks. The Eagles just kind of grind it out. Goddard has a big touchdown, 22-10. Not much memorable about that game.
No, not very sizzling. And I know that we're going through the entire lineup of games, but really the takeaway from most of those games yesterday was, damn, the quarterback level in the NFC is not that high. And I know we're going to kind of make the connections to Brock Purdy throughout the show and talk about his contract versus those guys' contract. But I didn't think Jordan Love or even Jalen Hurts really had a good game yesterday. Both bad performances. Jalen was lucky enough to have Saquon Barkley in the backfield. You mentioned it, Dallas Goedert out here stiff-arming guys left and right. Just made a few more plays, and that's why the Eagles are moving on.
Yeah, and to your point about NFC quarterbacks, then you got to Sunday night, and there was an NFC quarterback. Wow, Jaden Daniels. What a story. What a win. And even Baker Mayfield, I thought, played great, except for a couple of critical plays that he will never, as he said, will wear with him for a while. Because I took Tampa Bay, you took Washington. Good pick by you. It's not that I was anti-Washington at all. I like Washington, and I like Jaden Daniels a lot. I really do. It's just that I have a thing for, Baker. Last year when they knocked out the Eagles, having him on my fantasy team 2 years ago, he's a dog. Yeah. He is a dog, and he will fight his cojones off. And he would have, except for 2 critical plays, that biffed fumble deep in their own territory when they had already stopped Jaden Daniels on a 4th down. By the way, these 4th down goes, they continue to be a thing, man. Now, Dan Quinn has scoreboard. He got it, but there were a couple of 4th down goes that did not work.
Move alongside Dan Campbell. It's now Dan Gamble with the Washington Commanders.
With the backwards hat.
Dan Quinn, a.k.a. Dan Gamble 2.0.
By the way, just a brief pause because I was in the car listening on KNBR to the games, and Ross Tucker was doing sort of a morning show-esque digression on the backwards cap. He's like, how many guys wearing the backwards cap anymore? And he's like, I like that Dan Quinn does it. It keeps him young and all that stuff. And I was thinking about it, and I was thinking, didn't Brock Purdy get knocked for the backwards cap?
Yeah, Colin Cowherd ripped him for going to the podium because he looked like a golf guy with his backwards hat. Yeah, let's go hit some golf balls.
Is that what he said?
That's what Colin Cowherd said. I believe Young Tony has a drop.
Who else is going backwards cap these days? Do you consider it still a common or fairly common?
I'll throw on a backwards cap. You'll see me any day I need a haircut. You'll see me wear a hat. I'll go forward. I'll go backwards. I mean, to me, growing up, everybody did it because Ken Griffey did it. And Griffey did it, and it was like, oh, this is the cool way to wear your hat. So I always wore my hat backwards. But I don't get this whole thing about, like, if you're a leader, you have to wear your hat forward. Like, after Colin Cowherd went on that rant about Brock Purdy wearing his hat backwards, everybody came with, like, clips of Brady wearing his hat backwards at the podium 1 or 2 times, and all these other quarterbacks who have done it before. Who cares how somebody wears their hat?
It was a freezing cold take, for sure, from Cowherd. No good. But it was just funny because Dan Quinn said that. And then I found myself sometimes at basketball practice, if I wear a hat, because like I said, it's a morning practice, Sunday morning, and I haven't showered. And then if you got to shoot, you don't want to shoot with the bill, so you got to whip it around. So sometimes I'll strut around to hoop practice with a backwards cap. I'm like, who am I, Dan Quinn out here? By the way, the less we talk about basketball, the better. I just want to announce that my basketball team grabbed 12 rebounds on Saturday.
Oof.
And the opponents grabbed 35. So, yeah.
You're not going to win too many games like that, Murph.
Thanks for this. As Copes' guy Woody would say, we were sadistically beaten about the face and neck by St. Anthony. So thank you, St. Anthony, for the curb stomping, and it'll make us better and tougher down the road.
Have you had your kids try boxing out with backwards hats on, Murph? Put the backwards hat on. Maybe that will change something.
Let me tell you something about youth basketball. You can run box out drills till the frickin' cows come home, and then the game starts, and nobody's boxing out.
Put a body on somebody, kid.
Bro, you can. All you can do is just you can just wake up in the morning and just say to them, box out, box out, box out, box out, box out. Then you run drill after drill after drill, and then you get to the game, nobody boxes out.
They're like, what the hell is a box out?
There's
coach?
something about the shot, the act of a shot, that creates the human brain to chase after the ball like a dog and not do the box out.
I understand.
So anyway,
I understand.
St. Anthony, they did some boxing out. But anyway, the point is that Dan Quinn going for those fourth downs, he passed one up early on. Early in the game, I thought he should have taken his 3, and he didn't get a 0. And then later in the game, he went and didn't get it, and he was saved by the Baker fumble. But he would say, "Hey, man," he said, "We're bold, not reckless." That's what he said. We're bold, not reckless.
And I feel like now with the advanced analytics in football, the game script will tell you to go for these more often than not.
Yeah.
And so now they also have like the fallback option. If it didn't work, we're like, hey, my computer told me to do it. AI said to do it. Siri said to go for it on 4th down, so I'm going for it.
Computer Love was almost played on our 80s Friday. It's more like Computer Go now, right? Computer 4th down. But anyway, shout out Jaden Daniels and the excitement of that team. I mean, there's so much history there. 20 years, 19, January of 06, their last playoff win. Bro, they weren't even the freaking Commanders then. They weren't even the football team then. They were this old team called the Washington Redskins, dude.
That's right. Last night was the first playoff win in Commander history.
Unbelievable. So 19 years, and, we got family, Candace's brother and all them, they all live out there. They're just so excited. And literally, I have 2 nephews and a niece out there who are ages 21, 19, and 17. They've never seen this. Like, this is like for them.
Wow.
It's like when the San Francisco Giants went to the World Series in 02 or actually 89. But the point is that it was really thrilling. And Jaden Daniels, bro, to your point about NFC quarterbacks. So this is the guy. As Cleo in the lobby asked me, he goes, man, how come the Raiders couldn't get?
Oh.
I said, well, they didn't have the pick.
Well, they called and tried to trade up. Antonio Pierce had ties to Jaden going back to Arizona State. And that's like, I hate even like talking about this kind of stuff because the Raiders have tried to trade up the last couple of years to go out and get a C.J. Stroud or a Jaden Daniels. Obviously, they don't have either of those guys, and we saw both of them win this weekend. Man, it's tough being in quarterback purgatory, and that's why I tell everybody to pump the brakes when they start moving on from Brock Purdy because there's a lot of guys that were playing in the playoffs this past weekend that did not look as good as Brock Purdy.
Be careful what you wish for, right? And I would say that that's part of Washington's new owner, new GM, Adam Peters, our very own San Francisco 49ers.
Shout out Bobby Myers.
Yeah, correct. I think he was just temporary, like on the hiring, but still he's
he
part
was
of
in
it.
the building
But
for
he
the
was
draft
part of the damn
process.
yeah.
A draft that included Jaden Daniels.
Does he get a ring when he gets there?
He might.
And they were smart enough to say no to trade offers. That's like a dumb team be like, oh, okay, yeah, no. They took Jaden Daniels, and man, oh man, this kid grew up. I was just boning up on my Jaden Daniels. He's a Southern California kid. Grew up out in the Inland Empire, out in Ontario high school, and was dominant. He was a dominant high school athlete. Shocker. But chose Arizona State, which is a little bit odd, but and then went there and then transferred to LSU. It's funny. I saw people on Twitter last night making bold takes like, he's better than Brock Purdy. I said, yeah, he won the freaking Heisman, was the number 2 pick in the draft. No Sherlock.
That wasn't shocking, was it?
Somebody tried to write it like a hot take.
Whoa.
I was like, come on, man.
That's not a hot take. I'll give you a hot take if you want one. It's something that we can discuss throughout the show today. I told the boys before the show started this morning. I think Jaden Daniels might be the best quarterback in the NFC.
In the NFC.
Already, right now.
We'll have to ponder that. Okay.
We'll go through it.
We'll stuff that in our take file and come back to it. Top of my head, right out of the gate, doesn't seem outrageous to me just yet. I mean, the only names that come to mind are Jared Goff, Jalen Hurts, Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, Dak Prescott,
Matt
Stafford, Geno Smith running into the end zone.
And Brock Purdy.
All right, we'll think about it. All right, we'll get ready on a Monday, get the guest list from young Tony. It is a Monday morning. We are in NFL season, y'all. Although the Warriors play tonight on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
Hey, you guys want to hit some golf balls?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have another new contest. We are giving away 2 tickets to see comedian Tom Segura at the Chase Center on January 24th, 2025. So how do you win? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
4th and 2 from the 5. They can get a first down. He's standing in the pocket as a statue. He whips it into the end zone. It's a touchdown, McLaurin. In the middle of the end zone. Fake the handoff. Daniels running right. Broke a tackle. Leaning forward. Throwing his body. First down to the 15. He got by Cansey and then sprung like he was pushed forward by a rocket from hash mark left for the Commanders win. The kick is up. It sails on the way, hits the upright, and goes through. He knocks it through and wins the game 23-20.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about the doink from Zane Gonzalez. How about that from 37? How about that guy? Does he have a little, he has a little like OCD. See that thing, with the sock on the sideline where he was like trying to get his sock right and it took him like, you didn't see that?
No, I didn't see the sock routine, but I did see the hair routine.
Yes.
Where he kept on like trying to comb his hair when he kind of has like a buzz cut.
So it started with the hair. I commented out loud in my living room. I said, this guy's got like OCD or something. He kept touching it like 50. And then they showed him with the sock. Before he could put on a shoe, he kept pulling the sock away from his toe.
What is he doing?
He's like, some of these guys got these little tics. They got these little habits. They got these little. Do you have one, Marcus?
Who does this guy think he is? Mick Foley on the sideline pulling out Mr. Socko? That's a riff that's going to go over both of your guys' heads.
Yeah.
It's a old wrestler, Mick Foley, and he had like this special move called Mr. Socko, and he would reach and grab it out of his pants.
A sock?
And then would like attack people with the sock.
Okay.
So shout out Mr. Socko. But no, I don't have any nervous tics, I don't think.
Was it a smelly sock, Mick Foley's sock?
I could only assume.
Yeah.
Mick Foley was not the healthiest and cleanest looking man.
Young Tone, live radio producing and mild, just kind of live call right now here. First of all, good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing fantastic.
And you came back with the radio call that was the national call, not the Washington call, which is a really good one. You got to check that out. Did you guys see that too last night? There's a video component
too. I
too.
have a chance to hear that call.
There's a video component. NBC showed it after the game. This is I guess you guys all moved on to something else and the game is over, because that's also when they showed the sock incident where he kept tugging his sock away from his toe. Then he kept touching his hair before he doinked it in, by the way. But they showed the Washington Commanders radio booth, and I want to get you the name of the guy, but I think it was London Fletcher was the color guy.
Hey, what's up, Fletch?
And it was like seeing Papa and Ryan in the booth, and it's obviously a highly excited call because it's the hometown team, but they're doing all sorts of physical gestures too. Like London Fletcher's like doing karate kicks in there and everything. And so it's kind of funny. So if you can find it, Young Tone, it's out there and you might want to get it here. Bram Weinstein and London Fletcher. Oh, you got it. Look at this kid. You know what? Before you play it, get this kid a round of applause. Thank you. Because I didn't ask for it. That's my bad. During the break, I should have told you, but here we go.
Zane Gonzalez looking to send Washington into the divisional round. Snap good, hold down, kick on its way. It is good! The Cardiac Commanders are the Clutch Commanders! They do it again! We'll see you in Detroit!
And Zane Gonzalez kicks in the door and kicks us into the second round of the playoffs!
And he's literally like doing karate kicks as he's saying that.
The Cardiac Commanders.
Like me here, Marcus, going, we're going to kick it down this segment. We're going to kick this segment down. Kick it down, man. So anyway, that was fun. And yeah, so it was still a doink going
Oh,
in.
yeah. I can only imagine, especially since you haven't won a playoff game in 19 years, Murph. 6,945 days to be exact. It comes down to a game-winning field goal attempt with your backup kicker, Zane Gonzalez, who, oh, by the way, had a cup of tea with the 49ers a couple years ago in training camp.
I'm looking at the text line, and 408 says Forever Niners, Zane Gonzalez. I actually forgot that.
Yeah.
I had forgot. Thank you guys for that memory.
I don't know if he was ever on the roster or not, but I believe 2023 he was in camp when they first drafted Jake Moody.
He might have did when they had kicking issues. Did they ever get to him? I'll look it up. But yeah, great call. I had forgotten.
So they're out there with
entirely,
their backup kicker. It doinks off the upright, and Commanders fans lose their blanket mind.
Well, yeah, and the key was the drive. Was it a fourth down when he converted the 21-yard pass, or was it a third down? The 21-yard pass when they had a deep situation over the middle. It was a fourth down play. Yeah, and I mean the kid is just something else. And let's get to your take. No, he never kicked for the Niners in a regular season game, but I guess it was a summertime thing. To your take, and your take for the 623 crowd is?
I think Jaden Daniels might be the best quarterback in the NFC. And I know that sounds like an instant reaction after watching the game he had last night, but Murph, we've gone through the routine multiple times this season where we ranked Brock Purdy. And every time this season, I had Jaden Daniels ahead of Brock Purdy. And I start to think about it. When you look at the top tiers of quarterbacks in the NFL, most of them reside in the AFC. Whether we're talking Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Jackson, Herbert, even though he had 4 interceptions yesterday. The list goes on. And really, when you're breaking down the quarterbacks, majority of them are in the AFC. So I started to think about the top quarterbacks in the NFC. 2 of them playing tonight. Matthew Stafford, Sam Darnold, if you throw him into that conversation, and Jared Goff is sitting at home. But really, maybe if you're talking about a one-game situation, I might still give the edge to someone like Matthew Stafford since he has the experience winning a Super Bowl. But go through the list. Jordan Love or Jaden Daniels? Jalen Hurts or Jalen Daniels? Dak Prescott, Jaden Daniels? It seems to me in a lot of those matchups, you can pick Jaden Daniels as the future of this league, and that's why I do think Jaden Daniels, already possibly in a rookie season, might be the best quarterback in the NFC.
I mean, you're right there. I'm just throwing it out there just to be, just to push back here. I think you'll hear a chant in the Motor City about a kid from Cal Berkeley who's out there, Jared Goff. So, I mean, he's out there, and he's playing at a very high level.
Look,
has 2 years in a row.
I like Jared Goff. I like that he's a Northern California, North Bay kid. But also, it's like we sit here every day and we talk about Brock Purdy as a system quarterback. How come nobody says anything about Jared Goff having Ben Johnson? Like, is Jared Goff still going to be Jared Goff after Ben Johnson next year?
He went to the bowl with the Rams.
This is true. And then the Rams decided to move on from him. That was a Rams team where he had Sean McVay calling plays, which also is from the Shanahan system. So he's been put in spots to succeed. I just think if you took both those guys out of the system, you give me Jared Goff or Jaden Daniels, I'd probably go Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, I'm just offering. Listen, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think the kid's fantastic. I mean, the only knock on that argument is small sample size.
Yes.
But the small sample size is counterbalanced by the fact that the guy was a freaking Heisman Trophy winner in college and has done it almost everywhere he's gone.
And I've seen some of the similarities already to a guy like C.J. Stroud, who did look pretty damn good this weekend after having a sophomore slump towards the end of the season. So, yeah, I don't want to get over my bridges here, but, hey, it's Sports Talk Radio. The 49ers aren't in the postseason, and we're talking quarterbacks. Look at the NFC. There really isn't an elite quarterback at the top of that list.
No, he was incredible, and he has been incredible, and he won 12 games in his rookie year. It's right there. I mean, Jalen Hurts, the only other options, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott, and then whoever the New York Giants are trotting out, Jared Goff, Sam Darnold, Jordan Love, Caleb Williams. That's the big one that Chicago is sitting there saying, do we get the wrong guy? Now, how would Jaden Daniels have done on a lousy Bears team? I don't know. Obviously not as good, but Washington wasn't awesome. They had the number 2 pick last year, right?
Yeah, and I think you can make the argument that the Bears have more offensive weapons surrounding Caleb Williams. Now, that offensive line is terrible in Chicago, but Jaden's more of an athletic quarterback than Caleb. Not saying that he's not, but yeah, if you're a Bears fan, you got to be kicking yourself saying that you got to let this guy get away.
I like Baker Mayfield a lot, but Jaden Daniels just beat him last night. Obviously, Kirk Cousins / Mike Penix, we're not there. Bryce Young finished the season strong. We'll see, but right now he's not there. Derek Carr, sorry. And then Stafford, obviously, I would say, like, if you had to, do a reasonable court case argument, Stafford being a Super Bowl champ and his career he's had, he's currently obviously extremely more decorated. He's 15 years older than the guy, right?
I agree, yes.
But he would be a guy that somebody would say, well, if I had one game, I might take him. But the counter argument is this kid's, the future. Geno Smith, Kyler, and then Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Or as Cam Newton would call him, Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy.
Well, there you go. There's your talking point for today and going forward here. All right, guest list on a Monday, January 13, 2025. 1-13-25. Young Tony, how's your weekend, bud?
It was awesome. A lot of football.
Playing golf?
I went to the range with my big brother.
Okay, all right, buddy.
He's learning the game, Murph.
Okay. Are you giving him swing tips or anything, or
I'm trying to avoid it. I'm just trying to,
let him play?
Yeah.
Let the kids play.
Let's just swing the club first.
Now, is this like a Friday night thing? Like you guys go to the range, have a couple beers, or like you
Saturday
wake up?
afternoon before we were going downtown Walnut Creek. Just decided to hit the range.
I like it. I like it. You got to hit some balls, man. I got to do more of that. I went yesterday in the middle of the Eagles-Packers game. I was so bored. I went and hit putts and chips at the local track.
All
Just
right.
a few putts. And,
How about that?
Chatted with some buddies on the green.
The wild card games were so boring that Murph went to go play golf, and AJ Brown. Excuse me.
Go ahead. Sorry.
AJ Brown decided to start reading a self-help book during the game. That's how bad the
By
games
way,
were.
I got no problem with him doing that because literally the golf. I told you guys I joined a golf league, which is hilarious because I'm terrible, and I have a match on Thursday. Right, we'll see how it goes.
No way.
Yeah. I'll have a match every week, buddy. I'll have great stories for you guys.
I need a live stream.
But our captain, who's intense, Captain Cush, he bought every member of our team. There's 9 players on our team. He bought us all the copies of the Bob Rotella mental game, Golf is Not a Game of Perfect. We all got books.
Now, that's great. Now, I got to back you up a little bit. Did you just say his name is Captain Cush?
Yeah, correct.
Dude.
And our team name is THC.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, Captain, my Captain. You got any extra spots on this squad, Murph?
You are definitely on this team.
Not bad. Damn.
What do we got, buddy?
All right, coming up early in the show today, we will recap the weekend in sports with Hums and Bums. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. We will talk to Kirk Morrison at 8:30 to preview Vikings-Rams. Jeremy Affelt going to join the show at 8:50, talk Giants offseason, get his take on Verlander. Cooler content is going to be at 9:15, and then we will bounce around the NFL with Omar Ruiz, our guy, Murph. We saw him in the elevator at 9:30.
That was a big day. John Lynch, Omar Ruiz. All right, Fred Warner was on ESPN this weekend talking about his team. What'd he say? Next on The Sports Leader. Let's talk about the good people at Provident Credit Union helping you grow your savings safely. Yeah, Provident Credit Union, results you can count on. And that's because we're talking about pick-a-term certificates from Provident Credit Union where you can earn up to 4.00 annual percentage yield with a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term. So you put your money to work and you see your savings grow. Do not miss this limited time offer. Get your Provident Pick-a-Term certificate today. And if you're looking for a little guidance to get started, the Provident team is excellent. They can walk you through the process and make saving easy. So what you do is you visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch. This rate is effective as of November 14, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Well, listen, I think what we know about Brock is that he's our guy. We've got, we have interest in Brock being around here for a long, long time. He's done so much for our organization. He's won big games, had a little tougher task as we all did this year with some of the things that happened throughout the course of the year. We just never could string games where we were all together. And through that, he continued to lead. He continued to play at a high level. So we have every interest in him being around.
There it is. Again, January 13th, and here we are, man. I know. Listen, hey, listeners, I'm with you. I will hit the wall, too, one day if we talk about Brock Purdy every freaking day of our lives. I don't want to live in that world, but today's the day to do it because the playoffs were on yesterday, and we got a chance to take a look. Wait a minute. If Brock Purdy was out there, would he be doing better than Jalen Hurts? Ooh. Wait a minute. If Brock Purdy was out there, would he be doing better than Jordan Love? Wait a minute. If Brock Purdy was out there, would he be doing better than Baker Mayfield or not Jaden Daniels? We determined that. But yeah, he came out looking better this weekend after the performances you saw from his fellow NFC, not AFC. Mm-hmm. We all admit that there's four in the AFC that he can't touch. Mahomes, one of them wasn't even playing on the weekend. Joe Burrow. Funny tweet over the weekend I saw because the first three playoff games are so bad. I think it was Stuart Mandel, college football writer. He goes, man, what a lousy first three games of the playoffs. He goes, the committee did a terrible job. They should have taken the Bengals.
I like that, Rich.
Pretty good line.
I could have used the Bengals this weekend.
I mean, honestly, sometimes you get to the point where teams that are hot at the end, shout out the 1991 49ers, they were so hot at the end, but they missed it because they started slow. But anyway, Waterboy's take is, that Jaden Daniels is the best in the NFC, and then maybe Brock Purdy right behind him. So how does that mean? If you're Brock's and Brock's agent, yesterday was good for you. The weekend was good for you.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think Brock's agent and Brock looked at each other yesterday. I don't know if they're hanging out watching the games or if they're shooting texts or FaceTiming, like our guy Brendan Ayuk was doing with Jaden Daniels this past offseason. But outside of Jaden Daniels, you take a look around the NFC, you're like, Packers are paying Jordan Love $55 million for what? Guy hasn't even won a playoff game yet. I think you're taking a look around the league. You're saying, that's what you want over there? You wanted Justin Herbert? He's making $50 million. He just threw 4 interceptions. Jalen Hurts, another $50 million quarterback. Didn't look great. Hell, we could talk about a guy you just mentioned, Joe Burrow, who had a fantastic year. He's the second highest paid quarterback in the league. Wasn't even playing this weekend. Dak Prescott, highest paid quarterback in the NFL, not even playing this weekend. So Brock Purdy's taking a look around the market and saying, yeah, my resume is better than that guy, better than that guy, better than that guy, and better than that guy, and that's why you should pay me $50 to $60 million.
Do we have Jose from Oakland?
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be Jose from Oakland. Jose from Oakland just joined Purdy's agency, and he's got his plan for John Lynch.
Business bad, blank, you pay me. Oh, you had a fire? Blank, you pay me. Place got hit by lightning, huh? Blank, you pay me.
By the way, 3, just for fun, before we get to the Fred Warner sound here in the Hums and Bums, 3 texts that come at you, bro.
Come at me, bro.
For your Jaden Daniels take. 707. And Jaden Daniels may be the most athletic, but bro, experience matters.
I agree, and I acknowledge that. C.J. Stroud had a great rookie year. Traditionally, quarterbacks have sophomore slumps, so we'll see how Jaden continues to grow. But what I've seen so far from him, throwing the ball, the accuracy, and then the ability to use his legs when he needs them. He's not out here scrambling, trying to be the next Lamar Jackson. No, he pulls that trigger when he needs it, and that's why when you look at his completion percentage, when you look at his throwing stats, I mean, the guy looks like he's the future of the NFC.
Yeah, you kind of previewed the next text, which came at you, bro. It was 530. Said, you could have said the same thing about C.J. Stroud last year, and look at him now.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. Fair take.
I did, by the way, last year. I was high on C.J. Stroud, man. I was a huge C.J. Stroud fan last year. And look, he's in the Final 8. He's in the tournament. And he won on Saturday.
Yes, he did.
And then 510 with a pretty, this one's maybe the most out there. Heisman aside, Jaden Daniels is Colin Kaepernick until he proves otherwise.
I disagree.
Well, it's funny. I mean, 2012 Cap, I mean, man, we were like, whoa. Holly, the famous Ron Jaworski take, right? Mm-hmm. That he's going to be the best quarterback of all time. What's Cap doing today, by the way? What's he doing today? Actually, he's probably doing something socially positive. He's out there grinding. He is. He's out there working with the underprivileged and the youth. So go Cap, go. Mm-hmm. Young Tone, the Fred Warner, he showed up over the week. So is this, by the way, I mean, these guys have to, these guys' careers are over in their early 30s. They got to do something after that. So is Freddie Warner auditioning for his post-career, his post-football career life as a broadcaster.
I mean,
he was
why
smooth
the hell
and
not?
he looked good and he was smooth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we've seen him venture into the world of having multiple different podcasts. He has a podcast that he does with his wife. He does that one where he's driving home and they record in the rearview mirror. So this is a guy that wants to become a part of the industry, wants to be involved in media. So this is a great opportunity to get some eyeballs on Fred this past weekend.
I saw an ad he and his wife did, and you could tell they're in the South Bay based on the hills and all that. So he's out there making. It's for Expedia, I think it was, right? Free ad, free plug.
Experian.
Oh, Experian. It's funny. Sometimes ads, they'll spend all these millions and millions of dollars on ads, and you'll be like, it's a great ad. And you're like, what was it for? You're like, I don't know.
No idea. But it's a great ad.
A lot of those Super Bowl ads are like that. We can come in the next day and be like, what was that ad? Oh, that was a really good one. What was it for? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, the riffs are great, but I don't know what the hell the product is.
Usually only something as obvious like Doritos. You remember, that was for Doritos. Yeah, I'm good with that one.
Yeah, they said, what's up? That's a Budweiser
But
commercial.
usually when it's like a new company trying to launch something, you don't remember what it is. You're like, I don't know, but you know what? Woody Harrelson was in it. So Fred Warner talking. Young Tony, you want to set me up here for the first one?
Yeah, so he was on postseason NFL Countdown. By the way, they had Brandon Graham on last weekend, so I bet you they have someone on this weekend. He was a great talker. So this is first cut, two cuts here. He talked about when he knew Purdy was an elite quarterback in the NFL.
First of all, let me just say, Brock Purdy, I love you, man. Thank you for being my quarterback. Brock Purdy, last pick in the draft, nobody even knew who this kid was, is our scout team quarterback in 2022 when we had probably the best defense in the league. And he's in there in practice with the no-look passes, dicing our defense up every single week. And I'm back there just pissed off. I'm giving it to him. Like and he's giving it back to me with the trash talk. I mean, when you talk about a guy who has the it factor, Brock Purdy has had the it factor all along. And it was only a matter of time when he got his moment, he was going to be prepared for it, coming in against Miami in 22. And, we haven't looked back since. Brock Purdy's made of the right stuff, being able to create with his legs. And I think with a quarterback, the thing that's the biggest, deciding factor in elite quarterbacks or not is the processing speed. How do you process the game when bullets are flying, everything's on the line, and being able to read coverages, diagnose, deliver the football, extend plays, and Brock Purdy does it all at a high level. And so he's about to be a very rich man soon. I can't wait to see it.
Okay, great. And first of all, good talking. Warner's smooth. He was good, and you heard him early on. There is definitely love for Purdy. Like, they admire his story, his perseverance. They admire the fact that he won when he got in there. That's all that matters. He made them money. He took them to the Super Bowl. Took them to the NFC Championship. So, like, the cynic would say, well, what's he going to say? Of course he's going to praise him. Yeah, okay. But we got to listen to what did he say, though? What did he talk specifically about his processing, and that's something Steve Young always talks about, too. So I think we agree. He's generally a pretty good processor. He wasn't a good processor when he threw that interception against the Rams. But you know what? Quarterbacks throw freaking interceptions. Yeah. It happens to all of them. It happened to Justin Herbert this weekend. I still love Justin Herbert. It happened to Jordan Love yesterday. I still love Jordan Love. But so Purdy had some tough fourth quarter moments this year that definitely damaged him and gave fuel to his haters. But as you said, and as everybody seems to be saying this morning, when you saw those quarterbacks yesterday, you did not see a bunch of guys who were better than Brock Purdy.
No, and we saw Brock Purdy not just lead one, but two comebacks last year in the postseason against the Green Bay Packers and against the Detroit Lions. And I do want to clarify, because I did have a take earlier that I'm being called out for from the 408, saying that Jordan Love never won a postseason game. They said, hey, KNBR needs to drug test the water boy. Well, first of all, that would be a failed test. Second of all, I apologize for forgetting that they beat the Dallas Cowboys before losing to Brock Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers last year.
And pushing Brock Purdy and the Niners to the limit.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. We saw Brock Purdy when everybody's talking about, he's not a great second-half quarterback, fourth quarter stats. I even saw Josh Dubois had some stats yesterday about quarterbacks when trailing in the fourth quarter, and the numbers weren't great this year for Brock Purdy. But this is a guy that has proven that he can go out there and get you to the Super Bowl. And that's what you're playing for, right? That's the goal, is to get there. So when you're looking at all the other quarterbacks in the NFC, what, do you just want to give up and move on to the next one? I mean, even to like the critics' points about you can't pay quarterbacks like Dak and Tua. Well, when those teams didn't have Dak and Tua, guess what? They missed the postseason. So at least these quarterbacks give you a chance to compete. And that's what Brock Purdy does. He gives you a chance to compete each and every weekend. Now, is he the best quarterback in the league? No. The answer is no. Should he be the highest quarterback paid in the league? No, he probably shouldn't be, but that's the market, and it's going to reset. And next offseason, we're going to be talking about C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young being the 2 highest-paid quarterbacks in the league, and we'll be discussing whether or not Bryce Young went from bust, the highest-paid quarterback ever. It's just the market and the timing of things when it comes to quarterbacks in the offseason.
Those are the guys next year who are due to get paid.
Yeah, that's the 2023 draft class, and they still have fifth-year options.
They will get paid so mightily, man, so mightily. One more, Fred Warner, second cut from yesterday. Young Tone set me up for this one, bud.
Yeah, this includes Greeny's question. He basically asked him, does he deserve the big payday?
Okay.
So that was going to be my next question. Is there any doubt in your mind that he is the 49ers franchise quarterback going forward?
Not at all. I mean, Brock Purdy, he's the man. He will be the 49ers quarterback
Wish
for a very, very, very long time.
Super Bowl is
with plenty of Super Bowl rings on his finger. Yes.
And that game, why is next year exactly the time you were telling us yesterday, next year?
I mean, come on. Levi Stadium, 2026 Super Bowl, it's meant to be. I'll say a little bit more later about it, but yes.
Okay, fair enough. We will see.
It's destined.
Look at Warner calling it out.
It's destined.
It is true. I mean, the Niners would be the second team ever to play a home game. Who was the other one? It was
Tampa Bay.
Thank you.
Tom Brady.
Yeah. In that weird see, they showed that highlight of the NFC Championship or the playoff game, and Brady was throwing in front of the empty stands in 2020.
Oh, yeah, that's right. No fans,
that
right?
was so weird, man.
Awkward.
All right, guys. Here's the deal. It's time for Hum Babies and Bum Babies, a Monday tradition. Next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? Same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Oh, yeah, the tradition, baby. Monday morning does not start until you hear your hums and bums. Your weekend does not end until your hums and bums. And it's sponsored by Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers. By the way, I failed to mention we're giving away 2 tickets to see comedian Tom Segura at Chase Center only in a couple weeks, January 24. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour. My barber, who I'm going to see today, shout out my man Kenny Thunderhawk, is a big Segura guy. Maybe can I fix the tickets for my barber?
Ooh,
can I do that?
I might know a guy, Murph.
All right, we'll see. Anyway, here's the deal. The weekend happens. 3 winners emerge. 3 losers emerge. We alternate every week. This is the week you are, as my kids would say, you're going to do the glazing.
Ooh.
As my kids would say. You do the glazing.
Pause.
I know, right? They'll do that anytime. Like we've been out and about, and I've met listeners. And listeners are like, hey, man, thanks for getting me through my morning, which I love. It's so nice to hear from you guys. So nice. Like, so super, super, super nice. And then they walk away, and the kids go, total glaze job, Dad.
Oh, come on.
Come on, man. What is that? Anyway, glaze away, Marcus.
Well, Murph, the first glaze of the day, a.k.a. our first hum baby, is King Henry. That's right. We're starting with Derrick Henry on Saturday night. If you had the chance to watch the Amazon Prime exclusive playoff game between the Baltimore Ravens and the Pittsburgh Steelers, and once again, the Baltimore Ravens got the better of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they did it on the back of Derrick Henry, who went out there and had 26 carries for 186 yards and not 1, but 2 touchdowns on the day. And Murph, if we're going to start talking about glazing, how about the glaze he got from his quarterback Lamar Jackson after the game, which you're about to hear, comparing him to Lightning McQueen from Cars, the way he's able to move around in that backfield. And man, oh man, when you put Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry in the same backfield, we talk about like the gravitational pull of a Steph Curry. When they run that read option, pick your poison. You can't stop them both. The Baltimore Ravens look like they're on a mission. They'll take on the Buffalo Bills next week. But first, we got to start with our first glaze of the day. It's hum baby number 1, Derrick Henry.
From the Pittsburgh 8-yard line now, 1st and 10. Henry is at 84 yards rushing in this first half. Offset eye, Jackson under center. Here's the snap, turn, handoff, Henry along the left hash, inside the 5, breaking tackles to the end zone. Touchdown Ravens. Derrick Henry with a bruising 8-yard touchdown run, and the Ravens have taken a 13-0 lead with 4:09 to go in the second quarter. 1st and 10 from the Steeler 45. Lamar in the shotgun, 3 receivers to the right. Here's the snap, Jackson will hand it off to Henry, up the middle, big hole, 30, 25, down to the 20, 15, 10-5, touchdown Ravens. Derrick Henry's second touchdown run of the night, bursting up the middle for 44, and the Ravens lead 27-7.
You're a little bit too old to watch Cars, but anyway, for kids, I was a kid when I watched kids. I was a kid when I watched Cars. That's all I'm saying. But you know when Lightning McQueen just flashing past, and then it's like, that's how Derek looked when he was running past, and all those guys just it looked like a movie, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. It looked like a movie clip.
Derrick Henry stars as Lightning McQueen as the Baltimore Ravens run all over the Pittsburgh Steelers. Murph, what do you give Lamar Jackson for his comp of Derrick Henry and Lightning McQueen?
I give him a 10. First of all, I mean, Lamar is a very, very endearing dude, man. He's got comedy, he's got confidence, he's got takes, he's got movies, he's got Pixar, he's got Lightning McQueen. That was all really, really good. That said, I saw a clip of him. Sorry, I was distracted for a second there. I saw a clip of him from draft day. Did you see this? Somebody racked this back and said, go back and look and see how early Lamar was being Lamar. When he fell to 32, Deion Sanders was interviewing him. We should probably drag it out for the cooler. So he's like, man, you fell to 32. What could you do different? Lamar's like, nothing, man. I'm happy to be a Raven. He's like, what? He goes, what? No, man. Let's go. And then he goes, I'm going to get you a Super Bowl. Believe that. And he was just as calm as could be. It was like, it didn't even see. But anyway, I was like looking at that, and then I was looking at that post game with the Cars, and I was like, I'm a Lamar Jackson guy. Yeah. And I got to say, I probably like his chances Sunday in Buffalo.
All I'm saying is,
not bad for a running back.
Lamar Jackson has put together one hell of a career. It's still kind of mind-boggling to me that when he was a free agent representing himself, like no other teams even offered this guy a contract offer, and he went into negotiations with the Ravens to work it out himself. Yeah. He got paid, came back, won an MVP, and Murph, you're right. They look like one of the most dangerous teams in the postseason right now.
That said, your hum baby was Derrick Henry.
Absolutely.
And I wanted to. This is what I wanted to see here. That it's a stat that he now has 150 or more yards. He has done that as many times as Terrell Davis. And that's tied for the most all time. So if he gets another 150-yard playoff game, he will have the most 150-yard rushing playoff games in history.
And that is a grown man running the football, Murph.
Man, oh, man.
That's a grown man.
So I saw Rich Gannon tweeted out this weekend. He goes, remind me again why the Raiders didn't re-sign Josh Jacobs.
Oh, man, he had a hell of a run this weekend,
And I would say the same thing about the Titans. Remind me again why the Tennessee Titans didn't need Derrick Henry.
Yeah. Don't forget to mention the New York Giants with Saquon Barkley.
Oh, that's...
But running backs don't matter anymore. Running backs don't matter, but they do when we're talking about hum babies. That's what makes hum baby number 1 Derrick Henry. Moving on to hum baby number 2, Murph. Nobody circles the hum babies like the Buffalo Bills. And I want to give some love and even an honorary hum baby to our guy Jim Nantz, who we had on the show on Friday, and we discussed the fact that he was calling his 500th NFL game. So you're going to hear plenty of highlights from Jim Nantz, but not too many highlights from the Denver Broncos. After they got off to a 7-0 league, people started to wonder whether or not the Broncos were going to shock the world. Nah, not so fast. Here come the Buffalo Bills scoring 31 unanswered points. Josh Allen over 300 total yards. They're moving on to take on our first hum baby, Derrick Henry, in the next round. But here are all the highlights of the Buffalo Bills beating down the Denver Broncos as hum baby number 2.
Here's a first and goal. Going to hand it off to Cook. Cook's got an opening. Cook fights. He's in for the touchdown. He had 16 rushing touchdowns this year to tie the franchise record, and now he's got one in the postseason. Big play here. Trying to go up top for it.
He wants to run for it, Jim. He wants to just go get it with his legs. He's trying to find
it. It wasn't there, so now he's got to throw it deep to the end zone. And was that caught? Yes! Ty Johnson scrapes it off the ground, above the ground for the touchdown. Allen with time, floats it, got it. It's Coleman with the catch. And it's a 21-7 lead for the Buffalo Bills. Big 3rd and 6, wide open. And then Samuel zigs and zags. It slips through a tackle. He's taking it home for the touchdown.
I'll speak on behalf of Curtis. He probably didn't have the season that he wanted to have. He was dealing with a few things early on and during the middle of the year. But he kept grinding, kept being quiet, and stayed focused. And, you know, I've never lost any sort of trust in him. You know, and he's just continued to work hard. And that's kind of the mentality that we've had all year is everybody eats, and today was his day. And who knows what's going to be next week, but you know, we got to have a good week of practice first and ready to play on whether it's Saturday or Sunday.
Fireball Zone, Josh Allen talking about how everybody's eating on the Buffalo Bills, setting up maybe the tastiest matchup of them all next week. Buffalo Bills versus the Baltimore Ravens.
Man, that one seed is everything because now you got two teams who are Super Bowl worthy teams. The Buffalo Bills and Baltimore Ravens, each of them, if either one of them won the Super Bowl, you'd be like, yeah, great Super Bowl champ. One of them's going home. And they're going home short of the AFC Championship game, too. Wow, man. Sometimes it's tough to be in a tough bracket, like an NC2A tournament draw. You're like, damn, how'd we get this draw? Or the Grupo de Muerto in World Cup. You're like, what? We got to play Portugal and Italy? What's going on? So it's absolutely brutal. That said, Sunday 3:30. That's always the game. Jim Nantz. It's funny. My kid said to me last night. He goes, how come the Eagles Packers game isn't on Sunday Night Football? Is it not as big a game? I said, no. Jim Nantz always tells us the Sunday afternoon window is always the biggest window for eyeballs. And so that's always that usually always gets more eyes than the night game. And so Nantz has the game. He has the 3:30 game on Sunday. It's the final game of the weekend. It's going to be everything, man.
Yeah.
6:30 Eastern kick. So there you go. By the way, Marcus, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. You don't have to make a pick just yet. We'll do it Friday during Brian and Bobby's Best Bets.
Sounds like a plan. We'll break down every game coming up this weekend and the pool of death with all those quarterbacks out in the AFC. We're talking Patrick Mahomes versus CJ Stroud and Josh Allen versus Lamar Jackson. But moving on from the top quarterbacks in the AFC to possibly the best quarterback in the NFC. That's right. I said it. I'm making Jaden Daniels hum baby number 3 for the fact that the Washington Commanders have won a postseason game for the first time in 19 years. To be exact, Murph, it's been 6,945 days. It's the first time ever that they've won a playoff game while being named the Washington Commanders. So new team, new owner, new quarterback. Who's this? This is a playoff winning team. This is Jaden Daniels. And like I said, I think you can make the argument that already he might be the best quarterback in the NFC. Here are the highlights from the Washington Commanders getting their first playoff win in 19 blanking seasons.
3rd and goal from the 10. 9:47 to go, second quarter. McLaurin wide to the right with McCaffrey. 2 to the left, including Brown, De'Ami Brown. Eckler, the tailback, to the right out of the shotgun of the slender Daniels. That tall, slender frame in the pocket, taking the snap. He's back in 5 steps. Daniels steps up, whistles it right down the middle, and a wide open touchdown for De'Ami Brown. Nobody in the zip code. And Washington takes the lead 6-3 at 4th and 2 from the 5. They can get a first down. He's standing in the pocket as a statue. He whips it into the end zone. It's a touchdown, McLaurin. In the middle of the end zone, Terry McLaurin comes up enormous for the Commanders. 9:46 to go. Washington retakes the lead, 19-17. Out of the pistol, 3 tight end. Snap. Fake the handoff. Daniels running right, broke a tackle, leaning forward, throwing his body, first down to the 15.
It's been amazing, man. You know, he's grown so much. He came in so humble. He came in very prepared. His work ethic is unmatched for a rookie, especially at that position. It's not an easy position coming in here with the weight, the world on his shoulders, so many expectations, but he's handled it in stride. And I've just tried to be the best teammate, the best player for him, continue to help him grow. But he's helped me as well, so it's great to play with somebody who, you know, he's going to bring his best, and I get to bring my best, and you get to see some magic on Sunday.
That was the voice of Scary Terry, a.k.a. Terry McLaurin. 7 catches yesterday, 89 yards. You heard the highlight of the touchdown connection between him and Jaden yesterday. Looks like they finally found their quarterback in Washington, and Murph, they found their first postseason win in 19 years.
It was very exciting, and like you said it all. New owners, you know, and Dan Snyder. I wonder what he was thinking last night. I think he was just such a scumbag, just counting his money. New GM, Adam Peters from San Francisco, John Lynch's guy, looking sharp in this suit up in the, or his coat and tie up in the box. Dan Quinn, and I confess, I remember when they hired him, I thought, kind of a retread, uninspiring hire, Falcons, Seahawks, and then the quarterback. That's what it's all about. How about Magic Johnson hanging out now? Magic Johnson's part of the Commander's ownership group.
Yeah, he gets a
He's
cut.
in all these scenes. He's in the tunnel, tweeting out his magic tweets. The Washington Commanders football team has advanced to the next round of the playoffs. You know, just Magic with his very obvious tweets he sends out. So it's fun. And like I said, we got family back there. They're pretty excited. It's the first time in their lives my niece and nephews have seen the Washington football team win a playoff game. They were in diapers in 2006. So good job on the hum, babies. But I'm going to spin that. For every hum, there's a bum. For every winner, there's a loser. Because on the other side of that, Jaden Daniels, Washington Commander hum baby, is the Buccaneers and Bulls biffing it on Sunday. That's bum baby number one. So props to Washington and Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin, by the way, fantastic, right? But host Tampa Bay, who I picked to win the game, did not win the game, and they will rue a few things, man. A very critical biffed, that's right, the key word is biffed, fumble between Baker Mayfield and a jet sweep handoff late in the fourth quarter that led to a Washington touchdown that put them ahead. A biffed center snap on 3rd and short when it was a 20-17 ball game, and Tampa Bay could have scored a touchdown to win the game. On 3rd and short, the center snapped the ball on the wrong count. And so the Washington defensive line was able to surge through with nobody moving and tackle him for a big loss, which forced Washington to settle for a game-tying field goal instead of a go-ahead touchdown. And then, of course, we haven't really talked about this, but Todd Bowles' time management, his clock management was terrible down the stretch. Terrible. He should have called one before the 2-minute warning. He didn't, so he let 25 seconds waste away for no reason. And then once they ran their first play after the 2-minute warning, he waited an extra 10 seconds to call the timeout. They didn't call the timeout till 1:41. Really bad. They could have had the ball back. So Todd Bowles' terrible clock management. Baker Mayfield biffing that fumble with the jet sweep. The center with the bad snap. They had it, but they biffed it. Bum baby number one.
Irving, the tailback. Ball lost on a jet sweep handoff. There's a fight for it down at the 12-yard line. Washington is on it. It's a turnover on jet sweep action.
Got to see the tape, but I know we were supposed to run a jet sweep, and I don't know whether it was the handoff or after the handoff they got discombobulated. Can't give up field position like that.
3rd down and 1 from the 12. Irving, the lone setback. Snap. It all got jammed up. He tries to spin out of a tackle, and he is dragged down in the backfield at the 15-yard line. Everybody froze like there was a timeout called. It's a loss of 3, and then Irving had to fend for himself in the wild.
And then you're down there on your own goal line. It looked like Graham snapped the ball too soon. Is that what happened?
Yeah, he snapped it. Nobody else was ready, and we lost yardage there. So that kind of hurt us too.
I mean, right now it absolutely sucks. So it's disappointing overall because I believe in this team. I believe we had the talent and the coaching staff and everybody around us to be able to go far. But looking back, trying to take a step back, big picture is this group fought. There was a lot of people that stepped up throughout the year. A ton of guys that stepped up into huge roles, and so there's a lot to be proud of.
Yeah, he also said later in the that some of those things he said it's going to take a long time for him to get over. But I've always kind of had a little soft spot there for Todd Bowles and Baker Mayfield. I don't know why. I'm not a Bucs guy. I have no Bucs history. By the way, just FYI, in March of 2024, Baker Mayfield signed a 3-year, $100 million deal.
Yeah.
Just FYI. Where is he with Brock Purdy and all that? I don't know.
Yeah, but $30 to $35 million, Murph, might cost you a fumble in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, well, I can talk about that interception. Yeah. I can talk about those 3 NFC West fourth quarters for Brock. Greg Papa's been bringing them up, too. On to Bum Baby number 2. Wow. Ouch. I took the LA Chargers to beat the Houston Texans.
Uh-oh.
You did, too.
Yeah.
The LA Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert threw 3 interceptions all year. Let me say that again. Justin Herbert threw 3 interceptions all year. He threw 4 interceptions on Saturday. Houston 32, LA Chargers 12. Ouch.
So you're telling me the Texans were able to pull in all those interceptions.
Justin Herbert is now 0-2 as a quarterback in the playoffs. He's never won a playoff game.
Pulling down interceptions.
Now, I know the kids say GOAT these days, but in the old days, the GOAT was the bum. Shout out The Natural, where Robert Duvall is sketching the GOAT for Roy Hobbs on the sketch pad when the foul ball comes up and hits him. But he wore the GOAT horns, man. He has not won a playoff game, and you got people out here. David Lombardi on social media saying Brock Purdy is without question better than Justin Herbert. 808 KNBR. That's a hot take. That was David Lombardi, but he's definitely a bum baby today.
Out of the shotgun. They bring extra pressure. Throw to the right side, and it's dropped and intercepted. Went through the hands of his intended target, it's Stingley. Herbert to throw on 2nd down. Floats it down the right sideline. Got a man out there, and it's intercepted by Stingley. His 2nd pick of the day. Justin Herbert airmailed another one.
They were the better team today, all respect.
to them. And not being the better team today is I'm accountable for that. So that's on me. And congratulations to D'Amico Ryans and the Texans. They were the better team.
Yeah, it's tough. I let the team down, and you can't turn over the ball like that and expect to win, and put the team into a tough position there with 4 turnovers like that. So, the defense hung tough. They got some turnovers. They gave us opportunities, but I just have to be better.
Okay, a couple things. One, hearing Jim Harbaugh's defeated, beaten tune. Was that Jim Harbaugh or was that me after our thumping by St. Anthony Saturday in the CYO game? Yeah, they were just the far better team today. We got to go on. And number 2, where are you with David Lombardi's hot take that Brock Purdy is, wait a minute, without question, let me emphasize it again, without question, a better quarterback than Justin Herbert? I'll go first. He's not.
Yeah, I'd say I definitely have questions about that take. It's easy to pile on right now on Justin Herbert because he had a terrible game yesterday, 4 interceptions. But we've also seen Brock Purdy have a couple games where he had 4 interceptions. Shout out that Christmas game last year against the Baltimore Ravens. So nobody's perfect. No, I'd probably still go Herbert over Purdy if I'm drafting for the future of my franchise.
Let me just ask you this. If the Chargers called the 49ers today, John Lynch answered his phone and was, what's his face, Spanos or whoever. No, who's their GM? I don't even know. Hey, you know what? We'd like to make a trade. 1 for 1. Justin Herbert for Brock Purdy. What do you say?
I say yes, and you can take Jake Moody with him.
We'll throw Moody in there. And then finally, bum baby number 3. That's right. We're going to Friday night because Friday night is where sports talk radio goes to die unless you're Texas coach Steve Sarkisian, who makes it so bad, and he tunes into KNBR and he's like, wait a minute, I thought Friday night was where sports talk radio goes to die. Don't make me a bum baby. Hey, Sark, I got news. You're a bum baby. That's right. It's tough, man. It's tough to be in the arena because you're in the Final Four. Congratulations, Texas. College football semifinal, Texas, Ohio State. And Texas is playing better than I think most people thought. I remember we kept saying Friday, I was like, there's something suspicious. Why is it only 6? Why is it only 6? I took Ohio State -6. Well, guess what? It was 21-14, and Texas had the ball at the 1-yard line. They're about to tie the game. There's only 3:54 left. So they ran the ball in the first play right up the gut, stoned. 2nd and goal from the 1. And here's the play that will live in infamy in Austin, Texas forever. They decide to go to the shotgun and a toss sweep left, where the running back, Quintrevion Wisner, catches the ball at the 8-yard line, opening himself up to getting blown up by Ohio State safety Caleb Downs, who streaked through a leaky line and tackled him for a 7-yard loss. As one of my buddies texted, said, why not 4 tush pushes? Why not 4 tush pushes?
Would have been better, yeah.
Because now on 4th and 8, disaster. Quarterback Quinn Ewers has to roll out. He gets strip sacked, and Jack Sawyer, the Ohio State linebacker, who's the heart and soul, strips it, picks it up, and goes 83 yards for a touchdown. What a play for Ohio State. Ball game, and Sark got roasted. Bum baby number 3.
3.5 minutes to go. 2nd and goal from the 1. Here in the pistol formation. Takes the snap. Pitch to Wiseman. Trying to stretch it out. He's hit behind the chains and taken down at the 7-yard line. Lathan Ransom and Caleb Downs chased him down. 4th and goal, rather. Here's Ewers. Snap. Hit by Sawyer. Ball's loose. Sawyer comes up with it. Running down the right sideline. 40 to the 50-yard line. Sawyer to the 30. Jack Sawyer to the 20. To the 10, to the end zone, touchdown! Jack Sawyer, the defensive end, coming up with the biggest play in Arlington, Texas, that could have Ohio State headed to Atlanta.
What was kind of the thought process behind Jarek on 1st down and the toss to Quintrevion on 2nd?
And we had a plan to try to get the ball on the edge when we got down there. They went to big people. I can't quite tell. It was on the far side of where it got leaky. It's one of those plays, if you block it all right, you get in the end zone, and we didn't, and we lose quite a bit of yardage. And at that point, you're kind of stuck behind the 8 ball because we knew we were in 4-down territory because of the score of the game. It was unfortunate that was the circumstances because it was a really nice drive by the offense to get all the way down there, and 1st and goal on the 1, and we don't score. You quite frankly probably don't deserve to win that way.
Man, oh man, tough because it's praise for them for playing a great game all the way to the end, and then choked it at the end. That's what happens when you go into the arena, man. The big bright lights shine on you, and Sark winds up pressing the wrong button. Never saw Arch Manning in the game either.
No, I was waiting the entire game for Arch Manning to get in. Texas did not make that choice and said Quinn Ewers is getting strip sacked. And I did want to give some love to Jack Sauer because I thought about making him a hum baby Like, I don't know if you ever saw the footage of him on the field after Ohio State lost to Michigan. And he was, like, really upset, like, wanting to fight Michigan because this is a guy that played 4 years at Ohio State and has lost 4 times to Michigan. But now he has a chance to wipe that stain away if they win the Natty this week.
Won't wipe the stain away with Overnight Dave.
Mm-hmm.
He was texting saying,
still upset.
He's like, nice national champ. You can't beat Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they're saying.
That narrative's always going to be there. But that was one of the guys who's been through a lot in the last 4 years.
Well,
good for him to have that moment.
1 week from today, maybe a pop culture showdown on Ohio State, Notre Dame, 2 low-budget brands in the championship game. Never heard of either school.
Where are all the blue bloods at, Murph?
All right, so there you go. There's your bum babies. You're going to go Steve Sarkisian blowing it Friday night, Justin Herbert's 4 picks, and Baker and Bowles and the Bucks biffing a chance to advance in the NFL playoffs. That was fun. We can continue to talk about all of those next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
When Lightning McQueen just flying, flashing past, and then it's like, that's how Derek looked.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, let's talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz bright and early on a Monday morning. Steve's going to help us out. Steve, good morning. You want to talk to us what to do if you can't pay your taxes?
It's a real common situation. Don't get discouraged. A lot of people feel that's it. They're way in over their head. There's no way out of this. They're doomed for life. Folks, that's not the case. If you haven't filed your tax returns because of it, that's common too. We can file all the old back returns. And then as to the money that you can't pay, there's so many good solutions. Whether we ask the government to just let you pay part and forgive the rest, that's one of them. If we qualify you for that, that's terrific. But there's a lot of other programs too. Whether we pay in monthly installments that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford, or we get the penalties forgiven. Or maybe the amounts themselves are wrong. Or another type of deal. The bottom line is don't stick your head in the sand. Don't wait until the government comes knocking on your door. Talk to us. We'll explain all the options. We want to do everything for you so you don't have to deal with the government. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
Yeah, that's what you do. You call tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call. 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
It sound right, boys.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Jarris Walker will track it down, and that will do it. So the Indiana Pacers stay hot. The Warriors coming with 10 healthy bodies and missing 6 of their top 8 in the rotation. They hung in the game, really all game.
You got to give them credit. Like, there was an opportunity to come and have fun and play an NBA basketball game and ball out, put some numbers up. Multiple guys did that. They competed. They stayed in the game as long as they could. Got to give the Pacers credit. Offensively, they've been rolling lately. Played well enough to win this one.
Oh, man, you want to talk about where sports talk radio goes to die. How about a Friday night back-to-back Warriors Pacers with no Steph and no Draymond and no Wiggins? Oh, my God.
And nobody watching, Murph.
And here I got 408 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, upset. KNBR once again absolutely refuses to put the Warriors on the bum baby list. They will protect the Warriors at all costs. That is a hot take,
That's
bro.
a pretty laughable text.
408, don't you know we're supposed to have beef with the Warriors? Because 10 years ago, they jilted us for another station. No, 408, we did not put them on the list because there gets nothing more low wattage than a Friday night loss to the Pacers.
That game was so bad that it wasn't bad enough to be a bum baby, if that makes sense.
Without question. And we had basketball practice that night, like it mattered. We went out and got out-rebounded 35-12. Could have canceled practice and got out-rebounded 35-12. But came out at the end of practice, and one of the dads waiting to pick me up goes, he's looking at his phone. He goes, Warriors lost. I go, nah, okay. I'm going to go get some food for dinner.
Yeah, shocker.
By the way, just officially now, they are now officially out of the play-in. They are right now, they're the 11th seed.
Oh, no.
So they're not, all that said, they're 2.5 games out of the 5 seed. So, I mean, it's like so bunched up, but bottom line is they got to stitch it together, and they play tonight at Toronto, and Wiggins will be back.
Somebody will be back. Sounds like Steph's got a chance to play tonight,
Steph will play too. Yeah, Steph is supposed to play
He's been cleared
tonight.
to play.
In fact, today's got some early stuff going on. I got my Bruins. Oh, by the way, they're in the news, man. Mick Cronin making national news with that rant.
Oh, after telling players are delusional and soft.
And then he came back and did the soft pedal thing Friday night. They lost to Maryland. They got smoked, but he got ejected. So I got them at 3:30 at Rutgers. I got Warriors Toronto at 4:30. And I guess that's it, huh? So we got 2 basketball games. It's going to be a quiet week then from that point on. Could the Giants go do something? Could they do something just to kind of fire us up a little bit?
Just to spice things up a little bit.
I saw Jim Bowden did his off-season free agency grades so far. He actually gave the Giants a B, believe it or not.
Ooh.
Not bad, but
That's phenomenal, Murph.
Adames and Verlander, right?
I mean, when you're asking somebody who got nothing but C's his whole life, a B sounds pretty damn good for the Giants
It's a
offseason.
good thing you weren't the Padres. He gave the Padres an F.
Ooh.
They haven't done a single thing. Apparently, they're having an ownership drama. That the widow of Peter Seidler is now suing the brothers, and it's like now they got like it, and so maybe the money's tied up because they don't know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, Jim Bowden, he basically just freaking stamped the Giants for 4th place. He's like, put it in blood. They are going to be a 4th place team. I'm like, really? We got to play the games, don't we? 162?
Even after you gave them a B for their offseason grade.
A B won't crack the top 3.
Damn.
He loves Arizona. Arizona went out. Don't forget Arizona went and got Josh Naylor to go play first base too.
Mm-hmm.
And they got, obviously, Corbin Burns, as we all know.
That's the big one.
So we'll just see. And the Giants didn't make that move at first base. You know, I've seen Josh Bell signed a 1-year, $6 million deal with the Washington Nationals. I'd have taken him.
I've always thought Josh Bell would be a good fit. Big lefty, big power, can put it into the cove. But it seems like he's just kind of bounced around the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, for sure. Other things out there on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line in a short segment. We'll see what you guys have to say. 408 says Purdy is not a better quarterback than Justin Herbert or Baker Mayfield. That's an interesting call.
I agree with Herbert. I think you can have an argument, a conversation, a debate between Baker and Brock Purdy.
707 says, somebody said Brock is better than Justin Herbert. People love to sniff stuff.
Okay.
559 says, maybe Baker Mayfield needs to borrow A.J. Brown's self-help book, How to Complete a Jet Sweep Handoff, Keys to Winning a Wild Card Playoff Game. That's very funny, 559. Very good.
I think we can all use a little extra inner excellence, Murph. Inner excellence is what A.J. Brown
By the
was
way,
reading on the sideline.
Am I crazy? I got no problem with him reading that. Because sometimes you need to. Young Tone, golf, mental game, right? You got to have these. There's golfers out there that like write all sorts of notes to themselves on their hats, on their. But Barry Zito used to always look at his hat and have inspirational stuff written on the bill of his hat. It's really no different than him going and just reading a passage. It is a hell of a look, though. Laying back with the paperback.
And I think that was the question is, what the hell is he reading? Because it's different if he's reading a self-help book to get, like, extra motivation and all that good stuff. But, like, what if he's, like, I don't know, on the sideline, like, looking at a Playboy or something?
I was going to say, dude, if it was, let me take you guys back to the 70s. If he was reading Judy Blume's Forever. Okay, that is a highly, hey, shout out my 50-plus crowd out there now. There was Judy Blume was this tween novelist who wrote about, like, kids going through changes. Okay. I'm doing air quotes here. But then she decided to kick down the door and say, we're going all the way with Forever. Where we finally just go there, baby.
Forever and ever.
I literally remember in 5th grade that book being passed under desks.
Oh.
I'm going like, page 32.
Damn. Passing around the books.
Yes, dude.
Damn.
Dude, what if J.J. Brown, can I shout out to my old crowd? What if Judy Blume was reading Judy Blume's Forever?
Now, would it be like similar if I said, like, what if A.J. Brown was reading like 50 Shades of Grey on the sideline?
Yeah, there you go. That's exactly right.
Okay, that's the comp.
Except for 50 Shades of Grey, I think got a little more. These were 2 teenage kids. They weren't necessarily bringing the whips and the chains.
Yeah, Murph, I counted more than just 50 Shades.
It wasn't 50 Shades of Grey, more like Folsom Street Fair type stuff.
More like 69 Shades.
As our buddy Polly would say, shout out to the crate community.
The crate community.
So anyway, I'm okay. Were you guys okay with him reading
Well,
that?
once I found out that it is a self-help book, like, again, it's different if he's, like, reading comics or, like, reading, like, a high crime series or something. Like, I guess he's trying to give himself extra motivation, but it can also be interpreted that, like, he's a wide receiver who's complained about not getting the ball, didn't have a lot of targets yesterday. So you see A.J. Brown reading on the sideline. They even cut to Devontae Smith, who, like, kind of looked over and, like, gave the look like, what the hell are you doing? But it seems like it was for motivational purposes.
Yeah, no, I like it. So I told you guys in golf, you know, it's a big mental game, man. And you ever look at notes? Well, you don't play. Have you played in any matches, Young Tone?
Like not official.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm playing an official one Thursday. By the way, when I dropped the Captain Kush and THC, I got some love from the text line from some people listening.
Shout out
Waterboy
Captain
wants
Kush.
to play on our team.
I want in.
Because I have Captain Kush and we're called THC.
I think I just want to be the caddy. And you know what's in my bag, Tony. You know exactly what's in my bag.
Oh, man. 562 says, Do we pay Purdy all that money and not worry about his supporting cast? Well, that's the essence of it. What can they afford if they pay Purdy too? And multiple people saying, dudes, you guys are idiots. Arch did play a snap.
Well, yeah, one play.
Yeah.
I wanted him to start the damn game.
I said he didn't get it.
Okay, yeah, they put him in for one play and then they took him out. I actually got excited. I was like, "Ooh, is Quinn Ewers hurt?" Which you never want to celebrate someone's injury. I just want to see Arch Manning.
I think you will next year, right? Quinn's gone.
Yeah.
818 says it's clear some of you are so infatuated with physical traits, you undervalue mental traits that actually win games in the NFL. Justin Herbert may be a better talent, but Brock is the better quarterback. He is a tier above Baker Mayfield, also 818, which we now know as Dave Lombardi's burner account. I'm kidding, Dave. I love you, buddy, and I love your takes. Here we go. 408 says, yeah, Herbert has the Druckenmiller howitzer. Now, that's old school. Jim Druckenmiller. The Niners drafted a quarterback at Virginia Tech named Jim Druckenmiller because he had the strongest arm you've ever seen. And guess what? Let's be honest, upstairs, maybe a little lacking. Maybe a little lacking. He says, so this guy says, Herbert has the Druckenmiller howitzer. That's it. Purdy's way better and easily top 10, probably top 6. People forget his playoff comebacks. 510 says people fall in love with Justin Herbert's ability to throw the ball. Brock is simply a better quarterback. Lombardi's got a lot of burner.
I know, right? And these takes are coming out. Again, I think it's easy to say this after Justin Herbert went out there and threw 4 interceptions when he only threw 3 interceptions this entire season. So we are kind of nitpicking one bad performance, and we can do the same thing with Brock Purdy. But it is one thing I will put in Brock Purdy's favor. It seems like he's a little bit more clutch than Justin Herbert. It's kind of a knock I've had on Justin Herbert going back to Oregon and winning the big game. It seems like he's a perfect fit for the Chargers because they always choke in the playoffs. So maybe that's the one thing that Justin Herbert doesn't have, the intangibles that maybe you put in the favor of Brock Purdy, but it's also the athletic ability, the throwing power, just so much more you can do with Justin Herbert versus a Brock Purdy.
209 says, how do you feel? 2 minutes left in the game. Niners have the ball, 75 years to go, down 3. Is Purdy your guy? Well, he has been our guy, and he did not. That's one of my biggest beefs. I got 2 beefs from the season. One was the Geno Smith trot in. I'll never get over that. And 2, the Ram game where all he had to get was from the 30-yard line to the other 30. That's assuming Jake Moody's going to make the kick. And he couldn't even get – they had to punt it away. And then the Rams wound up winning the game.
They would have got down to that territory if Ronnie Bell doesn't drop that ball, right?
Yeah.
That would have been field goal range.
You got 3 other plays, bro.
I agree.
I'm sorry. You got to – Ronnie Bell dropped it onto the next. So anyway, 408 says Purdy was not clutch this year. I agree. 925 says Justin Herbert is overrated. What has he ever really done? That's what you just said about Oregon.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like he doesn't have the knack for winning the big games.
And 510 says, would you stop putting Herbert down and instead lift D'Amico up?
D'Amico.
The Texans did play great when they had to.
All
right, we'll continue these arguments on the other side, and then the big hit, 750, is going to be about the playoff hierarchy of quarterbacks. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, let's talk about Invisalign brand, which is out here fixing your teeth and making your smile beautiful. We all love a smile. We talked to Shanice. She loves our smile, right? And Invisalign clear aligners is the way to go. I tell you guys all the time. 2 teenage kids at the Murphy household, both using Invisalign, and even a marketing slogan from one of them, a 13-year-old. Hey, Dad, tell them with Invisalign you can make your smile shine. I said, you're in. You're hired. So we all notice a smile, and for us, it's a no-brainer to choose Invisalign treatment. And like I said, I got other relatives north of teenage years, adults. You guys can do it. And just go ahead and fix the smile you always wanted. Fix your teeth. Invisalign is the #1 doctor-recommended brand and has transformed over 18 million smiles all over the world. So what do you want to do? Go to the website. Check them out at Invisalign.com. 'Cause I love it.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
And really, everybody who's around him. You watch how an old guy goes about his business, and you pick his brain, and he'll have something to say. He'll have something to say to a middle infielder, a young middle infielder. And you would think, wait a second, this guy's a pitcher. What the hell is he going to tell a middle infielder? A lot. And it's about how to prepare and how to hold your mind through a game and hold your concentration through a game. That's everything.
There it is. Yeah, usually we do a Mike or Dwayne right now, and just with a chance to kind of get ready before we do the big hit of the NFL playoffs and Brock Purdy's place in the NFC hierarchy. Let's talk a little bit about the Giants right here. 808 KNBR is the phone number if you guys want to check in. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. That was Mike Krukow talking about Justin Verlander, and we should tell everybody 10 a.m. today. 10 a.m. today, they're doing a Zoom with Buster Posey and Justin Verlander. I want to hop on that thing. Thinking about coming in early. Got to make sure everybody knows who the flagship is.
Let them know, Murph. Let them know. You go out there and you plant that flag.
Hey, just on a fun kind of non-X's and O's note, on Saturday night, got a text. And it was from Kipe. And it was a picture of Kruk and Kipe at Mike's house in Reno / Northern Nevada. And remember Mike told us on Thursday, the big Mike and Jennifer Krukow 50th anniversary party?
50 years.
And it is an awesome picture of Kruk and Kipe. Kruk is rocking this incredible gold lame like celebration jacket. Just a party jacket.
That's a hell of a jacket.
Right? It's just like, damn, let's party.
Walking in looking like Ric Flair.
Woo! He does look like Ric Flair. Also, you notice that in Mike's house, we go inside, like you know, doing like the nosy, doing the nosy neighbor thing. There's a painting of Kruk in the background. You know what's funny?
That's awesome.
My first look, I thought it was Matt Cain. That he and Cain are that similar at a certain point in their rotation, in their delivery. But and I said to Dwayne, I said, is it okay if I post this? And he's like, sure. So I posted it on all my social. I posted it on Twitter, Insta, and Facebook. Dude, it is blowing up. It's gotten more track. It's almost getting Jack Loader barstool level traction.
Stop it.
That's an inside joke.
Not that many
Jack
views.
Loader, our social kid who everybody likes to sort of give him a noogie because he's our young puppy around here, posted something about Big Cat and Barstool that got more traction than he could ever have, like 800,000 views. He's like walking on air because he's like, oh my God, I made it. I made it.
Which is wild.
This is what you kids do. You all look for likes and views.
I guess, maybe that's a different generation. I don't give a damn about likes. I don't give a damn about follows. I don't give a damn that Big Cat grew up in Boston instead of Chicago. I don't know. I'm not involved in all that internet nonsense.
It doesn't move you?
No, not at all. Who gives a damn who he roots for or where
Young
he's from?
Tone, you're of that generation. Does it move you that Big Cat grew up in Boston and has faked being a Chicago fan?
Not at all. Okay. I think likes and comments and just insights in general, people impressions, it doesn't matter at all.
Well, that said, I'm going to go ahead and say this still got a ton of impressions.
It's got a lot of likes. Sounds like there's a different generation that's obsessed with these likes, Murph.
Just on Twitter alone, 56,000 views, 2,700 likes, 135 retweets. And that's just on Twitter alone. I can go to Insta and all those, too.
What about Facebook?
I got Facebook, too,
Is there
buddy.
anybody still on Facebook?
Yes.
I'm not.
You definitely update yourself when you go to Facebook.
Yeah,
but,
Facebook got taken over.
People are commenting this morning. And even Larry Nibby checked in, who's a great Giants owner. Yeah, there's hundreds and hundreds of likes on Facebook. But anyway, shout out those guys. And it's
Murph's
awesome.
going viral with Kruk and Kipe. How about that?
I'm coattailing Kruk and Kipe to get views.
Hey, we're out here playing for clicks, Murph.
Yeah.
Shout out our digital team posting that video of Pablo Sandoval, if you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, if we're going to tie it all together.
So John Joe Curley's question for this segment was, now that the Verlander deal is official, how do you feel that some time has passed?
I feel good.
That's what he was asking. Now, we should tell you guys they had to make a move and say goodbye to a somewhat familiar face. Blake Sable got DFA'd. That's a guy, we talked to him one day in the clubhouse. Absolutely a man. Like these, most guys from like California, this has been kind of a stereotype here, but players who grew up in California are generally very easygoing. You talk about the Blake Sable, the Blake Snell guys you played with and stuff.
The West Coast ball player.
There's something to a West Coast ball player. There really is. And so he was one of those guys. I don't know if he partied as hard as your team did.
Yeah.
I think he hit bed check a little bit more often, which is why he made it to the show.
Hey, you got a doobie?
Exactly. Those guys didn't make it to the show.
No. I'm surprised I make it to the show. This show.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Good. So at Blake Sable, he served a purpose for a little bit. Had a big walk off. Had some big hits for the Giants on occasion, but defensively,
hits, but some big problems with the glove.
Yeah.
And I think this goes to show maybe the biggest difference between the two regimes, whether we're talking about Farhan Zaidi leading the pack versus Buster Posey and Bob Melvin having more of a say. Because as I alluded to, the two guys that I just named are former catchers, Buster Posey and Bob Melvin. And from the minute that Bob Melvin took over this team, Blake Snable did not sniff an inning behind home plate, because Bob Melvin views him as not a big league catcher. Yeah. And it's something that I said before Bob Melvin got to town, when Gabe Kapler was trying to experiment with Blake Sable behind home plate. And I get the thought process. Farhan and Gabe wanted guys that they could use as utility players. He's a left-handed bat. That's an extra positive as a catcher. And he could swing a decent stick. To your point, came through with a couple clutch hits. But he was just so bad to me defensively, couldn't block a ball in the dirt. And to me, you can't be a big league catcher if you can't do the basics. So Bob and Buster decided it was finally time to move on from Blake Sable.
This is probably unfair. I like Blake Sable, and, again, an enjoyable guy, even though he's a USC Trojan. But I'm going to go ahead and say kind of a harsh thing here. Like him being put at catcher is kind of the symbol to me of the Farhan era. Mm-hmm. In that, he was constantly just shuffling things so much that he wound up having a guy start at catcher who just flat out was not a major league catcher. Yep. And that was, I don't think I'd ever seen that as a Giants fan my whole life, where they put a guy behind the dish who just wasn't ready to be a big league catcher. It was like, what are you doing? He cared so little about defense, and everything was supposed to be about your WRC plus or your walk rate or whatever. That's all he cared about was those off. And they never, ever, ever emphasized. Then he would pay lip service. We're going to get better defensively. But when you got guys behind the plate, he started, in 2023, he started 46 games at catcher. In 2024, he only started 7. But, dude, he started 46 games at catcher. That's a lot. 393 innings. That's a lot of innings where you were holding your breath every freaking pitch.
Yeah, especially when you're dealing with a staff that has Logan Webb and Alex Cobb, guys who are throwing with two seams, sinker movement. It's a difficult task for Blake Sable to try to learn it at the big league level, then to throw in the whole one-knee strategy of catching instead of just getting down and blocking a damn ball in the dirt when there's a runner on base. It makes sense. Or I guess really it doesn't make sense when they were trying to put guys like your mean Mercedes out in left field. You can try to hide a guy in the outfield defensively. You can't hide guys behind home plate.
No. So anyway, it's not about Sable. It's about Verlander. And we will carry the Verlander Zoom live at 10 a.m.
Hell yeah.
So that means Greg and Greg will hop right on and have some of that stuff there. So Jim Bowden gave them a B, like I said earlier. We're still waiting on a bat, guys. And that's what we'll ask Buster today. And I don't think it's going to be Pete Alonso. Do you? Pete Alonso wants at least 3 years, and you got Bryce Eldridge waiting to come up. And then you got Santander, and you're kind of I don't know what to do about him. And by the way, I also saw a guy, one of the baseball cap guys, who put out, he goes, I have all the data. Here's the accurate payrolls up to date. The Dodgers are up to 360, I think, 359.
Oh, man.
The Giants last year, he did from last year to this year. The Giants last year spent $208. This year, right now, they're at $181. It's a 12% decrease, which is exactly what Andy Baggerly told us in that story was going to happen. It's kind of a bummer.
Yeah.
Kind of a bummer.
Still time to spend some money.
There is still time to spend some money. We'll see if they will. I don't think so. All right, guys, just wanted to touch a little bit on the Giants and the move. And Verlander today at 10 a.m. We'll see what he has to say. His one-year deal's coming his way. Does somebody be crass and ask a Kate Upton question like, is your wife happy to come here? Right? Yeah.
I think because she has celebrity status, somebody might squeeze in a question.
It's one of our perv listeners gets a chance to, or staffers, I should say. I shouldn't even throw the listeners under the bus.
Yeah.
It was the bullpen guys.
808 KNBR.
Yeah.
Let's ask a question.
Yeah.
On the flagship.
All right, guys. Creepy and gross. Remember we heard from that texter. You guys sound creepy and gross.
For sure.
Hey, by the way, we're going to add that Lions laugh to our board. That Lions podcast?
I don't know.
Here we go right now. Here, I'll tell
that one hurts my ears when we play it.
I'll tell a dad joke, and you can kind of hit it here. Say, Yeah, well, so which of our creepy and gross listeners is going to ask a Kate Upton question?
Bro. Silly. Damn.
It's like a dying cat.
Oh, man. Makes me laugh.
It's all his buddies like, dude, chill. Yo, bro.
Yeah, one more time. Once again. Hey, somebody going to perv out and ask a creepy Kate Upton question?
Bro. Silly. Damn.
Yeah, I agree. Chill. Damn.
It's got me laughing. All right. Brock Purdy, Waterboy, has a hot take you got to hear next on The Sports Leader.
Bro. Silly. Damn.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have another new contest. We are giving away 2 tickets to see Tom Segura at the Chase Center on January 24th, 2025. So how do you win this contest? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marquise Boucher here on a Monday morning with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? Well, the team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I went on this program for 3 months, and guess what? I hit my goal of losing 25 pounds. And I did it without counting any points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, and without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
it now. This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Well, I think you definitely have your quarterback of the future. That, let's not forget how injury torn this season was. I mean, it was as bad as I've ever seen it for any team in the league. And talking about decimated, he didn't have his weapons. And I mean, just as recent as last February, I was calling the 49ers in the Super Bowl against Kansas City and marveling at the way this guy was leading and directing. He's still just a baby in this league. You're going to have to pay him now, and I'm not sure you're going to have to pay him what the top rate's going right now. This is going to be his second contract, but you want to lock him up.
Well, there it is. Jim Nantz set to Young Tony's favorite, the brand new remix of Forever Young by David Guetta, Alphaville, and Ava Max, which is #1 on Billboard's dance mix show airplay chart. Young Tone. I just wanted to play that for you because I just saw that on Twitter. It just hit #1. It is David Guetta's record-breaking 17th #1, surpassing Calvin Harris. This is right. I mean, I'm speaking your language.
I approve. This is awesome.
Right, here you go, buddy. What do you think, Mark?
This is a foreign language to me. You're telling me this is the #1 song where?
In the Billboard dance mix.
Dance mix.
Like the dance category, the genre of music.
I'm not really dancing to this. I'm just kind of pumping my fist a little bit.
Tony, are you dancing?
Absolutely, dude. When that beat dropped, by the way, that was totally coincidental with Jim Nantz ending with the beat dropping.
Way to hit the post, Tony. Way to hit the post.
Anyway, we thought we would please Tony since, by the way, 90s Friday coming up. Looking forward to it. Already have some strong candidates knocking at the door here. By the way, so that sample, that's from the 80s, bro. That's from our generation.
Well,
now
Murph, you're talking about that sample being from Jay-Z, Young Forever.
Hey,
and now we're talking about Young Tony with David Guetta.
Those boys hit on a hook when they laid that thing down because you're saying multiple generations have used it, Jay-Z and now these guys. So anyway, back to the big hit, and I guess that means Forever Young. Here's my transition. Can Brock Purdy be for? I don't have a transition for you guys. He is young. He's 25 years old. And the hot take, Marcus, I teased it before the break. It is your big hit. So 808 KNBR is the phone number if you guys want to check in on the NFC playoff hierarchy, the AFC playoff hierarchy, or quarterback hierarchy. And your thought was?
I've got one thought for you this morning. It's a thought that I've been thinking about for essentially the entire season. Because, Murph, as I was watching all these games this weekend, there's one thing and one common thread that I kept seeing on my social media.
Yeah.
It was the Brock Purdy comp conversation. And it didn't matter what quarterback was playing, whether it was C.J. Stroud and Justin Herbert, which I know we're going to dive into, whether it was the AFC quarterbacks or some of the NFC quarterbacks earlier, like a Jalen Hurts and a Jordan Love. To me, the best quarterback I saw this weekend in the NFC was Jaden Daniels, and I think I'm ready to say Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback in the NFC. I think maybe if we're talking about a one-game situation, you're going to see Matthew Stafford, Sam Darnold, and Jared Goff in the next round. You can make the argument for those guys, specifically Matthew Stafford, but if I'm starting a franchise, if I'm starting a team, if there's any quarterback in the NFC I want, it's Jaden Daniels. I think he's the best quarterback in the NFC already.
Well, I mean, it's a good take in terms of this guy right now is hot, hot, hot. Now, again, a lot of things can go into this. Number one, a year ago at this time, people were saying the same stuff about C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love.
Absolutely.
Right? They're coming off young guys, coming off of playoff wins. It's incredible. Now, rookie quarterbacks who've won on the road in the playoffs, you'd be like, oh, man, that's elite company. You know who some of the names are that have done it? Joe Flacco, Russell Wilson, and ready? Mark Sanchez.
Wow.
Mark Sanchez.
That is not the category of quarterbacks I thought you were about to give.
Doesn't super help your argument. But, of course, every case is different. And the Sanchez team was a defense-heavy team, and things like that. Same with Flacco and the Ravens, obviously, were famously defensive-heavy. Whereas Russ Wilson was a dude. Russ Wilson was definitely a dude who won a bowl and has a case to go to the Hall of Fame, perhaps, at some point in time. But to your point, I love Jaden Daniels. Who doesn't? He's 24 years old. He's leading the Washington Commanders to a whole new, so much so that you guys, there's a whole generation didn't even know Washington, D.C. had a football team. All right. So much so that they were 2 names ago that they won a playoff game. 2006, they were the Washington Redskins, coach. And so here's the deal. Is he better than Brock Purdy?
Yes.
Ooh.
My answer is yes.
Okay.
And this isn't just like a Monday morning reaction. We've gone through this exercise a few times this season. And whether or not you think Brock Purdy is the best quarterback in the NFC, whether or not you think he's number 2, number 3, I think however you put that list together, you're going to put Jaden Daniels ahead of him. And we had some texters early on this year say the same thing. Waterboy, you were saying these things about C.J. Stroud last year, and that is absolutely correct. I'd still take C.J. Stroud ahead of Brock Purdy, even though he suffered a little bit this year with the sophomore slump. You saw him go out on Saturday, and win postseason games back-to-back years in his rookie year and his sophomore year. First quarterback to do that since Brock Purdy. So I put those guys in the conversation, but back to Jaden, it's like, man, I see something special. His accuracy numbers, the way he throws the ball, you look at his touchdown to interception ratio, then you throw in the fact that he can do so much with his legs when he needs to. Jaden seems like the guy to me, but I'm open for the conversation. 808 KNBR is a number. I know this is going to circle back to where do you rank Brock Purdy in the NFC, but I guess my bigger picture argument is the NFC is not loaded with quarterbacks. The top tier of quarterbacks, majority of them play in the AFC. So when you have the opportunity to get a quarterback that's in the top 8 to 12 ranking where we have Brock Purdy, that almost moves up to a top 5 quarterback in the NFC automatically when you eliminate those AFC quarterbacks.
And right now, the bottom line is this. That was a good weekend for Brock Purdy and his agent. It was a good weekend because, man, he all of a sudden you looked out there and you saw guys who weren't processing, who weren't making the right decision, who weren't throwing accurate. All the stuff we saw Brock do during the 2022 and 2023 playoff runs. Now, 2024, it all went sideways, right? He didn't have a great statistical year, although some advanced analytics have been kind to him. If you look at advanced analytics, most people in the old days, the advanced analytics were 6-11. That's your advanced analytic, right? And, you blew 3 games when you had leads against the Rams, Seahawks, and Cardinals. Those are games. So was not his best year. Now, again, everybody said it a million times. You heard Jim Nantz say it. Everybody, Christian McCaffrey out, Brandon Ayuk out. I'd say Trent Williams played with him for most of the season, but mostly it's McCaffrey and Ayuk. And Ayuk was around for the first 4 games, but he was coming off the long holdout and was never really truly there. So people are saying, if you're a Purdy supporter, you're thinking back more to the 2022 run, the 2023 run, in which he took you to an NFC championship and to a Super Bowl, and he became a processing machine. You looked out there yesterday, and you were like, how many of these quarterbacks would I truly take ahead of Brock Purdy? Jaden Daniels could be one of them. Then you looked around, you were like, well, Jalen Hurts, probably not. Probably not, though, he's known for his legs. He right now he's coming off a concussion, so in fairness. I mean, Baker Mayfield, I like Baker Mayfield. I'm a Baker Mayfield fan. He's a tough dude. How about that run where he knocked Bobby Wagner on his egg?
Yeah.
How about that? So Baker Mayfield, you think about that, too, in that game. We'll see tonight. We'll see Matt Stafford and Sam Darnold. Big night for Sam Darnold, guys. Big night for Sam Darnold. I mean, that Detroit game set him back. And all of a sudden, I mean, God, he's going to the yard today. Is he playing for his contract? Is he playing for his future? Because if he goes out and lays another egg tonight, all of a sudden his price tag goes down, down, down.
Absolutely. And it feels like that price tag has already dropped off after that loss to the Detroit Lions. If they lose back-to-back games and if they lose tonight, which I wouldn't be shocked if they do because this just kind of seems what the Minnesota Vikings do. They start the year hot, they get to the postseason, and then they fail to live up to expectations. And if Sam Darnold does not live up to those expectations tonight, maybe that price point does drop. And maybe we're talking about that $35 million contract of a Baker Mayfield when we were just talking about whether or not Sam Darnold would get $40 to $50 million.
Why didn't Baker Mayfield hold out for more, I wonder?
I don't understand the market.
He signed it in March of this past year. Within under a year ago, he signed a 3-year, $100 million deal.
Yeah, which is kind of insane to me. I thought he was underpaid, especially when you look at his resume and the fact that he won a postseason game with the Cleveland Browns. Something that never happened in my lifetime prior to Baker beating the Pittsburgh Steelers, a divisional opponent in the postseason. They moved on. He went to Carolina. They were a dumpster fire, heart garbage. We saw them with Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold. And then Baker was just kind of out there on the market. I was always confused about a team like the Raiders never reaching out to Baker Mayfield, to be honest with you. But he's bounced back, and he's looked great with the Buccaneers.
You guys would do so well to have a Baker Mayfield.
I never understood why they never even made the phone call. It never made sense to me.
And that was a chance to get out. Go back in time. You guys would be loving that.
Yeah, but that's maybe that's also an argument to sign a Brock Purdy because you think about the process of getting a franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
99% of the time, you got to draft these guys. And once you draft them, other teams are not letting them go. Everybody wants a Patrick Mahomes. Everybody wants a Joe Burrow. Those guys aren't leaving those teams. You can't pluck them away. And even when you do have the capital to go out and have a first-round draft pick, shout out Trey Lance. Shout out Mac Jones. It never works out guaranteed 100% of the time. So when you have somebody like Baker, I'm sure if you went and asked Cleveland Browns fans this morning if they still want Baker Mayfield, 100% of them would still say yes. 49er fans, you got a quarterback. You should be grateful regardless of where he ranks in the hierarchy of quarterbacks.
Take it from this damaged Raider fan over here. He's like a beaten man. Let's take it from a guy who's taking his bruises and his lumps, man.
That's what I mentioned. The Raiders are about to hire the 17th different coach of my lifetime.
It's funny.
Just my lifetime.
Somebody wrote in and said, Waterboy, are you sure Purdy's better than AOC? That's what he said.
Shout out.
And I said, wait a minute. AOC? Is that the famous congresswoman from New York?
No, Murph, the other AOC.
Oh, Aiden O'Connell. Oh, okay, I got you. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We know certain Raiders fans who don't like that comparison. Out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 707 with a salty take. He said, as soon as Jaden Daniels takes a solid hit, he will break.
He took a couple hits last night.
How about that?
It looked like he was fine to me.
925 says, I 100% agree that this weekend strengthened Purdy's argument to get paid. The guys out there did not perform under pressure, and no matter what you say, Purdy has, even when his team is down. Yes, go ahead.
And then you look at the Brock Purdy resume, which speaks for himself, but maybe if you're not a 49er fan, maybe if you're not paying attention to this team locally and you're just kind of going with that national perspective, go through the list of the top paid quarterbacks in the NFL. Dak Prescott, not even in the postseason this year. Joins Brock Purdy. Now, of course, that was because of injuries, but look at this Dallas Cowboys team without Dak Prescott on the roster. You look at Jordan Love. Another quarterback that Brock Purdy has beat in the postseason. His resume speaks for himself. More accomplished than both Jordan Love and Dak Prescott. Trevor Lawrence, Tua Tagovailoa. Two more $50 million quarterbacks. Two more guys who have never won a postseason game. So you start building that case for Brock Purdy. Justin Herbert's another great example. He had a great regular season, threw more interceptions yesterday than he did the entire regular season. Brock Purdy sitting on his couch yesterday, counting the amount of money that he's going to get paid this offseason because the rest of the field really didn't perform when we're talking about the tier that Brock Purdy is in.
It was definitely a good weekend for him and his age. That said, again, we get back to the age-old question. So are wins a quarterback stat? I mean, I think about Purdy being surrounded by the likes of McCaffrey and Kittle, and those other teams didn't have those. So, but again, doesn't really matter. Sometimes NFL quarterbacks are in the right place at the right time.
Absolutely. And I think it was Dan Orlovsky, who we played the other day, talking about the mistake the Dolphins made by paying Tua because he's limited as a quarterback. As I just mentioned, take Tua off the Dolphins, and they're not even competitive. They were a playoff team with Tua at quarterback. As much as we make fun of Dak Prescott, the Dallas Cowboys are a playoff team when Dak Prescott's healthy and on the field. And that's what you want. You want the chance. You want the possibility of going on a Super Bowl run, and you can't do that when you miss the playoffs. Brock Purdy's good enough to make sure that the 49ers are a playoff team year in and year out. Except this year, obviously.
Yeah, for sure. By the way,
I put my foot in my mouth on that one.
I told you guys John Gruden did his thing on Barstool talking about, how he thought the Broncos were going to mess with the Bills. But he's also there was one on him on Purdy, and he had a funny line at the end. He's like, I like Brock Purdy. I'd pay him. He's doing great. He's done this and that. He goes, besides, I'm an owl when it comes to this. I say, who are you going to get to replace Brock Purdy? He goes, I like to go owl on them. We should probably find that sound out there. He goes, when it comes to quarterbacks, I'm an owl. Who are you going to get better than Brock Purdy? So there it is.
Yep. Supply and demand.
831 says, if Purdy was picked number 2 overall, the conversation surrounding him is completely different. Yeah, well, he picked 262. 669 says, any of those quarterbacks with Purdy's roster would have won the Super Bowl. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, that's the game we always play in the NFL. Well, if this quarterback was on this team, if that quarterback was on that team.
People say that about Montana. I mean, I couldn't believe, obviously I lived through the blissfully orgasmic 80s, which I'm still riding, by the way, still to this day. I'm still grooving off the 80s. And I walked around, and then sometime about 10 years later, somebody hit me with the, Montana was a system quarterback. I was like, wait, whoa, time out. It's like the first time I heard somebody goes, Hoosier sucks. I was like, wait, what?
Nothing but a system quarterback.
This whole generation. So somebody's like, Phil Simms is on that team. We're doing the same stuff. I was like, whoa, time out. Time the blank out right here, buddy.
Well, it's funny because we had this conversation with RG3 when I was out in Washington, D.C. for the Army-Navy game. And he said, Marcus, every quarterback is technically a system quarterback. Like, even when we are talking about the top-tier quarterbacks in the NFC right now, Matthew Stafford plays underneath Sean McVay. You're going to see Sam Darnold having a great season this year, playing under Kevin O'Connell, another quarterback from the McVay-Shanahan system. Even Jared Goff, the success he's having with the Detroit Lions. Ben Johnson's like the hottest candidate on the market right now as far as OCs and head coaches go. So all these guys are benefiting from the system that they're playing in, not just Brock Purdy.
You know, he got Greg Papa, the voice of the Niners, 10-2 on KNBR, and he's guy's in the building, sees it every day. He's grinding it out, grinding the film harder than we are.
Murph.
He would not pay Purdy.
He not only sees it every day, but he made sure to tell you he saw it first.
He told us that on Friday. It was funny. He actually literally saw it ahead of the Niners drafting him. Yeah.
I've known all along, Murphy.
But I mean, there's a respected voice of the team who's saying, I'd make him play. I'd make him play on the. I mean, that's the ideal. And I did a jock blog on it Friday, and I was like, oh, man, how many jock blogs am I going to do on this topic? But I was saying, like, there's different tiers of what you can expect. There's like the fantasy is just have him play on the $5 million deal and keep Dre Greenlaw and all those guys. But then what if he plays great? What's the price 1 year from now if he plays great this year? Woo, baby. So then you get to the second thing, which is, the realistic one, which is just paying him the monster number, just surrendering to the whole market and just paying him the Dak Prescott number and just saying, but what happens to you're not getting Dre, I don't think you're getting Dre Greenlaw back if that's the case, right?
No Greenlaw, no Hufunga, no Travis Ward.
Yeah,
we already know about Hargrave.
I'm not as high on Hufunga as you are. I think Brown and Mustafa you could probably play, although I say that Brown has had some flaws.
Yeah,
maybe I'd take Hufunga over
I
Brown.
enjoyed seeing the pairing of Hufunga and Mustafa together.
Yeah.
Over Brown and Hufunga.
And then there's the dream, and I keep putting this out there. Like, I would say to Brock Purdy, like, hey, kid, did you ever think you'd be paid to play football? Did you ever think you'd make $1 million playing football? Take me back to the young Brock and Pop Warner with Rick Pearsall in Arizona. And what if I told you you'd make $1 million? Well, what if I told you, son, you'd make $45 million? Sign right here, son. $45 million to play the great game of football,
Yeah, but that guy's making $50 million. And that guy's making $55, and I've done more than he has.
There it is, buddy.
Yeah, that's the problem, and I guess that's the risk.
That's the part about it. Why don't you, as I said in the blog, as Brock and his agent would say to us, why don't you go to your employer and say, give me less than the market. Give me less than the market.
I need young Tony to make more money, so let's take money out of Murph and mine's paycheck.
Exactly, because we don't want to lose the Dre Greenlaw.
No, I love young Tony.
We don't want to
I just want him to take a hometown discount with me.
Young Tony's our Dre Greenlaw, so if Marcus gets the market price, we get no young Tony.
Yeah.
So why don't you take a hometown discount?
See, that sounds great, but when it comes to money, everybody wants more, Murph, and most people are only as loyal as their options.
Which is very true, by the way. I was thinking about that more and more over the weekend. That is 100% true. 100. I told you. I offered Marcus the spot on ESPN Sunday Countdown. It tripled his salary, and I looked over, and there was an empty chair. He was
gone.
He was
Next
gone.
thing you know, I'm breaking down takes with Fred Warner on Sunday Morning Football.
559. Oh, this is out of nowhere. Just off the rope, taking shots at you. What do you give me for Raiders head coaches and Giants opening day left fielders?
Hey, that streak is pretty similar. It's pretty damn close. We're up to how many different now? 17, 18 different left fielders in a row for the Giants? Hell, the Raiders are going on their 17th different head coach. But I should put the asterisks. Both John Gruden and Art Shell coached twice, so it's technically only the 15th different coach for my lifetime.
925 says, the national media told us the big guy, big arm, Justin Herbert was the next big thing. I would sign Brock Purdy. 510 says, how about Brock Purdy taking a Bumgarner type deal? Well, that's a little different because of the free agents and all that.
Mad Bum wasn't too happy
and
about that deal.
650 says, I have the answer to it all. Brock Purdy should be like Shohei Ohtani and defer his payments.
Simple as that.
Hey, I found the John Gruden if you guys want it real quick.
Awesome, 100%. A perfect way to end the segment. Here we go.
No, I'd pay Purdy. I mean, you've already developed the guy. He covered your ass, man. I mean, if it wasn't for Brock Purdy, none of these things that are good in San Francisco happen.
We'd be talking about Trey Lance.
They gave up 3 first-round picks for Trey Lance.
Yeah.
And they get the guy in the last pick of the draft that allows you to get him out of here and put this kid in. He hasn't made any money, and he's taking you to Super Bowls. He's a winner. Missing Trent Williams. McCaffrey has not been right the whole season. I don't know what happened to Debo, really. And Ayuk has been out
as well. Yeah.
And you talk about a team that's lost players. Kyle Shanahan has lost a lot of players on both sides of the ball. But I would definitely keep Purdy. I'm an owl, man. Who am I going to get to replace Purdy?
Great job finding that, buddy. I can't believe I didn't send it to the
Thank
thread.
you.
I must have been zoned out or something.
me
But
tell
I'm
you
glad
about
I
this
brought
guy,
it up and that you
Brock
found
Purdy.
it, too. Once more, John Gruden, I'm an owl.
I'm an owl, man. Who am I going to get to replace Bird?
Who am I gonna get? Perfect. Cooler at content, and then we're gonna go to a local guy, Kirk Morrison out of Bishop O'Dowd, who'll be doing the Rams-Vikings game tonight. That'll be fun. And then we start talking Giants fantasy camp. Jeremy Athlete's gonna join us at 8:50. That'll be fun. Just talk to him about the baseball team too. Cool. And then Omar Ruiz, our reporter from the NFL Network at 9:30, so talking about the playoffs. So some fun voices are coming your way, but the big hit. In fact, you can include that. Cooler of content. Pardon me. You can include what we just heard in the cooler of content next on the Sports Leader.
I'm an owl, man. Who am I going to get to replace Bird?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have another new contest this week. We are giving away 2 tickets to see comedian Tom Segura at Chase Center on January 24th, 2025. So how do you win? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896 KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Let's talk about Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, and a fun one to talk about, the new Detroit-style pizzas at all 12 Bay Area locations. So obviously, Amici's famous thin crust East Coast-style pizzas are what they're famous for. We had them recently in our big party that we had down there at, I think we can talk about it because it's out there. Chronicle wrote about it. At Daly City, where we're moving later this year with our Bonneville buddies. Somebody rolled in about 50 Amici's boxes. Everybody went nuts. Everybody had a great time woofing those things down. But I said, just wait till we bring the Detroit-style stuff, guys. The rectangular pizza cut into square slices with a thicker crust that's still light and airy in the middle, with the outside of the dough coated with a layer of provolone and Parmesan cheese that caramelizes against the high-sided pans during cooking to create a crispy, cheesy edge all the way around the pizza. That's an amazing thought. The crispy, cheesy edge. So, along with all the other menu items we love, please check out the new Detroit-style pizzas. The crunchy, pillowy Detroit-style pizzas. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Yeah, baby!
Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league.
On the sports leader.
There it is, man. The cooler of content is here, baby. It is here. It is sponsored by Mancini's Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini's Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. It's also sponsored by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care closer than you think. A lot of good stuff from the weekend. So let's dive right into it. Starts with, well, listen, when you're on the air and you got to make picks, you got to wear them when you get them wrong. I took the Bucks over the Commanders. Waterboy took the Commanders over the Bucks. He got it right. I did not. Now, that said, I wasn't Rex Ryan calling out that the Chargers-Texans game was essentially a bye week for the Chargers. Shots fired. Shots fired. Here's Rex Ryan firing shots at the Houston Texans.
Chargers wind up the 5 seed. They're going to Houston. What's your reaction?
Yeah, I mean, I never realized the Chargers got a bye, that they qualified for a bye, but they did because they're playing Houston. This team right here, number 1 in the National Football League in scoring defense. And by the way, Quentin Johnson, he actually can catch the ball.
He was unreal.
He had 13 catches. Remember, this is the kid that couldn't catch a cold. Like, all of a sudden, now he's catching the ball. They're moving it. They can pound you with the run game. They also realize they have a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Okay, so he says, yeah, get a bye. All right, strong take. You got to have a strong take. That makes you, that's why you're good on their TV. Well, guess what? He wasn't done. He doubled down later on. More Rex Ryan firing shots at the Houston Texans.
Wild Card Weekend is here. A double dose of playoff action today. Rex, the Chargers are a road favorite in Houston. Are the Chargers the better team?
Greeny, I heard somebody say it was a bye week that the Chargers are going to win. You know who that was? That was me. I'm doubling down. Come on, Chargers.
Houston, we have a problem. Rex Ryan's record as a head coach and an assistant in the wild card round. Anybody want to guess?
Probably pretty darn good, Greeny.
5-1.
Oh, 5-1. I went 5-3.
In the wild card round. So this man,
yeah, Houston, you're in trouble.
he knows of what he speaks.
Okay, so, hey, you're going to make a pick, you got to stand with it, right?
Look, I'm not surprised that Rex Ryan, once again, put his foot in his mouth. I mean, but especially to do this.
Generally, it's someone else's foot.
Yeah, it's usually somebody else's foot, to be fair. Why is Rex Ryan saying this? I get that he's on TV. I know he's looking for a hot take, maybe looking for some clicks. But he also just did an interview with the New York Jets. So if you're looking to get back into the circle of being a head coach, shouldn't you not be calling out teams that, are in the playoffs?
You want big brash Rex Ryan. You're going to hire a big swaggering dude who walks in the room and talks S.
And calling out bye weeks for the Houston Texans. Meanwhile, he wants to go coach the New York Jets, who have been on a bye week for the last 6 years.
I don't think he's getting that gig. My favorite Rex Ryan, that was in 2014, October of 2014. I remember him, they were having quarterback issues and they didn't know who was going to start that week. And it was right after a certain thing happened in Kansas City in October. And they asked him who's going to start quarterback. And he goes, I don't know. I'm thinking about starting that Bumgarner guy. That's what he said.
That Bumgarner guy.
That's what he said. That Bumgarner guy.
Madison, Mad Bum, whatever. Just give me the ball.
It's funny, a buddy of mine texted me from the East Coast this morning. I woke up to his text. He goes, hey, last 50 years, you get only one pitcher in a World Series Game 7 to go at least 7 innings. Give it to me.
Wow.
I was like, that's what I woke up to this morning.
Wow.
That's what I woke up to. I was staggered into the bathroom. I turned on the shower, and I looked, and I was like, I got the noodle. I got to get the noodle going. Yeah. We can return to that later. But anyway, point is that Rex Ryan, that Bumgarner guy, well, when you make a call and you're wrong, you got to eat it. So Joe Mixon out of Brentwood, California, right there, Bay Area's own, gained a lot of yards over there for, was it Liberty High, I think, or is it Freedom? I forget. Either one. I'll get it right for the Joe Mixon crowd. What was it, Mac? You saw this better than I did. I haven't seen the video yet. He's in the post-game locker room after the Texans beat the Chargers 32-12.
Yes.
And
and he sparks up a cigar,
yes.
And that cigar is full of that Rex Ryan loud pack.
I thought that boy said a bye week. That boy said bye week.
He's smoking on that Rex Ryan bye week cut. Come on.
Okay. All right, you got to help the old crowd.
We smoking on that Rex Ryan.
Smoking on that pack is a phrase
where you are talking about the material that you roll up in a cigar, Murph, if I can say that in a PC way. Because these days, every single strain has a unique name, a unique smell, something that makes it different. And a lot of times these strains are named after athletes. I know Gary Payton has a whole strain with a bunch of different funny names. And so now it's come to the point where NFL players are talking about rolling up their opponents, or as the kids would say, their ops, Murph.
Smoking on that Rex Ryan bye week cut.
And so it gets used all the time now. Like anytime we beat an opponent, you can just say, we smoking on that. Insert name here.
So St. Anthony was smoking on that Mount Carmel pack this weekend.
Without a question.
After out-rebounding us 35-12. All right. So, oh, man. All right. Lamar Jackson. Come on, bro. What are you going to say? Now, listen, I mean, seems like you heard you heard Jim Nance with us on Friday say, yes, Lamar's worthy, but you got to give it to Josh Allen. Feels like after yesterday, I just feel like Josh Allen's going to get MVP. Either way, it's going to be the MVP bowl. And here's the catch. Lamar's bringing another guy named Derrick Henry, who, unbelievable, was it 186 over the weekend, something like that? And now tied with Terrell Davis for the most 150-plus yards in playoff history. It's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. So Lamar Jackson thought it was so amazing, he went into his bag of analogies to describe Derrick Henry.
Did you watch the movie Cars? You're a little bit too old to watch Cars, but anyway, for kids, I was a kid when I watched Cars. I was a kid when I watched Cars. That's all I'm saying. But you know when Lightning McQueen just flashing past, and then it's like, that's how Derrick looked when he was running past, and all those guys just it looked like a movie, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I'd rather be watching it than being on the opposite side of the ball. I know that.
That's great stuff, man. So Cars 2006. So that's 19 years ago. And Lamar's how old? He's 29, so he was 10.
Yeah.
Primo Cars demographic.
Right in the wheelhouse.
Primo. So for you, Marcus, you were 14 where you were like, nah, I'm not going to go see that kid's movie?
So 2006 was the year I graduated 8th grade. And I feel like that's kind of like the age where you start to figure out whether or not you're too cool for Disney Channel and Nickelodeon. But I will say, I remember watching Cars when it first came out. Never watched the second or third one. I know there's a couple.
Seen them all.
Even made like an Airplanes movie, right?
Yeah, Planes, very good. Yeah, Planes almost went straight to cable. It was in the theater for like a day, but we saw it. Young Tone, you'd have been 7. You're right there.
Oh,
you're
yeah,
right
dude.
there.
One of the best Pixar movies, if not the best Pixar movie of all time.
Hey, 2 guys from the old heads, George Carlin and Paul Newman, are voices in that movie. Dude, those are icons, man. So Pixar just crushed that one.
And your kids ride with Cars?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, but by that point it was DVD. Because Declan's 07 and Rory's 11. So it's already out. But Cars 2 and 3 came out during their wheelhouse.
I see, because we were having that conversation this morning when I was talking to young Tony about Lamar Jackson dropping this reference, because I didn't know if young Tony was too young for the movie Cars, but young Tony thought that Murph was too old for the movies Cars.
Nah, not when you're a parent.
That's what I'm saying.
Seen them all, buddy. Seen them all. I can give you a full-on Pixar hierarchy, man. I've seen them all. You got to sit through them all. So I could break down and give you like the top 5 and, more important, the bottom 5.
Ooh.
All right? So you'll have to do that at some point. All right. And then, but this got us going on Lamar. He's so entertaining. He's just one of these guys, when he talks, you like it. And so somebody actually broke out. They said, man, Lamar might get a bowl, and said, do you remember this draft night interview with Deion Sanders? So we thought we'd break this out. Are you going video too? Look at how young Lamar is here. He's like a baby. This was draft night when he got taken 32nd by the Baltimore Ravens. With Deion Sanders, who's now the Colorado coach, who may be knocking on the Raiders' door, although I hear the Raiders don't want him.
Yeah.
That's what it was written in The Athletic. So here it is, man. So you thought Lamar was good with cars? Here he was on draft night.
I can see it in your eyes. I can see you a little bit upset, a little deterred. But guess what?
I'm here.
It's here. You're here.
I'm a Raven. It's on. All year. Every year. Yes, sir.
What could you have done differently that you could have gotten out of that room quicker and got drafted earlier in your career?
Nothing. I'm happy to be a Raven. It don't even matter.
Yesterday does not matter. You're looking forward to today.
I'm looking forward to being a Raven.
What are they getting?
Everything out of me. They're going to get a Super Bowl out of me. Believe that. Believe that.
Ozzie, man, I love you, man.
How about that?
Wow.
I know, right?
And I love Deion saying, Ozzie, I love you. Shout out to Ozzie Newsome. One hell of a parting gift to leave the Baltimore Ravens with Lamar Jackson before retiring, drafting him, and trading back into the first round, I believe, to get him with number 32.
They could very well win the bowl this year, man. They could very well. I mean, if the Baltimore Ravens are Super Bowl champs, what's your shock level? 0?
No, I would not be shocked.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people have talked about whether Lamar can get the job done in the postseason. First of all, I think Lamar is getting better as a passer each and every year. He's still evolving at a quarterback at 28 years old. But then you throw Derrick Henry into that backfield, and I don't know how any defense can slow them down. Man. Those read options, man, pick your poison. Who are you going to try? Keyword try to stop.
Xavier Legette. So he's, of course, with Carolina, is he?
With the Panthers.
And we found out that he's the most country guy
the
NFL has ever seen. And so we had him on talking about the squirrel. Now, you were gone. Rod Brooks was in. And Brooksy told us his grandparents used to barbecue squirrel.
Wow.
He said he's seen it out on the grill.
Now, he's from the South, right?
Houston, Texas.
Okay, that's what I thought.
He said out there in Houston, he said Grandma and Grandpa would put the squirrel on the grill. He goes, I can still see the stretched out arms and legs, dude. So when Legette talked about eating squirrel, remember then who else did we have talking about it? Remember there were other great squirrel.
Jerry Jones.
That was it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So Legette decided, hey, he's out of the playoffs. He might as well go hunting. And bro, do you have a video on this?
Dude, I did not want to put the video. This is what he talks about undressing the squirrel.
He's got a dead squirrel
and then
in
it's
his
on
hand.
a barbecue.
He's stripped down half the fur, so you're seeing the red meat of the bone, the muscle of the squirrel that you're going to eat.
You got to clean the guts.
And then the fur is hanging halfway off, and it's kind of a cold day in Carolina, so he's got a parka on. Here it is.
I think they think we really be faking when we say we do this. We done bust the squirrel out the tree and open them up. Know what I'm talking about? Take the clothes off. That's step one. I'm going to show y'all the rest of what it is.
And then he showed the grill. Dude, take the clothes off him. Take the clothes off him.
Got to undress him, Murph.
Xavier Legette, man.
You got to strip that squirrel. Now, this is pretty common down in the South, whether it's Xavier Legette, whether it's Rod Brooks, or whether it's the Boucher family talking about it. I like to make a reference to the film Waterboy. When Coach Klein comes over for dinner, there's a snake on the table, but then he asks Mrs. Boucher, what's for dessert?
That snake looks delicious. What part do you think I'm about to eat?
Basically, a snake don't have parts. But if I had to call it anything, I would say it's his knee.
Great. His knee. And what are we having for dessert?
Squirrel.
Excellent.
So for anybody who hasn't seen the film, they're eating dinner. He asked for dessert, which is Henry Winkler, by the way, the Kathy Bates.
The Fonz.
And then you hear the squirrel getting electrocuted in the background, and it's squirrel for dessert, Murph.
That's Kathy Bates?
That's Kathy Bates.
Wow, that's some high level. That's some high level casting. Good job. All right.
Phenomenal film. Now, Murph, would you ever dive into the world? Would you try squirrel?
I mean, if Xavier Legette's cooking it, yes.
I'm saying throw that bad boy in a smoker. I've eaten kangaroo before, so why the hell not? Give me a squirrel.
What's wrong with eating cows?
You should have seen Tony's face when I said I ate a kangaroo.
We're out here eating cows and chickens. Come on, man.
It's chicken. I like chicken.
All right, guys. Great cooler of content. So good we left stuff on the side. We can get back to it later. Kirk Morrison talking Rams, Vikings, and other NFL playoffs next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marquise Boucher here on a Monday morning with Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Prize Picks is the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike on other apps, on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. And right now, it's you against the numbers in the playoffs because it's playoff time, which means it's now or never. Don't miss out on the last few weeks of football action with Prize Picks, the best place to cash in while watching the playoffs this year. And if you're looking for one last pick from Super Wildcard Weekend, you've got the Rams taking on the Vikings tonight. Why not sprinkle a few shekels on Cooper Kupp to have more than 48 yards? Seems like a low total. Seems like a good day for Matthew Stafford and Cooper Kupp to rekindle that connection. So join me on Prize Picks and use the code word LEADER to get $50 instantly when you download the app. That's right. Use the code word LEADER on Prize Picks and you will get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. It doesn't even need to be a winning lineup to receive the $50 bonus because it's guaranteed. And it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, back to the NFL playoffs we go with a familiar voice out of Bishop O'Dowd High School, San Diego State, and then, of course, all those years in the Oakland Coliseum. We're in the silver and black with the Raiders, but now calling Rams games on ESPN LA 7:10 a.m., also does college football for ESPN. Always good to have Kirk Morrison on, talking Rams, Vikings, talking the rest of the NFL too. So, Kirk, welcome back to KNBR. You got Brian Murphy, you got Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. Morning, Kirk.
Hey, what's up, Kirk?
Hi, what's going on, fellas? How we doing this morning?
How you doing? You missed the Bay?
I always miss the Bay, man. It's home, man. So, no, I always miss the Bay. But great to be on with you guys this morning.
Yeah, and obviously we should, before we go any further, just sending insane amounts of love and strength down there, man. It is so bad. We all have friends down there. We all have people. We're all fellow Californians, and it's just so brutal, man. And so hope you and your family have made it out okay. How's it going? I know you guys are in Arizona for the game, but how was it before you left?
I mean, it's still pretty, just different parts of Los Angeles still has some different pockets that are still, in evacuation, hot zones. But for the most part, it's been very resilient. A lot of people have been helping out, donating, doing a lot for those who are impacted the most from these fires. So we just kind of come together and continue to keep helping each other out, donating where you can, whatever you can, anything is possible. So, it's just been difficult, but obviously this has been the start of a week that we'll try to get back to some sense of normalcy, and it kind of starts with a football game today that the whole city of Los Angeles will be pulling for the Rams.
Yeah, and we saw the LA Chargers take on the Texans this past weekend out in Houston, but it was originally scheduled for this game to be played at SoFi. As Murph alluded to, this game will be played in Arizona. So, Kirk, I'm curious about how this affected the Rams, whether it was the week of practice, the travel schedule, or how do you think things are going to be different heading into tonight's matchup?
Well, the early part of last week was fine. The fires started, and the Rams practiced in Woodland Hills, so it wasn't really affected by the Pacific Palisades fire. So the Rams were able to practice, early in the week. But as the air quality got worse, the Rams team decided to leave out on Friday. So they've been in Arizona since Friday. In terms of the football aspect of it, of practicing, getting things going. Now, the rest of the staff, we all left Sunday, so, getting ready for the game tonight. It's been sort of, you think about what they've earned. The Rams were a team that was 1-4 to start the season, and this was like kind of a celebration of winning the division, coming back and playing as well as they did, and then all of a sudden, what you've earned was a home playoff game, and now it turns into a neutral site game as you have to move. So a lot of different mindsets have had to shift, but at the end of the day, when it's time to kick off, your best will be needed tonight.
So it's obviously two ways to go. Like, there's one is you're distracted, and very rightfully so. The other is the rally. I mean, I saw the Rams took out a full-page ad in the Times, LA Times. It says maybe you were born here, maybe you moved here, but you are Los Angeles. We are Los Angeles, LA together. I mean, is there definitely a palpable sense that there might be something spiritual, supernatural going on, a little extra spiritual motivation?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that happened back in 2019 as well. They had a Woolsey fire that was in the Ventura County, edge of Los Angeles County. And the Rams, had to deal with that as well and play a football game. And yet, the resiliency of the players, the resiliency of the fans and the people around really got behind them, and they were able to go out and have a successful season. So I kind of picture the same thing with this team. Everybody having their back, but more or less the players playing for something even more meaningful, right? Playing for something not just a regular game. This is a game that is hopefully going to inspire a lot of people in Los Angeles.
Kirk Morrison's the voice you hear, of course, we know from Bishop O'Dowd, the Oakland Raiders, but now doing LA Rams pregame and postgame and all that good stuff on ESPN LA 7:10 a.m. They're in Arizona for tonight's game against the Vikings, Marcus.
Yeah, and Kirk, one of the biggest storylines heading into this matchup is a matchup between Sean McVay and Kevin O'Connell. And, of course, Kevin O'Connell coming from that Sean McVay coaching staff, we're getting into the situation where it's a master versus a sensei. So in these type of matchups, who do you think has the advantage?
I can't lean any other way. Either way, I'm sorry. Because both of them have their different unique styles. Even though Kevin O'Connell was there, but he's also coached under Chip Kelly as well when he was in San Francisco for a bit. He's coached under Kyle Shanahan as well. So if you think about it, they kind of have similar in terms of points of emphasis and how they start their culture. But when it comes to play calling, it's totally different. And I think it really comes down to the players that they have, really, right? When you have Justin Jefferson, the best receiver in all of the NFL, your play calls will be a little bit different. And the same with, Sean McVay, having a quarterback like Matthew Stafford and Puka Nacua, his play calls will be different. So you'll see some similarity, but I don't know if there's an advantage either way because the players are different, and I think the calls will be different. But it will definitely be one thing that I'll be looking at is the defensive coordinators tonight. You got Chris Shula, first time, play caller, defensive play caller, the grandson of the great Don Shula. And then on the opposite side, Brian Flores, former head coach in the NFL with the Miami Dolphins. He'll be the defensive coordinator for the Minnesota Vikings. So I can't wait to see how these two defensive coordinators try to handle both these offenses.
Yeah, 3 former McVay assistants on O'Connell's staff. These are completely intertwined groups of coaches. Is going to be who outfoxes the other. Have to ask you about Sam Darnold, Kirk. We're talking to Kirk Morrison on the UMA guest line. Of course, USC Trojan and all that. So in a way, playing the Rams would be a bigger deal if the game was in L.A., but, had this insane season. Everybody's like, oh, my God, look at that. He's going to get paid. And then lays an egg against the Detroit Lions. What do you see when you see Sam Darnold? What do you think the Rams are aware of tonight with Darnold?
So I guess losing to the number 1 seed in the NFC makes it a problem, right? It's like they lost to the best team. Like, let's just be real. But he's led them to 14 wins this year. And I think what you see from him is great decision-making, utilizing his instincts, gets the ball out quickly. He runs the system to, the best of his ability, which has been making this team one of the best in the NFL. So I still see him as a quarterback that will be a starter come next year as well. I don't know about the price tag. I mean, people always fluctuate with the price tag, but I feel like he's earned the right to be a starter in this league. Now, what price point, I don't know. But tonight is one of those nights where he can definitely firmly put himself back in that conversation as one of the more intriguing quarterbacks this offseason, unless the Minnesota Vikings decide to franchise tag him. I don't see it that way, but yet I feel like tonight could be one of those nights where he can put himself right back on the map. And if you're a quarterback-needy team, could Sam Darnold be your starter for next year?
Sticking to the topic of price tags, it's a topic that we've been talking a lot since the end of the season here in San Francisco with Brock Purdy. Kirk, you got a chance to see Brock Purdy lose to the LA Rams twice this season. Do you still think that the 49ers should pay him as one of the elite quarterbacks in the league?
Yeah, he deserves to be paid. Like, that's not the question. The question, I think is the amount. I think that he's earned a long-term contract with the 49ers, but at what price point? Are we talking at the top of the market, the Jordan Love, Joe Burrow contract? Are we talking about, a Baker Mayfield, Derek Carr type contract, which I don't see him doing, and I don't think his agent will do that. So Brock Purdy is going to get $50 to $60 million, but how does that affect the rest of the roster? Because once you pay that money to that quarterback, can he still uplift a roster that won't have some of those big names and guys who have been there for many years? That's the hard part. The 49ers are in a tough situation. And I wonder, does it even play out for one more year? It's not like he's a free agent right now. He still has one more year under contract. And I wonder, does the 49ers do that as leverage, or does the agent and Brock Purdy play hardball and say, we're not stepping on the field unless we have a contract in place going into his final year? Very interesting if they do control his rights, not just for this year, but they can also franchise tag him one time. They can franchise tag him again, and that may be more cost efficient for the 49ers to still keep this roster together. But it's just that's why John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan get paid the big bucks for these decisions.
Yeah, you are Kirk. You just basically described our show for the next 3 months. You know what I mean? That's
right.
I mean, that's literally, we're just talking ourselves into circles. Let's end it with the guy I think is the most underrated guy. I'm probably not underrated in your world because you see him every week. It's Kyren Williams. I mean, 5'9". I remember when the Niners played, and he was just driving the pile. I was like, dude, this guy does not miss leg day. I mean, he was like, he was pushing through guys, and what a year. 1,299 yards, call it 1,300, 14 touchdowns. I mean, for all the talk about Matt Stafford and Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp, is this the guy, Kyren Williams?
Yeah, he's the guy. And, he's a second-team All-Pro last year. This year had a little bit of injury. Not to say injury, but it wasn't as consistent. Put the ball on the ground a little bit. But you had some outstanding years from like Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, those types of guys. And, Kyren Williams is just not a name that comes off the top of the head when you think of best running backs in the NFL, but he's best for this offense. And he may carry a bigger load tonight. And I say that because last week they wanted to get their backup going a little bit in Blake Corum. He's out with an injury to his forearm. So the Rams really only have one running back tonight. They've got a backup in Ronnie Rivers, but it's going to be Kyren Williams. And tonight, he probably won't come off the field. So that being said, look for him on every single down, but check downs and screen plays. We'll see how effective he can be in those tonight, because he will be all over the field. Won't be seeing him coming off much tonight.
Kirk, real quick before we let you go, I'd love to get your breakdown on what's going on with the Raiders. I know you're preoccupied with the Rams and talking some NFC West right now, but it's kind of the dirty little secret here at KNBR. I'm 32 years old. I was raised a Raider fan, a big fan of yours. But, Kirk, I'm now going into my 17th diffing head coaching change of just my lifetime alone. Raiders decided to move on from Antonio Pierce. So what's your breakdown with the Raiders and what they're doing moving forward?
Well, I mean, it's difficult. I mean, I was there. I played for 4 different head coaches in 5 years. So I understand that it's still the same process, same thing going over and over. Everybody wants instant results, but the structure just has not been in play. I mean, you're talking about not just coaches, talk about general managers as well. So the visions of the team, and all you're doing is starting all the way over again. Obviously, the conversation of how involved is Tom Brady in this situation to get this thing going in the right direction. There's a lot. I didn't think Antonio Pierce deserved to be fired, but I understand why. I just know with continuity, when you have chemistry, those things are built, and they're built over time. But at the same time, you look at what's going on in Washington last night, and Adam Peters comes from San Francisco. Dan Quinn comes over from Dallas, and look, they're going into the divisional round. So it can happen. It can happen quickly, but the Raiders just have to do their due diligence and bring in the right people. This has to be the hire that gets you 5, 6, hopefully 10 years out of the next head coach. You can't keep going down this cycle because that's all I've known. That's all you've known, Mark. It's just what it is. So, not a lot of faith right now in what they're doing, but we'll see as this process continues.
Really, really good stuff, Kirk. We always appreciate it. Shout out the Bishop O'Dowd Dragons. Shout out the Raiders. And, of course, you in Arizona. And, listen, sending all our strength and love and togetherness for all the people in L.A. And hopefully you and your family are safe. And have a great time calling that game tonight. Thanks for hopping on KNBR.
Yeah, thanks, Kirk.
All right. You got it, man. Appreciate it, fellas. Have a good one.
There is Kirk Morrison from the Bay. Raider in Oakland, not Vegas.
No,
Oakland Raider.
Murph. Number 52, baby.
Oakland Raider wide receiver Tim Brown. You familiar with that, Young Tone?
No, not
so. Back in the 90s, Tim Brown used to be on the Ticket 1050 Weekly, and Rick Ganji, who was one of Paulie's guys, wrote the catchiest intro song ever, Oakland Raider wide receiver Tim Brown, for his weekly show. That made me think about that when we said Oakland Raider linebacker Kirk Morrison. So that was good. Listen, that Kyron Williams dude.
Yeah.
He's a dude.
He's a beast.
Yeah, so he's a problem. I'm in Darnold's a question mark tonight. The game being in Arizona strange. The L.A. factor, the spirit, like the whole, the motivational factor of doing it for L.A. See Bobby Wagner of the Commanders last night after the game. He got interviewed by Melissa Stark with Jaden Daniels. And he dropped the L.A. and he said, send all love. He's an L.A. guy.
Yeah.
He grew up in L.A., went to high school there.
Played
Those
for
are
the
his
Rams
people.
for a year.
Yeah, that's right. He played for, but also grew up there.
Yeah.
So, all right, guys. Matt Mayoko joins Dirty Work with Copes and Depop at 4:50 this afternoon. And we're still giving away those 2 tickets to see Tom Segura at Chase Center this month on January 24th. Stay tuned until the cue to call. But Jeremy Affeld is next. We got Giants Fantasy Camp and Giants Baseball to talk about next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
What a pleasure to talk about El Cerrito Honda, where I am now a customer of El Cerrito Honda. I am driving the 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid. Love it. Shout out to Black Rims, which I think shocked Marcus. But everybody loves the car, and I do too. And the best part was going to El Cerrito Honda to get it. Because at El Cerrito Honda, it's just a great vibe over there. It's right off 80 on San Pablo Avenue, right there, so it's easy to get to. The team is very, very friendly. Sharif was running the show over there. My man Sharif. He's one of those guys. He's like, yeah, man, this is our family. I was like, okay, I get it. It was very, very relaxed over there. He's like, check out our cars. He's like, they have them all. They got everything. All right, they got fuel-efficient CR-V. They got Civic hybrids. They got the all-new Prologue EV. Remember our slogan? We make EV easy. Like that? Listen, it's El Cerrito Honda. It's 24/7 at elcerritohonda.com. Tell them I sent you. Say, hey, I heard Murph talking about you guys. Where's Sharif? elcerritohonda.com. More than just a car dealership. We're family. El Cerrito Honda. Tell them Murph sent you.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let's be honest. Enough football. We talk football forever. Let's talk baseball, man. We got the Giants starting in a month. Marcus and I will be in Scottsdale, February 2021, I believe. 2 shows down there. You're sticking around all weekend to watch games. Can't wait. Justin Verlander press conferences today at 10 a.m. It'll be carried live on KNBR. And the Giants fantasy camp is underway down there in Scottsdale, Arizona. Guy right now is just here playing catch. Guy was just playing catch. He just put down his glove to pick up the phone. It's our buddy, Jeremy Affeldt, the World Series champ. Jeremy, welcome back, man. It's your buddy Murph at KNBR. I got Marcus Boucher right next to me. Good morning, man. How are you?
Hey, morning, bro.
Good morning. It's been great, man. Good, beautiful morning in Scottsdale. I don't think there's any really bad mornings here, but it's been great.
How's the left wing feeling, man? How you humming it?
You know what? I felt pretty good. I had Contos as my catch partner, and I threw everyone to his chest. He threw about 2 between my legs at about 42 feet. About blew me out, but I felt pretty good. I'm actually probably going to pitch down here a little bit and maybe send some video to Buster. Maybe come out of retirement, throw a few innings. It'd be good.
Hey, man, I got to tell you, well, it was never velo for you, right? It was always location and deception, right?
Yeah, location I wouldn't say is really what I needed. I didn't really throw locate real well. I think it was more deception and goofiness, and the hitter just got tricked.
Actually, Jeremy, I think I sold you short. When you came up, weren't you throwing you were throwing some cheese, weren't you?
Touched 100. Yeah, I touched 100 once. I hit Jason LaRue in the foot with it. He was pretty upset. But then with the Giants, I lived about 93 to 95. Put a little movement on it. It wasn't bad. Velo then was really good. Now your guys' idea of velo is 103, around the neck, and that's what we celebrate. But me, it was 93, 95 controlled, a little sink.
Oh, man, it was good, man. 93, a little sick from the left side. There's a reason why you're wearing those rings, buddy. And before we get going here, I got to tell everybody, it's Giants Fantasy Camp. It's a week-long experience down in Scottsdale. Campers get to live out their dreams playing big league facilities, coached by their favorite Giants like Jeremy Affeldt, like George Contos, like JT Snow, Dave Dravecki, Travis Ishikawa. So the 2025 camp is underway and sold out, but we can promote the 2026 camp. If you want to be a part of this next year, go to sfgiants.com/fantasy camps, Marcus.
Yeah, looking forward to your fantasy camps, Jeremy. But it's actually funny. You joke about maybe throwing a few innings down in Scottsdale and being signed by Buster Posey. Technically, you wouldn't be the first pitcher over 40 years old that he signed this offseason. So let's start there. 42-year-old Justin Verlander entering his 20th season. What was your reaction to the signing?
Actually, I was surprised a little bit. That one I didn't see coming, but we were just talking about at dinner last night. JT and FP and Contos and I were sitting around talking. Yeah, I like the sign, to be honest with you. I see what he's trying to do, and I appreciate what Buster's trying to do, and he's trying to bring some of these veteran guys in to help, but not just any veteran guy. A veteran guy with a little bit of some hardware, some dust under his freaking hat and cleats. And for me, I think it was a great signing. I think he still has, obviously he's still throwing in the upper to mid-90s, and he's got something to prove after last year and coming off being, hopefully he's a little, I know last year he's coming back from injury, but I appreciate the signing, and I think it's going to be a big deal for the Giants and some of these young guys especially to pick his brain.
For sure. Jeremy Affeldt is the voice you hear. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader of Cumulus Media Station. He's down in Arizona Giants Fantasy Camp. They're accepting deposits for next year's Fantasy Camp, sfgiants.com/fantasy camps. Let's talk about that starting rotation. They lost out on Corbin Burns. He's probably like a half a mile from you throwing somewhere for the D-backs or at a facility, which is a bummer. But you look at their rotation. Logan Webb, then we go lefty, Robbie Ray. Then we're going to talk about Justin Verlander. Then we're going to get to 2 other guys, Jordan Hicks, who we think maybe has a ceiling, and then another lefty, Kyle Harrison. So, I don't know. Does that rotation make you a competitive team?
Man, I don't know. You do have that. You have Logan Webb, obviously. I think Verlander, man, I just think he still has what, and he's not going to be a guy that's intimidated by anything, really. He doesn't look at a Dodgers lineup and see anything different than just a competitive team that he wants to compete against. It is all going to come down to pitching, especially when you have, guys like the Dodgers. San Diego's got a pretty good lineup. They've got, So for me, it will come down to the pitching. It will come down to the fact that it doesn't matter who I face. It doesn't matter what their number is on the back, the name on the back of their jersey, anything, stats. It's about me believing I can beat these guys and having a little chip on your shoulder. And you hope that this is what he can put together. I think Buster's trying to do that. Yeah, you lost out on a pretty big name pitcher that could bring a lot to the table, but I don't think that if that was their only plan and if they didn't have a backup plan, I don't think that would be a smart decision. I think they went in knowing if they lost him, what are we going to do? They have plans, and I think they know what they have. And for me, it is a mentality thing. It's not analytics. It really isn't. I think analytics are an important part of the game, but it is a mentality, and it's the staff going out there saying, I am enough. I wouldn't say that you look back, even though there was some situations, I wouldn't say that you saw Bob Howery or Jeremy Affeldt in 2009 or whatever and said, you know what, this is, this is the formula for a competitive, bullpen. But you know what, you put it together, you see certain things, and you bring guys that have a little bit of heart. And I call it, because we're on radio, testicular fortitude.
Yes.
And go out there and believe. And I think that's what this bullpen needs to have this year, and those starting rotations need to have. And I think that's what Justin Verlander is going to probably bring mentality-wise is, hey, man, go out there and just challenge guys, compete, and believe you're better than them. And it doesn't matter who they are. And if you have that, I think you're going to have a lot more than you think.
When you mention Justin Verlander and some of the things that he brings to his team, you point out his experience and his leadership. Now, just to be fair, we've had some pushback on our text line from Giants fans saying that maybe he's taken away some innings that could be available to some of these younger pitchers on this staff. Do you think the risk outweighs the reward when you're bringing in a veteran like Justin Verlander and what he can bring as a leader, but also balancing trying to get some of your younger pitchers some innings?
It is. But I'll be honest with you, you have to have veteran guys on the team. That is what I feel like some of this team has probably been lacking, is some of these guys that have that veteran mentality and have been there, done that. And there is an important thing to that. And we can't lose sight of the fact that there's an important aspect to having these guys that maybe they're not going to be what they were 5-10 years ago. Maybe they're not going to be what they were even on the field at the plate 5 or 10 years ago, but they have the mentality. The mentality is the same. And if you can instill that into some of these guys and how to think, how to act, how to react, how to compete with the talent level that the younger guys have and start helping them mentally, it's going to go a long way. And I think we lose sight of the fact that the mentality of the game, how you approach the game mentally, is very, very important, not just your skill set. And let's go back even further. Jamie Moyer throwing 72 miles an hour up there and pitching until he's almost 50. It's because of the mentality. It wasn't necessarily his stuff. He just had the mentality, and he learned how to use it and use it correctly. And I think you need to bring some of that stuff back to the game. Not all that stuff's going to work as much anymore, but I think you need to have a lot of that. And bringing in some of these guys, they might eat up a little bit of innings this year over it, but what will it do if we can build a mentality in some of these guys? What's it going to do long-term for the team to compete long-term? And I think that's what Buster's trying to figure out.
There's been a lot of comps of this signing to when Randy Johnson joined the Giants in 2009. Now, Jeremy, you were on the roster in 2009, so tell us about that experience and if you see any similarities between the signings of a Randy Johnson and a Justin Verlander.
Oh, I do. I see a lot. One, you have Hall of Fame scenario in play there. You have 20 years of experience. You have tenacity. Even with Randy, he had 88, and 89 miles an hour, but he just had an understanding when he took the mound. He knew who he was. He's intimidated by the big league ball field. He wasn't intimidated by a big league lineup, and he had umpire recognition, right? So he had respect among the umpires. That I think helps out. I still believe it helps out a lot. And I think, I was his throwing partner. I had 8 years of big league experience when I came over to the Giants, and Randy was my throwing partner. I remember seeing him the first day, and he's like, "Hey, let's go throw." And I was shaking. I was like, man, if I freaking throw a ball at this guy's shin, it was nerve wracking, but then just being around him and being comfortable with him and hearing about him and just kind of hanging out with him, it brought a lot of scenarios in play, picking his brain. It was awesome. And I think that's what these kids need, is they need to see someone like this come in and say, what have you done? What did you do right? And honestly, what have you done right for 20 years? It is not easy to be in the game. And to be in there for 20 years, that's crazy. And so being able to pick brains talk to him about his mentality. That's what I would get the most from him is how is your mentality makeup? What does that look like?
I love it. Jeremy Affelt, a couple more minutes here. He's down at Giants Fantasy Camp in Scottsdale. He's warming up with George Contos. This year's already sold out down there with Jeremy, JT Snow, Dave Javecki, George Contos, Travis Ishikawa, FP Santangelo. Next year's deposits, though, are being accepted at sfgiants.com/fantasy camps. It's always great to be Arizona at that time. We can't let you go without a thought on the bullpen. I mean, listen, people are like, oh, I need Shohei Ohtani. I need Mookie Betts. Well, no. But you win with bullpens, man. Right. And as the reason, there's 4 of you guys went in on the wall this past summer because of what you guys did for those World Series. So I'm looking at the 40-man. And on the back end, Ryan Walker, who emerged as a closer. They still have Camilo Doval. I don't know if he's your 8th inning guy. I don't know. You got Eric Miller, who owns Shohei Ohtani from the left side. You got the Rogers brothers, maybe the lefty didn't have the year he wanted, but Tyler had a pretty good year statistically. Sean Jelly's out there. I don't know. Do they need to add a high leverage arm at the back end, or are you good with what they have?
I don't think you're ever good with what you have with a bullpen. I think that's why bullpen guys move around. I mean, I know there's you can say the core 4, but honestly, we moved around. I mean, think about it. I mean, we had different guys coming in and out, and I think it helped out a lot. I don't think you can ever be too just good with what you have, especially with a bullpen. I think that if what you do see, think about it. I think you always have to push guys to be better in the bullpen because if you can't get the job done consistently, is there someone else to take your spot? Yeah, there's a bunch of guys out there. So be available to be able to continue to build that bullpen and not hurt someone's feelings. Relievers get moved around all the time. I think you have to find a group of guys that are ready to come in the back end. And like you said, doesn't matter who they are, and go after guys. And how are you going to build your team in the back of the 7th, 8th, 9th? How are you going to compete? How do you see your team competing in the last 3-4 innings of a ball game based on what you have in the starting rotation and based on what you have in the lineup, and say what guys are going to be the best fit for us? Are they who they have now? Maybe. They've done it a while. They've been doing it a while, and they're pretty comfortable, pitching in that division. But I don't think you ever can be completely set. And if you find a guy that can come in and help out and shoot, the way these teams are building now, you can have 3-4 closers coming in and pitching now at a time. Like they're all closers and they're all pitching the 7th, 8th, 9th. But be available for it. And I think that you can never be too complacent. I don't think anybody in that bullpen should be complacent. I think they should look back and say, what did I learn from last year? How can I be better? And how can I be the best in the role that I'm being given? And if I'm not going to be the best, I got to be ready that someone else can come in and do it. And that's what drove me my entire career. And I think that's what it should do to them. And I think that's what the front office for the Giants should be available to see is who is our best guys to seal up ball games. And if we don't feel like we have it, who are we going to go get? And it's okay.
It's a great answer. And I got to imagine the new president of baseball ops is a guy who would place a high value on that, right?
That's right. Yep, he will. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. But it'll be really curious to see who Buster goes and gets and how he sews up that back end, man. He's the dude now. He's not at camp, is he, Buster?
No. He don't want to see us here at camp. Buster be embarrassed to see the coaches out here.
So listen, they says here on talking points here, like everybody gets coached by a former alum. You go Scottsdale Stadium. You can play all the way up into your 70s, all that stuff. But bottom line here says. Daily Chalk Talks, Kangaroo Court, beers in the clubhouse. Now, Jeremy, you bringing your product?
Man, I wanted to. If I could have got more on the plane, next year I'm just going to bring a cooler down here because I have no problem bringing my beers into the clubhouse. That'd be awesome. So you'll see a couple free roam shirts coming out. I brought some swag. Make sure guys are wearing those. It's going to be awesome.
Everybody should get that free roam brewing, man. And I think you got to drive a hard bargain with Buster. Say, hey, man, I'm not doing the camp unless I'm the official beer.
Yeah. No, I might have to take over for Contos. Contos just worked with a kid just now on a pitch, and he threw it 42 feet above the catcher. So I'm not really sure Contos is getting it done right now.
Just a bit high. Yes, 1-0. Strike next pitch.
Literally 42. I'm not even lying. It was 40. I'm actually really impressed with what I just saw.
I'm gonna blame Contos on that.
I would.
All right, go out there and fix that, Jeremy. All right, buddy. Great catching up with you, man.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Heck yeah.
All right, buddy. Take care. Jeremy Affelt, always enjoyable. Yeah, he's got that free roam brewing from Texas. He and Tommy Tolbert used to talk about that a lot. Mm-hmm. He's got Contos getting guys throwing the ball off the screen And they're down there in Scottsdale. Dude, we don't talk. You and I never talk about the Giants bullpen ever, ever, ever. Nobody ever wants to talk about their bullpen.
It's kind of like,
by the way, what happens in the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th? Games are won and lost, all right?
I mean, I don't have an issue talking bullpens, but it's like talking offensive line when it comes to NFL teams.
People like to talk about Jake Brendel and Colton McKivitz.
I don't mind talking offensive line, but you should see the face on our guy John Joe Curley anytime we start breaking down Ben Barch versus Aaron Banks.
Has he heard what the other shows talk about?
He does not want to dive into that conversation.
Other shows are talking about whatever the heck they want. Hey, so that's cool, but oh, by the way, Young Tone, I'm going to give you the floor here, buddy. What do you got? Read it out.
Yeah, Tom Pelissero is reporting that Mike McCarthy is out as the Cowboys head coach.
Oh, is that on the heels of that Jerry Jones landman monologue? You know, I do this for the kids, and I do this to fire Jerry McCarthy. That's the trick. That's the trick. Fire Jerry McCarthy. Fire Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, and I told you it was going to be Mike McCarthy's face on that guy's body that was sitting in the hospital bed. I don't know the spoilers of the show.
Are you
but
telling me that Jerry pulled out the rubber glove?
It seems like Jerry might have pulled the plug, not just the rubber glove.
First thought. Mike McCarthy, the Raiders. No brainer.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Do it tomorrow.
I would not be surprised.
Wouldn't you do it?
There's not too many Super Bowl winning coaches out there.
Wouldn't you do it?
I probably would, to be honest with you.
You have to do it, brother.
How do you say no?
I see Salah's interviewing Thursday. So Niners aren't going to name their D coordinator anytime until Salah's done. He's doing Jags Tuesday. He's doing Raiders Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, I'm just top of my head. I haven't sat down and done all the math. I would, if I were you, I'd go get Mike McCarthy.
Raiders got interviews lined up with Robert Saleh. Also have one in the works with Ben Johnson. I wouldn't be surprised to see Mike's name added to this list.
To get a veteran head coach who knows what he's doing. Ben Johnson will be learning on the job. Dude, that's an incredible opportunity. And now does that mean Dion to the Cowboys?
Oh, it's open. It's open. And you were saying there was a report from Vic Tafur.
Yeah, Vic said the Raiders didn't want Dion.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's what the Athletic reported.
Dion and Mark Davis have been hanging out a lot.
Yeah, I know. I'll have to find the exact thing for you here, but that's what he wrote.
All right.
And he said that the Raiders were sort of like rolling their eyes at him. Like
That's interesting.
Saying he was using them for leverage.
I wouldn't be surprised. Everybody uses the
now,
Raiders
if you're
for
the
leverage.
if you're the Cowboys, do you go get Ben Johnson or do you go get Dion? I don't know.
I think everybody wants Ben Johnson. He's going to have the pick of the litter.
Let's see. Yeah, anyway, we'll get into it next on the Sports Leader.
Just a bit outside.
Yeah, here it is.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have another new contest this week. We are giving away 2 tickets to see comedian Tom Segura at Chase Center on January 24th, 2025. So how do you win? You got to just keep listening. We are going to give these tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. So just rip off the knob. Don't go anywhere. We got plenty of time, about 47 minutes left in the show. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Oh, look at this. We got the kid doing things here. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Turn this up, man. We got to just pay homage to one of the great American songs and names. Sam Moore from Sam and Dave. Everybody knows Soul Man died at the age of 89 over the weekend, and it's just all-time stuff, 1967. And so rest in peace. It was cool, man, and he was cool, and basically he just laid the groundwork for Dan Aykroyd and John Belushi from the Blues Brothers to go say, okay, we're going to do Sam and Dave, and we're going to just take it out into comedy realm or entertainment realm. And those guys came out in their suits, and they would do their dances. Recently on my algorithm, one of my old SNL highlights had those two guys come out, and Belushi does the cartwheel. Aykroyd's got incredible moves, and they got the pork pie hats and everything. And so they are just obviously iconic, as is Sam and Dave. So rest in peace, Sam Moore, and thank you for the tune, buddy. Thank you, Young Tone. Good job. Even you know this one, young man, huh?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, Sam and Dave have more than just this, too. So thank you for the rejoin. All right, well, Soul Man, I can't think of a transition. Cowboy Man is what I'm going. The Dallas Cowboys fired Mike McCarthy during our Jeremy Affeldt interview, per Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network, and off they go. I got to tell you, Marcus, so my number one reaction was Mike McCarthy to the Raiders. I don't see many people saying that on Twitter. I don't know if I'm alone on that. And then the other number one reaction I had was Deion Sanders to the Cowboys, and I go John Machota, who covers the Cowboys for The Athletic, immediately made a list. Deion's not on it. So am I? I guess I'm banging up the wrong tree, barking up the wrong tree. Here's his candidates. He has Ben Johnson. Everybody wants Ben Johnson, the Lions O coordinator.
Everybody wants him.
Cliff Kingsbury. Really? Brian Flores, who has a lawsuit going against the league. Aaron Glenn. And then the names start to drop off to, well, Pete Carroll. John Gruden. Ron Rivera, who's interviewing around. Shout out California Golden Bear. And Salinas' own, or I should say Monterey's own. Kellen Moore is out there. Liam Cohen. But he did not list Deion. I'm shocked, actually. I would have thought Deion would have been listed.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people have been talking about whether or not Deion would leave Colorado to come to the NFL. And it seems like this year would make perfect sense with his son, Shedeur Sanders, expected to be a first-round draft pick. So there's been a lot of conspiracy theories out there, trust me, and I read them. They're all over the internet, about how Deion Sanders can kind of force his way to coach his own son in the NFL. Yeah. Now, these theories were hot and coming out quick when the Raiders were suggested to pick towards the top of the draft before they won a couple games at the end of the year. And photos started coming out of Deion hanging out with Mark Davis out at Allegiant Stadium, and everybody started kind of connecting the dots. I still see people thinking about how the Raiders are going to trade up from 6 to number 2 to maybe go out and get Shedeur, and maybe Deion is a candidate there. Now, there's obviously ties between the Dallas Cowboys and Deion Sanders, but I don't think unless the Dallas Cowboys are looking to trade Dak Prescott to the Cleveland Browns for the number 2 overall pick, I don't think those conspiracies would work out, but I wouldn't put it past Jerry Jones to hire Deion Sanders because at this moment, at this point of Jerry Jones's life, it seems like this would be the number one Jerry Jones move.
Maybe you said it, that Deion doesn't want to go unless he can coach Shedeur. So maybe he would not go to the Cowboys because he wants to coach Shedeur. So, but I don't know. It would be tempting to be offered that Cowboy job even without your son. I mean, be kind of. Can you imagine the ESPN coverage of a Deion Sanders Jerry Jones marriage?
We joke about it in the morning. Sometimes we'll walk in and we'll try to figure out how the Dallas Cowboys can get tied into a segment with Deion Sanders. Like, this was literally maybe like mid-November before the Cowboys were even eliminated while Dak was still playing quarterback. And we walked in and the TV said, Dallas Cowboys draft Shedeur Sanders, bring on Deion Sanders. So, like, of course, when we're working in the media, this is the sensationalized kind of headline that everybody's looking for. I just don't know how realistic it is. But again, I'm not putting it past Jerry Jones.
Is Shedeur that good? I mean, is he a top 2 pick in the NFL? I mean, that's so. The other part nobody's talking about is where's Mike McCarthy? I don't know why. I for you, buddy, because I have interest in the Raiders. Obviously they're here forever, and I covered them for a year. I covered the Gruden Raiders in '99. I was on the beat. If I was the Raiders, I would hire Mike McCarthy. I really would, 100%. I know Ben Johnson's attractive and everything and all that, but again, I mean, Mike McCarthy's, dude, that guy's won 12 games until this year where they fell off the table. He went to 3 playoff appearances. Obviously we can argue about how they performed in the playoffs, but he has won a Super Bowl. I know it was 10 years ago, or actually now almost 15 years ago, but go ahead.
Thought just popped up in my head. Are we going to see a Mike McCarthy, Aaron Rodgers reunion in the city of sin? I mean, Raiders need a stopgap quarterback until they draft a quarterback. Put Mike and Aaron back together in silver and black. Now I'm talking myself into it.
I'll say this about Rodgers. As much as I really dislike him, and I'm not watching the show. Aaron Rodgers in Douche, now on Netflix.
Aaron Rodgers tripping balls.
And I loved how he lost and looked old at times. Dude, he could also still sling it. I mean, there were times out there I was like, oh, boy, look at that. That's a nice ball. I mean, his last game, he had a really good game.
He's not as mobile as he was, and he'll never will be again coming off an Achilles injury, but he can still sling it a little bit. Hell, bring Devontae back to Las Vegas also. We'll have a reunion in the silver and black next offseason.
I mean, there's a lot going on. I mean, Ben Johnson obviously is going to be the number one guy. I don't know who the Cowboys think they can get. Would they hire Pete Carroll at this point in time?
You see your boy Pete is interviewing out in Las Vegas today with the Raiders.
Oh, is he? Walking in with chomping that gum?
Chomping some gum up with Tom Brady.
I grew up in the Bay, man.
Yeah, Tom Brady.
I remember
Let me tell you something about the silver and black.
I remember Kenny Stabler, man.
I know Al Davis.
Intrigue galore. Did Jerry Jones, man, how did it go sour with? He blocked him from interviewing with the Bears, right?
Yeah.
Now he could go to
recently.
The Bears haven't made a hire, so he could still go there.
Yeah, and I would think maybe that's the most enticing job on the market. Mike Vrabel already signed with the New England Patriots, so you're looking at the Cowboys job, the Raiders job, the Jets job, the Saints job, and the Bears job that are currently open right now.
Man, oh man.
I think you have to go Bears. Maybe make the argument for NFC South being more enticing because you don't have to deal with the Lions, the Packers, and the Vikings and those type of teams.
But you have a guy. You got Caleb.
You got a quarterback.
There's some weapons there, too.
So I would say if we were power rankings, the most enticing job openings, Chicago would probably be number one.
I heard some guys talking about Mike McCarthy to the Bears on a different show, a national show on the way in. And they made the argument that, somebody's like, oh, he's a retread. But no, you need somebody to come in there and build a structure, like a guy who knows how to do the job, and he's like, this is what we do, guys. This is how you build a winner. Because again, as much as you want to knock Mike McCarthy, these guys won a lot of games. Guys won a lot of games, and I know the Cowboys were a point and laugh joke this year. Stephen A. laughing at him all the time. He won a lot of games down there.
Yeah, and there aren't too many Super Bowl winning coaches available on the free agent market.
Wow, man, oh man. How about Jerry, always keeping it interesting. Doing his thing. So, like we said from that, the monologue on Landman, don't make me get out my rubber glove.
Oh.
And he got out his rubber glove.
The rubber glove has been pulled.
Man, so the Niners just sitting out here saying, no, we're going to sit this one out and wait. They do have to wait for Robert Saleh, by the way. He will interview with the Raiders Thursday. So, Mike McCarthy's career record, 288 wins, 174 losses, a career win percentage of 608. Bro. And in Dallas, he went 12-5, 12-5, 12-5 until this year 7-10, which, oh, by the way, is better than the Niners 6-11. So, and in Green Bay, he won double digits. Jeez, man, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times he was in double digits. So, it was fun to make fun of him in the Cowboys this year. It was really fun.
Without question.
But the guy can coach, and he can move the ball. So anyway, there's your updated news, and who knows what Deion's going to do too. I was surprised to see him not on that list at all. Guys like Liam Cohen were on that list and no Deion. Maybe the guy just forgot him.
I know. Next time you should take your list from like Stephen A. Smith and his A list, because I'm sure Deion's all over it.
Yeah, I would think.
I mean, that's going to be a talking point for the next 6 months on ESPN.
Maybe. Unless he, like you said, daddy ball. He doesn't want to go anywhere without Shador. Who knows, man?
Or is it the opposite? He doesn't think Shador can succeed without him at the NFL level, so he's playing helicopter dad.
That's no bueno. You can't do that. Here's the deal. We got those tickets to see Tom Segura, the comedian, January 24 at Chase Center. That's good. I want to fix him for my barber. I told you he loves Segura. So caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see comedian Tom Segura at Chase Center on January 24. Wins 2 tickets. These prizes furnished by Live Nation. Again, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets. Caller number 10 to see Tom Segura at Chase Center. Okay, Omar Ruiz from NFL Network. We booked him to talk playoffs, but now we have so much more. Next on the Sports Leader.
I'm pretty proud of them Cowboys. Don't make me get my rubber glove out.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Rams play-by-play guy JB Long joins Papa and Silver today at 11:50. Justin Verlander and Buster Posey on a Zoom at 10 a.m. in 28 minutes right here on our show. So we're going to carry it. It's the Zoom they're doing for the beat guys, and we'll carry it for sure. I don't know, buddy. I guess there's a reason why I'm not a coach handicapper, or maybe I'm just ahead of the curve and I'm seeing things others aren't. ESPN has this big story. Mike McCarthy fired. He is expected to be a candidate in Chicago and New Orleans. I'm like, yeah, and Las Vegas, anybody? And plus, I haven't seen anybody say Deion to the Cowboys. So maybe I'm just that idiot, or maybe I'm just a seer, and they have to come wait till my vision comes true.
The visions of a Brian Murphy, as we all know, always come true on this morning show.
And one of my buddies, my guy Gruner, who's a Seahawks fan, goes, Pete has higher ambitions than the Raiders. I'm like, bro,
come on.
First of all,
don't be disrespecting the Raiders
exactly.
like that.
I said Bay Area boy gets to coach John Madden and Kenny Stabler's team. Don't sell it short, man.
Seahawks.
Chomping his gum. Remember the Coliseum, man. Let's go. See your hands, baby. Clapping, chewing that gum, doing his thing. All right, connection made with Omar Ruiz, reporter for the NFL Network. Last seen in the elevator at Levi's Stadium. We got in the elevator week 1. Back when we just got news that Christian McCaffrey was out for the game. They said, if it was a playoff game, he'd play. Little did we know the Niners season, they won that game against the Jets, but little did we know that was about the highlight of the season. Omar, it's great to have you back on KNBR. Your buddy Brian Murphy, you got Marcus Boucher, Murph, and Marcus. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, Omar?
Hey, gentlemen, good to hear from you. I thought you had a camera on me right now because I'm chomping my watermelon bubblicious right now, man. I thought that was me you were hearing through the radio.
Oh, man, we're guessing. We're throwing all these coaching darts right now. You know, we called you to talk about the playoffs, but now Mike McCarthy gets ousted in Dallas. And
playoffs?
Yeah, so we're like, all the dominoes are falling. I mean, so Omar, am I an idiot? Don't answer that. Am I an idiot for saying the Raiders should call Mike McCarthy?
Absolutely. I think every team that has an availability should call Mike McCarthy. I think he proved in Dallas he's a really good coach. May not be a great coach, may not be an all-timer, but he is a really good coach. And I think we all had a sour taste in our mouth about Mike McCarthy after that really poor first season he had in Dallas in the COVID year, winning just 6 games with all the expectations. But then to win 12 games in a row for 3 years and really manage the reality that is coaching the Dallas Cowboys and having to manage the football team, the locker room, and Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones in the front office there, how he was able to weave all that together and win games. And obviously they had all that turmoil this offseason. It didn't set them up for success this year. Then, of course, they had the big Dak injury. Micah Parsons missed a lot of time. And in spite of all that, and in spite of being in a lame duck year, they were still able to rally the troops late in the year when they had nothing to play for, essentially. I think another sign that Mike McCarthy can coach. So I think if I'm the Raiders, the Bears, whoever, it's worth calling Mike and see what his interest is.
Sticking to the Raiders for a quick second, Omar, before moving back to the Cowboys and the 49ers, what's the latest update you can tell us on their coaching search? I saw Pete Carroll is scheduled for an interview today. We heard about maybe some rumors with Mike Vrabel and Tom Brady, their relationship, but of course Vrabel goes to the Patriots. Saw that they have interviews lined up with Ben Johnson and Robert Saleh also. But also, who's making the call? Who's making a decision? Because they just fired Tom Telesco last week also.
Yeah, well, I think that indicates that Tom Brady is very much involved in this coaching search, and they are doing their due diligence, which I think if you're a Raider fan, you're excited to see that there is some method to the madness, and yes, this is turnover again. It is a reset again, and obviously there's frustration with that, and I think in hearing from a lot of the fan base, they've thrown their hands in the air, and there's nothing they can do at this point except sort of grin and bear it. But I think when you talk about Tom Brady and sort of his approach and his philosophy and what he did as a player, remember, he was never the most talented quarterback in the NFL, but he was always the best, and it was because of his preparation, because of the thoroughness with which he prepared. And I think if he takes that same approach in a front office type of role, which it seems to be what he has now as that part owner, I think they'll find success there, and it may not hit for several Super Bowls, but I think having a plan like that, having somebody who has the credibility to establish, relationships like that and get Ben Johnson in the room, so to speak, I think speaks to Tom Brady's credibility and what they might have going forward there.
Talking to Omar Ruiz from the NFL Network, and man, oh man, we booked him to talk playoffs, and then Cowboys fired Mike McCarthy 20 minutes ago, so that man moves to the front burner. It's funny, you immediately go to social media. What's everybody saying? What am I saying? What am I tweeting? What am I posting? And I haven't seen Deion Sanders linked to Dallas yet in any of the speculation. What does that say to you?
Yeah, I think that's probably not realistic to see Deion jump to the NFL. I think most NFL teams would know what that would entail and what sort of reality show that would bring. And I'm just not sure, just like it was with when Tim Tebow was a media sensation, Deion Sanders has always been a media sensation. And I think when you're at Jackson State, trying to build a program, when you're at Colorado, trying to do the same thing, that sort of stuff plays, it sells, it gets attention. But I'm not so sure in the NFL how much an organization needs that. And so, I think that's probably the reason you don't see too much Deion, because obviously he knows football. Obviously he knows people. He's a people person. But I think there's a lot to that more than meets the eye in terms of a head coach in the NFL. Now, the other scenario I could see is if Deion were to be the coach where his son ends up getting drafted. That's the only caveat to that. But so far, there has been no indication that would unfold that way.
Few more minutes here on the UMA guest line with Omar Ruiz. Omar, we got to ask you about the 49ers' vacant DC job. They made a decision to move on from Nick Sorensen. There's been a lot of talk about a possible Robert Saleh reunion. Do you think he would step back into that role? Or if he does accept a head coaching role, who do you think the backup plan should be for the 49ers this offseason?
That's a good question. I do think Robert Saleh would come back as DC if he doesn't land a head coaching role. I think, he enjoyed his time obviously there and a great working relationship with Kyle. As far as a backup, that too is a good question. I think when you look at, the landscape, I'm not so sure Brandon Staley would be too much of a departure from what they had with Nick Sorensen, given Staley's influence there already in the building. So I think the way Kyle and John seems to have set it up, that they're casting a wide net. They're open to different philosophical approaches. And so, but I think you got to get somebody with experience to come in, same way that Vic Fangio kind of went in with Philadelphia after they tried, Sean Desai and Matt Patricia the year before, and that just kind of, fell apart. I think you got to have somebody with established credibility that Kyle can completely trust, turn the keys over to that defense, and just let them have their fingerprints all over it and let them have that autonomy. So I think that's more of an established veteran defensive coordinator, maybe somebody with previous head coaching experience. I think that's the kind of mold they should turn to at this point.
Talking to Omar Ruiz of the NFL Network. A few more minutes here before we let him get back to the grind. But originally we said we booked you to talk playoffs, and man, what three kind of snoozers. I mean, the Texans smacked the Chargers. The Ravens are the Ravens with Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson. The Bills said no to Denver and dismissed them quickly. And then the Eagles took care of it in kind of an ugly, grindy game, got rid of the Packers with 3 picks. And then we finally had a game Sunday night, and it was the game for Jaden Daniels. And I don't know, man. We were saying earlier here on the show, Marcus was saying he thinks he might already be the best quarterback in the NFC. What do you think?
Oh, that's tough. I still like Jalen Hurts. I don't think we've seen the best of Jalen Hurts this year. I think he's gotten lost in the Saquon Barkley shuffle and them trying to figure out with the new offensive coordinator this year and Kellen Moore just how to effectively maximize Hurts in the pass game and Saquon in the run game. But I would still go with Jalen Hurts for what he's proven in big-time games. And Jared Goff has been phenomenal, really, since he stepped on the scene and with Sean McVay, and was obviously the scapegoat there, toward the end of his career in L.A., but he has been pretty consistent for the most part. Even those couple of years when they weren't winning in Detroit yet, his numbers were pretty good. So, I would have a hard time going against Jared Goff or Jalen Hurts being the top 2 seeds there. Brock Purdy has been consistent, didn't have his best year this year, and injuries, can play a part in that. And that'll be a fascinating offseason for him. But Jaden Daniels when you talk about what could be, what we saw last night, that I think that the signature moment for me was right. I think it was right before the 3rd and 2 play when he was laughing there and having a good time on the field in that pressure-packed moment in the playoffs, prime time on the road, and he's having a good time giggling there on the field. I think that's an indication of who he is, what he's about. Obviously made the plays to win the game, and I don't give him much of a chance in Detroit, but what a bright future he has.
Yeah, and Omar, of course, there's 2 more names in the NFC that we'll actually get a chance to see tonight. Matthew Stafford taking on Sam Darnold. A lot of storylines going to this game, not just a quarterback matchup, not just a coaching matchup, but, of course, the LA Fires, too. So what are you looking forward to seeing tonight between the Rams and down in Arizona?
Yeah, interesting. I just got here in Arizona. I'm excited to get to that game, and I don't know, when teams' backs are against the wall, like LA's is, with given all the adversity and the Fires and summoning up, the sort of perseverance that you kind of need in the playoffs, and you throw in this off-field adversity, it seems like teams rally and they find a way, and especially we're talking about quarterbacks in the NFC, and this has happened throughout his career. I think we overlook Matthew Stafford, and I think he'll put on a show tonight. I think he's as of right now, the all-time leader in yards per game in the playoffs. More than 300-something yards per game, and with Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp, healthy, resting Week 18, I think Matthew Stafford and the Rams find a way to get it done, just like they did in Week 8 against the Vikings. And I think with Aaron Glenn putting on a show for the Lions defense and how to slow down Sam Darnold and that Kevin O'Connell offense, I think the Rams will find a way to replicate that, and Stafford and the offense will deliver. And even when Stafford and the offense hasn't delivered, they've been able to effectively run the football with Kyron Williams, and obviously that plays in the playoffs. So I'm leaning LA for all the sentimental reasons, them rallying, galvanizing around the Fires, but just their play on the field too has been pretty consistent and matches up well against Minnesota.
Yeah, I was going to say, you live in LA, right? Isn't that home?
Yeah.
Are you okay? Everybody okay? It's so...
Yeah, horrifying. It's I've been gone, much of the week, left for Houston on Wednesday. But before I left, it was raining ash and smelling like smoke everywhere, and just being out of Chargers practice, you see the haze and the unhealthy air, and obviously just scary. And thankfully, yeah, my family's fine. Everyone I know is fine. But of course, countless friends of friends, family of friends who have been devastated and have lost everything. I don't think you can find somebody in LA who hasn't been touched in some, secondhand way. And, I think we just look forward to the comeback, for LA and the resolve that we'll show and build back and come back stronger. It's not out of the woods yet. Obviously I hope they can put these Fires out here in the next 24 hours. I know winds are going to kick up back tomorrow, but scary right now. But looking forward, like I said, to the comeback whenever that begins in earnest.
All love to our fellow Californians, man. And so glad you are safe, and we'll use football as a distraction and see if the Rams can go win it for L.A. We'll see. So, Omar, thank you, buddy. We'll look forward to our next conversation.
Yeah, thanks, Omar.
Oops, he dropped out. By the lesson. We didn't get him.
Yeah,
Omar,
thanks,
we know
Omar.
the love was there. On the UMA guest line, Omar Ruiz, NFL Network, man. So a lot of talk about coaching. Almost forgot the game tonight between the Rams and the Vikings. All right, so because of the Verlander presser at 10, which we're going to carry, ready for this? Talk back with Papa and Silver.
Ooh, talk back.
Because they want to get their voices on before Verlander.
I'm in, baby.
All right. Also, but we got 2 things to do, though, before then. 1, we got to do what young Tony did. And 2, we got to tell you the LiAngelo Ball news.
Ooh.
Somebody said he turned 10 seconds into 8 million. Next on The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Oh, yeah. Let's go Invisalign. Smile. Smile, smile, smile. All you got to do is smile, smile, smile. Isn't that a Grateful Dead thing? I think it is. When it comes to smiling, there's only one choice, Invisalign. Clear aligners. And both my kids, both teenage boys, using them, straightening out those teeth. In fact, yesterday at basketball practice, we were doing a physical rebounding drill. And I said, Roy, you got your aligners in, right? Yeah, he does. Then get in here and get the rebound then. Invisalign Clear Aligners doubles as a rebounding mouth guard. My sister-in-law, my cousin, others, you can be an adult and have Invisalign fix your smile. So it's a no-brainer to choose Invisalign treatment. It's the #1 doctor-recommended brand. It's transformed over 18 million smiles all over the world, including right here in the Murphy household. So everybody show them those pearly whites because they've been fixed by Invisalign Clear Aligners. Check them out at Invisalign.com.
'Cause I love it, I smile.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, there it is, Marcus. Your what am I trying to think of? Your Hey Jude, your Mr. Brightside, the Song of Songs.
The song of 2025.
Well, guess what?
Look
at that. We got dancers in here. We got Greg Silver dancing in here. Well, the story is that LiAngelo Ball just signed a record deal for $8 million. And the headline that I saw said he turned 10 seconds into, it can get as much as $13 million, but it's $8 million guaranteed. He has full ownership of music and his own record with Def Jam and Universal Music Group.
Def Jam.
But somebody pointed out that really the entire thing is built on that one little hook.
That's it.
I might swerve in that corner.
That's all it is. It's literally just the hook.
I might swerve in that corner. Whoa.
And that's it. That's it.
$8 million hook.
$8 million hooks. There you go.
This is insane.
We had Pat Beverly taking shots at it in the cooler of content.
Real quick, hold up. It's about to come back one more time, Murph. I might swerve in that corner. Whoa.
Oh, you ever notice when Waterboy sings, he's got a very deep. You can go, I might swerve.
No, I like to think I'm an R&B singer.
Got a little
I might
Barry White.
swerve in that corner. Whoa.
All right. We'll get to the talk back with G-Sil and Papa, but first we got business.
Watch him swerve on that corner. Whoa.
Hey, stop singing that weak ass song, man. That's a no. That is a trash ass song, dog.
You're the first person I'm hearing that's not glazing that song.
I think that's a song that no one knows the words to, and they only know whoa. And you have to sing it like you're an older alcoholic man.
Pat Bev is saying that the song booty hole.
Hold your nose.
Oh, so you think that people are just saying it's nice because it's him? Because if so, that almost makes it seem like they're making fun of him.
No, I don't think it does. It's catchy. It's catchy. It's a catchy song, but no one knows any other words.
You don't think
after that. No one knows anything else.
Pat Beverly's podcast.
I don't hate the breakdown from Pat Bev there because I kind of agree. Like the lyrics, like during the actual 16 bars are not great. It's just all about the chorus. It's all about I'ma swerve in that corner. Whoa.
Hey, man.
I might swerve in that corner. Whoa.
We can go through the history of pop music and find about 100 other songs that are just built on one little hook, and boom, that's all you need. All right, now we do the business. Here we go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
Young Tony's comparing it to, what's his face from the Mets?
Oh, my God.
Give me Jello. Again, the fewer songs named after emojis, the better.
Better chorus, Murph. Oh, my God, or I might swerve in that corner. Whoa.
Well, welcome in Greg Silver for our talk back here. You get to do a Young Tony with us, buddy.
Yeah, I'm excited. Never done this in person. I just always in the background in the bullpen, kind of maybe ready to come in for the show. We never have the volume in out there, so you're always like, hey, late entrance. I look at the clock, and I'm like, oh, yeah.
It's time for you to say, big fan of the segment. That's what you're supposed to say when you come on.
I'm a big fan of the segment and Bigelow Tea, for that matter.
Ooh, what a plug. What a pro.
He knows that we're sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. All right, Young Tone.
I might swerve, drink that Bigelow.
In 4 hours, something comes up in the pop culture. What was it today, buddy?
Yeah, this is early in the show. Marcus made a reference to Mr. Sacco, and I was very flabbergasted.
Yeah, you were talking about the kicker from the Washington Commanders messing with his sock on the sideline.
Yeah.
That's who does this guy think he is? Mick Foley pulling out Mr. Sacco.
So do you have a sound there, buddy, for it?
A little bit, yeah. It was Sacco versus Cobra. I don't know who Cobra is. These guys just have socks on their arms with animals.
Yes. Wrestling, Tony.
There's no sound? We're just going to talk.
No, we have a little sound. Stand by.
Okay. I told you guys about the Red Hot Chili Peppers and their socks right up here on Broadway on Stone.
Yeah, rock out with your socks.
You know about Mr. Sacco, Greg?
I didn't know about Mr. Sacco, but I do know about the Chili Peppers and their socks.
That's because you're Mike Silver's son.
Maybe we don't need Mr. Sacco audio like a couple minutes before the Justin Verlander press conference, but it definitely was a character. And shout out to all my wrestling fans out there. Pat McAfee's live at the Shark Tank right now doing the Pat McAfee show because WWE Monday Night Raw on Netflix is down at the Shark Tank
So that's
tonight.
the thing they just did on Netflix last week.
I believe so. Yeah, I think last week was the first show on Netflix. WWE is now streaming on Netflix.
I'm going to ask the stupidest question in the world that's going to expose me. Is it every Monday or is there a season?
No, every single Monday Night Raw.
Mondays.
Every single Monday is Monday Night Raw. Every Friday is SmackDown, and then they do pay-per-view events on the weekend
People
also.
think the baseball season's long.
Oh, bro, they don't stop when it comes to the world of wrestling.
And do you keep up weekly?
No, not at all. Like Baby Huey, Mike Holler, a bunch of those guys, like they watch every single episode. I'm just like kind of when you go to church twice a year for Christmas and Easter, I check in for WrestleMania and Royal Rumble. That's my wrestling
Greg Silver
background.
here for the talkback because we have the Justin Verlander presser in about 3 minutes. Are you down with it Monday night?
You down with some wrestling?
WWE Raw?
I'm not against it. I just of all the things I got to keep up with right now and learn, soak it up like a sponge. It's not high on the priority list. Put it that way.
Young Tony, about you, buddy?
I'm more of a fan of real wrestling. I don't know. The whole professional, they're like professional actors. They're not wrestlers. They're just putting on a show.
Did a young Greg Silver and a Brian Murphy know about the days of young Tony in a singlet back when he was wrestling in his Asics back in the day?
He said the singlet was why he used a loofah.
Whoa.
What he was saying the other day.
Well, there's a lot of bacteria in these wrestling mats.
Yeah.
There's,
trust me.
There's a lot of stuff going around.
Staph infection flies around left and right out of wrestling.
We had the big discussion about bar soap versus liquid soap, and Tony was very indignant. Go, oh, dude, liquid soap, of course. You go, come on, you never wrestled. You never lose a loofah.
You never wrestled.
Yeah. So,
I don't think we got to check Murph's soap to figure that out.
Believe it or not, I go back to pro wrestling way back to the 70s when it was on KBHK, Channel 44 on a Saturday morning, and we had tag. That's where I learned tag team wrestling. And it was not, it was like 1/1,000,000th as big as it is now. But we had it when we were kids. It was just a bunch of, I guess now I look back at roided out dudes just coming in, flying off the ropes. None of them, something happened in the 80s where was it Hulk?
Yeah.
Was he the guy who broke through?
The Hulkamania took over, and then it got into the Attitude Era. Stone Cold Steve Austin was out here chugging beers and just beating dudes up.
This stuff?
Copes he'll dabble into the wrestling world also.
Of all the hosts, who's number one?
Oh, well, I would say shout out to our guy Tom Tolbert. He would probably be number one wrestling fan. He gives my vote easily. Right now, I don't know if Derek's into wrestling, Copes into wrestling.
D-Pop?
Papa and
It's
Silver.
just Baby Huey, I think.
Yeah, pretty much just Baby Huey down the hallway.
We're pretty light on it. All right, we'll shout it out there. All right, young Greg, what do you got? Verlander?
Yeah, we got Verlander. We're going to carry that Zoom audio live, which is always fun. It's got to be better when we did the Lynch and Shanahan teleconference call or the Shanahan Monday after. We'd always want to carry that, but then it'd be awkward because you get these weird pauses and everything. So I still think Zoom's going to be a little bit better.
I'm going to try to squeeze a question in.
Yeah.
You got to ask Greg, should Mike McCarthy go to the Raiders? And you got to ask Greg, should Deion Sanders go to the Cowboys?
Those are two questions I will certainly ask after the Verlander presser.
No and no.
Okay.
Oh, he's here.
You can ask me right here, boys.
Papa has spoken.
We got the big righty, 262 wins, so we got to get out of here. So, all right, guys, when it's time for a change, sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, full service, total trust. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
We done bust the squirrel out the tree and open them up. Know what I'm talking about? Take the clothes off.
I never realized the Chargers got a bye, that they qualified for a bye, but they did because they're playing Houston.
Smoking on that Rex Ryan bye week time.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
San Francisco.
Greg Silver.
I'm not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win, as in season might as well be over?
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? No show open package today. Greg Papa, Greg Silver here because we are moments away from hearing Justin Verlander's Zoom introductory press conference live. So, Papa, I'll say a quick good morning to you and room for some quick thoughts here before we hear from Justin Verlander for the first time as a Giant.
Good morning, and I knew he had 262 wins, but Murph just said to you and Marcus, number 262, Mr. 262, I thought of Brock Purdy. Actually put on my 262 hat, so he obviously is a ways away, 38 wins away from getting to 300, but he wants to pitch till he's 45. So it will be a little bit awkward. This will be via Zoom. They're not, I don't even know, where is Verlander in Houston? Where's he at? I'm not even sure if they're all in the same room, but the principals will be there, Buster and obviously Bob Melvin and the new Giant right-hander. Do we have any confirmation on what numeral he will be wearing this year? Normally at these, you got to have a picture. Willie Adames wears number 1. Or actually he took number 2. He was 1 for a while and 2 for Jeter. There won't be any photo op like that, but have we gotten anything from the Giants on if he's going to take Cross 35?
Nothing that I've seen. Young Tony, have you seen any number confirmation? Yeah, he's saying no. So I don't know if we're going to get that official
that'll be the
jersey held
first
up on
question.
Zoom.
John Shea, San Francisco Chronicle. How dare you take Craw's number? And then the other one is, how playful is he going to be? I saw some social media give and take over the weekend with Logan Webb. I mean, partly when you bring a guy like this, and, it's the moment, he's been a great pitcher forever, going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. But game one of the 2012 World Series is pretty important around here, and it's Pablo Lore. How willing is he to poke fun at himself that he gave up 2 of the 3 bombs to Pablo? Albuquerque gave up the 3rd one. He also gave up a base hit to Barry Zito that night.
Yeah, that is the extra fun fact. And we'll see. I mean, I'm kind of curious on the Verlander temperament. It was interesting talking to Roflo last week when we talked to Robert Flores and kind of asked him about the personality of Justin Verlander, if he thinks that it's going to be more of a lead by example kind of thing for Kyle Harrison, Hayden Birdsong, and these young pitchers, or if he's going to be willing to sort of share some secrets. And he said expected Verlander to be pretty open to it. So I don't know where that correlates in the whole sense of humor, but I'm willing to bet that he's not opposed to making fun of himself like we do on our show all the time here for us.
Yeah, I make fun of you and you make fun of you is the way we do it around here. But anyway, I don't know. And then what does he have left? Why were the numbers not Verlander like last year? And you can trace it to pre-neck injury and post-neck injury. And I watched his last start that he had with Houston. And he's one of the greatest pitchers in the history of the Astros franchise, right up there with Nolan or J.R. Richard or Mike Scott, whoever you want to name. That guy, as far as ERA and just overall pitching numbers and winning them World Series, he's one of the best ever. But that last start in Cleveland looked like his velocity was back. Did he build back up? And how many starts? I mean, they're not going to be able to predict that, but they got him on a contract that's a 1-year deal for $15 million. I mean, when he's right, Justin Verlander commands double, if not triple that. Maybe not $45 million a year, but a lot of money. You're now, the way I always look at it with Blake Snell, and he didn't make enough starts to get there, but you justify it by it's $1 million a start. Do they expect him to make 15 starts? Can he make 20? Can he make 20? Obviously, it's a health issue. He is 42. He will be 42 shortly. And he is coming off, neck and back injuries last year, which were difficult. So is that the main reason why his numbers last year were not Verlander-like, just the injuries and how he had to pitch through those when he did come back?
I mean, the optimist in me would say yes, and we're actually ready to go now, so I'll put it down.
The Giants organization. On today's call is Giants President of Baseball Operations, Buster Posey, Giants General Manager, Zach Manassian, and new Giants pitcher, Justin
This
Verlander.
meeting is being recorded.
So I'm going to turn over to Buster, who will have a few opening comments, and then we'll get started.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining. Very excited to announce Justin Verlander as a San Francisco Giant this morning. I mean, Justin's track record speaks for itself. I was lucky enough to get to compete against him for a number of years and have always admired the way that he takes care of business.
Look at Justin's name.
If you guys can just, all the media on here, if you can just mute yourselves, please.
I'll change it. All right, I'll change it.
So again, very excited to introduce Justin. And, for me, I think when we started having a conversation a couple of weeks ago, it was very evident just how motivated he is. And you don't get to the level of greatness that he's accomplished in his career without having just the utmost fortitude and desire to be the best. And, when I think about pitchers of this generation, to me, Justin's at the top. And for him to come to San Francisco, continue his career and build on already his Hall of Fame resume is very exciting for us, and just look forward to this relationship, continuing to grow and him help lead our staff.
Okay, thanks, Buster. Just a couple things really quick before we begin. First, for the first half of this call, I just asked that the questions be aimed towards the signing of Justin and then we can let Justin go. And then both Buster and Zach will stay on for a few more minutes to answer any general questions you guys may have about the team. And then secondly, I just ask that you state your name and affiliation when asking Justin a question. And then finally, if you have a question, just please use the raise my hand tool or type question into the chat window. So with that, we'll open it up to questions.
Talking to Justin
First one, let's
Verlander.
go to Alex Pavlovich.
Got to unmute myself. Alex Pavlovich from NBC Sports Bay Area. Welcome to San Francisco. I'm curious, this was probably pretty unique for you, talking to someone that you actually faced as a player who now is president of baseball operations. Could you just kind of go through the recruiting process and what it was like being recruited by Buster specifically to come to San Francisco?
Yeah. Honestly, it is a little weird, but at the same time, I'm starting to get at that point in my career where I'm starting to deal with a lot of people that I've played against or are younger than me. So I'm getting pretty used to it. I don't know if I ever will be completely used to it, but honestly, talking to somebody like Buster with his experience was pretty refreshing in a game that is so full of a lot of analysts now. So I think that was really something for me that was a nice draw, just to talk with somebody who's been on the field and competed and kind of understands, but also understands the analytics, right? It was very clear that he gets both sides of it. So in having those conversations, made it very comfortable for me speaking with him and hopefully vice versa. It wasn't awkward. There were a lot of thoughts running through my mind, which I haven't brought up to him yet, about some experiences that I've had in my career that weren't so happy for me, but obviously didn't get in the way.
Buster, could you address the flip side of that? I mean, this is someone you faced and now gave a contract to.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, all the years of obviously Justin's been doing this forever, and let's just be clear, when he mentions people his age or younger, I'm definitely younger than he is, so I'm make sure that's noted. Look, we hadn't really, obviously just playing against each other, but had no formal relationship, but felt like the conversations were just very easy. Again, like an opportunity to add a guy like this who's accomplished so much. I think the main thing for me is I just want to be clear. I've even seen in the media so far, like, all the value add that he's going to bring, and with the younger arms, that's most definitely true. We believe that. But first and foremost, we all see this guy pitching at the top of the rotation and being very, very good. And he made that clear as well. So that's our hope. I know that's his hope and expectation as well.
Let's go to Susan Slesser.
Hi, Justin. Susan Slesser from the San Francisco Chronicle. Congratulations. Kind of following up on what Buster just said, coming off a little bit of a down year, how would you describe last year, and where are you now physically? What do you sort of project for yourself this season?
Yeah, this was a lot of the conversation that Buster and I had. Last year was difficult. I kind of got off on the wrong foot at the beginning of spring with a capsule issue, and then had a neck issue as you kind of got in the middle of the season. There's positives and negatives to both. Obviously, the negative is what happened last season. It was worst case scenario for me. Could never get in a groove. Pitched about as bad as I felt like I could. Positives were I was able to learn a lot. I think you can't play this game for very long if you don't learn from injuries. I mean, look, injuries happen. They are what they are. You can't play this long without having something happen. So this was a large conversation and a pretty long one between Buster and I, and it's kind of explaining my process and how I learned from really particularly the neck, but also the shoulder. So moving into where I'm at now, I've changed a lot of my offseason program. I have, for the first time in my career, I've not put down a ball. I kept throwing all offseason. And that was to help the shoulder issue that I had. And it was totally avoidable. It was my fault. I've always been somebody who just I set down the ball and don't pick it up again for a few months. And then I've always been very lucky that I just pick it up and start throwing. Well, at 41, that caught up with me. So that was an adjustment that I've made that I feel like is paying big dividends already. It's funny. I was having a conversation today with my throwing partner and just talking about how miles ahead of where I was last year at this time. Honestly, this time last year was my first game of like real catch. And, I'm already up to 92 and trying to pull the reins a little bit, not overdo it. So that feels great. And then what I've learned from the neck, at this point I can say that I hope it plays out the way I see it. But it was hopefully one of those blessings in disguise that I didn't know was an underlying issue. It had been affecting me, I believe, for a couple years until an event finally occurred. And sometimes you never want an event to occur, but sometimes you need that to happen to point you in the right direction. And I really believe that's what occurred. It notified me that there was a problem there. And as I've been addressing that, I've noticed a lot of significant beneficial other changes in my body that have led to better mechanics. And I think my throwing is really benefiting from all these adjustments I'm making. So that's where I'm at now. I'm feeling great. Really just kind of trying to stay on the path that I've been on and just continue to build up for spring.
And you've said in the past that you want to pitch until you're 45. Are you still sort of thinking along those lines?
Yeah. I think I'm, realizing how hard that's going to be. But it was one of the first questions Buster asked me. What are you doing? Do you still have the passion? And, it's a great question. And I think I gave him a really long answer, longer than he intended on me giving him. But I think you can tell that the passion's still there. It's the fire's still burning. I have a 6-year-old daughter now, which draws me away from the game, but I think it gives me a nice yin and yang. I get to go home to her and kind of separate my life. So I'm not, because I can get pretty one-sided. So it's really helped me, and I think it's going to help me elongate my career. But yeah, so it's still there. I just need, like I said, I'm really viewing this past year's issues as a potential to send me down the path that I want to go down to finish my career and be able to play till 45 or more. It's not too dissimilar to 2014-15. I ended up having core issues and core surgery. And what I learned through that process really was what allowed me to pitch the way I have up until last year, So that's how I'm viewing this.
Okay, let's go to Justice De Los Santos.
Hey, Justin. Justice De Los Santos, San Jose, Mercury News. Welcome to San Francisco. You're joining a rotation that features, a fair share of younger arms, guys like Hayden Birdsong, Kyle Harrison, even Jordan Hicks has only had one full year as a starter. Who are the guys that helped you along when you were, making your leagues? I know Kenny Rogers was kind of similar as far as age gap with you guys and the guys you're joining. And what do you think you can impart to some of the guys in this rotation?
Yeah, I'm really interested. I've heard a lot about those guys. Kyle and Hayden particularly. Obviously excited to see Logan work and, Jordan, and I know Robbie already. So there's a lot of symbiosis already amongst the group. Again, I think when I look back at like my experience with Kenny Rogers, left-handed pitcher, sinker baller, here I was young, right-handed, four-seam fastball guy. I didn't really think that I would pick up much from him, but when I look back at it, I think you just kind of pick up stuff from being around guys that have learned to be in the game that long. Whether he's taking an approach to be a mentor or not, you just if you're paying attention, you just see things. And I've done a lot better in my career. I've always said early in my career, I was kind of like a horse with blinders on. I was just going to do what I need to do to be successful and kind of go about my business. And as I've gotten older, more mature, especially as a father, learning to communicate better, I've really felt like I've been able to take those blinders off and be more of a help to the younger guys around me. And I think it's something that I'm continually working on. I get a lot of reward from that now. So it's really cool coming into camp and having some guys who are young, high ceiling, that, hopefully I really just want to lay eyes on. I don't know yet. I've heard a lot about them, haven't really dug in on besides the brief conversation I had about their stuff. But, really it's in today's game with analytics, like guys stuff and, they pretty much know, unless their head's in the sand, like what they do well. It's more about like the routine and pitching and how you be successful long-term at the big league level. And, just being a professional. And it's amazing how far that can actually take you and carry you as a player. Just when you can get comfortable with your routine and, the outside noise, whether you're going good, going bad, you can kind of always rely on that. So that's one of the things that I've always kind of preached.
Go to Sam Lubman.
Hey, Justin. Welcome to San Francisco. My name's Sam Lubman with 95.7 The Game. You've accomplished so much in your career with MVPs, Cy Youngs, World Series titles. I'm curious, when you come into this season, what are some of the goals that you have that you're really hoping to accomplish this year? Obviously aside from the big ones, but like for you personally, for you to see with this team, what are you kind of hoping to accomplish this season?
I've never really been somebody who set out specific goals. There's one kind of left that, as everybody likes to talk about, that is kind of a no-brainer that I would like to achieve. And that hopefully that just comes with time. For me, I think personally, proving that I still have it, I think I wouldn't be coming back and playing if I've accomplished enough in my career. I wouldn't be back if I didn't think I could be great. I really truly believe that the experiences I had last year and leading into this year, I can be back to the pitcher I was not all that long ago when I won a Cy Young. So, I put in the work. I put in the work for the last, since I was 5 years old, I've been playing baseball, So all that work, my whole life, I still feel like I have something to give. And if I still feel like that, then I want to play, so simple as that. As a team, I think it's a team that, quite frankly, before Buster called me, wasn't really in my consideration. And then in doing some research after Buster called, obviously immediately you're like, man, really tough division, going to be tough. And that's obviously true. But I think that this team has a lot of upside that is maybe a bit overlooked, with Kim coming back and Adames' addition. Fitzgerald had a great second half at second base last year. These young starters, obviously, you got the guys at the top that have been doing what they've been doing, sign Matt Chapman long-term. I just think that there's, a really good chance that this team can do something special. And from everything that I've heard, the guys, the culture that's been built in this organization is something special. And in my experience with a couple of franchises who have been really successful, that's one of the things that's one of the most important ingredients. And you can fill the room with all the talent in the world, but if it doesn't gel, it's not going to work for whatever reason. It might get you to the playoffs, but it's not going to win you in the playoffs. And, and like I said, from everything I've heard, this has that factor to it. And that's really important for me at this point in my career. You want to be part of a team that you can have fun with. And when you win, it really helps gel that. And it's just a magical ride, man. And I want to be part of that.
Okay, let's go to Scott Osler.
Yeah, Scott Osler, San Francisco Chronicle. Hey, Justin, you mentioned just a second ago, two questions. You mentioned that the Giants weren't really on your radar until Buster called. Why were they not? And the second question is, why do you think you can cheat Father Time, Mother Nature, whatever, to pitch into your mid-40s?
The honest answer is they just weren't. I didn't expect them to call. I guess there were a handful of other teams that had conversations with my agent, and we had kind of been going back and forth since the end of the season on who was interested, who wasn't. And San Francisco had never really come up. And then so the second Buster called and expressed interest, it was like, oh, wow, this is like, I hadn't even really considered that. So that's really that. And look, I don't think I can defeat Father Time. Nobody can, but I think the groundwork that I've put in and the work ethic that I've had since I've been in this game, has afforded me, hopefully on the back end, some extra time. I mean, it's the first thing everybody wants to point to when things aren't going well is, okay, Father Time finally caught up. I'm trying to stave it off. I don't know. I'm a bit stubborn, have to be. But I still think I can pitch at extremely high ability. And even last year when I came back before the neck, it was, I was pitching to a 3.2 ERA and I felt like I was not pitching very well, so, it's definitely still there, I think. And also in talking to a lot of the veterans who have retired, they just there's no definitive answer about when you should or can retire, but the answer is pretty similar, which is when you'll know, which isn't really helpful to somebody who doesn't know yet, but, it's not there. I'm not there yet. And, so as long as that doesn't happen and I still have the passion to play and put in the work that's required behind the scenes, then I'll keep trying.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Go to Chris Alvarez.
Hi, Justin. Chris Alvarez from ABC7 here in San Francisco. Welcome back to the Bay. You're talking a lot about the process of Buster kind of recruiting you. Are you going to be influential in recruiting new guys to this team, or have you done that in the past with the other stops?
Yeah, a little bit. I told them when I was just there this weekend, if there's anybody that pops on your radar that you want me to give a call, let me know. Absolutely happy to help. I think also there's some insight that I can give. I've played with a lot of guys now, so there's also that insight that you get from the inside of the locker room that I can help with. So yeah, absolutely, I'm willing to help.
Okay, let's go to Matt Kawahara.
Hey, Justin, Matt Kawahara with the Houston Chronicle. You mentioned other teams that maybe had some interest. Did you have any discussions with the Astros about a potential reunion? And now that this is official, how would you just kind of sum up your second stint with that team?
Look, I don't want to get into the ins and outs of who was involved and who wasn't, but I'll answer the second part. I've had a phenomenal ride with Houston. It's been a hell of a chapter of my career. The second chapter coming back from New York wasn't what I would have hoped. And when I got traded back, I did, I felt like I pitched pretty well, helped them get to the playoffs. Really last year left a sour taste in my mouth, not with the organization, just with myself. I hold myself to a standard that I want to pitch. It's why in my contract, I had 140 innings, somewhere around there, to trigger my player option. If I didn't, and I could have fought for more, or not had that innings option when I was negotiating with the Mets. But I want to earn my keep. And I felt like if I didn't at least throw that many innings, I sure as hell didn't earn what I was making. So I didn't deserve to have the option for that anyway. So I wish I had pitched better last year. I wish the injuries hadn't happened, but look, man, I'm not somebody that lives in the past. I've had just like I said, a phenomenal run in Houston. And if that's done, it's done. Never know what's going to happen. Obviously I never would have forecasted going back as quickly as I did. So you never want to close a chapter on anything in this game, but this new chapter, I couldn't be more excited about, man. I can't tell you how refreshing, not refreshing. That's the wrong word. Exciting it is for me when you can tell the energy of not only the organization, but a lot of the players that reached out and how excited they are to have me here. Not that it wasn't exciting to be in Houston, but I've been there for 7 or 8 years now. So everybody knows me. You kind of lose that a little bit. So just having the guys reach out and everybody I spoke to, just especially once the deal was done, telling me how excited they are, means a lot.
Okay, let's go to Ryan Leone.
Hi, good morning, Justin. Congratulations. Wanted to ask you what your thoughts are on coming to a Giants team that, aside from 2021, has really struggled. They've really not kind of been in the media spotlight, and now you're kind of competing against teams like the San Francisco 49ers and the Golden State Warriors. How do you feel about trying to bring prominence back to the city of San Francisco and for the Giants franchise?
Yeah. I mean, look, that's obviously not on me, but it's a group effort. I think I think that the organization is doing the right things and trying to win. They see that they have young talent on the horizon. They're trying to bring in the right pieces to accent that. You can see that with the moves they've made this offseason. I think if I was a Giants fan, I have a lot to be excited about. And yeah, you're competing against. I don't view it the same way as competing against the other franchises in the city. I think when things are going well with all franchises in a city, it's a pretty magical experience. You know, you got everybody winning. It's contagious. You know, so hopefully we can join the parade and be part of those great franchises that are doing well. And I've experienced obviously San Francisco when things are going well. You know, when I was there in the World Series and just you know, those years coming to play in the stadium, it's pretty electric, and the fan base is phenomenal. It's such a storied franchise. It'll happen naturally if we just go out and do what we're capable of.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a couple more for Justin. Let's go to Marco.
Hey, Justin, welcome to the Giants. Marco Ikolovich, Barrier Sports Wrap. You know, you come in as a low-risk, high-reward type of acquisition. So depending on how this year goes for you, would you like to see yourself maybe signing again with this team after 2025 and maybe finishing your career here with the Giants?
Yeah, I you know, that's a good question. I try not to get ahead of myself, just let things come as they go. You know, Buster texted me, you know, after everything went down and said, wouldn't it be something if you won 300 games in a San Francisco uniform? And you know, God, wouldn't that be something? It's, you know, you just, I could have never forecasted that I would have been in Houston for 7 or 8 years. It's just a funny game, man. You just don't know how you end up kind of like in a certain situation, and then it's nervous. It's you get angst because it's a brand new situation, people you don't know, and then all of a sudden it ends up being the best thing that ever happened to you. So I'm really looking forward to this year. Whatever the future holds, the future holds. I mean, I'm kind of that point in my career where, you know, if Buster wanted to sign me for a 4 or 5 year deal, I would have done it, but you know, he didn't offer that.
Okay, let's 2 more. Susan?
This is probably a less pressing topic, but there's some interest in the Bay Area because you've worn 35 for much of your career. Obviously, that was Brandon Crawford's number here for a long time. Have you thought about your number? Have you talked to the Giants about what you might wear?
Yes, it has come up. I'm still putting a lot of thought into this. You know, obviously, Brandon has had a legendary career there. I know that Buster reached out to him personally, and he gave his blessing, but I haven't spoken to him yet personally. I also, I don't know, how do the fans feel about it? Does anybody have a feel on that? I don't know. You know, I don't want to come in on a bad foot, you know, but I would love the opportunity to wear my number for the San Francisco Giants. I mean, like I said, I understand the magnitude of the franchise, like one of the most storied franchises in Major League Baseball. So to get to wear like your number for that franchise is pretty cool. But at the same time, if there's another player who's come along and done something special, this is an interesting question, and I really don't have the answer yet. I think I'm hopeful that when I speak with Brandon, I'll get a little more clarity. I know, you know, it's different hearing it from Buster and saying, "Hey, I spoke to Brandon, and he gave his okay." But I don't know. I just want to talk to him person to person and really try to get a feel for it, and I can pivot one way or the other.
Great, thank you.
And Chris.
And Justin, based on some of your answers and your Zoom name, you have a sense of humor. I'm curious what kind of clubhouse guy you are and how you kind of deal with guys. Are you the fun guy? It seems like you're going to be the fun guy in the clubhouse.
I don't think I've ever been called the fun guy in the clubhouse, Chris, but I try my best. Look, man, I really have a strong belief that when you show up to the field, man, we're there to do one thing, that's to win. You do need some humor. You need to have fun. We're there at the field during the season more than we are with our family. So you need to have that like family atmosphere. You also, I think, need to hold people accountable. So you can't just be a jokester, man. You gotta, there's an expectation that comes with winning, and that expectation needs to permeate from everybody. Myself, our manager, to the last player on the bench, to the coaching staff, to the training staff. It takes everybody to make a winning cocktail. And I guess I think I'm somebody that can be jovial, but if something needs to be said or done, I've also kind of been that guy that can do or say that. I've had a lot of players that have had issues come up to me and kind of ask me to handle some stuff. So, I'm comfortable doing both.
Okay, Justin, thank you so much for hopping on here. Congratulations, and welcome to the Bay Area.
Yeah, thanks, everybody. Look forward to meeting you all in person soon. Appreciate your time.
All right, so that concludes the Justin Verlander portion of that press conference. We'll play part 2 a little bit later. We'll have Susan Slusser join us a little bit later in the show. And Papa, we can do some reaction on the other side to everything Justin Verlander just laid out for there. The jersey number, TBD, as is his play.
We need a poll. We need a Silvers poll. I mean, he just said, I wonder what the fan base wants. Craw let him wear it. Buster reached out to Craw. It's the people of San Francisco. Do you want Justin Verlander to wear 35?
I'll get one going up on my Twitter account. And also 808 KNBR. If you have thoughts on the number, feel free to chime in. That's 415-808-5627. On the other side, Papa, let's do some reaction because we got some spots to make up. It's Papa and Silver on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, Giants fans, it is official. 3-time Cy Young Award winner, 2-time World Series champion, and 9-time All-Star selection. It's a hell of a resume for the future Hall of Famer. Justin Verlander was officially announced and introduced as your latest addition to the Buster Posey era San Francisco Giants. How are you feeling on the signing? Let us know how you feel in the YouTube chat, the only place to let Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? It's our good friend Steve Moskowitz, the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. And today we are going to be discussing what you can do when you can't pay your taxes.
You can call us. This is so frustrating to so many people. They feel like they're drowning under 1,000 feet of water. They don't know what to do. They think they're never going to get out of it. They start making mistakes. Sometimes people don't file returns, or they just wait till that knock on the door from the IRS agent. Folks, you don't have to live like that. There's so many good solutions. Whether you can qualify for an offer and compromise and just pay part of what you owe and they forgive the rest, or get the penalties forgiven. Sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or get monthly installments that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford, and so many other things. We have a free consultation. Let us tell you all the things we can do for you. And if you give us the go-ahead, we'll go ahead and do it for you, so you don't have to talk to the government. You can remove this burden from your life and get on with your life and just put this in the rearview mirror. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, "Hey, Steve, get me out of this mess."
Steve, thanks a lot. Always appreciate you calling in and tell us what to do when you can't pay your taxes. He is Steve Moskowitz at Moskowitz LLP. And for more, you can give him a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAXDEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
That is right. Papa and Silver on a Monday morning. We just heard from Justin Verlander on Zoom. And during that break, as we will play the remainder of that press conference a little bit later, but Susan Slusser, who will actually join the show around 12:50 today, said that per Zach Manassian on the call, which we did not play over the air, we took a little break after Justin Verlander left, Roki Sasaki is not going to be coming to San Francisco. The Giants have been told so. So not all that surprising, but certainly a little bit disappointing nonetheless, Papa. We'll focus on the positive, though, and Justin Verlander coming to the Orange and Black.
Well, I mean, but that's a news story, obviously. So after Verlander left and we went to break, they asked Buster about Roki Sasaki, and he deferred right to Zach Manassian, and it was quick. He just said that they have been told that he is not coming, was the extent of it. We'll play it when we pick it back up in a minute, and then Susan will join us later. I didn't hear any other follow-up questions. There were other questions that were brought to both Buster and Zach, but nothing about losing Sasaki. I think we felt like it's a long shot. I wonder if he told the Giants that he's not coming to the Giants, did he tell the Dodgers that he's going there? We had heard last week from Andrew Baggerly when the Justin Verlander signing was reported and became official this weekend, Greg, that the Dodgers are telling their other international signing prospects that the money's going to Roki Sasaki. That's who they're going to sign. So that's the end of that. We'll get into it more, and this is right around the time frame when he can pick a destination, and he may just not drag it out any longer, but he's not coming to the Giants. Zach's words were, we are told he's not coming. If he is going to the Dodgers, maybe they'll have more of a celebration there again. But for the Giants, the one thing is what they believe in Verlander and who he can be. And it was the neck injury that we thought he thinks was a big part of it. But he wants to prove who he is again. I think that's proving that I still have it is his goal. He wants to get the 38 wins to go from 262 to 300. And that, who else is going to get to 300 wins in the modern era of baseball? That's quite an accomplishment to get to 300. Longevity and brilliance. But as far as the rest of the rotation, it was pretty clear what Buster thought of him. He is a top of the rotation guy, and they expect him to be very, very good. So, I mean, you got Logan Webb, you got Robbie Ray, and you got Justin Verlander that are three guys that have accomplished quite a bit as starters in Major League Baseball. What do they have right now? Webb doesn't have the physical issues Ray and Verlander do, and then you got the hopper, the young guys, Kyle Harrison and Hayden Birdsong and Landon Roop and Mason Black and Keaton Wynn, and there are others, and then Jordan Hicks trying to make the transformation from a shutdown back end of the bullpen reliever closer to a frontline starter and being able to sustain. But you know what? With these other arms and other guys they have, he doesn't need to give you necessarily 30, 35 starts a year, Jordan Hicks. He could give you 20, 25 starts, and they can mix it in. So not getting Sasaki, I think, solidifies what this rotation is going to look like. I mean, let's face it here. It's January 13th. Pitchers and catchers normally start rolling in on Valentine's Day. We're talking a month. So I think based on, what they think of Verlander, listening to Verlander, he's a smart guy. We'll get the reaction on what the people think, and should he wear 35, he's going to be the juicy talking point going forward. But not getting Sasaki, what other starting pitcher is out there right now? I mean, this is going to be your group going to spring training.
Yeah, we're going to ask about Flaherty to Susan Slusser, and I was reading over the weekend that he's someone who would be interested in maybe more of a short-term deal, so not sure if there's an appeal there to Buster Posey and Zach Manassian. On the poll front, because that is something we teased prior to the break, I do have it up on my Twitter account. It's you can find it on the KNBR Twitter as well, but Greg Zero Silver, Silver's Monday poll, as I'm calling it, because there's only one big poll, and that belongs to our guy Danny Dunn. But I got, what jersey number should Justin Verlander wear for the Orange and Black? Option 1, 35. He's a Hall of Famer. That's sitting at about 35% of the vote. Time to call, Brandon Crawford at 19%, and then not 35 on a one-year deal, sitting at 48%. But the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line largely sticking up for Justin Verlander, saying, baseball players are superstitious. Let him wear 35. We got another one saying JV isn't some random scrub. He is a Hall of Famer. But then 559 also going, I hope they don't let Verlander wear number 35. I kind of think he ends up wearing number 35 because of the resume he's built up.
All right. There's a lot of options. Should he wear 35, yes or no, is the bottom line. He's going to call Brandon Crawford. Buster already has, and I'll reach out. There's no way he's putting on 35 without Crawford blessing it. I think, Crawford will probably go to spring training with the Giants in some sort of an on-field role. So, you have 35A, 35B in spring training. You have multiple numbers in spring training. They could both wear 35. I think he will wear 30. It obviously matters to him. He didn't just say, I'm not doing that. I'll wear 53 or something. In fact, when he was a rookie, I think his first ever start, he wore a different number. I mean, he could have easily just dismissed it, that it was not important to him, but it clearly is. It's something they've already discussed. So we'll see what he wants to do. He wore 59 for a few starts when he was young. So it's important to him. So let him feel comfortable. You can always retire Craw's number later. I mean, Verlander is going to the Hall of Fame. If he does pitch here, say he picks up the required 38 wins and gets to 300 as a Giant, that would be pretty amazing. You wouldn't retire his number ordinarily on that short career. But, I mean, the Yankees retired Bill Dickey's number 8 and Yogi Berra's number 8. Nate Thurman has number 42 retired at a number of different spots. I mean, there are teams that do retire multiple numbers. It gets a little weird. Craw's number 35 will be retired at some point, even though he's not going to be a Hall of Famer. They've already set the precedent, obviously, with Bonds. You don't need to be a Hall of Famer, although Bonds is obviously a Hall of Famer. So, I mean, I would vote. Let him. Obviously, Craw's got to bless it. It's not a big deal. I'm sure he will. How long will he pitch here? And then when that's appropriate, retire number 35 for Craw. And if Verlander comes here, wins 38 games and 3 World Series of his own, we'll retire both 35s. One for Craw, one for JV.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. That'd be a great problem to have right there. And someone 415 saying JV needs to get 48 for Pablo Sandoval. A different 415 suggesting 69. All right, nice. Yeah. So another thing
no
we
mention
brought up,
of his bride, by the way. That was not brought up.
Yeah, no mention of Kate
or
Upton.
Pablo. No one mentioned Kung Fu Panda.
Yeah, the KNBR socials already did enough damage on that one last week. By the way, Andrew McCutchen also wore 22 for the Giants before Will Clark's was retired, as Walter and I were just kind of discussing through the class.
So did Dan Ugla. Are you kidding me? Dan Ugla had the worst baseball game ever in the history, and he was a good player for a while with the Braves. That game he had. Who was that against the Dodgers? He had like 3 or 4 errors at second base. They allowed Dan Ugla to wear Will Clark's uniform. So Justin Verlander is a Hall of Famer, Craw. First ballot.
Yeah, that was an Ugla performance for sure. We'll keep it Giants right here on the other side. Continue to join the conversation if you like. 808 KNBR, that's 415-808-5627. It's Papa and Silver. Keep it right here on the Orange and Black on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, good morning. Greg Papa here. As the faithful knows, life, like the game, doesn't always go as planned. Injuries and challenges can knock you down hard on the field or off. That's when you need a powerhouse team. Habas Law for over 35 years. We're talking Omar and Tarek Habas and the Habas Law team. They have delivered life-changing wins, taking on big insurance companies with relentless grip, like it's the final 2-minute drill. Habas Law doesn't just settle cases, they create comebacks. We encourage you to visit habaslaw.com. That's Habas Law. They will fight to make it right.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Happy Monday, everybody. Greg Papa, Greg Silver here as we are focusing on the San Francisco Giants for the first hour. We'll have Larry Krueger join us at 11:30. Talk to JB Long as the Rams play the Vikings tonight down in Arizona for the last game of Wild Card Weekend. He'll join us at 11:50. We'll talk to Susan Slusser at 12:50. And you heard Susan's voice earlier as we carried the Justin Verlander introductory press conference live right here on KNBR. We'll play the second part a little bit later, closer to Susan, and we can get a lot into what Justin Verlander said. The big headline after we had signed off was that Roki Sasaki has informed the Giants he will not be coming here. So not terribly surprising, but definitely a big story. Lots to get into. We also have our poll up on Twitter and the YouTube chat at KNBR 1045. What number should Justin Verlander wear? Keep it 35. If Brandon Crawford's okay, I'm okay. Or, nah, it's a one-year deal. I don't want to do that. So lots to get into, Papa. But let's go to Justin Verlander. What were your initial thoughts and takeaways from that good press conference we had?
That he looks old. He looks much older than Buster. I mean, Buster looks youthful. I honestly would talk about Buster about being president of baseball ops / catcher for the baseball team, and in combination with Pat Bailey. Buster looks youthful. I mean, he was funny. I mean, when it first started in those, that's the first time we put a Zoom press conference on the air. We put the Kyle Shanahan's teleconferences, and they're awkward. They're all stepping over each other. But this one, because people don't unmute and they're talking when other things are being said. There was a point where somebody had their mic unmuted and said you could hear him. And Justin jumped in right away. I'll change it. Okay, I'll change it. So he was funny. He kind of got it a little bit. He does look old. He looks every bit of 41, going to be 42 with the gray. Buster looked youthful. I think he was honest. He was very honest about what happened last year. And he had a capsule issue, which is in the shoulder. In spring training, it got into the neck. I like this stuff what he was talking about as far as He'd always put the baseball down. And after the season was over, you put it down. I don't know what pitching mechanics and gurus and biomechanical people would say. Probably is a good thing not to throw a baseball 365 days a year, but he felt like when he put it down for a while, he could not, later in his career and last year when he picked it back up, maybe that's where the shoulder got something wrong with the capsule, so he's continued to throw, and he's still throwing right now, just, kind of just going out there and tossing it in the low 90s, 92, so... he still feels like he's got that. And I could see his last start. I saw 97, and he's a high four-seam fastball guy. Obviously, the slider to me looks as good as ever. The curveball, he was hanging. It was in the hit-me zone a lot, and it got hit a lot, and he got hurt on that. His changeup looked good. He's got good stuff. Whatever he had last year with a neck, pitching around the neck and the shoulder were a problem. The big thing is I forget who asked the question, but what do you have to prove? He's done everything you can do, from being an American League Rookie of the Year in 2006 to winning 3 Cy Young Awards, to winning the pitching Triple Crown one year, to winning the AL MVP. You win in the same year the Cy on top of the MVP. That used to be blasphemous to give the same guy both awards, but it's happening more, and he's one of those. He's a World Series champion, accepting the trade to Houston. He pitched in big games, as Bob Melvin obviously knows. What is there left for him to prove? He is a first ballot Hall of Famer. It's done. Why does he still want to go out there and do this to his body at age 42? Proving that I still have it. The great ones. They want to prove that they still... Why did Tom Brady keep going? He went to Tampa and shocked us all by winning number 7. It's just unbelievable. This guy, and they can do it. And pitching is hard. To pitch 20-plus years the way he has. So just coming away, he wants to prove what he is. And I didn't know the line about the innings pitched. He had 140 innings line in his contract to trigger a player option last year, and look, his salary is going to decrease a lot in 1 year. When the guy's been making the kind of money he makes and he's made and his wife makes, he does not have to pitch. And to accept $15 million, that's got to be a little rough for someone like him, but that's just for the love of the game. So and that was just him, just how easy he is. I think he will be a mentor. I was surprised about Kenny Rogers. I knew Kenny as a veteran with the Oakland A's, and he was not a great guy. People didn't like Kenny Rogers. They had to move him out of there. When they brought in Kevin Appier and got Rogers out of that clubhouse, to me, it got a lot better. I don't know. Verlander and Kenny in Detroit interacted at a different time. Kenny with the A's, the late 90s, was not a real likable guy. But then he went, and he still pitched well effectively. He was able to reinvent himself. But just that mentorship, I did not know about the relationship between the old veteran lefty Kenny Rogers and Verlander. But obviously he's open to passing it on to the next generation of Giant pitchers. At one point he did say, he mentioned Willie Adames in the signing, but at one point he did say with Kim coming back. Did he mean Hassan Kim? He does not play for the Giants. Right now he doesn't play for any. Maybe he'll be here. I don't know. That's not... I believe he meant Jung-Hoo Lee, so that may be the only misspeak that he had. Kim is not coming back. He was never here to start with. Is that what he meant when he said with Kim coming back? He was referring to the other South Korean, Hassan Kim.
I was also assuming Jung-Hoo Lee and a misspeak, but when you texted that, I was kind of like, okay,
No big deal.
Yeah, no big deal. So I'm glad that you mentioned a couple of those points you just referred to as I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, as we get going here on a Monday. We'll get to football a little bit later, but right now the focus is the San Francisco Giants and Justin Verlander. The proving I still have it is a quote I wrote down as well, because it is what kind of the psychos do and the great competitors. And he mentioned he had a 6-year-old daughter, and that even takes him away from the game sometimes, but he's like, like you said, there's nothing left for him to prove. He is a multi-champion, a 3-time Cy Young winner. He is a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's pitching because he wants to prove that he still can do this at a high level, and San Francisco was a place that ended up being on his radar after he had extended conversations with Buster Posey. The Kenny Rogers nugget was really fascinating to me as well, because he talked about mentorship, and it kind of took the whatever Justin Verlander's personality is element out of it. It doesn't really matter because he kind of says all you have to do is pay attention. So people can be willing to share secrets and kind of have the personality that's a little bit more willing to take a younger guy like a Kyle Harrison or a Hayden Birdsong under his wing. But even if he doesn't have those traits necessarily or isn't as extroverted, all you got to do is pay attention, and that could have some serious value. So saying things like, the Giants organization seems to be doing the right thing. They see the young talent that they have, and I would be excited as a Giants fan. Those aren't things you have to necessarily say. And look, the Giants could very well be a fourth-place team in their division this year, but I think for Verlander, who could only be here for one season, just kind of knowing what winning baseball looks like and saying that the Giants seem to have the right approach as they're starting on this new regime, I think are positive signs personally.
Without a doubt. And I think it's pretty clear. He didn't want to come right out and say it. Yes, he wants to prove that I still have it. But the guy has 262 wins. And I'm going to have to pull out the Brock Purdy, Guy Haberman 262 hat that'll be able to work. And I got it in black, so it's not just 49er related. It can be Justin Verlander related. He is 38 wins away from 300. That is a number that meant a lot for years and years and years in the history of baseball, and it just doesn't come around this way anymore. We did see Randy Johnson pass, and I remember I flew out later that day to be with my brother who was dying, and left right after I interviewed Randy Johnson after the game in Washington at Nationals Park when he got his 300th victory. Is Randy Johnson the last guy to get to 300 victories in baseball? Who was the last? No, it had to be Clemens or Tom Glavine. Well, that was earlier. Randy Johnson did it in 2009. I'm wondering, it's been so long I can't remember. Clemens did it in 2003 and Maddox in 2004. Is it Randy Johnson? Randy Johnson is the last pitcher to win a 300th game in baseball? Wow. That seems like, my brother's been gone since 2009, so it's so long. That just tells you how rare it is. It used to happen more frequently. Rocket and Maddox went back-to-back years. Rocket did it in 2003, and Greg Maddox did it in 2004. And then Randy Johnson came around, and Randy did it on June the 4th of 2009. And who's going to do it after Justin Verlander?
Well,
so when he's saying...
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, who's next on the all-time wins list behind Verlander, active? He's way ahead of everybody else. So they asked him, what are you pitching for? And he said, proving that I still have it. And then he mentioned, without mentioning it, that other milestone that we all know about. So he's trying to get to 300 wins, which makes it difficult to how do you use him. Wins are important to him. So you can't be pulling him out after 4 2/3, Bomel. You can't be doing that to this guy. So that's going to make now. Wins don't matter in Butler. To him, they matter. There's not been a 300-game winner in baseball since Randy Johnson donned the giant cap June the 4th of 2009 and did it in Washington. It's going to take Verlander a while. He's got to win 38 more games, so he may not be a Giant. It's going to be, what year are we projecting this to happen? If it does, he's going to have to pitch till he's in his mid-40s easily. But if he is able to accomplish that, who is even next on the radar? Who was the second active winningest pitcher in baseball?
So there's only two other active pitchers that have over 200. That's Max Scherzer all the way down at 216 and Clayton Kershaw at 212.
That's a long way to go.
That's a long way to climb.
262 is a lot more than 216. So, and they were talking about Scherzer, and Scherzer may have more stuff right now, but he's 84 wins away. That is highly unlikely. So whoever, I don't even know, Sasaki, the guy the Giants lost on, he may be the next 3-0. But honestly, that's what he's talking about. Why does he want to pitch? What are you pitching for? To be a 300 winner in baseball. And, obviously Clemens and Maddox define this generation. They're two of the greatest right-handed pitchers of all time, period. and they clearly are the best pitchers of their generation without a doubt. Maddox got to 355 and the Rocket got to 354. I mean, they were right there. But, I mean, is that what he's pitching for? Is that the motivating factor? And that tells you about him knowing history, embracing it all. He'd be a good Giant because the Giants have some of the best records in all of American sport. But, I mean, that's kind of what you kind of figure he's pitching for, is to get to 300 wins and win those 38. And that would be, wow. I just hadn't thought about how rare. I knew it was, but you kidding me? You have to go back to Rocket and Greg Maddux, the last guys to win 300 games?
Yeah, only
after
24.
Randy Johnson?
Only 24 have done it in the history. And yeah, so when Justin Verlander said, I mean, one specific goal, what I inferred from that was the 300 wins. And then he elaborated kind of on the more abstract, saying, proving I still have it, wanting to do this till I'm in my mid-40s. 300, I mean, so what? That takes 2 incredible years, probably 3 years, got to pitch into his mid-40s.
I mean, realistically, to get 38 more wins, I mean, even on a good year. So the year he had a couple of years ago, he won 21 games in 2019. Then the year when he won the Cy, he came back, he won 18. I mean, we're wondering if he can even make 15 starts based on what he did last year with this baseball team. I mean, I think a very high bar would be 10 a year. So he'd have to pitch 4 more years to get 38 more wins. Let's be realistic here.
Yeah.
Now, I don't even know if you moved him into the bullpen. Would that aid? You bring him into a tie game at home in the 8th inning? Go ahead, JV, you got this inning. We'll score in the bottom. We'll get you, get you a vulture here and there. He's going to want to do it. Are they all as a starting pitcher? He's every single game in his career he has started. 526. So I don't know how to get him there. But when you wonder why a guy age 41 moving into his age 42 year, proving that I still have it, but I want to go where very few have gone. Since he's been pitching in baseball, when he came up, the only guy that's won 300 games is, you know what, Tom Glavine got there. We missed Glavine. Glavine got there August of 2007. So Randy in 2009, Glavine in 2007. So he's seen both of those. He came up in 2005. So he was still in the minors or wherever he was when Maddox and Clemens. So Glavine did get to 300 in 2007, before Randy in 2009.
We'll get into Justin Verlander a little bit later in the show. Susan Slusser joining us at 12:50. We'll also play some of the sound from Buster Posey and Zach Manassian on that presser after Justin Verlander hopped off the call, which we carried right here on the Sports Leader. Larry Krueger joining us at 11:30, so we can continue to talk a little Verlander with Krug, but let's also get into some of the football action that happened over the weekend. 5 of 6 wild card games, and I hate to say it, I might not be calling it Super Wild Card Weekend anymore because we only had one game that really came down to the wire. We'll get into it next. It's Papa and Silver, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The NFL playoffs were in full swing this weekend, and watching those matchups and watching the quarterback play, it makes you wonder, how valuable is Brock Purdy? Because let's just say, you look better than a lot of those guys that were playing over the past weekend. Let us know in the YouTube chat, how much are you willing to dish out for franchise quarterback Brock Purdy at KNBR, the Sports Leader?
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, when it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium.
Is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
They stack everyone left, now drag a wide out, motion Hollins. Allen fades back, steps into it, lobs it out, open, caught in the chest by Curtis Samuel, 30, bang it inside of the 20, 15-10, slips out of a tackle, touchdown Buffalo! 55 yards, lob, catch, TD, it's 27-7.
So we saw some bad performances this weekend for the wild card slate, that's for sure. We also saw few players very worthy of an MVP nod, and one of them right there, Josh Allen to Curtis Samuel. The Buffalo Bills get punched in the mouth early, but Denver would not score again. 31 unanswered, and that was just one of the 5 games that were out in the playoffs. Before I even welcome Papa back in, I got to give him some credit, because after Denver went down with that 43-yard touchdown from Nix to Franklin, Walter texted and he's like, oh, Bono's best. We're kind of messing with Papa. Text right back. 35-7. He was awfully close.
It would have been if Matt Collins didn't stomp over the fallen Bronco defender on the 2-yard line, they would have scored and got up 38-7. A personal foul. They got moved back. Bass made a field goal to wind up 31-7. So it was difficult, I got to say, Faithful, watching football this weekend. It's been a while since we watched even the wild card. Some weeks, years, we're out of the wild card and we're wondering who we're going to play in the divisional, but some weeks we're playing like in Dallas or some epic wild card wins throughout the history. But anyway, it was hard. It was just, we're not in this. Who are we playing next week? And it's nobody. So it's hard to watch the league and not be involved in it. I thoroughly enjoyed all of it. I don't know what you're talking about. Bad football, there's no such thing. There's no such thing as bad pizza, bad sex, or bad NFL football.
Hey, I said bad performances, not bad football.
D'Amico Ryans and the Houston Texans, who everybody had buried, including Rex Ryan. By the way, did Fred Warner do a good job on Countdown yesterday in Bristol? He was outstanding. But Houston's defense, 4 sacks, 4 picks. It looked doubtful early in the game, the way the Chargers went right down the field, and then there was a bad snap from center or drop ball by C.J. Stroud. He got out to his right, made a play, and Bobby Slowick never called the dogs off. So now I'm wondering, can Houston actually go to Arrowhead and beat those damn Chiefs? I don't know. But this is 2 years in a row. D'Amico Ryans, Bobby Slowick, defense and offense, running the Texans, former Niner coaches, have won their division and won a playoff game. Let's see if they can do it. Last year they went to Baltimore, didn't go well. And then you watch the Saturday night game, and wow, they just trampled the Pittsburgh Steelers. The way the Baltimore Ravens played in this game is scary. And obviously Derrick Henry and what he does. But the real thing is Lamar and his accuracy throwing the football. He has gotten so much better throwing from the pocket. He's arguably, when they put him and Henry together, and you've got Saquon and Josh Jacobs and Bijan, they're great running backs in the NFL right now, and running is dominating. But when you put Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry in the offensive backfield together, are they not the 2 best running backs in football? Going different directions. Then you got double tight ends with Likely and Mark Andrews. Then you got a 303-pound fullback in Patrick Ricard, and they just trample you. But it's Lamar and his ability, Greg, to throw accurately in the red zone, in the low red zone, in third down situations. He used to create huge gaps because once he breaks the pocket and starts pressing the line of scrimmage, what are you going to do? This guy's the best running back. He's Charlie Garner, like at running back, the way he spins out of it, and it's like he's running on ice skates. How do you deal with him? But so people would just bust. They didn't have to come off their guy and plaster because they got to step up to tackle this quarterback. Now, he has the ability, time and time again, Saturday night, I said, wow, what a throw. What a throw. What a tight window throw. How did he get it in there? And he got better his second year when he won his first MVP. But Lamar Jackson was so good on Saturday night. And then Josh is just always good, and Buffalo just tramples you. And the way they are committed to running it. So we'll get to the NFC in a minute. The AFC looks scary. Houston's going to have to play out of their mind. But I think either Buffalo or Baltimore, and that game at Highmark Stadium in Orchard Park next Sunday, and that's going to be the late game. And, Jim Nantz and Tony Romo will have that game. And Tracy Wolfson, that'll be, and Tom Spencer will be there. That really could decide what goes on here. I think either one of those teams could go to Arrowhead and beat the Chiefs this year. But Houston's a formidable fourth. And the Chiefs aren't even playing. Obviously, we know who they are. But it's just amazing to me how good Buffalo and Baltimore are and how balanced they are to run the football. Buffalo ran for 210 yards on Sunday, 210. They're the first team in the history of football. And we've got more games now, obviously, 17th game. They played a wild card game. But they have scored 30 touchdowns rushing this year and 30 touchdowns passing this year. And nobody's done that in the history of football to get 30 and 30, rushing and passing. So, and then when you factor in, and they're incredibly different, but they're incredibly similar. Lamar Jackson, his ability to run, and then in a different way, Josh Allen's ability to run right over you and trample you and go Buffalo snowplow when they get 3rd and 4th and 1 or on the goal line. I mean, who wins this game Sunday in Orchard Park? Bills or Ravens, and then I think either team could go to Kansas City this year and beat the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, that is certainly the marquee matchup when you're looking at Buffalo versus Baltimore. And it just kind of further illustrates how crucial getting that bye is now that only one team gets it. Because not only do you avoid that as a second-round matchup if you're Kansas City, because I do think, and no disrespect to Houston, I did pick against them too, and I got it shoved in my face a little bit. But Houston, make no mistake, is a tier below those three teams. And, I mean, now that you have Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, who are both MVP caliber quarterbacks, you also have great running games that you pair with them. James Cook, I think, is the best running back that we've seen next to Josh Allen pretty much in his entire time, at least since Josh Allen really became Josh. Derrick Henry is just crazy. The Silver Boys group chat was very active this weekend, so we were jokingly texting Saturday night, and I was like, hey, remember when Derrick Henry kind of fell off last year just because he wasn't anything but incredibly dominant, and then he goes to Baltimore and he looks about 3 years younger. And yeah, how do you deal with that in the backfield alone? And then to mention Lamar Jackson and what he's become as a pocket passer, these are two elite offenses, and that's going to be one marquee game for sure. Kansas City, regardless of who they face, is assuming they beat Houston, even though it's going to be at Arrowhead for the AFC Championship, they're going to have their hands full.
Yeah, I don't know why the schedule lined up where all the AFC games went boom, boom, boom. The both games on Saturday were AFC games. The early game on Sunday in Buffalo was an AFC game. We didn't get around to the NFC until yesterday afternoon, and we all have to bow to the Lord that is Vic Fangio and what he has done with his Philadelphia defense. Obviously, Saquon and Jalen was fine in the game. The amount of time he had and his weapons. Dallas Goedert's 3 stiffies on Valentine. That is the new Valentine's Day massacre in Philadelphia. What that was insane. And just their offense is fine. It functions fine. But what they've done with that defense, just look at what the Philadelphia Eagles defense was a year ago. Remember when the Niners went there in December?
Yeah, they broke
them. Didn't have a great first quarter and then scored 6 touchdowns on 6 straight offensive possessions. After not getting it done in the opening quarter and being outplayed, they just ran 42 on them like that. Their defense could not tackle. They had nobody in the middle of their defense. They were a sieve, and they were out. After the Niners beat them, they lost 5 out of 6. Tampa Bay rolled all over them. That's why if you're, the Niners were like, why aren't we playing? Because our defense is not very good. Special teams not very good. Just look at how quickly Philadelphia flipped their defense, and Howie Roseman drafting all those Georgia Bulldogs, and they just come at you at every level. It's like, whoa, who are these guys? They're so young and so fast. But then the old man who's sitting up there in the box like he's half paying attention. Does he have the game even on the screen? He's going to run the same defense. Going to be a soft 4. He's going to run his cover 4 and bail on it, and they just play tight. What Vic Fangio has done with the Philadelphia Eagles this year is just wild. It is just wild. And then we get to our friend Adam Peters and Bob Myers helping Josh Harris, and Magic is there. But mainly it's Dan Quinn and the Washington Commanders and what they were able to pull off. And they played a great game. And we'll see what they're able to do in the next round against Philadelphia. They're playing Detroit. The winner of tonight's game will play in Detroit. Will play in Philadelphia. But really, when it comes down to these playoff games, it's great players making great plays, but it's the mistakes that are made. And Baker Mayfield missing the rookie McMillan on that jet sweep. I remember when Alex Smith was in Kansas City and they were first doing that with Tyreek Hill, and you thought, how does he do that? Tyreek Hill, the fastest guy on the planet playing football, comes running across the formation in a full sprint, hits the left guard right there, and then Alex takes the snap, spins around 360, hands it off to Tyreek, and I'm like, was that an illusion? How did he do that? Sometimes you see him miss it. Sometimes Deebo Samuel goes in motion and tackles his own running back, Isaac Orendo. It looks awkward. And that play exactly, after the games were over, I was footballed out. I had to take a break. Was he trying to play action off of McMillan and keep it and roll? Was it a mistimed jet sweep to miss him so badly, where he's basically trying to hand off to the jet sweeping wide receiver, and he got him like in the back and on the hip? What the hell was that? You just don't see a mistake. Baker is so, a lot like Lamar, I've grown to really enjoy Baker Mayfield. His toughness, his throwing ability, just the leader he is, the way he runs over, everything about him. But how did he put the ball on the ground there and basically give Washington a touchdown? How did he do that?
It was the Bobby Wagner revenge play, because one of the forgotten plays of that game was Baker Mayfield on third down running through Bobby Wagner to pick up that first down, an angry run. We got back-to-back guests right now, Larry Krueger into JB Long, so let's get right to it and waste no more time. Papa and Silver with Niners Nightly. Larry Krueger next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and each new year beckons new beginnings, so now is a good time to consider upgrading your home's exterior and property. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials work with contractors and professional builders to satisfy homeowners' desire to add decking, pergolas, fencing, and other attractive features. Requests for quotes are coming in now for completion this spring and summer, so get ready right now. Build better with Golden State brands such as TimberTech and Trex. They both offer high-performance natural wood products for a variety of decking preferences. For attractive rot and mold-resistant siding, and we don't want rot and mold, we resist that. Golden State also partners with AZEK Exteriors. They offer beautiful and durable trim, siding, and molding products for timeless beauty without additional maintenance. For an enviable property that will increase the value of your home, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Talk with your builder or contractor to start your desired New Year project soon for enjoyment in the coming months. Family owned since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Well, we do it every Monday, and it is a bittersweet kind of Monday because it is not after a 49ers game. They did not play on Wild Card Weekend, but that's not going to stop us from talking with our good friend and the host of Niners Nightly, which you can catch tonight and every night, 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. It is Larry Krueger. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Krug, how was your weekend? How are you?
What's going on, boys? How you guys doing? It was fantastic. Yesterday was my 55th birthday, so I enjoyed that with the family. Good times. Made a nice little dinner and spent some time with my boys and just enjoying some NFL playoffs, man. And I thought it was very, very interesting watching these NFL playoff games as the Niners, try to rebuild and get back in the mix. You better be able to run the ball. You better have a good line, and you better be able to run the ball, and you better dominate time of possession because almost every team that won this weekend did exactly that.
Well, happy double nickel, brother. Vern Glenn tipped me off to your birthday yesterday because Vern Glenn is turning 63 years of age today. So a couple of Bay Area broadcasting legends, Vern Glenn and Larry Krueger. So jump in. I wanted to get your thoughts. Watching ball, The main thing is the AFC teams, Buffalo and Baltimore, just run it down your throat. But Philadelphia and the way they have improved their defense in 1 year's time. Go back to a year ago and what a sieve they had become. They could not tackle. They had issues at both cornerback spots in the middle of their defense, at off-the-ball linebacker. Howie Roseman just keeps building and drafting all these Georgia guys, and now they're growing up before our eyes. And he brings in the old maestro, the great Lord Fangio. Vic Fangio, and what they did to Green Bay, and I'm not sure the quarterback was right in losing Elton Jenkins at left guard and all the wide receivers. They were a skeleton crew, but as the Niners look to rebuild their defense, Krugs, how did Philadelphia rebuild that defense this year?
Well, the most amazing story in the NFL this year is Zach Bond, who went from very good player at Wisconsin to special teamer with New Orleans to all-pro inside linebacker under Vic Fangio. So, it's amazing what they've gotten this year out of Bond. He had almost 100 tackles. He forced 5 fumbles. He had a pick. He sacked the quarterback. They sent him at the QB as a blitzer. To me, if you said what happened from last year to this year, Fangio, no doubt that some of those young Georgia players grew up, as you kind of referenced there. Jalen Carter is playing at a really, really high level. In this game yesterday, I thought Oren Burks played a tremendous role in this game. I thought he played really well. Nakobe Dean is another guy who got carted off late, but he's come of age this year. They added Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean to the secondary, and Bond has just been a revelation. Nolan Smith, who was not very good last year, has stepped in and had a really nice year sacking the quarterback. He had 2 more yesterday. So, yeah, Philadelphia, Fangio is a fantastic coach, and little tinkering and getting some improvement from within, and they're got the number 1 defense. And if Hurts doesn't blow it, they got a great chance to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Larry meant to actually come in with a little happy birthday. I saw Kevin's picture he posted of you back in his football playing days, and that was awesome. Everyone's like, damn, I didn't know Krug was so tall. But looking at yesterday and really this weekend, and we'll get another NFC matchup tonight, but through the 49ers lens, we saw some great performances. We saw some pretty brutal ones. Did this whole data really give you any further insight into how you view the 49ers, Brock Purdy, or Kyle Shanahan?
Well, I just really believe that the Niners have to bolster that offensive line. They have to be able to run the ball. If you look at Jalen Hurts and what he's doing right now, I think that's the template. Not that you can go find Saquon Barkley, but you have Christian McCaffrey, who's a reasonable facsimile. But they plugged in Cam Jurgens for Jason Kelce at center. They brought in a failed tackle in Mekhi Becton and plugged him in at right guard. And between Mailata, who's a monster, Lane Johnson, who's a Hall of Famer, Jurgens, who's 300 pounds, Dickerson, who's a great drive blocker, now you add Becton. I mean, they just have a big physical offensive line, and they just ran for 5 yards a carry against Green Bay. So I think that's I realize the 49ers like Brendel, Banks a free agent. They like what they have in Pooney, but they got to upgrade that interior. There's no question. I think they need, a right tackle, a center, maybe even another offensive lineman. If they could add 2 or 3 this offseason, they should. But also, I think, this is one of, if not the greatest running back draft in recent memory. And there's going to be terrific backs all throughout this draft. And I know they got some good ones already, but man, I mean, like give you Detroit. If Detroit didn't have Jahmyr Gibbs, their season would be cooked with no Montgomery. But they have Jahmyr Gibbs, and so they're not only not cooked, they're probably going to the Super Bowl. So, I mean, I know running backs have been devalued, but I think it's time for that to end, and I think the Niners need to pluck themselves at least a running back or 2 this April.
It's hard tonight. The Rams, and they're going to be in Glendale. We'll talk to J.B. Long, the voice of the Rams, about everything this franchise has had to go through the last half week or so, and a lot of them were directly in the line of the fire and had to evacuate their homes. So I don't know how they're going to play that game tonight. But when you look at where the 49ers season went wrong, it was on special teams. In Minnesota with the block punt.
Yep.
In L.A. with a series of special teams gaps, starting with the infamous 4th and 6 fake we've talked about ad nauseum. So the 49ers did make some changes last week. Obviously, Brian Schneider's gone. Nick Sorensen's not going to be the DC, Larry. I'm wondering if they're going to move him over to the special teams coordinator. They do have to interview some other people this weekend. In fact, yesterday they interviewed the Lions' assistant special teams coordinator, Jet Motkins, for the job. But one thing we've been talking about is Bones Fossil in Dallas, and Mike McCarthy is out as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. That'll be interesting to see where he goes and what the Cowboys do. But every coach on that staff now is a free agent. And I texted Bones Fossil the moment I heard about it, and I said, we need you to come back to the Bay, brother. And he said, you give me the word and I'm there. I'm officially a free agent. If you want to improve your special teams, you hire the best special teams coordinator out there. But Bones is wacky. He likes fakes. He's very aggressive. I think he would help Jake Moody. Do you think there's any way that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan will reach out to John Bones Fossil? Did it with the Raiders, did it with the Rams. We've seen him in the NFC West, obviously did it with Brandon Aubrey and Dallas and Turpin, their returner. He's the best in football, but he is borderline reckless in some of his calls. Is he too bold of a call for special teams coordinator, Krugs?
No, I don't think so at all. In fact, if there's one theme that the 49ers need to embrace this offseason, it's think outside the box and don't be afraid to make ourselves individually and collectively uncomfortable. So some of that means that, and have a better number 2 quarterback than one you had this year. Make Brock a little uncomfortable. Have a draft consultant. Make Lynch a little uncomfortable. Go for, look at you're going to try to beat Kansas City. Kansas City has Spags as their defensive coordinator. Nick Sorensen's a good guy and a good football coach. He's not Spags. Aim higher. Brian Schneider is a good football coach, was really good in Seattle, but they've got Dave Taub in Kansas City. Aim higher. So, you're the 49ers. You're an iconic franchise. You got a great offensive-minded guy in Kyle Shanahan, but the Kansas City's got the best quarterback, a great offensive mind, and maybe the best defensive coordinator, and maybe the best special teams coordinator. So I don't think you match up there. I do think you need to go for the best people out there, even if they, as you said, are a little wild or maybe don't necessarily align completely with your way of thinking. Go after the best people, because I think it's going to take that to get it done.
Couple more minutes here with Larry Krueger before we get to JB Long. And speaking of JB Long, let's talk about the Rams here for a moment. What are you going to be paying attention to the closest, I should say, tonight for Rams and Vikings, as the Rams are the team that the 49ers are going to have to look to dethrone for the NFC West crown next year?
Well, it's going to be a really interesting game. Sam Darnold, I think, is almost a lock to throw you an interception. He takes chances. He'll throw the 50-50 ball. I think there's a very good chance, if you can get the prop bet on Darnold throwing a pick tonight, I think the odds of it are really, really good. The Rams, I mean, I'm very impressed by Les Snead, and I'm very impressed by Chris Shula, their young defensive coordinator. I mean, guys, they just put this thing together really on the fly. And Braden Fisk has given them great play. Byron Young, Kobe Turner, Jared Verse. I mean, they've really impacted, their defensive line. I mean, they had Aaron Donald. They ushered him into retirement, and they've rebuilt the thing already, it seems. So I would see how much pressure can the Rams defensive front get on Sam Darnold. And to me, that's the Rams' chance. I don't give the Rams. It's a neutral site. I like the Vikings. I think they're a better team, better. But I'll say this: Stafford is not going to shrink in the moment. McVay is not going to shrink in the moment. And the Rams have a lot of guys on that roster that have won before, so they're going to fire. And if Sam Darnold throws them a couple picks, then the Rams could pull the upset. I think it's possible, but I'll lean towards the Vikings tonight.
You're harsh on Sam. He threw 12 this year. He played exceedingly well. The last game, obviously, against the Lions, the Sunday nighter game, 272. I don't know if he was seeing ghosts, but he was not seeing open receivers. He struggled, especially in the low red zone. Aaron Glenn of the Lions went at him aggressively and blitzed him. And in the low red zone, they played more coverage, and they got in there 4 times, and they turned it over on downs twice and 2 times kicked field goals. Just not good enough. So my question is, and we know him well because he was a backup quarterback here last year. I watched all the practice. I love Sam Darnold. We're talking about Brock making a huge jump in salary from one year to the next. Sam got a $10 million deal from Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah in Minnesota. But how big is this game for him? He's never played in the playoff game before in his life. Last week was like a playoff game, and that's the worst game he's played, certainly as a Viking. I think going back even to when he was a Panther, Krug. So how big is this game for the future of Sam Darnold tonight?
Oh, it's huge. I mean, if he plays well, they will trade J.J. McCarthy, and they will give him that starting job. And if he plays poorly, they'll go back to J.J. McCarthy and probably allow Sam to move on in the offseason somewhere else. So I think this is a big one for Sam. He's got 12 picks on the year. He's got 3 fumbles. That's kind of the only real downside for Sam. He's got a huge arm, but if you speed him up, he will take some chances with the ball. To me, though, it's get the ball to Jefferson. I mean, you've got Jefferson, Addison, Hawkinson, Naylor, Aaron Jones. That's a tremendous group of weapons. Get the ball out of your hand. Don't hold it. Get it out. If he gets it out quickly to his weapons, I don't think Minnesota is going to lose this game. But Sam's the equalizer. If he does, have 2 interceptions and a fumble, it's the NFL. You only get 10 possessions, and you could lose the game. But huge game for Darnold to kind of show that what we saw in the regular season, 35 touchdowns, 12 picks, the 100+ rating, that's legit.
Krug, you're the best. We appreciate your time as always. Go enjoy the birthday leftovers if you have any remaining, and we'll do this again soon. Be tuning into Niners Nightly, and always great catching up.
Awesome, guys. And tonight on Niners Nightly, we're going to take phone calls. We're going to talk about the playoff games from the weekend and what we learned and what that means for the Niners on the rebuild. So that coming up tonight at 6.
415-808-5627, the number to talk to Krug at 6. We appreciate you, man.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Happy birthday!
The double nickel there for Larry Krueger. From one guest to the next, we'll talk to JB Long coming up, voice of the LA Rams, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on, everybody? Papa and Silver hanging out on a Monday. Just talked to Larry Krueger, and I am now told we have officially made the connection with JB Long. He joined us once already on the program right before the Thursday Night Football Field Goal Fest between the Rams and the Niners. That was a big one for the 49ers, effectively ending their season, and a big one for the LA Rams, who went on to win the NFC West. They will now play at State Farm Stadium today. And JB, as we welcome you in on the UMA guest line, first of all, just glad to hear that everything has been okay for you and your family on the fires front. Obviously, a very scary situation, serious and much bigger than football. So I'll continue to send my good thoughts to you and everybody at the Rams, but hope you're doing okay amid all this chaos.
Well, thanks for all those sentiments and this invitation, Greg. And Greg, great to be with you and to communicate with so many people that I know and love there in the Bay Area. I know you've been through plenty of it too. It's unfortunately part of living in California, this great state that we enjoy for so many years, but it comes with some consequences too. And right now, Los Angeles is dealing with some of those ramifications.
Yeah, it's going to be odd. I mean, this is the first time ever. We've seen other games be moved, but never an NFL postseason game. And this was going to be your first home playoff game, JB, at SoFi since you won the Super Bowl over the Bengals a couple of years ago. And it's anything like this. So just give us, first of all, is everybody safe with the Rams traveling party? I know a lot of your coaches and players had to evacuate. I think Sean McVay had to evacuate his home. Just, how did you guys cope with this to travel? Was supposed to be a home game for winning the NFC West away. When did you leave? How was this set up there in Arizona? And most importantly, is everybody with the Rams safe?
Yeah, thank you for asking. To the best of my knowledge, in that last check, the answer to that question is yes. Obviously, there's been some disruption, some inconvenience, but we use those words so lightly in the midst of all the other tragedy and loss that's occurred in our community. A quick timeline, the Rams practiced at their facility Thursday. At that juncture, the anticipation was that they would be hosting the game, hopefully by this Monday night. But by the end of that day, by the end of that practice, a new fire had broken out within miles of the facility in Woodland Hills. I mean, it was clearly visible, and it was the one that I think hit pretty close to home for a lot of the staff, coaches, players, their families. So at that point, the decision was made by team president Kevin Demoff. And I want to point out that the decision was made not in anticipation of air quality conditions being above or below a certain threshold, but after communicating with local officials and realizing that to stage an 80,000 person event on this night in the greater Los Angeles area is just not the priority, and that to take any bandwidth away from the first responders combating the primary concern would have been wrong. And so that's why we're here tonight. Bidwell's, the Cardinals have been incredible hosts. They actually sent 2 777s to LAX to pick up the Rams, the first wave of traveling party. That was after practice Friday. They had their Saturday workout here, and then another plane full of staff, including myself, joined here in the desert with a flight from LA yesterday.
Wow, yeah, all very heavy stuff going on with LA. You're talking to JB Long. He is the play-by-play voice of the Los Angeles Rams for radio on ESPN 710 Los Angeles, and was expecting to be in Los Angeles a couple of weeks ago for this playoff game against the Minnesota Vikings. It has now moved to State Farm Stadium, and glad to hear that for the most part, everybody on the Rams staff, as far as we know, is doing okay and safe, but still a long way to go in containing these fires. Thinking about that football game, for the Vikings, this is such an intriguing matchup because the only two teams to beat them this year were the Detroit Lions, who did it twice, and the Los Angeles Rams back in Week 8. The Vikings defense can be very blitz heavy. Brian Flores has been very much known for that, but there have been times, and many of you seen, that Matthew Stafford has dominated against the blitz in the past. So do you expect Brian Flores and the Vikings to come out blitzing like normal, or a little bit of a different approach here?
I would, because reference from Week 8, he was unable or unwilling to do so. Now, whether that was out of respect for Matthew Stafford, who's eviscerated the blitz this season in particular, or because of the surprise activation of Puka Nacua, the most multiple the Rams have been offensively, deploying 2 tight ends at a rate far higher than anyone is used to during the Sean McVay era, or maybe a cocktail of all of those ingredients. The Rams that night were able to dictate terms, offense to Vikings defense, in a way that I don't think they should anticipate being able to tonight. I imagine Flores will not leave here this evening without deploying the exact rush packages that he wants to, and take the circumstances that come with it.
Yeah, I was just actually watching that game back this morning, October the 24th, and it was a Thursday night game, and Minnesota went right down the field and scored a couple of possessions, as you know, JB, and got up. But Matthew Stafford was so locked in that game, and Puka had a huge game. Just going back in time, and I know it'll be a full-blown apart of the game plan, the Vikings didn't think he was going to play that Thursday night game off the knee injury. Not only did he play, you fed him the ball on quick bubbles and tunnels and screens like right away. First 2 plays went to him, and he got targeted 9 times for 7 catches. So it really, they weren't fully prepared. Brian Flores said, we were kind of surprised. We were not lined up properly. So he's obviously the guy. Cooper Kupp is so good, and Higbee is back, but the ball goes to Puka over and over again. What do you think the Vikings do now to try to mitigate him, because he is so difficult to cover?
Yeah, you've seen us up close and personal, Greg. You know he is the Rams' best player. Now, most valuable always goes to the quarterback, but in terms of who can change the math, it's now Puka Nacua for the 2024 version of the Los Angeles Rams. And you're right to point out those other names. Neither Hawkinson nor Higbee played that night at tight end, so I think that's another new wrinkle that both head coach and play caller have at their disposal tonight. Really impactful. I think it gives both the opportunity to play out of 2 tight end sets, and then it becomes, how does Chris Shula want to match? The Vikings resist matching 12 personnel with base defense. The Rams are much more willing to put 2 off-ball linebackers out there when they see 2 tight end packages. So I think that's definitely one of the inside storylines to watch tonight. In terms of how they shift coverage to Puka or don't, as you know, the hard thing about what Sean McVay does is moving Puka all over the formation. So whatever the design is, I think the Rams will have answers for. They can run Puka from wide alignments, from bunch formations, from the slot. They can insert him through a C gap and run him on an over. Like we've seen McVay and Puka do all of these things to make sure that he does have the football in his hands, because it's gotten to the point with the Rams where if you want to handle them defensively, you're going to have to tackle Puka a dozen times per game. That's just the design.
Talking to JB Long here as I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. The Chris Shula is a really interesting point that I want to get into, because he can learn from having 2 elite wide receivers on the Rams side of the ball in Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua. I mean, what do you think he and the defense need to be prepared for when you're going against a plethora of weapons like this? It's almost been like you double Jordan Addison, let Justin Jefferson burn you. You want to double Justin Jefferson all game, Jordan Addison's going to burn you. It's kind of a pick your poison. And how can you sort of mitigate the damage with such a great weapon selection that Minnesota has?
Yeah, mitigation is probably the strategy because there's no taking them away. I think the Rams are fortunate to be as healthy as they've been all season, including the return of veteran safety John Johnson. It allows them to deploy, I think, a portfolio of safeties and hopefully match coverage as best they can, especially with Hawkinson, who, with those receivers drawing so much attention, has feasted. And I think if you watch last week's game in Detroit, there were multiple opportunities for the Vikings to seize control of that game early, and the disconnect between Sam Darnold and his tight end, I think, really cost the Vikings in a lot of those moments. So, truthfully, great to answer your question. I don't think necessarily slowing down one of the best receiving cores in the game. I think you got to cut the head off the snake with your pass rush. And if LA is able to generate pocket puncturing momentum with their four like they have been all season, then I think there's a real opportunity to rattle Darnold. Now, they're not going to do it the way the Lions did, by blitzing, the kitchen sink at Darnold and playing press man coverage and hoping they don't get flagged for their physical coverage. That's not the Rams style. That's not their identity. But in effect, they hope to accomplish the same thing and hope that Darnold is more like the guy that lost in Detroit last week than the quarterback that he's been in this Pro Bowl season.
Well, it's hard to root for an L.A. team, but I think under the circumstances of what you guys have been living through, we're pulling for you, I got to say, brother. And after I saw you on that Thursday night game when you came in and held us to 2 field goals, I said you're going to win the West, and we'll see if you win this game where it goes from there. But I do want to reflect because the Niners are, 6-11. We're wondering what happened. You guys won a Super Bowl one year, and the next year you come back and you have the worst season of any team that has just won a Super Bowl in history. You go 5-12. And F those picks, all those picks you gave away you need now. And the last couple of drafts in particular, JB, I just want to get your thoughts on how Les Snead and his staff and Coach McVay have done this. I think the Niners got to implement a similar philosophy here after this disaster, and they already have in last year's draft, but you got to build on it in this coming draft or the one after that. But to go out and get Kobe Turner, the conductor, and Agent Zero, Byron Young, and the draft you had this year, Braden Fisk is such a try-hard sucker, but he has such great ability, can run. And then Jared Verse may be the best player on your defense. I mean, the guy is just a forklifter. So just talk about how you win a Super Bowl. We got close all these years, didn't win one. Win a Super Bowl, go 5-12, come right back last year, get in the playoffs, lose to Detroit by a point, and then this year you do win the NFC West. Where's this franchise at? How did you change it all around to get back?
Well, there's a whole show to be done there, maybe a book to be written, but a lot of layers to peel back. The first thing I would point out is that the Rams have made the playoffs in every year of Sean McVay's 8 years, except for the years following Super Bowl runs. So in our position, oftentimes, it's our job to deny the existence of a Super Bowl hangover. The proof is in the pudding. It's hard, especially because oftentimes what gets you there is winning your division and then playing the first place schedule that comes with it. It's not lost on me that next year's Niners roster is going to play the fourth place schedule out of the West while the Rams have to, for instance, make a trip to Philadelphia and host the Detroit Lions. Such is life in the National Football League, likewise for the inverted draft order. So what Les Snead and company have done, to answer your question, is found a ton of surplus value. Kobe Turner, Puka Nacua, Steve Avila, some of the names to mention there. But when you think about the last first-round pick they selected prior to Jared Verse being Jared Goff, you realize how much water went under the bridge between those two first-round selections. And now seeing Jared, who will be the NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year, it's a great reminder of what a first-round end looks like. Those are hard to come by. It's a short list of elite talents, and I think he has the potential to be one. But kudos to Les and his staff. The last two defensive first-rounders that they've picked have both won or will win NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year, versus the one we mentioned. The other is, of course, Aaron Donald.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We're seeing a lot of that here up in San Francisco as the 49ers finally did get a first-round pick in Ricky Pearsall, but he didn't have a true rookie season. I kind of gave him the red shirt label, and now they'll have pick number 11. So we'll see how they address either the offensive line, defensive line, or however that all shakes out. I know things have been crazy for you, JB, so I'm not sure how much you've gotten to watch and dive into the other wildcard games that have occurred, but have there been any takeaways from seeing the yesterday's games, and particularly the NFC teams, that gave you some insight for what's ahead tonight?
Well, there's the obvious one, which is taking care of possessions, be it on the opening kickoff in Philadelphia or what happened at the end of that game in Tampa Bay. But I think as it applies to this moment in time and the Vikings and the Rams, I think a lot of it has to do with in-game management and decision-making. You look at how critical fourth down execution was, be it in Buffalo with Josh Allen or at the end of last night's game between the Commanders and the Buccaneers. Sean McVay has come a long way in terms of how he handles those in-game analytics and decisions. And look, it's a very small sample size, even across a season, much less a wild card game. But I can't help but think that as evenly matched as Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings and Sean McVay and the Rams are, that their decision-making, how they manage clock, how they deploy their timeouts, go forward or kick on fourth down, that will weigh heavily, I think, into tonight's outcome. That was my takeaway from watching the action over the weekend, albeit even though very few games were down to the wire. Last night probably salvaged the wild card weekend, but even the games that were decided by wider margins, I think you could really feel the difference in coaching decisions in game.
It's huge. It wins or loses games. I mean, Dan Quinn being aggressive on fourth down, and he finally was able to get it into McLaurin. But you mentioned Coach McVay's progress in game management. I mean, when Andy Reid was young in Philadelphia, or even his early days in Kansas City pre-Mahomes, he struggled in some of these, and it takes time. And I know you got someone on staff that helps him with game decisions like this, game management. But I want to ask you about. I was reading a story about Sean McVay kind of backing off a little bit this year as far as his game prep, with the offensive side, just popping into different meeting rooms more, coaching the entire football team more than just locked in on the offensive side. Mike LaFleur, our friend, I know, ran your last game of the year, and he doesn't even call plays in the preseason, Coach McVay. He jumps on with Siciliano and Whitworth on the TV broadcast. So, and I'm wondering about Kyle evolving now as he goes into year 9 the way Sean has, JB. Just how do you think he's changed as far as the overall game management, hitting all 3 phases of the football team and not being so locked in solely on offense?
Yeah, it's really good of you to point that out. I can tell how dialed in you are on his evolution and the Rams season that was. Look, part of it is just the growth that we all go through life's experiences, from being the youngest coach in modern NFL history to becoming now a Super Bowl champion, a husband, a father, and the perspective that comes with all that. I think Sean's skill, the muscle he's really flexed, is just understanding how unique each season, each roster, each team is, and what it needs. Just from a 30,000-foot view, this is one of the more experienced and highest paid offenses in the league. It's where they've devoted their resources, where they've stacked experience. So when you have LaFleur, when you have Kupp, when you have Rob Havenstein at right tackle, and most importantly, when you have 36-year-old Matthew Stafford, they probably need you a little bit less than the defense that's 32 out of 32 in terms of resources and one of the youngest in the leagues. Or when you have a rookie kicker and a special teams group that's taken really important strides and been an integral part of this 10-win season. I think just having that poise, that perspective to not white-knuckle it as much as his nature is to do, to not necessarily feel the weight of the world on his play sheet and become more of the CEO, to be cliche, of the Rams as a football organization, I think has really benefited the team and its performance. But as someone who considers himself a friend of Sean McVay, I think it's really benefited him and the man he's become.
A couple more minutes here with JB Long, and I guess the last one I want to ask you is the last time that we spoke, we were getting ready for the college football playoffs. Since then, Notre Dame's won a couple of games. They doing this thing? Do you think they're going to beat Ohio State?
I'm going to take the Lou Holtz approach, which is what I was raised on, which is absolutely no shot. I would need at least 2 touchdowns to even consider taking on the Ohio State Buckeyes and whatever that spread will end up being. It's been a wonderful season. I hope they enjoy their consolation prize, but it's all Buckeyes. It's all Buckeyes.
All right. I have a little reverse psychology, Papa. I'm thinking Notre Dame has got a little upset in them. They keep just taking the doubters away. Marcus Freeman keeps climbing the ranks. They earned $20 million for their conference, which is Notre Dame. So maybe it's a fairy tale ending here. I'm going to be optimistic.
Greg, my entire Notre Dame text thread has been a month-long reverse jinx. So why change it now?
I mean, fair point, right? Don't listen to the guy who has a whole text thread of like Cal Sports. I know nothing about making any charms work. So keep doing your thing.
All right. Thank you guys very much. Have a good rest of your day and show, and thanks for the interest in this NFC West game, I guess you could say, at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, hosted by the Rams against the Vikings, and many old friends across the division playing tonight.
Appreciate your time, JB, and again, sending my best to you, your family, and everybody at the Rams during a really serious time.
Appreciate that.
Good luck tonight, brother. Yeah, it's strange. We were just in this stadium, State Farm Stadium, which is state-of-the-art facility. What a beautiful facility it is. It was the first retractable grass field in NFL history. I remember when it opened, it's like, how do they grow grass in here? We're in a dome. And for our game, 8 days ago, whatever it was, last game of the year, they opened the roof. And it's a whole different venue when the roof is open versus the roof closed. But they grow all the field outside. You know, they have it in a special area, and it's not out baking in the Arizona desert. Then they roll it in. It is an amazing facility. And we'll see it more tonight, obviously, the way they've been able to make this look like SoFi. But it's not. And the Rams are actually taking the visitors' locker room because they won so much in the stadium's history since it opened. So it's used to big games. They've obviously played, a couple of Super Bowls in there. And I remember going there with my son Nick when the David Tyree play happened, when the Giants beat the Patriots and gave them that loss at the very end. And then Patriots and Seahawks, the interception on the goal line, Russell Wilson. Malcolm Butler, that was in that stadium as well. So this stadium has seen a lot of big games, but what a effort it is to move that. And we've had games be moved before in the NFL, obviously, many times, but never a postseason game. This is quite an undertaking, so good luck to the Cardinals. I'm conflicted. I mean, Bay Area will always beat L.A., and I want Sam Darnold to play well tonight. I like Sam very much. I'm getting to know him last year. I'm a big fan of his ability, as you all know. I never wanted the Niners to lose him. So I am rooting for Minnesota, but it's a little hard to chant beat L.A., the way that community's been beaten down the last week. So let's just hope for a good game tonight.
Yeah, you always know it's something serious when you start getting a soft spot for rivals in sports. It's certainly the case for the L.A. Rams tonight, an NFC West rival. State Farm Stadium hosted the 49ers for a month there during COVID. Now they are paying it forward to the L.A. Rams. Let's just hope that the Seattle Seahawks don't have a reason where they got to go down there as well and play some games in the short term. On the other side, we'll get out of football for a bit, get back into baseball. We'll play what you did not hear on the airwaves of Zach Manassian and Buster Posey after Justin Verlander hopped off of that call. Then we'll react to that, and then we'll talk to Susan Slusser at 12:50 before we get into Silver Linings Playlist and Sounds of Silver to round out a Monday. It's Papa and Silver. Giants Presser next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, Giants fans, it is official. 3-time Cy Young Award winner, 2-time World Series champion, and 9-time All-Star selection. It's a hell of a resume for the future Hall of Famer. Justin Verlander was officially announced and introduced as your latest addition to the Buster Posey era San Francisco Giants. How are you feeling on the signing? Let us know how you feel in the YouTube chat, the only place to let Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Homeowners, it's time to start fresh in 2025. Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and Loan Pronto is here to help you take control of your finances in 2025 by lowering your house payments and consolidating that nagging debt. Did you know that 9 out of 10 borrowers get a better deal by calling Loan Pronto right now? Do it pronto. Loan Pronto has some of the most competitive offers, refis, debt consolidation, and purchase loans starting in the low 5s APRs. If your current rate is over 6%, don't settle for paying too much. Even if you're in process with another lender, call Loan Pronto. Lock in at a lower rate today and close in as little as 2 weeks, often with no appraisal. You can even skip your next 2 house payments. It's fast, it's easy, and it's hassle-free. Get your personalized Loan Pronto rate quote instantly with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees. Call now, 415-808-5721 or loanpronto.com. That's 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver, and back to the San Francisco Giants, where we spent the first hour of our show as Justin Verlander was introduced as a San Francisco Giant via Zoom. We did not play the entirety of the press conference, but once Justin Verlander hopped off the call, so did we, and got the show up and running. We still got about 11 minutes of Buster Posey and Zach Manassian. So we'll go ahead, we'll play that right now, and then we'll react to it on the other side. Here is Zach Manassian, Buster Posey, Presser Part 2.
Buster and Zach will stay on for a few more minutes for those of you that have any general type questions about the team. So with that, we can open it up to questions for Buster and Zach. Let's go to Justice.
Hey, Buster. Hey, Zach. This might be more of a Melvin question, but, we've talked a lot about what the rotation could be like, and that was before the signing of Verlander. How do you, anticipate this rotation maybe shaking out, especially during a time when, 6-man rotations are becoming more in vogue to manage workloads?
I think, excuse me, I think the best way to answer this, and teams I've been on as a player, I always found it created a great atmosphere in spring training when there was competition for any spot on the field. And I think adding a guy like Verlander, high expectations for Ray coming back, obviously Webb, is going to do his thing. And with Harrison, Birdsong, Hicks in the mix, you've got Landon Roop as well. There's going to be competition. I think that's the easiest way to put it. There's going to be competition for these final couple of spots, and we feel good about the depth that we have in starting pitching right now, and some of the flexibility that's potentially going to give us. Zach, anything to add to that?
No, just I think everyone on this call has seen it takes a lot more than 5 starters to get through the season. And just looking at this thing as a marathon, and we're excited about the group of young arms we have, and the group of veteran arms as well, obviously, by today's call. So it's probably going to take all of them to get to where we want to go.
Scott?
Hey, Buster, Justin said that the subject of a multi-year contract never came up. And some of this is obvious, but did you or the club ever think about possibly offering him or discussing a multi-year?
Hey, Scott. No, it never came up. I think where we are, again, we feel like we've got depth in young arms. Obviously, Justin talked about his frustration in his year last year, so we felt like a one-year deal was the right spot to land.
Go to Alex.
Hey, Buster, we heard from Justin a little bit about what makes him confident coming back, but when you watched footage of him last year, what made you most confident that he could get back to, as he said, he wants to get back to being great? What did you see?
Hey, Alex. Yeah, I think a couple of things. I mean, number one, it's hard not to lean on the track record and kind of look at the course of his career. And as he's mentioned, his ability to come back from injury. And I'd say also being on the phone with him and hearing his excitement, and just I really felt he was being very honest with how good he felt his body was at this point of the year. And I mean, he mentioned it on the call as well. And then, having our medical staff, take a look at some files and whatnot, they felt like he was in a good place, and conversations that Justin had with JP Martinez, I think just kind of taking the big picture into consideration. I mean, adding a guy like Justin Verlander is obviously a huge lift for us, and we've mentioned a lot of the reasons prior, but I'm just really excited for our young guys to watch the way this guy works. I mean, as much as anything, I think as much as he's willing to be a mentor, I know when you're a guy that's driven like Justin is, your number one priority is coming in and taking care of your business each and every day. And if you have time to wrap your arm around another guy, you do that. But if he comes in and just takes care of his business, for them to be able to watch him and see the way that a 20-year vet goes about it day in and day out, that in itself is going to be more than enough for them to grow in their own career.
Go to Ryan.
Hi, Buster. Ryan Leong, NBC News Radio. I just want to ask you your thoughts on if there's a comparison that you draw when Randy Johnson came to the Giants, and that was actually the first time you came up to the big club. Do you see Justin kind of being in that role where he could be a mentor to Patrick Bailey? I know you mentioned that he could already be a mentor in that regard.
Hey, Ryan. Yeah, absolutely. I think Randy was, if my memory serves me correctly, he was even further along than Justin at this point. But it's something Zach and I have talked about a lot, just the importance of walking into a clubhouse and seeing some of these guys that for some of these players probably, I was thinking about when Justin started his career, how old, Birdsong and Harrison were. They probably don't remember when he started his career, but it means something to walk into a clubhouse and you've got a guy that's truly a big league vet, and that it makes you want to be better, just their presence. And that may seem a little bit flippant, but it's true. It really does. You walk in each morning you look over and there's Justin Verlander or Randy Johnson standing at their locker, and you tell yourself, man, I better bring it today. You don't want to let these guys down. You want to prove that you belong in the big leagues and have a chance to play alongside of them. And as far as Bailey goes, one thing that stood out in my conversation with Justin a couple of weeks ago was his relationship that he had with McCann and Maldonado in Houston. And he seemed like he was very involved with them and in game planning for his own personal game. But I'm guessing and I'm hopeful that relationship with Bailey is going to help him grow as far as his prep, his game planning, and he can pick up some nuggets along the way that's going to help him as he continues to prepare and get these other guys prepared to take the ball every fifth day.
Let's go to Maria Gordado.
Hi, Buster and Zach. I think you guys were among the teams that reportedly met with Sasaki. Do you guys still see yourselves as being part of the mix? And if so, could you see that impacting some international signings that you might have in the works?
Zach, you want to take that one?
Yeah. Hey, Maria. Yeah, we met with Roki in person, and as of now, we were recently told that we would not be his destination.
Let's go to Chris Alvarez.
Hi, guys. This is Chris Alvarez from ABC7 for both of you. We heard Justin talk about that you guys weren't on his radar until you made the call. So I'm curious for both of you, as you go through this process, did you learn anything in the recruiting process? And is there a little bit of validation, obviously, landing a guy like Verlander, who's a future Hall of Famer and still has a lot of gas in the tank?
Yeah, I'd say for me, the first thing that pops to my mind, Chris, is what Justin mentioned on the call, is the importance of the balance of for us and what we're trying to do. And I think it's thrown out there a lot in the industry, but just the balance of baseball and then analytics. And that's something that was really important to him. And I think he really hit it off with JP Martinez as well. They had great conversation, and JP, I think we're all excited about him because of that balance that he's going to bring. And he's able to speak the lingo, but he also understands the importance of being able to read a player and motivate a player, and have the player's ears. So we're excited about JP and just all the value that he's going to bring to the staff.
Go to Sam Lubman.
Hey, Buster. Hey, Zach. Obviously, you got Adames on board. Obviously, you got Justin Verlander, too. Came up short for Corbin Burns. I'm just curious, when you're looking at how this offseason's gone so far, just how would you evaluate it, how it's gone so far? What's something you're happy about or what's something you're disappointed about? And I believe there's about a month left before pitchers and catchers report. Do you have any goals or anything that you're hoping to kind of accomplish between then and in that reporting date?
Yeah, I can speak. Yeah. No, obviously really excited on both players. And I think, going through, it's interesting watching both players go through their media sessions. I think we see both of these players, Adames and Verlander, they're much more than just baseball players. They bring a lot to our clubhouse. And like Buster said, just walking in that clubhouse and just trying to have this standard of who we are and what we want to be, professionals, and having that carry out in the field. So really excited about what's happened so far. I never want to lose sight of what's already here. And some of the reports we're getting on, players internally, and Jung-Hoo Lee going to spring training fully healthy, things of that nature that we're really excited about. And then as far as going forward the rest of the offseason, just continuing to look at every angle, everything we can do, talking to clubs, surveying major league free agency, minor league free agency. So nothing really stops. We just keep going and see if there's any other opportunities out there.
And Marco.
Hey, Buster and Zach. This is for both of you guys. I know regarding the starting rotation. you have Jordan Hicks, I still penciled in there, but was there any talks of maybe returning him to the bullpen and possibly making him the closer? And if not, why not? Thank you.
Yeah, no, good question. I mean, I think we all see Jordan as he took a big step forward last year. I think he probably accomplished what he was set out to, stretching out the amount that he did. And I've had some good talks with him this winter as well. And he's, look, Jordan's open.
And it looks like we had a little bit of a cut in the audio there talking about Jordan Hicks. Walter, was that the end of the clip? Okay, it looks like that was all we had there. So what we'll do is we'll take a little bit of a pause here, react to everything on the other side from Buster Posey and Zach Manassian, with, of course, the big headliner being Roki Sasaki will not be coming to the Giants. It's Papa and Silver. Susan Slusser joining us at 12:50. Giants baseball on the other side on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Happy Monday and a new work week, everybody. It's Papa and Silver hanging out. Greg Papa, Greg Silver. Just heard from Zach Manassian and Buster Posey on the portion of the press conference that was after Justin Verlander hopped off the call. We, of course, played the Verlander portion to begin our show, and if you missed that, you can scroll back on YouTube at KNBR 1045, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, or check out our podcasts wherever you get your podcasts, as they'll be up probably around 3 o'clock today. We always try to publish it about an hour after the show. But, Papa, before we get to Susan Slusser and talk a little bit more, dive a little bit more into this, your initial thoughts.
35 or not to 35? What are the people saying? So I think, Verlander came off great. Losing Sasaki is not a big surprise, but it was inevitable what Zach Manassian said. Well, he wound up going to the Dodgers. The starting rotation is what it is. I think they have a blend of veteran guys, certainly Robbie Ray and Justin Verlander. It's all going to be about health from these guys. We're talking about Cy Young Award winners, Robbie Ray, how good he can be. We all know Verlander, then Logan Webb, and then the young guys got to fit in behind. Move Jordan Hicks. You going to move Jordan Hicks to closer? If not, why? Don't they have a closer? They have actually two closers as well.
They got two closers, right?
Yeesh, that was a harsh question there. So anyway, he was a nice, good question. Buster was in a great mood. Everybody, even Ryan Leone. Great question, Ryan. Really? That's a first. Anyway, we love you, Ryan. Number 35, I want to get the update on the poll. So thinking about this, I think we need to make it broader. Yes, let Verlander pitch with 35. But do you realize the most prominent Giants to wear this number? Matt Morris wore this number before Brandon Crawford. Brett Tomko wore this number, Davey Cruz. But I'm thinking of Richie Rich. Rich Aurelia wore number 35 with the San Francisco Giants. And he had, people remember Bonds' 73, obviously, but Rich hit 37 home runs that year and drove in nearly 100 runs. Craw is the best shortstop in the history of the Giant franchise, both New York and San Francisco. But the best offensive shortstop is Richie Rich. It's Rich Aurelia. And then the Alameda Rifle, Chris Spire. When the Giants won in 71 under Charlie Fox, the National League West, lost to Pittsburgh and Bob Robertson in the championship series. But Chris Spire was a rookie on that team. He was a Giant, a good Giant for 7 years, came back then in the 80s. Chris Spire wore number 35. Rich Aurelia wore number 35. And Brandon Crawford wore number 35. We're talking about three of the greatest shortstops, certainly at least in the San Francisco Giant history. I say we retired for all three guys. Spire, Aurelia, you retired too many of them. And the Yankees retired 2 number 8s. I'm always wondering, how do they do that? Bill Dickey was 8 before Yogi Berra. How do you retire 2 number? Anyway, so I want to hear what the people have to say about retiring the number, because it's obviously important to Justin Verlander. He's not just saying, it's just a number. I'll wear 59 when I first wore when I came up in the bigs in 05, or we can flip my career around and make it 53. We can do that. But he's not doing that, Dennis Schroeder style. He's not going 71. And by the way, we have more thoughts on what happened in Indianapolis on Friday night. They could have won that game, and Schroeder had 2 bad plays at the end, but he did play better. But anyway, I want to hear what the people have to say, but I think 35 is Verlander's for however long. If he wants to pitch here for 35 months, that's fine. And then certainly retire it for Craw. But since we have a precedent now of not just retiring numbers for Hall of Famers and even guys who should be in the Hall of Fame, why not think about Rich Aurelia and Chris Spire and make it a shortstop number 35 retirement?
It's a really interesting talking point, and not to get too far off on a non-baseball and just sports-wide tangent, but I don't know how many cases there are where you can look at multiple players who shared a number to all be co-retired. I think the one that comes to mind off the top of my head is when Carmelo Anthony was number 15 for the Denver Nuggets. He will eventually be a basketball Hall of Famer, and then they end up giving it to some second-round pick from Serbia named Nikola Jokic. Who's going to be a 3-time, or is a 3-time, could be a 4-time MVP, and is a Finals MVP and champion. So that's kind of one interesting case. But yeah, to revisit the poll, if we're going to the Twitter data, 50% saying no 35, then the rest is split between if B. Craw's okay, I'm okay, or give him 35, he's a Hall of Famer. But then if we flip over to YouTube, it's in reverse, where 50% says if they get the Brandon Crawford blessing, it's good with me. 30% saying he's a Hall of Famer, darn it, give him the number. And then only 19% saying no chance.
All right. I mean, they're obviously going to ask Craw before they do it. He's going to give him the blessing. So, but I mean, it sounds like, Verlander said, I'm putting a lot of thought into this. It's already been discussed. Buster has already reached out to Brandon Crawford about giving him 35. I mean, it's going to take Verlander getting on the phone and calling directly to Brandon Crawford. And I think even the wives know each other. I mean, it's not a hard thing. Craw's not going to say no and be a bad guy. So the bottom line is, I guess, because he did leave it, what do the people think? It's obviously important to Justin Verlander. If it's important to him, I say if that's going to help him pitch better, then whatever. Just go do your thing, bro. I don't care. But that's Crawford to make the call. It's not retired yet. You don't have to get his blessing. But the bottom line is, assuming that Craw says yes, just fundamentally, do you have an issue with him wearing Chris Spire's number? Is the way I look at it. Long before Brandon Crawford came along from Foothill High School, that was the Alameda Rifles number. So a lot interesting list of Giants that wore number 35. But Chris Brown, remember the great third baseman who went on the IL with an eyelash injury? Actually injured his eyelash sleeping on a pillow. Seriously. Solomon Torres wore number 35. It is quite the list here. But Tom O'Malley wore it. Art Gardner, a lot of guys wore it. The very first was Pete Burnside in 1958. But anyway, basically what they're saying is 50-50. Think Verlander should either ask for it or just move on to another number. And I think he'll wind up wearing it. Don't you, based on what he said and how it all went down?
I certainly do. And assuming the condition of Brandon Crawford saying yes, which Buster Posey already said was the case, and I know Verlander wanted to talk to him directly, I appreciate Verlander wanting to get off on the right foot with the fans and everything, but my thought is, as someone on the text line said, forget the area code of who it was. It all blends together, but Justin Verlander isn't some scrub. This is a first ballot Hall of Famer, and if it ends up being a short-lived time in San Francisco, then it's all good. We're just going to be a little blip in the radar, a little Blake Snell-like fleeting thing where it's like, oh yeah, Blake Snell, no-hitter with the San Francisco Giants. That's going to be like, what? That's going to be fun trivia at a sports bar in about, 15 years or so. Let's talk to Susan Slusser coming up next so we can get into not just the jersey number, but all of the serious matters of the Giants offseason. Are they done with the rotation now with no Roki Sasaki coming to San Francisco? We'll find out next from the San Francisco Chronicle's finest, Papa and Silver, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, Giants fans, it is official. 3-time Cy Young Award winner, 2-time World Series champion, and 9-time All-Star selection. It's a hell of a resume for the future Hall of Famer. Justin Verlander was officially announced and introduced as your latest addition to the Buster Posey era San Francisco Giants. How are you feeling on the signing? Let us know how you feel in the YouTube chat, the only place to let Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Quite simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle's senior MLB beat reporter. And that's why she joins Papa.
Greg Papa, Greg Silver here, talking Giants baseball. Justin Verlander introduced today via a Zoom call because since the COVID pandemic, Zoom is an integral part of our society, and we're making the connection right now with the San Francisco Chronicle's finest. That is Susan Slusser. She, of course, was on the call asking some questions and giving some really good insight from Justin Verlander. We just heard from Zach Manassian and Buster Posey on the second part of that call as well. And Papa, while we wait to make the connection with Susan Slusser, I'm going to kind of visit her question first of how Justin Verlander would describe last year. That was from Susan, and Justin Verlander kind of gave the positives and the negatives. The last season being the worst case scenario, as he put it, with the injury starting off already poorly by his standards and then it going all the way up to the neck, but then also kind of added the element of you can't defeat Father Time and you're not going to stick around this game a long time if you don't learn how to handle some injuries.
Well, without a doubt, he had Tommy John. You know, he pitched. He made one appearance in all of 2020 and all of 21. You know, he missed the entire both of those years. He threw 6 innings to come back and do what he did in 22 at age 39 is one of the greatest single seasons in the history of the sport. I mean, not only won the Comeback Player of the Year, he won the Cy Young that year, and he finished 10th in the MVP. He went 18-4 with a 1.75, and opponents only hit 218 against him. His ERA play was one of the greatest years you're ever going to have. And then his 23 year was good with the Mets, and then he went back to Houston. And then last year, and whenever Susan's on, let me know. We'll pop her on because she was in the room, the Zoom room where it happened in. But he had a capsule issue in spring training, which is his shoulder, that told him to shut it down, and he didn't. He tried to pitch through it. Then he had a neck, and you look at his numbers, it was pre-neck injury versus post-neck, and I thought he got some of his velo back at the end of the year, but he has made an adjustment entering his age 42 year. He put a ball down after the year before in 23, picked it up and thought, I can just be Justin Verlander. And he was not. It did not come right back to him, so he's throwing more this offseason. I think the one, we didn't hear from Bob Melvin on this Zoom call. It was Zach Manassian and Buster and Justin Verlander. I know Susan has reached out to Bob Melvin. And when you think of Justin Verlander in the Bay Area, you think of 2012, Game 1 of the World Series, and Buster taking him out twice, and Zito getting an opposite field hit. But to me, it was that performance against Sonny Gray and the Oakland A's, and just time and time again, what he did to Bob Melvin's Oakland A's. Now, he may not be that guy, but I know Susan remembers well what he did against them. He is 3-0. Against Bob Melvin in 2012, the year we all know on both sides of the Bay, and 13 in the American League Division Series. The guy gave up 1 run over 31 innings. Now, that was a long time ago, and Justin's a lot older, but I imagine Bob Melvin is very happy to be having Verlander pitch for him as opposed to against him.
I read that column by Slusser and saw that stat. I was like, it was just 1 run in 31 innings, and yeah, I know that was over a decade ago, but still shows what kind of competitor he is and how he was at the height of his powers. We've made the connection with Susan Slusser, who now joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Busy day, so we really appreciate her stopping by. Susan, happy Monday. How are you? And early Justin Verlander impressions for you.
You know, he's a guy who has a reputation for being a little serious, a little prickly sometimes, and he was just fantastic talking to reporters, really detailed, interesting answers, and a lot to say kind of about what you guys were just talking about, what we might be able to expect from him going into his year 42 season. You know, he turns 42 next month. That's long in the tooth for a major league starter, but this is a guy who, coming off Tommy John surgery in 2022, won a Cy Young. I'm not, he was 39. I'm not going to bet against this guy, and he seems to have it all figured out, what went wrong last year, most of it physical.
Yeah, we put the whole Zoom on the air, Susan. We put part 1 on with Verlander, then part 2, and it was just Zach and Buster. And the one thing that strikes you is how much younger Buster Posey is and looks. Justin Verlander looks 41, going on 42, looks like an old man. But I do want to have you expand more about the prickly image, because I didn't know him, but I kind of got that vibe myself. And then when he was drawing a comp to when he was coming up, and it was Kenny Rogers that was grooming him. I remember Kenny Rogers with the A's being somewhat prickly, and they had to move him off that roster and brought in Kevin Apier, and it kind of all flipped there under, when Billy Beane's teams began to win in the late 90s. But a little more on that. Logan Webb's still a young guy, and Robbie Ray's a veteran guy, but you got a whole bunch of young pitchers on the staff, Birdsong and obviously Kyle Harrison being the headliner, but they're like 6 or 7 more beyond that. Just the vibe he gave off today to be that veteran mentor. Do you think he's up for that role?
It sounds like it. He's certainly saying the right things, and it's funny you mentioned Kenny Rogers, because I went and I did a story on Kenny and talked to, when he was with the Tigers, and talked to Verlander and Scherzer and some of the other young starters they had then about what they learned from Kenny. And yes, Verlander was a tiny bit prickly even then. Very intense is the best way to put it. Prickly is probably a little bit more of a negative connotation than I should say. Intense. And he was. But so was Kenny. Kenny was great then. That all worked. But both guys said they learned a ton from him. But Kenny Rogers once didn't talk to me for like a year because of something. I think it was when Billy Beane had kind of ripped him on his way out, and then he didn't talk to me for quite some time after that. So, because
join the club.
It's the messenger's fault. Yeah. So anyway, I was really happy to say. Justin sounds like he's kind of having fun now, but he does sound like he is willing to embrace that role. He said, look, it's kind of mostly making sure guys are being pros. You've got the analytics and you got all the coaches. You guys heard it. But it sounds like he said he gets a lot of reward, satisfaction from kind of being that leader for young starters. And look at the pedigree. I mean, you can't find better. That is a great guy. And, Buster Posey even talked about being a young catcher when Randy Johnson was in the Giants clubhouse and what that meant for him. It kind of makes everyone better to have someone of that stature in the clubhouse, no matter what their performance is like or even what their personality might be like, because Randy Johnson could also be a little bit intense. So a little bit of a through line there. I'm going to tell you guys, just everything related to moves Buster makes and anything Buster does is going to be so fun, because he's either younger than these guys, he's faced them, or as you mentioned, he looks younger than they do, a lot younger than they do. And just his experience and knowledge of what goes into all of this and that intensity. He wants winners. Very intense guy himself. I kind of like the way this is going, even if I feel like maybe some of us reporters are going to get barked at a little bit more than we're used to.
Susan, I want to pinpoint something that you brought up, which was Buster Posey knowing what it's like as a young catcher to have a veteran presence, because I think one of the easy storylines and initial reactions, frankly, to this Justin Verlander signing was, oh, that's so great for Kyle Harrison. It's so great for Hayden Birdsong, Landon Root, Mason Black, etc. But I'm kind of curious to hear, where can Patrick Bailey benefit from catching from someone like Verlander? This is a position that they're even addressing as recently as right now, where they DFA'd Blake Sable. They just brought in Sam Huff off the waivers from the Rangers last week. Talk about it from the Patrick Bailey perspective of how he can benefit from having Verlander pitch to him.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Patrick Bailey is one of the top young catchers in the game. I mean, he's got a Gold Glove now. So he doesn't need much help from a performance standpoint, but he is somebody that has worn down in the second half 2 years, each of his first 2 big league years. And I think anybody in that clubhouse, Bailey included, can benefit from, the sort of winning mentality and focus somebody like Verlander has, and the experience. If you're a catcher and you've got a guy like Justin Verlander on the mound, and he wants to go with a certain pitch or attack a guy a certain way, you're going to go with it and you're going to learn from it. So, there's no doubt in terms of his presence and what it will do for people. The performance, a little bit wait and see, but you know what? He sold Buster Posey. He sold me on that conference call. Just knowing his track record and everything he said seemed like, yeah, you know what? If you have worked out this neck issue, the shoulder capsule thing's gone, mechanics changed, and you started throwing early and everything's going well, that's pretty good. I don't care how old you are.
It's going to be fascinating to watch him work here. And I mean, the question was asked: what do you have to motivate you? What are you looking to accomplish in your career? I mean, the guy's done everything. He's won 3 Cy's. He's won the Triple Crown. He won an MVP for his league, 2 ERA titles, a couple of World Series, American League Championship Series MVP. He's done everything. He said he does want to prove that he still has it, but he also talked about that other milestone. He didn't mention it, but obviously he has 262 wins, Suze. He's 38 away from 300. And I had to go back, and the last pitcher, period, to win 300 games in baseball was Randy Johnson with the Giants in 2009. That was a long time before, a long time ago. Tom Glavine did it in 07, and Maddox did it in 04, and the Rocket in 03. But we may never see another 300-game winner. If Verlander gets there, he's going to be the lone guy for a while. I mean, Scherzer and Kershaw have got a long way to go. Being a former president of the Baseball Writers Association of America, Madam President, I mean, is he going to hang around long enough? Will he be able? How long will it take to get those last 38 victories to be a 300-game winner?
Well, you know, with a good 2 seasons, he could possibly do it. That seems like a stretch, but he wants to pitch until he's 45. That math checks out. If he's saying through his 45 season, for sure. If he's still pitching well, he will find jobs. And he said one of the things Buster said to him via text was like, wouldn't it be something if you got your 300th here? And Verlander loved that idea. He said Buster did not also offer him a 4 or 5 year deal. So actually it sounds like he wants to pitch beyond for 45. I don't know. It's going to be fun, man. But, you pick up 10 to 15 wins if in a good season. Maybe. Okay, it's possible.
Talking to Susan Slusser here as I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And I saw Ken Rosenthal put out there that 2 of the top remaining free agents in Santander and Jack Flaherty are more open to short-term contracts now. I just want to get your thoughts on that and if that's the sort of thing that would be enticing for the Giants in this new regime.
Well, I do think a bat is probably their next order of business. So, that's but there's some possibility. I don't know if Flaherty's a guy that they've been on. We really haven't seen them linked to these guys, but I'm starting to think that a trade is what they would focus on next. If they really do want to add a little bit more power, I think that's potentially the way to go because, Alonso's the best power option out there, and they certainly aren't going to go as many years as I think Alonso would be looking for, not with Bryce Eldridge around. You could, if you really wanted to suck up potentially some fan disapproval and trade Bryce Eldridge and bring in somebody great, like a Luis Castillo, who's on the trade market, and then go sign Alonso. You could do that. That's an awful lot of money and potentially, losing a very top future player. But I think trade might be what they're eyeing next, and that'll be fun too. Everything with Buster is pretty interesting, you guys.
Without a doubt. And now we get to the news of the day, and that is what number is Justin Verlander going to wear? And it's pretty. He said right away, putting a lot of thought into this, and Buster reached out to Brandon Crawford, and he gave his blessing, but they have to talk directly. I mean, the answer is Verlander, it's important to him to wear number 35 and not pitch at another number. When he first came up, he wore 59 briefly, but he's been 35 throughout all of his accomplishments. Have you spoken to Craw directly? Where do you think this goes? Does Verlander get his 35, Suze?
Yeah, I haven't talked to him. I think that's probably a matter for him to talk to Verlander about first. But if Buster says it, that is so. It's nothing but an honor, kind of for both of them in a way. If they share that number, it doesn't do anything to impact whether the team would retire 35 as Crawford's number, which I would imagine they certainly is on their radar as something that they might do at some point. This would have zero impact on that. And if anything, kind of only enhances it, It's not like this is some, AAA guy that they've picked up on waivers who wants to wear 35. It's Justin Verlander, who's probably the greatest pitcher of his generation, certainly right up there. So I like it. We'll see. Maybe he talks to Crawford, and Crawford says, yeah, man, I don't know. I've rethought it. And he said that he sounded willing, he said, to pivot. But I'd like to see him wear 35. And you know what? I kind of have a sneaking suspicion that Brandon Crawford, knowing Brandon, would kind of get a kick out of it, too. It's Justin Verlander.
That's kind of what we were thinking too, Susan. We were like, I bet he ends up wearing number 35. Justin Verlander isn't just some guy coming in. It is a first ballot Hall of Famer, undoubtedly. Just want to ask about another pitcher who has had his ups and downs the last couple of the years, although I think last year, especially in the first half, largely overachieved, and that is my guy and fellow type 1 diabetic, Jordan Hicks. I know he's somebody whose name's been thrown around a lot in terms of could he be someone that is in a bullpen? We even had a question about asking if he'd be a closer. I don't see them moving off of Ryan Walker with the way he pitched last year. But Jordan Hicks, what do you think the right role for him is, considering that Justin Verlander now could be a starter, but we don't know how many games he's going? Do you go 6-man and have Hicks get a lot of starting reps, or do you try to move Hicks to a bullpen that got a lot of wear and tear on it last year?
Well, I hate to say kind of the rote answer, but it's probably the right one. These are the sort of questions that they work out during spring training. It's going to matter on performance, health, all those kind of things. I'd be surprised with a 6-man rotation. That gets kicked around from time to time. Nobody really ever does it much, unless sometimes if you have a Japanese pitcher and that's what they're used to. They have been pretty clear that they see Hicks in the rotation. If all goes well during spring training for everybody, I would think Hicks at least starts the season in the rotation. And, if the workload becomes a little too much for him as it did last year, he moves back to the bullpen. He seemed very convinced that he's cracked it and he can stay in the rotation all year. He understands what he has to do. He's got a full year of that kind of build-up, basically, except for, coming out of the rotation at the very end. I would not be surprised to see a 5-man rotation with Jordan Hicks in it. But as Zach Manassian said, you always need more than 5 starters. So we will see those young guys at various different points when there's a need.
Yeah, and you mentioned a Japanese pitcher. Zach Manassian also gave us the news about Roki Sasaki that he's not coming here. The Dodgers have Yamamoto. They're going to get Shohei Ohtani back in. They could have 3 Japanese right-handers in their rotation. So we know he's not coming. Sue's the biggest unknown. Everybody's just talking about him being a Dodger. Ultimately, what are you hearing? He's not going to be a Giant, Roki Sasaki. Is he going to be an LA Dodger? What you're hearing?
I think we've always kind of thought that they would probably be the front runners. Maybe San Diego's in there too. Seattle's probably in there. There's reports he went to Toronto, which would be interesting. This is a guy who can pick his spot, and nobody seems to really know what he's looking for besides what his agent, Joel Wolf, said last week, is essentially he wants to go someplace where the team can help him become great, like truly great. That's what he wants. All things being equal, if that's the ask, you probably think Dodgers.
Susan, we appreciate you stopping by with us. I don't know if you were on the road or not, but whatever it is, the multitasking is always much appreciated. And great hearing you on the call for the Zoom and Justin Verlander. And great to have you stop by and help us break some of this down today.
My pleasure. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President. She is Madam President. She was
the president of the baseball writers for a while. She no longer is, but we always call her that.
Well, I can say the San Francisco Chronicle's finest now without getting in trouble or threats coming my way. So I do love me some Susan Slusser.
Well, we'd rather have Sasaki go to the Padres. certainly sounds like, I mean, ultimately we'd rather them go to the Toronto Blue Jays, and I would not be shocked by that in their international market. Mariners certainly does make sense. Well, between the Dodgers and Padres, which is worse, San Diego with all their offense to add him, and if the Dodgers get him, and Shohei comes back to any pitching form that he had, and you got to think Yamamoto's going to be better in second full year in the big leagues on top of their offense. Wow. I mean, what are we looking at here if he goes there?
Yeah, it's going to be a depressing weekend series when the Giants are on their bullpen game because everyone's hurt and they are running the rotation thin. Walter's laughing at me right now. He's like, I've lived this too much. And then the Dodgers are like, okay, fine, we'll just go with Roki Sasaki today or Yamamoto after we've used Ohtani and Glass.
It's a three-game series. You get Shohei, you get Yamamoto, or you get Sasaki.
Great. Fantastic.
Yeah. Time for Saki bombs, I say.
Oh, yeah. Saki bombs would be way better. Let's get to Silver Linings playlist. We'll do some Sounds of Silver, and then we'll wrap things up here. It's Papa and Silver on a Monday. We got Walter already tired of us. Don't worry. We got plenty more hours to go this week. 3 down, 17 to go, baby. Only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, Giants fans, it is official. 3-time Cy Young Award winner, 2-time World Series champion, and 9-time All-Star selection. It's a hell of a resume for the future Hall of Famer. Justin Verlander was officially announced and introduced as your latest addition to the Buster Posey era San Francisco Giants. How are you feeling on the signing? Let us know how you feel in the YouTube chat, the only place to let Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the sports leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Silver Linings Playlist with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
With an action-packed weekend, what was I going to do for Silver Linings Playlist? With all this Kenny Rogers talk today, I thought about doing a little Kenny Rogers, the Gambler. Not going that route, Papa, but I did have the thought. Instead, I'm going to do a nice old riff from my past life. Yeah, back in 2020, when it was COVID, I was just messing around getting into podcast episodes with very little sports going on. So I had my younger brother on. We talked NFL. I think it was right before the playoffs started after the 2020 COVID season. And we had to laugh a little bit about Zane Gonzalez randomly going into Arizona and playing well as a kicker. This song that you're hearing right here is Back on the Chain Gang by the Pretenders back in 1982. The song's actually a pretty serious one. It's a tribute to James Honeyman Scott, the Pretenders guitarist who died of a drug overdose at the age of 26, and Pete Farndon, who was the former bassist, got kicked out of the band and then died of a drug overdose not very long after. So this is the lead singer, Chrissy Hine, which she wrote about getting back in the fight, back in the music-making business, leading the band, and moving forward in life after tragedy. But my much less serious connection to this song is when Zane Gonzalez went from a struggling kicker in Cleveland to pretty clean in Arizona, we collectively joked that we were back on the Zane gang. And last night, I was absolutely, positively back on the Zane gang after he combed his hair with his fingers maybe 75 times. And look, sometimes you need a little bit of luck, but it was a 37-yard doink, and the Washington Commanders were the only road team thus far to get the win and upset the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at home. Back on the Zane gang.
It was insane. Insane in the membrane. It was nuts. So do you remember Zane Gonzalez? Was a 49er.
Yeah.
Not this year, but the year before. He went to training camp. I remember well talking to him on the sideline at practice. And Jake Moody, we weren't sure Jake Moody was going to make the trip to Pittsburgh to open the year. Jake had a quad or something, and an injury, overkicked in the preseason, missed that kick in Vegas, and people freaked out. And then he missed one against the Broncos in the preseason, but he was not firing his leg. Anyway, I know Zane Gonzalez. All these former Niner kickers. Matthew Wright shows up in Kansas City. He has a game winner. Wasn't that a doink as well? I think it was. We had some doinks not go the right way this weekend, but the Zane Gonzalez doink did go in on the inside of the right upright. But so good for him. And just good for Adam Peters. They took one shot of Adam, and is Dan Quinn going to win Coach of the Year this year? Is Adam Peters going to win Executive of the Year this year? What they have done to the Washington football team in 1 year of Josh Harris's ownership. I keep looking back at 1 year ago, the Niners were the best and all these other teams didn't make it. How does it happen? As quickly, a year from now, you can be back on top for Washington to do what they've done and get Jaden Daniels, obviously, running for that first down at the end to be able to run the clock out and just all of it. So, yes, it is in Zane in the membrane. Zane Gonzalez resurfacing with the Washington Commanders. And now we'll see what the Niners do with Jake Moody and going forward. Again, the big news of the weekend, a lot of things have happened in football, but this morning, the fact that Mike McCarthy's not going back to Dallas as head coach. I mean, last year, the Niners were the 1 seed in the NFC, and the Dallas Cowboys were a 2 seed. They had won 12 games, 3 consecutive years. So odd. And now he's gone. Who does he coach? Does he go to Chicago to coach the Chicago Bears? The New Orleans Saints have a opening. Mickey Loomis has been around a long time. When they hire Mike McCarthy, what do the Dallas Cowboys do now with an opening at head coach? And all the coaches, you'd think, would they try to get Belichick out of North Carolina? Hard to think that would be a vibe. Mike Vrabel was introduced today as the new coach of the New England Patriots. Jerry, by waiting a week, and I told you he would do this with a contract. It does not expire until tomorrow. He took it to today to try to get something done, but they weren't even talking about an extension with Mike McCarthy. Now, who coaches the Dallas Cowboys, America's team? Who does he can't talk to any of the Lion coaches now. The window of that week to talk to them has expired. He can't talk to Ben Johnson. He can't talk to Aaron Glenn. Would he go to Sark now? What a game that was on Friday with Ohio State controlling it against Texas. As Sark is out there, would he try to have him jump to the NFL? What exactly do the Dallas Cowboys do now that Mike McCarthy, and why did Jerry wait a week to do that? Now he's got the, America's team opening is there. Who do they hire as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, and what does Mike McCarthy do now?
I don't know. It's also funny, the headline, the way it was coming out, it was like Mike McCarthy was a player. Like, they did not come to terms with a contract extension. I feel like so often in the NFL, it's either fired, not fired. He got blocked from the Bears. Maybe now he's back in play there. And yeah, to answer your question about Dan Quinn and Coach of the Year, my guess is he probably doesn't ultimately end up winning it. I think that probably goes to Dan Campbell or Kevin O'Connell, and I think that guys like Jim Harbaugh, Sean Payton, Dan Quinn, I mean, look, there's a lot of really good candidates this year, but Dan Quinn, no doubt, deserved another head coaching opportunity. He was a great coordinator in Dallas. I was relieved when he departed just for the sake of, all right, cool, with the 49ers and Cowboys seeming to be at the top of the NFC at the time. I'm like, cool, get rid of Dan Quinn. I'm a big fan of Dan Quinn. He's been a culture changer. And I will say this, too. So you picked the Washington Commanders when we were signing off on Friday. I picked the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, saying credit to you and getting that pick right. My thought process was, I'll go with the team that's more of the sure thing. They just were in the playoffs last year. They won a playoff game against the Eagles, played the Lions really close. Baker Mayfield has a lot more experience. He could have been a Pro Bowl candidate for sure this year. Whereas the Washington Commanders had a first-year head coach, at least with this franchise. I know he was a head coach in Atlanta. They also have a quarterback who's never played in a postseason game. So I'm thinking all the question marks when it came down to simple execution would go in favor of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Look at it the other way around. It ends up being Jaden Daniels plays a clean game. Dan Quinn is aggressive with these fourth down calls. It doesn't faze Jaden Daniels on the offense when it doesn't go well. And the Buccaneers had not one but two crucial errors with the fumble on the snap to Jalen McMillan with the motion, and then messing up the snap count on third down, which ultimately led to Bucky Irving losing yards. They kicked the field goal for the tie instead of having a chance to go ahead and take a lead. So, yeah, I mean, the way Washington went in and played clean football on the road with a head coach in his first year with that franchise and a quarterback who's never been in that moment before was truly remarkable.
I mean, it came down to a field goal at the end, so it could have gone either way. Tampa Bay played well. They just the jet sweep miss to McMillan was the game, and I'm sure Baker. I could just see his face and what he talked about. I screwed up that mistake, and that's hard. To time that up and get the jet sweeper. I wonder why it doesn't happen more in football. Was he trying to get him the ball? Was it a fake that got too tight? Was it a jet sweep that was too late? What happened on that play? I mean, that's one you agonize over. How you missed that. You drop the ball and just give them the ball in the red zone. And they had to get it on fourth down to Scary Terry, but they did. But that game could have gone either way. I mean, it came down to a moment here, a moment there. It doesn't make any bold statements about anybody. That's football. And that's the only game where the road team won over the weekend. Usually the next week, when the big boys come out, they just roll. The home teams roll. But we don't have first and second seeds getting byes anymore. It's just one team gets a bye. But that was impressive what Washington's on. Who wins Coach of the Year? No one's going to remember. Mike Brown won that award a while ago, and he got fired. So you want to win in the playoffs, and that was just big moments at the end and then getting over the top. But to put that franchise together in 1 year's time, it gives you hope, as with the Niners. Like, how do we fall so dramatically in 1 year? Maybe be right back on top. How did Washington they haven't won a playoff game since Mark Brunell was their quarterback. I mean, you weren't even born yet. And then for Tampa, they've been to the playoffs 5 straight years. This started with Tom Brady winning a Super Bowl in 20. They've won their division 4 straight years. They did win a Super Bowl in the pandemic year of 55, Super Bowl 55, but that was just a wild ending last night. And Zane Gonzalez is somebody we know, so we're thinking about him. And then for all the openings that are out there, and we'll talk about Bones Fossil in the coming days. Bob Lamont is his agent. Bones Fossil, if Mike McCarthy got fired, Mike Zimmer's out, they're all out. You want anybody on their staff, all those coaches, their contracts are free. They're all free agents right now. Bones Fossil's the best in special teams in the NFL. Not just his schemes, but his personality, effervescent. He'd be great. We'll see what they do there. And then there's one more game to be played tonight. We'll get into it more. We were talking to J.B. Long. We wanted to have Paul Allen on, the voice of the Vikings, but the Verlander press conference kind of took over. We'll get PA on tomorrow. I'm hearing like 65% of the fans inside State Farm Stadium tonight are going to be going, ooh! This is hard for the L.A. Rams. I realize that city, and my daughters are down there, the whole Southern California area has got a bigger thing than football. But the Chargers had the LAFT hats on Saturday, and they got off to a good start, but they quickly got rolled. It is hard to do all of this, give up a home game, and they can't play that game there. I'm not saying that. But LA has a hard enough time getting most of the fans inside SoFi to root for them. It's a great gesture by Michael Bidwell and the Arizona Cardinals. They did the same thing for the Niners. The Renaissance Hotel, just north of State Farm Stadium in Glendale, was the home of the Niners. Just about the whole, like December, early December, all the way through the holidays of 2020. They lived there. They gave them the outdoor practice fields. Niners went in there and beat them at the end of the year for a big game, which cost Arizona. But you got to remember, this is Arizona. This is an NFC West city, much like us. If they came and said, can we use Levi's? You think we want the Rams to come up here and win against the Minnesota Vikings? So I don't know how the Rams pull this off tonight. I'm not even going to say it'd be a road game. I mean, is it a neutral site? We'll see. I mean, is Stafford going to have to use a silent count for a home game that's a playoff game? I mean, what I'm hearing is that the Viking fans are going to take over this stadium. And maybe more than just Minnesota fans, it is just, we don't want L.A., even the world that we're living in now with L.A. and trying to show compassion to L.A. When it comes to sports, they still want to beat L.A. The Arizona Cardinal fans do not want the L.A. Rams winning a playoff game in their stadium.
Well, I'll be watching the Rams closely to see how they come out. And these are all a bunch of professionals. It's different than the case of Notre Dame and Georgia when that game was postponed today. But we were following that game toward the last half hour of our show, our last time at Levi's, Papa, and it was ugly to start that game on both sides. It was a defensive battle, and then the game ended up taking its shape in the end, and Notre Dame went on to win. But, so back on the Chain Gang, Silver Linings playlist for today. Maybe we'll be saying back on the Jake Gang if we manifest some Jake Moody return next year. I don't know. I know a lot of fans do not want to hear me say that, but I'll put it out there, a little back on the Jake Gang possibly coming. Before we go ahead and pause, we got to hear Bram Weinstein's call of the doink that went in for the Washington Commanders, because I was doing some bar trivia a couple of months back, and it was one of those, the question was something of name 2 of the 3 teams that have not won a playoff game in this century. And so you kind of quickly going through your head, you got about a minute to do it, and I'm like, I don't think Miami has. Did the Raiders do one? No, the Raiders didn't get one. And then I was like, Washington. So Washington finally can get that stain off of them. And here is Bram Weinstein's call that sent them to the divisional round.
Ian Gonzalez looking to send Washington into the divisional round. Snap good, hold down, kick, and it's ready. It is good! The Cardiac Commanders are the Clutch Commanders! They do it again! We'll see you in Detroit! And Zane Gonzalez kicks in the door and kicks us into the second round of the playoffs!
I mean, look, it's no Greg Papa, Tim Ryan, but that's pretty good.
Well, he heard the upright almost fall down. Was there any mention of it hitting the upright and being a doink? There was nothing there, and he had the can line all ready to roll. So that one was just okay. The Raiders have won a playoff game this century. What are you talking about? Went to a Super Bowl in 2002. Is that not this century?
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know what the question was then. No, you're right.
Several playoff games.
You're right. My question terminology is way off. They definitely won one this century, maybe since 2010.
Yeah. It's been a long time. I realize.
Anyway.
Right? Since they beat Steve Aaron McNair and the Tennessee Titans on the Rich Gannon bootleg and 14 blast to Zach Crockett. So, interesting call. You heard like explosion, like, bow! The ball hit the upright. Did he not see the ball hit the upright at all? Didn't he? There was no mention of the doink. And London Fletcher went crazy. They had actually had a camera in the booth. So they took that camera out of our booth about probably when we went to Lambeau. I think Tim Ryan just pulled it down and ate it. So
I think they were just only focused on the result. They were just looking at the referee's hands. Were they going like this or were they going like this? But yeah, there you have it. Washington Commanders win a playoff game. I got a nickname for them. They're a funderdog. They're a funderdog. They're a fun underdog. The Pittsburgh Steelers are the opposite of a funderdog.
Okay, what's going to happen to Mike Tomlin now? When's the last time that guy won a playoff game?
Yeah, it's been a bit.
As long as the Washington football team. It's been a while.
We'll go ahead, get some Sounds of Silver on the other side, and then we'll wrap things up on a Monday. Hand it to Dirty Work. It's Papa and Silver back on the Zang Gang, baby, only here on the Sports Leader.
And Giant Gonzalez kicks in the door and kicks us into the second round of the playoffs.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. This is Matrix. Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Sounds of Silver with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
Little Sounds of Silver here on a Monday before we hand it off to Dirty Work coming up at 2 o'clock. Let's get back into a mix of football and baseball. We'll start off by doing a little post game from one of the best performers of the entire weekend. That is, of course, Lamar Jackson alongside his teammate Derrick Henry. And Murph, Marcus, and young Tony were having this discussion earlier this morning. Papa, I don't know how many of the Pixar movies you've watched, if you have a really strong opinion on your rankings for them, but Cars is easily number one, top 5 movie of all time. I'm dying on that hill.
Well, I'm waiting to hear 2, 3, and 4 from you as well, and 5, Greg. Cars number 1, okay.
For Pixar, yeah.
Else? What else you got?
I mean, all of the Toy
Why does
Stories.
that relate to Lamar Jackson?
Okay, it's coming up in a second.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, all of the Toy Stories, but for the sake, I'll just say Toy Story 1. Yeah, it's a classic.
Yeah.
I was a big Up fan, personally. I really like Up. Finding Nemo, definitely in the list.
Love Nemo.
And then probably The Incredibles.
Very good.
Yeah.
Dash. Got it. So, okay, now on to Lamar Jackson.
So Lamar Jackson compares Derrick Henry to Lightning McQueen. And in addition to this being a hilarious cut, I just think that's funny because Lamar Jackson should be more grateful for Derrick Henry than anybody, considering that when he won his first MVP, Derrick Henry and the 6-seeded Titans came into Baltimore and knocked off Lamar when the Ravens, who looked dominant all year, looked terrible. So to just have Derrick Henry on your side, talking about him like he is number 95, ka-chow, Walter. Let's hear the sound.
Did you watch the movie Cars? You're a little bit too old to watch Cars, but anyway, for kids, I was a kid when I watched Cars. I was a kid when I watched Cars. That's all I'm saying. But you know when Lightning McQueen just flying, flashing past, and then it's like, that's how Derrick looked when he was running past, and all those guys it looked like a movie, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I'd rather be watching it than being on the opposite side of the ball. I know that.
Yeah, no kidding. I like Derrick Henry so much and his greatness that I am willing to say Derrick Henry could be in the Piston Cup conversation with Lightning McQueen, Chick Hicks, the King Strip Weathers, and maybe a couple others. Yeah.
You're a big King Henry fan. I got it. What is his 40 time? If you lined up Lamar Jackson next to Derrick Henry, it would not be close. Lamar Jackson would be much faster than him, but he has been a force. There's no doubt about it. So I do. What is Lamar's playoff record now? Is that his second playoff win or his third playoff win? He got one last year, obviously
it's his
against
third.
Houston. So he's 3-4 or 3-3 now. This is going to be interesting to see what they do in Buffalo, if they're able to run. And with that Sunday night game, it was an assault. Buffalo got rolled in that game, but that was at M&T Bank Stadium in the Inner Harbor of Baltimore. I think it'll be a different story in Buffalo. But what is Lamar now in the playoffs? 3-4?
3-4.
Is he, or 3-4?
Yeah.
And he has lost to Buffalo. I do remember in 2020, he got his head slammed on the field, and he threw like 101-yard interception return for a touchdown, I think, to Taron Johnson. The nickelback may have been the guy that got him. But in any event, you're not going to lay a lot of Baltimore on me all week, are you? You know you're barking up the wrong tree here.
That's why I'm starting with it on a Monday. So
I don't want to
gradually
hear about Cars and Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. I'll let you go on Monday. When we get later in the week, let's go Buffalo. They're not coming into Buffalo to beat the Bills.
I'll be finding some James Cook sound to play on Friday. Sounds of Silver.
James Cook's a good player.
He's a really good player.
He's fine. He's not Thurman Thomas. He's certainly not OJ. He's fine. He's a good player. How about Johnson's catch in the back of the end zone? Their third running back behind Ray Davis. That catch was incredible. Was that a running back who made that catch in the back of the end zone?
Yeah, and for Josh Allen to throw that on a 4th and 1 too was pretty incredible the way he extended the play. I mean, I was seeing the replay and thinking there's no way they could overturn that with how close it was. But Ty Johnson, just to get the feet up enough to stay outside the white, I mean, yeah, that's when you knew, like, this is Buffalo's day. Denver could have played any which way, and not happening. That play's literally coming up in the studio right as I speak. TV's listening to me. Anyway.
What channel you watching? NFL Network?
Yeah. No, ESPN. I take it back.
That was those two teams looked. Baltimore looked amazing. The way they both ran the ball. Buffalo looked amazing. I mean, honestly, I think either one of these teams could win the Super Bowl. Detroit will have something to say about it in Philadelphia, and obviously Kansas City. But those two performances by Lamar and King Henry and Baltimore's defense and Buffalo, what they were able to do, I mean, it looks like the AFC is just loaded.
Let's move ahead to the Sounds of Silver because the AFC not only is loaded, it's got the best quarterbacks, and it's the same 4 teams as we saw in this round last year. No surprise at all to see 3 of them there, and then Houston earned that win over the Chargers. We talked about Fred Warner being on TV. We have not played any sound from Fred Warner, and I thought Fred was great. I expected him to be great, and he talks about his quarterback, Brock Purdy. I know that his teammates were going to compliment Brock Purdy throughout the offseason, but I will say it's been pretty convincing how both players, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, have all been very, very deliberate in how they're talking about Brock Purdy and wanting him to be here for a long time. Now, how that contract negotiation goes down, we'll see, and that'll be a big offseason story. But here's what Fred Warner had to say about his quarterback.
First of all, let me just say, Brock Purdy, I love you, man. Thank you for being my quarterback. Brock Purdy, last pick in the draft, nobody even knew who this kid was, is our scout team quarterback in 2022 when we had probably the best defense in the league. And he's in there in practice with the no-look passes, dicing our defense up every single week. And I'm back there just pissed off. I'm giving it to him. Like and he's giving it back to me with the trash talk. I mean, when you talk about a guy who has the it factor, Brock Purdy has had the it factor all along. And it was only a matter of time when he got his moment, he was going to be prepared for it coming in against Miami in 22. And, we haven't looked back since. Brock Purdy's made of the right stuff, being able to create with his legs. I think with a quarterback, the thing that's the biggest, deciding factor in elite quarterbacks or not is the processing speed. How do you process the game when bullets are flying, everything's on the line, and being able to read coverages, diagnose, deliver the football, extend plays, and Brock Purdy does it all at a high level. And so he's about to be a very rich man soon. I can't wait to see it.
So that's Fred Warner, of course, talking about Brock Purdy and the processing abilities using the Tim Ryan next-gen AI computer chip analogy, just not in those words.
We know that. He's big brain Brock. I think this year that's when you look at it with a fine-tooth comb. He did not process as well with his decision-making this year, but they'll work it out. But the real story of that clip, Fred Warner, is about as natural on TV of anybody I've ever seen. Walk into a studio just like that. Not only did he look great with the white tie, he was suited and booted. Our guy Alex from Armani did not dress him, I don't believe, for the trip to Bristol. But how good was Fred Warner on television? And to go in studio like that, that's the hardest thing to do in sport. He was when the red light was on him, I guess we knew he'd be unflappable, but man, was he unflappable. A lot of famous, Ronnie Lott couldn't do that when he got on TV, or Joe Montana, or so many have tried and just been overwhelmed by the moment. It's just not their thing. I mean, Fred Warner's going to play. They'll have to pull the uniform off of him like they did at State Farm Stadium 8 days ago when he finally had the hip and he's been playing with a fractured ankle. But my God, have you ever seen a guy? Now, I've seen a lot of guys that have been like Shaq, even Jason Kelsey, guys you thought that were being interviewed when they were still playing. You thought they're going to be the greatest thing on TV, and they just been okay. But I was blown away by how poised, how confident, articulate, what he was willing to say. I mean, is there any doubt that when Fred Warner is done playing in the NFL, he is going to have a very successful career in whatever he wants to do, if it's TV, whatever he wants to do. But he could be a game analyst. He could be a studio guy. A lot of guys are good on games, not good in the studio, and vice versa. I think he'd be great on games as well. But how good was Fred Warner on ESPN yesterday morning?
No, he's fantastic, and I think he can have success in any which way he chooses, but I personally would love to see him as a studio guy because I think halftime of games, I'd love to get the insight of someone like a Fred Warner, pregame, postgame, when they do the whole panel picks. I'd be tailing the Fred Warner picks for sure. I'd be fading, some of the other guys like Paul Pierce when he was back on. The joke I had with my family was Paul Pierce picks against the Warriors in an NBA final game. They got a chance. Couple more sounds of silver here, and let's go with John Gruden in the Barstool Cave. Was asked about the worst half that he ever had. He gave a little bit of a pause and then a nice, thoughtful, insightful answer. Here's what he had to say.
Coach, what was the worst first half you ever had?
What was the worst day of your life? I mean, what was your worst draft pick? What was your worst half? You know what, Steven? I can't remember.
Oh, man. Classic Chucky.
I can. His first game coaching the Raiders in 1998 at Arrowhead Stadium, Kansas City. He got, I think the first play that he called, I got to look this up, was a complicated 360 spin handoff to Napoleon Kaufman, and Kaufman fumbled the ball. Charles Woodson got burned twice early in that game, and they were down like 17-0. They did come back in the game, as I recall later, but John's debut as the Raider head coach did not go well. They wound up losing. Here it is. It was 28-8 final, and they were down 17-0 at the end of the first quarter, and it was 20-0 at halftime. Andre Rison kept burning Charles Woodson. So, I mean, he's probably had other ones, but his very first quarter as a head coach in the NFL, that's where he got the Chucky nickname, because he was just scowling on the sideline. He was pissed off. It was not good.
I'm impressed that you pulled that out of thin air right there, but I guess if it's your first one, it is going to be memorable.
I do remember.
Let's go.
What happened to John? I got rumblings that John was going to be a part of the coaching cycle this year, and now I don't know what they're doing with Brady looking at this search. You're not hearing John's name come up. I mean, what's Dallas going to do?
I was going to say, what about the Cowboys?
John Gruden went from Al Davis to Jerry Jones. You're not hearing his name out there as much, but I do wonder, is he ever going to get hired again in the NFL after the emails that leaked out? And there were a lot of explaining to do on some of his thoughts, how America got access to that. But you're not hearing John's name anymore.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We keep monitoring it, but I don't know. I'm thankful for the John Gruden content, at least, such as that right there. Let's go one more sound of silver before we take a pause and then hand things off to Dirty Work. We've got a baseball-related one, and that applies to how we started off our show today. For people like us or anybody working in production or talking on the air, always beware of the hot mic. And Justin Verlander was getting going on Zoom under the name Kate, but everybody forgot to check the audio levels, the mute, and here's how this press conference started today.
I was lucky enough to get to compete against him for a number of years and have always admired
What?
the way that he takes care of business.
Look at Justin's name.
If you guys can just, all the media on here, if you can just mute yourselves, please.
Nice. So, I believe
I'll change it. All right, I'll change it.
He jumped in. Don't just step on the line. It was Verlander. That was the line. That was the joke.
I'll change it.
There it is. I didn't know we were rolling that. Sorry. That was the Verlander line. He jumped in. I'll change it. Okay, I'll change it. He's the one that did not unmute. Very funny, Justin.
Yeah, Justin, you and Susan discussing how maybe he could be a little prickly. He had a good sense of humor there on that one. Look, if I was married to Kate Upton, I'd sign in and say Kate on my Zooms. Hell, why not?
Is that what it was? He signed out as Kate Upton?
It just said Kate.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wasn't Justin Upton? BJ Upton? There's so many Uptons in Justin Verlander's life. How does he keep them all straight?
I don't know. But anyway, nonetheless, look, I can't really blame Taylor Worth. Every time I log into Zoom, it's always something. It's either you got to do an update, you log in, the microphone audio source that you selected ends up switching right after you selected it. Either you can't hear somebody, then your AirPods are broken. Technology is not made for the soft people like me. Yeah.
No comment.
Okay. All right, let's take a pause, wrap things up on the other side, and hand it to Dirty Work. It's Papa and Silver, closing out on Monday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The NFL playoffs were in full swing this weekend, and watching those matchups and watching the quarterback play, it makes you wonder, how valuable is Brock Purdy? Because let's just say, you look better than a lot of those guys that were playing over the past weekend. Let us know in the YouTube chat, how much are you willing to dish out for franchise quarterback Brock Purdy at KNBR, the sports leader?
Hey, it's Greg Papa here for my friends at Gold Bar Whiskey. Joe Montana is signing bottles of Gold Bar Whiskey across the Bay Area. You could visit your local liquor store and check the shelves for Gold Bar Whiskey. You might find an autographed bottle waiting just for you. So call your local retailer and ask if they stock Joe Montana's gift packs, the perfect holiday gift for any 49er fan or whiskey lover. You can plan for next year, certainly holidays coming up this year like Valentine's Day. Make sure to visit the Gold Bar Distillery and Tasting Room on Treasure Island. I've been there many times. Elliot Gillespie and the staff are incredible, and it'll take your drinking and partying and spirit level to the highest level possible. And the food there, it's been rated the top 50 restaurant in San Francisco. It is delectable and high-end. And I can also join us for a hands-on cocktail making class when our team will teach you how to make 3 different cocktails and learn the tips and tricks of the trade. No experience is necessary. This 90-minute class is the perfect gift or a holiday activity. No more boring holiday plans. Bring a book now at goldbarwhiskey.com. So Gold Bar Whiskey, brought to you by Gold Bar Spirits Company of San Francisco. 40% alcohol by volume. And as we say, please enjoy responsibly.
and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Greg Papa, Greg Silver wrapping things up here before we hand it over to Dirty Work. Crazy stat of the day, and this one comes from Doug Clausen. Jaden Daniels has more games in his career where his team had no punts and no turnovers, 3 total games, including the playoffs, than the combined careers of Tom Brady, Joe Montana, Peyton Manning, and Patrick Mahomes of 2. I know they turned it over on downs because that was what Derek's argument against it was, but clean football, Jaden Daniels, this kid is cool as a cucumber.
I'm a little surprised Dan Quinn's so aggressive going forward on 4th down. After Dan Campbell, Dan Quinn, I think, is right there with 4th down gophers. And there were a couple there where just kick a field goal. And that's, he comes from an earlier era when he certainly coached the Atlanta Falcons. They would take 3 there. But they did get the big one to Scary Terry at the end. And outward it goes for Washington. We're going to have a matchup of Dan Quinn against Dan Campbell, which is going to be really interesting next weekend. And NBC will have that game. What are you thinking about tonight? I just feel like this is going to be a hard game for the Rams to win. I know Minnesota lost to them when they went in that dome before, but that was on a Thursday night game when they just lost to the Lions. So I think Minnesota can win this game tonight, and we'll be able to hear the sound if Matthew Stafford has to use a silent count tonight. But I'm hearing it's going to be like 65% people against the L.A. Rams for a pseudo L.A. Ram home game, and it's not going to be because of the events of last week. But I think I'm going to take the Vikings to win this game tonight.
I think it was already going to be a tough game for the L.A. Rams, even under normal circumstances, because you have a 14-win wild card team coming into your house. And I know the Rams beat them earlier in this year back on Thursday night in Week 8, but generally speaking, I think it's going to be a tough one for the Rams to overcome. Hopefully we get a good game. And, Puka Nacua, he answered the bell in his playoff debut. We'll see how he does in his second game. And Ladd McConkey actually broke Puka's record, another losing receiver, when he went for 197 yards, NFL rookie record, I should say. So that'll do it. We'll catch up tomorrow, maybe get Paul Allen on the show, talk a little Warriors basketball as they resume in Toronto tonight. Should get Andrew Wiggins and Steph Curry back. Draymond Green currently questionable. Big thank you to Walter, and it's time to hand it off to Tim, Copes, Depop for Dirty Work, because no work is dirtier than on a Monday. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
It's Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on this sunny and breezy Monday afternoon.
Sunny?
It was sunny when I was coming in. It was sunny all morning. I went for a walk up to the...
it's a little cloudier now.
Up to Coit Tower when the cloud in the sky in San Francisco earlier this morning.
It's freezing cold in here.
Yeah, it's a bit nipply.
What in here?
In here and outside, it's getting a little colder.
Dude, the heartless, soulless bastards that are the engineering department just... Wow. Icing up the studios here. It's tough to get work done. It really is. It's freezing.
I know.
And at some point they were like, well, the equipment has to be nice and cool, so we got to keep the AC on. That's fine, but why do we keep dropping the temperature of what the AC has to be at from like 72 to 71? We were down to like 68 degrees in here. It's never going to be warmer than that, and it's just blaring AC.
Maybe we should go up a tick from 68.
Maybe it's warmer down at Levi Stadium.
To 69?
Can I get a laugh? No laugh, no gong, nothing. Tim's not even set up yet.
We're moving on.
At least Tim has a chair.
We can't even see you on the stream, Copes.
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand what happens here with these cameras, dude. What the hell the Gregs are doing, man? There we go. We're working.
Yeah,
we're good.
We got you.
How'd you like this weekend? Some football.
Well, I was going to ask you, have you ever
been to a sporting event and read a book during it.
59.
talking about A.J. Brown?
Yeah, like I don't know if he was pissed off that he wasn't getting the ball. I like the fake tush push there. I've been calling for that for years.
The fake tush?
The fake tush push where...
It's a Nicki Minaj thing, I think.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. They faked it, and then he was wide open, but they missed it, and I was like, that could have been a sweet touchdown.
That's a butt implant joke, incidentally.
Oh.
I don't know about the reading a book at a sport. I will tell you this.
Yeah.
When I was in
Inner Excellence was the name of the book, too.
Yeah. Didn't you say I've been reading that book on the sideline forever? I was like, how long is it going to take you to finish that thing, bro?
Yeah, I know.
You're only reading it when 80,000 are screaming behind you?
And the best part was Jalen Hurts was like, I mean, I've seen him with the book. I can't say I've actually seen him read the book.
Is he pulling a LeBron on us where you've seen that
Yes.
There's series where LeBron, I'm going to say, claims to read a lot of books.
It's one of my favorite books. Inner Excellence, yeah.
I'm not a believer LeBron's a big reader of the books because there's an Instagram post or social media post.
Yeah.
It's been out there for a number of years where it's all photos of LeBron sitting in the locker room being caught on camera reading a book, but every time it's the first page of the book. Every photo they've ever caught of LeBron reading. He's never midway through. He's never a third of the way through. He's never wrapping up a book. He's always page one.
And
of
not
the
even
book.
that. It's probably like the back flap, like about the author.
Well, it's like, do you remember when they asked him about The Godfather?
Oh, yeah.
And he's like, what's your favorite part? Oh, it's just so many good parts. So many to choose from. I can't even pick one.
Yeah.
I'm like, so you've never even seen the movie? You can't even.
Michael Bolton. I celebrate his entire catalog.
What's your favorite work by Michael Bolton?
Oh, man.
Kind of like them all.
Kind of like them all. Celebrate his whole catalog.
And,
really.
and then they just stare at him.
That's pretty good, dude. No, I've not read a book at a sporting event. I've seen people do it, but I've only ever seen it at a baseball game.
Yeah, I've seen that too. This just popped in my head. I remember, like 20 years ago, I remember being on the road with Dave Fleming when my dad was doing the Giants games. I remember Dave doing like a talkback thing, probably with KNBR at the time, and someone asked him, like, you're still new in this, you're still being a Giants play-by-play guy. Like, what's something you don't take for granted? He goes, just being in the moment and calling a baseball game. Like, I've been around some guys that like read a book during playoff games, and then he went to commercial. And I was like, so who's reading books? He was like, oh, I can't name any names, but like, there's some announcers that just like don't really give a damn.
Yeah, I think you got to be in the moment to be a broadcaster for sure.
Oh,
as a fan, that's kind of why I go to the event, is to be in the moment and to share those conversations and to look around the ballpark in between innings. And
yeah.
I mean, baseball's a game that promotes conversation for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
My mama Susie used to take me to Giants games on weeknights. This might strike some of you, may come to some of you as a surprise to some of you. I was not the best student when I was in middle school, specifically when it came.
Let me guess.
Specifically, and by the way, the
You're
arguments.
Class clown type of guy, huh?
Well, the arguments I had there were absolutely true to the way my life is played out. I was like, why do I have to know the area of a triangle? What's the point of this geometry? I actually had a teacher say to me one time, well, if you ever want to lay carpet in your house, you're going to have to know. I was like, you got to be kidding me. At this point, I've been alive like 16 years. I've never seen anybody lay carpet in my house. Never seen anybody lay carpet anywhere except in the movie Basketball.
And I'm
going
going
to lay some carpet.
I mean, there's so many puns you could do there as well, but
Right.
I'm just going to refrain.
Yeah, we'll back off. But she used to make me, because I had like a math tutor when I was in like 7th grade, and I had to do make sure if I was going to go to a Giants game on a weeknight, I had to make sure I was doing my math homework or like getting it done.
So you knocked it out.
She used to make me bring my math book and notebook with me, and I'd have to do it on BART, and then I'd have to do it in between innings.
Oh, I did that, man, as a kid. Like
when we were sitting there at the game, I'd have to do it in between innings.
Oh, yeah.
Which, by the way, you get like, 2/3 of a problem done in between an inning?
I was that kid.
Pre-pitch clock, of course.
I was that kid in the booth with my pops doing homework in the back, not paying attention to a game when I was really, really young.
Yeah, so never read a book.
If I was in the crowd, I wouldn't read a book.
Anyway, KNBR, have you ever read a book at a sporting event?
No, that's lame as hell.
I also am not of the belief that A.J. Brown's actually reading that book.
No, that was just him, just finding the right passage to tell him everything will be okay. You're not getting the football.
It begs the question, can you bitch about not getting the ball thrown your way when you're on the sideline not involved in what the offense is talking about?
Well, but also, also at the same time, like, the game plan was for them to run the football with Saquon Barkley, and they are a running team. I understand he's upset that he doesn't get his catches. And
it's like he doesn't care about winning.
Exactly.
If he just gets the ball, then that's all that makes a difference.
He's the antithesis of Saquon.
Yes.
Saquon's like, I don't give a damn about stats. The only stat that matters is wins.
I love that falling down to the ground.
Dude, Saquon, and he screwed every bettor who had money on the Eagles. I didn't care. I didn't have action on that game, but I'm like, dude, I thought that was a funny moment. And I'm like, this guy is one of the smartest running backs in the league.
Yes.
He understood. Dude, and by the way, the cool, you see what Barry Sanders did for him this week?
No, I didn't
Barry
see that.
Sanders sent him an autographed Barry Sanders jersey and wrote on it, way to show your value. Because that's all we talked about all last offseason.
I'm sure Eric Dickerson wouldn't.
Well, dude, that's my point. Is like, but how much did we talk about coming into last season, the devalued position of running back? We talked about giving McCaffrey more money and that he was the outlier. I don't know that he's the outlier anymore. Like Saquon, if he hit the market right now, he'd be the highest paid running back in football.
Probably.
Without question, I think.
No,
and look at the teams that made the playoffs. Look at the teams left in the playoffs and what their running games look like.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it's all about running the football. Derrick Henry. I mean, Josh Jacobs did run well yesterday, but it was primarily because, I mean, Jordan Love. Oof. And I'm not here like, well, we'll talk about it with Purdy, comparisons to him and Herbert, but I still think those guys are really good. It's just like, he wasn't healthy. His receiving core wasn't healthy. Herbert, he just needs more receivers around him, in my opinion.
3 interceptions all year, 4 in the game.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Was it more about Love in that game, or was it more about the Eagles' defense?
It was more about the Eagles' defense, I think. But also, like,
I thought they looked so legit.
But, like, not having Christian Watson and not having, Jaden Reed got hurt. And they switched to being primarily a running team, which I believe that's because they can run well with Josh Jacobs. Also, at the same time, I mean, how many, Jordan Love hurt his knee week 1, came back relatively quick. And then as time went on, I mean, just this past weekend, he had nerve damage in his hand. So I don't think he was 100% healthy.
We got a bunch of stuff to get into today. Justin Verlander was introduced as a San Francisco Giant. A little dry. We'll talk more about that, I guess, in terms of
was it Justin or Kate?
This is going around because he was on Kate Upton's Zoom account.
It was, like Zoom pressers are very odd and awkward, I would say. Especially to play back on radio.
Zoom in general is odd and awkward.
Yeah, I know. But the whole thing was like, it's Justin Verlander. He could have had a big old presser, but I understand where is he? Still probably in Houston?
I don't know where he is or where he lives in the offseason. We're all just trying to avoid a Tim Tubin situation, right, Tim?
Tim Tubin?
I don't like that at all. And by the way, you guys were talking about reading at a sporting event. I get annoyed when I'm in a sports bar and somebody's reading. Like, what are you doing?
Oh, when does that happen?
Go to Starbucks.
I see that all the time when people are hanging out at a bar reading. That happens a lot in San Francisco.
It's not being in a bar reading. I don't care, right? It's being in a sports bar, sitting at the bar reading, because then it's like, okay, well, I'm annoying you because I'm watching the game.
So you're only okay. So are you talking about during like a major event, Tim? Yes. Or are you just saying like, what if this guy's like, he's not a sports fan, but he goes to this bar all the time. He's like, I don't know, I wasn't paying attention.
I don't mind that. But again, if you're sitting at the sports bar and we're watching a game and you're reading and looking at me annoyed that, I'm having a good time watching a game, go to Starbucks.
No.
Yeah, it's very specific.
I'm 100% with you, Tim.
There's a lot of specificity on this, though, Tim.
I also don't like it when I don't get my catches.
And also, was this a man that was reading the book?
I've seen both. It's not a sexist thing.
No. I just wonder, you could be, doing
you come to my trivia night and read a book. Time to go.
I'm with you on that. But I could see, a woman's just sitting reading a book at the bar, and you're like, hi, my name's Tim. She's like, do you mind, please?
Why do you hate women?
Tim's like, can I get your number, by the way? By the way, Tech, we all got together at the end of the show on Friday night. We went over the newly minted Grumpies over here.
Oh, dude.
Near the
looks
near the
really nice.
It's fantastic. Great to have a slice.
Great to have a slice. Great to have meatballs.
Derek
great to see Todd.
Meatballs. Saw Todd.
I thought I was having a meatball sandwich. It turns out it was meatballs.
Derek thought he was ordering a meatball sandwich.
So the waiter was like, in a side of fries. All right, someone's hungry.
It's just big meatballs sitting in a bowl. But the not so exciting thing for Derek was his Texas Longhorns getting hooked.
I paid the bill. And that was rough to be on the 1 yard line and then get pushed back. And then Quinn Ewers fumbles the ball and it's returned back for a touchdown.
That was so depressing. The score is not indicative of the way the game was played. It was not a blowout. It was a closer game, but
it was closer.
That was a pretty tough sack fumble. By the way, what are we doing with like a little pitch to the left from what were they at the 7?
I know. It was a little.
That's not going to get it done.
It was a little poetic for that to be the end of Quinn Ewers' career as a UT Longhorn. Or will it be? He's got an offer for $6 million to go somewhere else. So by all means, go.
Do we know where?
No, I don't.
You saw the shirt, right? Scoop and Sawyer.
He'll go. He would make more if he took that money. Kind of like Carson Beck. Carson Beck's going to make more.
There's a lot of quarterbacks I thought were going to go in this draft, and a lot of them didn't pan out well this year. And now they're like, all right, let me transfer. Like Drew Aller, the Penn State quarterback's coming back because their draft stock's not very good this year.
Well, Carson Beck of Georgia, former Georgia quarterback, now going to be with Miami. He's making $5 million. He's making more than some It's more than Brock Purdy made this year.
That's true.
It's like 5 times more than what Brock Purdy made. He's going to make more than NFL quarterbacks.
Makes sense. By the way, are you, I know the Rams and Vikings are playing tonight, but are you catching a little bit of Raw and SAP tonight?
Well, I don't really have to live since it's on Netflix now.
That's
right?
true.
So
yeah.
I can catch my 6 hours of Raw on Netflix after I watch the Monday Night Football game. I'm going in on football. I mean, we got playoff football tonight.
Course.
I definitely will check in on Raw.
It is cool that it's here locally, though.
Look, I'll tell you this. I've never been, and I would love to. And I'm actually kind of pissed at myself for not knowing this was happening tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't have worked out schedule-wise for me, but I have always wanted to attend a WWE event at an arena, and I've never been.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't go to WrestleMania when it was at Levi's? Oh, that was great.
What did I just say, Tim?
Well, you blew it.
What did I just say?
You've never been to any.
Yeah, Tim went and read a book while he was at Levi's.
Did. Sat in the press box.
By the way, you watched the Raw taping. You probably got plenty of time to read a book based on all the dead time in between some of these. Based on all the downtime in between some of these matches. Texas loses Friday. Raw at SAP tonight. If you're going out there, let us know. 808 KNBR. Shoot us a text. Check in on the YouTube chat. Want to know if you're going to be out there. I know we got a lot of wrestling fans on the YouTube chat itself. And because we teased it last week, did you think just because we went to 2025, just because Dirty Work was a new show, that we weren't going to hook up the listeners with some of the best giveaways in the history of Bay Area radio?
I didn't
think so either.
But we're doing it.
I was surprised. You guys want to go see Metallica? That sounds great. Metallica's coming. 2-day single tickets we're giving away 5 times a week, but that's not really the big prize here.
No.
The big prize here is that you're going to get tickets to go see Metallica with Limp Bizkit and Ice Nine Kills Friday, June 20th.
Oh, Ice Nine.
Single day tickets. How about that? At Levi's Stadium is where they're coming. Tune in between 3 and 6 all week long. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR. And you're going to see Metallica with Limp Bizkit, furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what's our cue to call?
I want to dedicate this song to the lead singer of Creed. That guy's an egomaniac.
Yeah, Fred Durst and Scott Stapp didn't get along.
So funny to use that as your
dumbest
insult.
Beef of all time.
Yeah, what a bad trash talk.
We're definitely downplaying Bay Area's own Metallica for Limp Bizkit. You're damn right we are.
We're riffing on that. We're down with Metallica. We're riffing because Limp Bizkit has just become sort of a funny riff on the show for a number of months. But
dude, I think Fred Durst...
Guy's an egomaniac.
Dude, for Fred Durst is like a full-on movie director and actor. He's got like a huge role in this movie that came out this year, like Y2K. You know Kyle Mooney from SNL?
Yeah, I do. Is that movie out already?
Yeah, it already came out, but like he's got like a huge cameo as himself in it.
Well, because the movie it takes place, like Kyle Mooney's like our age. And so he's written the movie for...
A little older, I'd say.
Yeah, but he's written the movie for this millennial generation, right? It takes place around Y2K.
Yes.
Or at year 99, 2000.
Yeah, New Year's Eve 99.
So a lot of Fred Durst.
A lot of Fred Durst references.
Maybe some Aguilera.
Maybe.
I don't know. It's in theaters?
It was in theaters. I don't know where it is now. It's probably on streaming somewhere.
It's probably one of those movies where you get to the theater, you leave early, you catch the rest of it on like streaming when you get home.
Yeah.
It's already hit the streams. If you hear that cue to call, by the way, anytime between 3 and 6, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win the tickets. We'll do it once a day, 2 single-day tickets to go see Metallica with Limp Bizkit and Ice Nine Kills. When we come on back, let's get into the news of the day. Justin Verlander announced as a member of the San Francisco Giants. He was officially introduced today. Is it official if it's on Zoom? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors go full Canadian tonight versus the Toronto Raptors. Tip-off 4:30 Pacific. Do you ever go full Canadian? JD will have Dubs OT right after the game tonight here on KNBR, the Canada leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Monday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb is hanging out with us. By the way, our guest of the day today, Matt Mayoko. Mondays with Matt.
Ooh, yeah.
On the sports leader. We got Niners stuff to talk about with Matt?
Sure. I mean, it sounds like the top of their DC list is pretty much Robert Saleh and Jeff Ulbrich.
That's it. Have they interviewed Ulbrich?
Not yet. Ulbrich interviewed for the Jets head coaching job today, so we'll see if he gets it.
Yeah, right. It's always funny when that happens. Also, like I saw the Bears completed their interview with Thomas Brown. They're like, we've interviewed Thomas Brown. I was like, okay.
That's basically the equivalent of Kyle being asked, is there any internal candidates to
Yeah, we'll talk to Staley. I was going to let Staley talk to
Staley a shot.
Yeah, right. It's exactly. We'll talk to Matt Mayoko about that a little bit later in the show at 4:50. And, of course, there's a playoff game tonight, neutral site game now between the Rams and the Vikings after everything that's gone on with the LA Fire.
Mike Holler's KNBR 1050.
You can hear it. What time's kick? 5:20? 5:15?
No, right at 5.
Right at 5 tonight.
Yep.
You can hear it over on Mike Holler's KNBR.
So we'll miss, I guess, the first half?
First hour or so, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably into close to halftime. Anyway.
Great.
Newest member of the San Francisco Giants, Justin Verlander, officially introduced today as a member of the Giants. He did discuss being recruited by Buster Posey, but you said you watched the very beginning of the conference call, and Derek said it was a little odd in that, like, usually when these things happen, and again, it was on a Zoom, it wasn't like he was sitting at Oracle Park putting the jersey on, doing the Willie Adamas thing,
right?
Where you talk about what it was like to be, pursued by the Giants, other teams, why you wanted to come here, what's special about the city, blah, 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 blah. Verlander didn't really do that. He just kind of sat down and was like, what's up? I'm Justin Verlander. You got any questions?
Yeah, like it was, I mean, I don't know how these Zooms usually go, but I would assume when you introduce a new player, it's kind of like, hey, kind of say a little bit about yourself and what drew you to the San Francisco Giants. And it was just kind of Verlander, he popped up, they asked questions, and then when it was time for Posey and Manassian to talk, he split. And I know it's a different dynamic when you're on Zoom, but I thought it was just kind of weird. My vibe of the whole thing was Justin Verlander is happy that he got a contract. It sounds like he did not like what went down with Houston this offseason as far as negotiations and what they thought of him. And at one point they asked him, he said he was surprised that the Giants reached out. And then they kind of clarified, like, what do you mean by that? And he's like, they just weren't on my radar. So to me, the whole thing kind of is Justin Verlander's happy to be here, no doubt. But he's trying to get 300 wins.
We knew that. Again, if you're 42 at this age, you're pitching for a few different reasons. And you say you want to pitch till you're 45, you've had the career that he has, and you want to keep going, it means a couple of things. You're pitching because you want to keep pitching.
Yeah.
You have the ability to keep doing so. It's usually not about the money at this point. He may want to continue to win. He's obviously a competitor. May want to chase a championship if he has the opportunity to. But I think some of this, and a lot of this is about accolades. I mean, Randy Johnson coming here, we keep comping it to 2009. The Giants had a young rotation. They were trying to build up. You don't bring in a guy like that to say, hey, we want you to be the tutor or the adult in the room for these guys. That's not why you're bringing them in. You're bringing them in, I think, because of what we talked about last week. You need more veteran arms and guys who can eat some innings for you. You have guys coming off of injuries and having not been extended throughout an entire season. Jordan Hicks and Robbie Ray are two that come to mind, plus a couple of young guys. So to me, this was solely about Justin Verlander wanting to extend his career. Didn't think the market was all that big for him considering he signed here, and I'm not surprised that the Giants weren't on his radar. He did discuss what went wrong with himself last season in Houston in terms of the injuries and whatnot, kind of rushing himself back. And if he can continue to pitch deep into his 40s. Here's Justin Verlander on being recruited by Buster Posey, a former player. I mean, we've talked a lot about this. It's different, we'd imagine, When a guy like Verlander's talking to him, he's like, yeah, you beat me in the World Series. I faced this guy. I went toe-to-toe with this guy at the and on the biggest stage. A little bit different in terms of having Farhan go after some of this talent. But Verlander, what was it like having Posey, a former player who's younger than you, pursue you for a contract?
It is a little weird, but at the same time, I'm starting to get at that point in my career where I'm starting to deal with a lot of people that I've played against or are younger than me. So I'm getting pretty used to it. I don't know if I ever will be completely used to it, but honestly, talking to somebody like Buster with his experience was pretty refreshing in a game that is so full of a lot of analysts now. So I think that was really something for me that was a nice draw, just to talk with somebody who's been on the field and competed and kind of understands, but also understands the analytics, right? It was very clear that he gets both sides of it. So in having those conversations, made it very comfortable for me speaking with him and hopefully vice versa. But it wasn't awkward. There were a lot of thoughts running through my mind, which I haven't brought up to him yet, about some experiences that I've had in my career that weren't so happy for me, but obviously didn't get in the way.
See, he's got a good sense of humor. He laughed about it.
Yeah, it weren't so great for me. Yeah, we know. We know what they were. You'll never see it again on KNBR social media account, but we know what they were. Moving on here, he was asked about last year dealing with injuries, what he learned, because he did leave. I think they said he had, a shoulder injury?
And a neck injury.
And a neck injury. So it was, and he hurt himself back, and he was much worse. Had an ERA of 8 after the injury. Only made 17 starts last year between New York and Houston. Asked about last year dealing with injuries and what he's learned.
Yeah, this was a lot of the conversation that Buster and I had. Last year was difficult. I kind of got off on the wrong foot at the beginning of spring. With a capsule issue, and then had a neck issue as he kind of got in the middle of the season. There's positives and negatives to both. Obviously, the negative is what happened last season. It was worst case scenario for me. Could never get in a groove. Pitched about as bad as I felt like I could. Positives were I was able to learn a lot. I think you can't play this game for very long if you don't learn from injuries. I mean, look, injuries happen. They are what they are. You can't play this long without having something happen. So this was a large conversation and a pretty long one between Buster and I, and it's kind of explaining my process and how I learned from really particularly the neck, but also the shoulder. So.
Oh.
Nicely done, young Tony.
Sharp on the end of that one. That was more just about dealing with the injuries and what went wrong. I mean, no guy I don't think is going to say, well, I wasn't good because the injuries were there. But he said he got off on the wrong foot in spring as well.
I mean, basically what it sounded like, if we played the whole thing, it was a long answer, but basically he was saying how he did his normal routine, how he's done it for as long as his career's been. And he's 42 years old. He didn't adjust, and this is the first time his age kind of crept up with him. So
does he have to? I mean, Father Time undefeated. Does he have to adjust? Did he learn things about the adjustments? Here he is on why he thinks, this is Justin Verlander, why he thinks he can defeat Father Time and pitch deeper into his 40s.
Look, I don't think I can defeat Father Time. Nobody can. But I think the groundwork that I've put in and the work ethic that I've had since I've been in this game, has afforded me, hopefully on the back end, some extra time. I mean, it's the first thing everybody wants to point to when things aren't going well is, okay, Father Time finally caught up. I'm trying to stave it off. I don't know. I'm a bit stubborn, have to be. But I still think I can pitch at extremely high ability. Even last year when I came back before the neck, it was, I was pitching to a 3.2 ERA and I felt like I was not pitching very well, so, it's definitely still there, I think. And also in talking to a lot of the veterans who have retired, they just there's no definitive answer about when you should or can retire, but the answer is pretty similar, which is when you'll know, which isn't really helpful to somebody who doesn't know yet, but, it's not there. I'm not there yet. And, so as long as that doesn't happen and I still have the passion to play and put in the work that's required behind the scenes, then I'll keep trying.
I mean, do you come away with that thinking like even he doesn't know how he's going to look this season?
Well, yeah, to the point that he just made about the injury and the first time in his career where just his normal routine didn't get him back to where he needed to be. And he was like, I think it's still there because I wasn't even pitching my best and I was still getting outs. It's basically the note he tried to make there, pointing at that ERA. So he's like, I know it's still in there, but yeah, when your ability goes in certain ways, you've got to figure out ways to keep the edge. I do think he's still going to be capable of pitching at a high level. I mean, I don't know. Again, I don't know that he's going to be the 175 dude that came off of Tommy John in 2022 and won a Cy Young Award. But for a guy who's got this mentality, who knows, okay, last year didn't work and maybe has a reason for why it didn't work and has had to adjust since he's talked to guys who have retired and then says, I'm not there yet where I'm ready to retire. Then I think that ability is still there and it was some injury that might have suppressed me or kept me down. One thing that did stand out is him talking about himself and what went wrong with Houston last year. And it seemed like Houston kind of soured on him being there. Maybe he sort of soured on Houston being there. They talked about him coming back. He wanted to rush back and then was too hurt to pitch effectively. And their season just kind of fell apart there at the end and into the postseason. But he did note that he doesn't view himself, quote, as a fun guy in the clubhouse.
Yeah, I kind of listened to that. And, you know, I think he'll be a leader and take some pitchers under his wing. But when asked, like, do you have a good, like, are you a fun guy? And he was like, not really. Like, I think it's serious when we're, you know, when we're in the locker room or the clubhouse and we're talking and we're there to do a job. We're there to win. So I think that's a good and bad thing. I think it's him kind of teaching the young guys, like, this is what it takes to win. We're not going to goof off every day. But at the same time, like, you know.
Winning is fun. When you win, it's fun. It's kind of what it comes down to. I will say there's something to having clubhouse guys in baseball. And I've talked about this where I think, and it's my belief that when you're together for as long as these guys are together, and it's like next month, we're talking February basically, and the hope is that you're together like through October. We're talking most of the year. You've got to have some guys that can be not just funny, goofy, whatever. We're talking glue guys. I'm talking the way they talk about Willie Adames, the way they talk about Matt Chapman. You have to have a variety of people and characters in a clubhouse to make it work. And having an old sort of grizzled guy who's like, hey, this is about business. When it's time to lock in, it's time to lock in. I think they've lost some of that. I mean, the last couple of years, you remember 2 years ago or 3 years ago, whenever Gabe Kapler's last season was here, when he by all accounts, kind of lost the clubhouse at the end of the season. The players weren't thrilled about the way things were going and that there was no real direction or leadership at the end of that season. And Logan Webb frustrated about it. I think vocally frustrated. We've heard from guys like Brandon Crawford frustrated about that kind of stuff. So I think it does play to have somebody of this stature and of this level of experience and success and respect that when he speaks, whether he's been in this clubhouse or not, I think people will listen.
Yeah, and that's the whole reason they got him, was to have veteran leadership in there and
to eat some innings.
Yeah, definitely.
Any surprise to you, any of the contract details that have come out? John Heyman reporting.
Well, you told me this. He has no trade clause.
Some of the incentives in the contract are like if he's an all-star, he makes $100,000. LCS and World Series MVP, he gets another $100,000. I think you get $200 or $250 if he's a Cy Young a winner or second in Cy Young voting, stuff like that. So he's got incentives and ways to make more money. He also, by the way, did note he was open to signing a longer-term contract with the Giants.
He did.
I think that would rankle people more. If they'd signed him to a 2-year $30, I'd have been like, ooh, that's interesting.
Well, he even said, like, I was down to sign a 4-year contract with Buster, and I understand why Buster would be hesitant to do that, obviously, off of his
Can you imagine Buster comes out, he's like 4 years, 60 for Justin Verlander?
Well, they asked him that, like, once Verlander left the press conference, and they were like, Buster, was there any talks about a long-term deal? And he's like, no, not really, because I get it. He's there to help out this, the pitching rotation for this one season. We'll see where it goes from there.
He's also got a 6-year-old daughter. I don't think he wants to have to move his family every year for the next 3 years if he wants to continue to pitch.
But that is interesting. He knows
45.
He does have a no-trade clause because...
A full no-trade clause for Verlander, which basically all it tells me, Derek, is... Because I mentioned this before. I said, I wonder if he'll have a no-trade clause or a limited. And I think you poo-pooed it a little bit. And I was like, as I thought about it, I thought he's an older guy. They're trying to get him in here.
Yeah.
But I'm like, if there was any sort of incentive to get him here, maybe that's part of it. All that does is tell me that doesn't mean you can't trade him. It just means you have to ask him before you trade him. And if you were going to trade him at the deadline, it would have to be to a team a place, A, that he'd want to go to, and B, probably a place that has a chance at winning a World Series because that's what it would be about. Plus, that would open him up for free agency again if he pitches on that stage.
But at the end of the day, I think it's a solid move just because Verlander he's looking to win, obviously, and help out this team. But he's here to finish out his career and get 300 wins, and Posey's looking to get some leadership
and get you to the next level where you can get to a rotation where you have, whether it's Landon Roop or Hayden Birdsong or Carson Wisenhunt, no matter who it is, you want to be able to stretch from here to 2026, and maybe those guys then are full parts of the rotation, much like Randy Johnson in 09. I mean, Bumgarner didn't come up until the end of 09. August 09.
Just some proven guys.
He makes his debut.
And it was kind of surprising that they don't have really much of a relationship. Like, he was just like, I just like that Buster Posey, a guy that I know that I played with, reached out to me and wanted me. So
something to be said about that. I mean, that's kind of what we talked about with Farhan and not landing free agents. We'll talk more about Verlander's number stuff a little bit later, because as those who have followed baseball for a long time or San Francisco Giants baseball know, Brandon Crawford wore number 35, and that's been Justin Verlander's number for his career. So we'll talk more about that a little bit later in the show. I want to get into some playoff football stuff.
Let's do it.
Texans and the Chargers. How about that game? Texans and Chargers.
Surprising.
Yeah, and we got to talk more about those quarterbacks.
Herbert and Jordan Love. Packers and the Chargers starting quarterbacks, of course. Jordan Love did not look good in their loss. Justin Herbert, would you think a couple of his bad interceptions to the Texans? Didn't look good either. But
one of the pick sixes was the pick six. The first one
it was not primarily on him, but it's a good debate to have today when you relate it to Brock Purdy getting.
And when
his
you
contract.
look at the contracts that Brock, the contract that Brock could be looking at, people go, he's not worth that. Well, then, based on the way we saw players play this weekend, or quarterbacks play this weekend, who have made
it really doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter. Again, they proved in their losses this weekend that's just the market.
Yep.
You know, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, like these guys had big games and looked okay and looked good this weekend, like they were MVPs and premier 60 million type NFL quarterbacks. Jordan Love, Justin Herbert didn't totally. Yet that's the market Brock Purdy's in. Is Brock Purdy on the same level as those two guys? We'll talk about it next. It's Dirty Work on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Herbert, pump, throw, intercepted! Eric Murray
Pick six. Touchdown, Texans.
Here's Love, though, last gasp attempt. Going deep down the field into double coverage. It's intercepted. Picked off by Quinyon Mitchell, the third pick of the day for Philly.
Some interceptions thrown by quarterbacks this weekend in playoff games. Justin Herbert with 4 picks. Jordan Love with 3. Dirty work. Adam Copeland, Derek Popper. We're going to talk about these high-paid quarterbacks that had really probably career-low moments, I would say. Justin Herbert, as I said, threw 4 interceptions, and not all of them on...
You think that was a career-low moment for Herbert, or was it being up like 20-0 or whatever with Brandon Staley in the playoffs and losing to the Jags?
That playoff loss was not on him entirely.
It wasn't, but he can't feel good.
No, can't feel good about that, but he didn't throw any interceptions in that game. That game, they didn't score enough in the second half. And that's the game
2 years ago.
Yeah, and that's also the irony about that is Trevor Lawrence threw 4 picks and then
won
threw 4 touchdown passes to win the game.
Yep.
I mean, sometimes when you throw 4 interceptions, like we saw with Jared Goff this year, do 5 against the Houston Texans. So like Justin Herbert throwing 4 interceptions against this Houston Texans offense or defense, not surprising because they got ball hawks. Derek Stingley really good at picking off passes. The pick 6 he threw, that was just a miscommunication. Actually, you know what? That one was a high throw. There's another one that was bad, but it was a high throw where Ladd McConkey just had to go up high, tipped it, got picked off by Eric Murray. Yeah, it was not a great performance by Justin Herbert by any means. But I also came away thinking from that game, the only receiver he really has that's reliable is Ladd McConkey. The rest of these guys, Quentin Johnson, I think you could say at this point, he's athletic.
He's super fast.
But he drops the ball an insane amount. So
gotta get him to stick him on his hands like that dude in The Replacements.
Oh, my guy, Orlando Jones.
Orlando Jones.
The 7-Up guy?
Man, I look like the 7-Up guy. It's a Chappelle Show reference.
Yes. And then Jordan Love. I mean, he just doesn't look healthy to me. Like, they took away the run a little bit. Josh Jacobs still came away with, I believe, 81 yards rushing. But some of the picks he threw, the one to Darius Slay, that was just great coverage.
The one that he threw, was that at the right sideline?
Yeah, he threw it deep to, I believe, Jaden Reed.
Yeah, it was Reed who was running up the sideline, and then Slay, dude, it was like right into the breadbasket. Slay was all over him, though. Like, he's a tough guy to beat when you're running downfield on straight-ahead routes like that, or like 9 routes up the field. He threw the one over the middle that was really tough.
I mean, it was bad. Zach Bond, like, that's the one time where I thought Tom Brady had good analysis, where he was like, I don't know where he's throwing the ball to in that play. He just throws it over the middle, not really a receiver in sight, and Zach Bond just picks it off. The one to end the game, that's just a desperation throw.
Yeah.
So, but all in all, you come away from these games and you're like, okay, so they throw interceptions. And it's not the first time that we've seen great quarterbacks throw a plethora of interceptions in a game. But you just bring this, and like social media is so different now where guys are like, so are we going to have a conversation about how mid or overrated Justin Herbert is? I still would take Justin Herbert. I think it's just, he was in a playoff game. He had to come back. I mean, they would have been in this game had Derwin James had the interceptions in the end zone. Remember that? That was overturned?
Yes.
So I think he was just trying to make plays. Their offense all season for the Chargers was predicated on having a running game. And when the Texans took that away, then Justin Herbert had to throw it around. And that,
by the way, can we just real quick, because we haven't noted the Ty Johnson catch?
Oh, yeah.
Back of the end zone.
Josh Allen?
The Josh Allen.
We'll definitely get to that later, my friend.
We're just talking about great plays.
Beautiful.
Like, that was insane. We'll talk more about that. One of the coolest catches you'll ever see.
I mean, but that's the flip, is you have guys that haven't proven it yet that get paid a lot of money.
Yep.
Justin Herbert makes $52 million a year.
Well, this was my gripe coming into the season. When we knew coming into 2024 that the contracts that were waited to be handing out were those 3 guys. It was Jordan Love, it was Tua Tagovailoa, and it was Dak Prescott.
Yes.
And I believe Tua and Jordan Love have the same agent.
Yes.
Do they not? So Tua signed his contract first, correct?
Yes, because he knew he was not going to make as much as Jordan Love.
So, which is sort of funny because he had more success in his career to this point. I think we had more proven, maybe not success, but we had more proven, I think, based on game tape and amount of games played, versus my argument with paying Jordan Love over $50 million was I believe in the potential, but he's only played like 12 good games or something like that.
But his performance against the Dallas Cowboys last year probably was the reason why he got that contract.
So Tua got one that averages out to 53-1.
Yes.
Jordan Love's went out to 55, which is the same as Joe Burrow.
And Trevor Lawrence.
Who's also at 55. And then right below that, Herbert at 52.5, Lamar at 52, Jalen at 51.
Yes.
So when asking like whether or not Brock Purdy, this is the argument and conversation debate we've had for going on a year now, when looking at what Brock Purdy is going to get, is he going to get 60? I don't think so. But when you look at playoff performances by these guys, and people can go, well, Herbert's not good. He shouldn't deserve that either. It's not about deserve. This is what quarterbacks make.
It's about
and
potential.
when you have potential, and Herbert has potential, Love has potential, Dak Prescott, maybe not as much potential because he's deeper in his career. Tua's got potential. Jalen Hurts has potential. Lamar banked on his own potential and has made 2 more MVP seasons out of it.
Yeah.
By all accounts. Brock Purdy's thrown 1 interception in the postseason. Ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
Because he's smarter with the football. And he also, I would say, has not been put in a position like Jordan Love.
That has nothing to do, by the way, with Willie has more weapons around him. Throwing 1 pick has nothing to do with more weapons around you.
No, but he makes the smarter plays. He's not a gunslinger in the same way that those guys are. And they were down in both of these games. They had to find a way to get back into the game. I like a mix. I like guys that are very good, smart with the football, do things to pick up first downs. But also got to take risks. And I think Purdy definitely takes risks at times. But these guys, it's on their shoulders. Justin Herbert needed to find a way to get this team back into the game. Same thing with Jordan Love. You're down by, 16-3?
Yep.
You got to start slinging it around to get back into a game. Purdy, the only time I can think about where he had to come back in a game was the NFC Championship game. And he didn't throw a plethora of interceptions like those guys did. But he did throw a pick against the Lions and was able to come back and had a great performance.
Now, let me play devil's advocate for the side of people who don't believe Brock should get paid this amount of money. And it's the argument I had. It's not the argument. It's the debate we had when all these quarterbacks started making this level of money. And I was talking about it when it came to receivers last year, and I've hit on that a bunch. No receiver making the amount of money that they're making now who's in like the top 10 or 15 in the league in terms of average value has won a Super Bowl in the time of that contract. Teams just don't win Super Bowls when they're paying receivers at the clip that they're paying them right now.
Right.
Patrick Mahomes, when the Chiefs won the Super Bowl 2 years ago, made up the highest percentage of his team's salary cap ever since the salary cap became a thing in 94. Steve Young had previously been the highest at like 17 or 16%.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick Mahomes won a Super Bowl last year making over 20%, 21.5%. He's at 22.7 this year of his team's salary cap, which is alarming. So, again, if you're going to pour money into a position, quarterback would seem to be the one to do it. That said, if you look at the top quarterbacks and where they're paid and what percentage they make of their team's salary cap, like we can go by that. Joe Burrow makes 24.5% of his team's cap. They're not even in the playoffs. Josh Allen, 23.5. Dak Prescott, 23.5. Justin Herbert, 23.3. Lamar, 23.1. Patrick Mahomes at 22.7. Nobody else on the list down to like the top 10 has either made a Super Bowl or won a Super Bowl. The only guys on the list who have made it here are Jalen Hurts, Patrick Mahomes, and Joe Burrow in the top 10 or 11 here in terms of average percentage of the team's salary cap.
And that's why
and
the
this
Chiefs...
is why, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, and that's why the Chiefs, what they're doing is so amazing.
Impressive.
Well, this is the one of the last 2 years they've won the Super Bowl on. You would say probably they've probably had to reset a little bit because
it did.
So much of that money was allocated towards Mahomes. They had to have Kelsey on there, but so much of it was like, all right, you're playing with Juju Smith-Schuster. You're playing with, who was their guy? Rashid Rice.
Yeah.
Like you're playing with
him, yeah.
Yes, exactly. Like you're playing with lesser talent.
Yeah, but they also
he elevates them because he's that damn good.
Of course, Rashid Rice was looked at as, and Xavier Worthy, I think they hope are going to be the two next big guys at receiver for them, and maybe that offense comes back a little bit more next year.
But your argument is, should you allocate all that?
My argument is this: to everybody's argument saying, well, it's going to make it harder to keep other talent. And I go, yeah, it is. And you look at the other talent, you go, well, there's so many guys who are paid at the top of their position or near the top of their position. They're still not making the percentage of the salary cap that Brock will command when he makes over $50 million. And to that point, nobody who's making over 20% of the salary cap is going to, let alone winning a Super Bowl, except for probably the greatest guy to ever do it, Patrick Mahomes.
Right. I mean, it's tough.
So, I mean, Kyler Murray's making 22% of his team's salary cap, and he's making $46 million a year. It's not about whether he's worth it. It's about, can you win while paying that contract? How creative do you have to get? Mahomes is almost the outlier. Not almost, he is the outlier.
Yeah.
Tom Brady was the outlier in so many of these scenarios.
Well, it's going to get worse for some of these quarterbacks. Like
even Brady wasn't taking up this percentage of the cap.
No, he wasn't, but that's just the price of doing business now. Like, with the Bengals, they're going to lose T. Higgins.
Yep.
So it's only going to get worse for them. And for the Niners, it's not going to happen next year, but little by little, they're going to lose talent. Yeah, absolutely. That's just what happens when you pay a quarterback. I did think about this while I was watching the game. Boy, the Chargers really just need a guy that they could dump it down to, like in the flat, just a guy that can get a lot of passes.
Where's Darren Sproles? You know what I mean?
Darren Sproles, but I was kind of thinking, would Debo fit on this team?
On the Chargers?
Yes.
I think so.
And it's the same. Like Greg Roman runs the football. They could use him as a running back too, but they just need a guy that can get catches.
A valve.
Yes. So that's one of the first thoughts I have was like, I don't know what they're going to do pass rusher wise. We can explore the whole Joey Bosa thing again this offseason. I don't think that's
too expensive.
Exactly. What would make sense if you can? I mean, the Chargers won't spend a ton of money on receiver this offseason. I doubt they'll get into the T. Higgins sweepstakes or even Tyreek Hill. I wouldn't be surprised if Harbaugh's like, I like Debo's style. It was 1 year contract that's expiring. I'll give you a 4th round pick for Debo. I'll do that.
I would say, how about that? 4th round from the Chargers? That'd be sweet. Now, they're not picking in the top half. It'd be a lower end.
It would be, yeah.
4th round pick. But yeah, when you're just looking at places that he would fit, I mean, Baltimore's one that stands out always. He would probably immediately be one of the top, next to Derrick Henry, depending on how long he stays there. I mean, one of the top weapons in that offense. I mean, they don't have a huge receiving core. Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman. And again, he wouldn't be the best pass catcher.
No, he wouldn't be.
He wouldn't, but he'd be a weapon.
But he fits that style.
He'd be a weapon for that offense for sure. Jordan Love got the 4-year, $220 at $55 a year. Do you think Purdy's worth more than those guys we saw? I'm still of the belief that a guy like Herbert and Jordan Love, their ceiling is higher, but that's just based on what we've seen ability-wise.
Their natural skill set is better than Purdy's. However,
like you can see that developing, like Jordan Love, into the Aaron Rodgers type of
absolutely.
The touch he puts on a ball, the arm strength, his mobility. That's what makes you think, okay, he can be something really special for a long time and maybe has potential to be one of, if not the best quarterback in the league.
I would say for what Purdy's done in the postseason compared to what these guys have done, Purdy has earned it because you can't tell me that postseason play doesn't matter. When you're paying Tua Tagovailoa, who's 0-2 in the playoffs, and these guys who have not performed well, with the exception of Jordan Love, who I think had a great performance last year in Dallas, Purdy has proven it in the postseason.
Is it fair to say you're also just paying for stability?
Absolutely. And
that's what you're in for, right? You have to know that if I'm not going with him, we're resetting the room, sure, but we also are probably resetting our level of success.
And you can't, you're going to find another Brock Purdy? No. You know how lucky that was?
It's never happened. You're not going to do it again. Everyone's like, you just keep drafting quarterbacks. I'm with you. But just continuing drafting quarterbacks does not mean your odds are, your odds are better if you draft them that you'll hit one, but to hit on Brock the way they hit on Brock at the last pick of the draft, it had literally never, ever, ever happened. Not even to 25% the success rate that it has to this point.
It was supposed to be. They were supposed to pay Trey Lance this money, and by finding Brock Purdy, I think they feel better off.
If they had hit on Trey Lance and Trey had been solid, wouldn't everybody be like, you got to pay Trey? But how much of this is still the Brock Purdy 262 sting?
Oh, of course it's that. But also
262 is that what he was?
Yeah, or whatever it was. But yes, it was Brock. But also, just based off of Trey Lance's natural ability, you probably say, if he did pan out, he would make more. He would probably make $65 million. So compared to Brock Purdy, who is very good and runs the offense very well, and probably will not get $60 million, probably $55 around that area, I think you're getting a deal here.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. After what you saw this weekend, Justin Herbert and Jordan Love, do you feel as good, better, or worse about paying Brock Purdy this offseason? And do you think he's worth that contract? 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Are you feeling better, worse, or about the same about paying Brock this offseason? And did he make himself any more money this offseason, seeing what some of these guys did, or this weekend? We'll talk about that next when we get to your calls, only here on the Sports Leader.
You can hear tonight's NFC wildcard matchup, Vikings at Rams, on Mike Holler's KNBR 1050. All the sports you'll ever need. Kickoff is at 5 p.m. or keep it locked right here to Dirty Work. Are we seriously doing a crap section? Oh, boy!
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Turn up the lights in here, baby. Extra bright. I'm trying to see.
Yeah.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on a, it wasn't his line. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, it's dirty work. On a Monday afternoon, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. That is a legal ID.
Look at that.
808 KNBR 415.
All the sports talk you'll ever need.
808 KNBR 415 808-5627, the number to call and to text. We're talking quarterback contracts, which is all we ever talk. QB contracts, especially
get used to it, my friend.
After performances like we saw this weekend from some of the highest paid in the league. I will say this, in asking about whether or not, and I was playing devil's advocate for looking at the rosters around the league, the percentage of the salary cap that these quarterbacks who are the highest paid in the league make up, and the highest level of success that they've had. Most of them haven't even made the playoffs, or if they have, they don't have a playoff win. Yeah. Most of them have never made a conference championship, and I believe I said only 3 of them, in the top 10 or 11, in terms of salary cap percentage, have won a Super Bowl or been to a Super Bowl. And
so by that criteria, then Brock definitely deserves a new contract.
By that criteria, he would be in the pocket of 4 guys. It'd be like him, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow of the top 10 paid.
Josh Allen.
And he hasn't been to a bowl.
No, he hasn't.
That's my point.
Conference championship.
Well, my point is of guys who have been to a Super Bowl even, because that's really the note, is teams with that high a percentage of a quarterback eating the salary cap do not win Super Bowls.
Well, you and I have talked about it over and over again. Should it be based on that success? Well, absolutely.
I'm more just looking at it's not based on that, but what I'm looking at it is, but when this happens, what happens to those teams? Is more of the way I'm sort of reverse engineering it. The one thing I'll say about the Green Bay Packers, in paying Jordan Love, even though they knew that he'd only played a handful of games, they're paying him for potential. They also sat him for the first few years of his career behind Rodgers. So when they had to pay him, they're like, that's kind of why they had to move on from Rodgers too, is we got to know what we have, and are we going to be able to pay this guy? Because if we hold Rodgers through that date with Love, then what are we doing?
And that's what the Minnesota Vikings are going to try to an avenue this offseason. We're just hey, we'll pay Sam Darnold, but we're not going to pay him
beyond where we'll have to pay J.J. McCarthy, because what if we got to pay McCarthy $70 million in 3 years?
Yes.
Or something like that. What I'll say about the Packers is they, I believe, if not the absolute youngest, one of the bottom 3 youngest teams in the league.
Oh, yeah.
By average age.
Their receiving core is all full of rookies. Not rookies, but rookie deals.
Which almost gives me more confidence in their ability to continue to build around what they gave Jordan Love. Yes. Because while he's eating a huge percentage of the salary cap, the reason it's so high is they have so much young talent, and they found success with it, but so much young talent that they haven't had to pay a bunch of guys yet. The difference is that the 49ers are on the opposite side of that spectrum. They've paid everybody. They've had lots of runs with these guys, and now have to look to pay Brock Purdy to eat 20+% of that cap.
Well, think about who they paid. The guys that they don't plan on losing anytime soon.
Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, Trent Williams at the time.
Yes, at the time.
Christian McCaffrey,
Brandon Ayuk.
Well, now they've also paid Demo Lenore.
Exactly.
Secondary.
But now you're going to start seeing older guys go away a little bit. You may see Debo get traded. I don't know about this offseason, but I think in time, maybe you might see George Kittle. Yes, those are the sacrifices you are going to have to make. But that's just the price of doing business when it comes to quarterback. You'd rather have a quarterback than not have a quarterback.
Well, yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, obviously. So when people say, I don't want to pay Purdy, then what do you want to do?
And where do you want to go? Well, they say, well, you don't have to pay him this offseason. You go, well, then he can hold out.
Yeah, I mean, I believe
they don't want to go through that.
Yeah, I believe this is going to go quickly. We're going to talk about it. It won't go as quickly as we want it to, but I would say by hopefully, March 10th, when free agency starts, we have a new contract for Brock Purdy.
Well, based on what we saw this weekend from guys like Herbert and Love, Tua's not even in the playoffs, Burrow's not even in the playoffs. At 808 KNBR, do you think Brock made himself more money? Do you feel better, worse, or about the same about giving Brock a $50+ million contract after what we saw some of those guys do this weekend? Let's go to Alex who's in Pacifica. What's up, Alex? You're on KNBR. How you feeling about a big contract for Brock Purdy?
You know what? While I was on hold, I kind of talked myself out of it. Initially, I was a don't pay him. You'll regret it.
But now?
Yeah, but now, I'm thinking, I was thinking of all the quarterbacks in the league. Really, once you get past 7 or 8 quarterbacks, you got nothing.
Yeah.
So I would bite the bullet and pay the man. My only worry is he's got a bit of an injury history and his play in foul weather, like that snow game in Buffalo or the rain. Yeah, other than that, but Yeah, but once you drop to the 9, 10, and beyond in quarterbacks, you got nothing out there. So, and I don't want to have a Marcus Mariota or Jameis Winston or anything like that. So pay the man. The only mistake they made was paying Ayuk the $30 million.
Yeah,
and you
maybe.
and you can't offer Brock $10 million more than they're paying Ayuk. That would be a major insult considering the positions they play. So I sold myself on hold, pay the man, and let's roll.
Well, let me ask you this, Alex, because I'm with you. I think they have to. I think that's the position they're in, and John Lynch told us as much, right? The question for me is, what happens to the roster? Like when you look at some of the other teams we were talking about, how come so many teams that pay quarterbacks do not make it even to conference championship games? Is there a fear for you there?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. One of you made the point that the Chargers really, other than Ladd, they have nothing out there catching the ball. And I'm afraid that would happen to the Niners as well. I mean, it's like, poor Herbert was out there. If Ladd was covered, QJ's dropping the ball. He's got Disley balls bouncing off his chest. So yeah, that's a concern. But that's when you got to have a really creative front office. And I'm not sure if Lynch is that guy, but you're gonna have to trust that he can figure it out. Just like Kansas City's been doing for the last however many years in Baltimore and everybody else. So.
I appreciate the call, Alex. Thanks so much, man. I mean, that's really what we're talking about in terms of talent around the quarterback you're paying. The Chiefs have been able to do it. I mean, they drafted Rashee Rice, and again, they went 15-2 this year, right?
Yeah.
But again, after winning back-to-back Super Bowls, they're still putting up numbers in terms of victories. They're not getting huge receiving numbers out of guys, but they haven't needed huge receiving numbers out of guys. Their team is built differently than it was when they'd won in the past, certainly their first Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, and they done it the smart way. They drafted Xavier Worthy. They signed Hollywood Brown to a one-year deal. They traded for an aging DeAndre Hopkins. And I would say the same thing with the 49ers. They signed Ayuk, and I thought it was kind of an overpay, but that's what they did. And then you got Juwan Jennings under contract. You got Ricky Pearsall. I think the future's bright for this receiving core. I really do.
What I would say, too, is to anybody who's concerned about the talent of the roster and the talent around Brock and Kyle and John after they pay Brock Purdy, is look at the talent they've been able to accumulate purely through the draft. They've been one of the better drafting teams in football. Maybe not at every position, but in terms of the talent and the all-pros and the Pro Bowlers and again, the highest paid talent at their positions, you want to go Ayuk, they paid, they drafted Debo, they paid, they drafted Demo Lenore, they paid, they drafted Nick Bosa, they paid, they drafted Fred Warner, they paid, they drafted George Kittle, they paid, they drafted. All these guys they've paid are talented players that they drafted. I mean, the most popular and I would say difference-making players on the roster are dudes that they found themselves. So I would say, to your point, the Chiefs have been able to do it because they've drafted exceptionally well. They've brought in the right free agents. Niners in the last couple of years haven't brought in all the right free agents, haven't necessarily had the money to, but they're going to be forced to go back to that drawing board and accumulating and acquiring talent via the draft that they need to make an impact at a high level fairly early on in their career.
They just need to hit on guys in later rounds.
And they have. That's when I trust them more in the later rounds than the early rounds.
Well, but like the Danny Grays or the Ronnie Bells or even the Jacob Cowings, we don't know about him yet. It's still early on, but those guys didn't pan out. So you do need to hit on wide receivers if that's what's going to happen. Where you're going to lose talent like that
but
because
you hit on Jennings
Brock.
in the 6th,
Of course, but yes.
Even 6th, 7th. Hit on Kittle in the 5th.
That just needs to happen more consistently. That those guys can make a difference, like Rashee Rice did with the Chiefs.
808 KNBR. Let's go to Dre. Dre's in Lemoore. What's up, Dre? Been a long time, dude. How you doing?
Hey, how's it going, Coach?
What's up, Dre?
Hey, I think Brock made his money this weekend. And during the season, I thought he lost money. He really did not impress me on fourth quarter comebacks at all this year. But last year, last couple of years, he's made it to the NFC Championship game. Very few interceptions in the playoffs. He's a steady quarterback. I hate to compare him to Montana, but let's just put it this way. When Montana was playing, he didn't have the Elway arm. He didn't have the Marino arm. So Brock's not going to, he's really going to impress you with the Herbert arm or the Jordan Love arm. But what he has, he's got moxie. He's smart. He knows where to put the ball. It would be a tragic mistake for them not to pay him at least $55 million a year. And, hey, he's our guy for the next 4 to 5 years. That's the way it is.
Appreciate the call, Dre. I think that's exactly,
he's got moxie.
Well, it's like somebody checked in here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, and you can too at 415-808-KNBR. 510 says, give Purdy $45 million a year for the next 5 years. In 5 years, $45 million a year is going to look like one of the lower starting quarterback contracts in all of football.
His agent would be doing a disservice to him if he accepted that.
He's not going to get less than 50.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not saying he's not going to get whatever he wants is what he'll get.
He's been making $900,000 for them for the last 4 seasons,
again,
whatever it's been. Like
Carson Beck just got a $5 million deal to go to the University of Miami. I think Brock Purdy's going to get more than 45 because here's the thing. Sort of like baseball, they're going to have to pay Brock for what he's already done based on how little he was already making. Had he been a first rounder, yeah, you'd be paying him because you go, well, this guy was a first round pick and look what he's done. He's lived up to the hype. But because he wasn't, because he was the last pick of the draft, because he's making under $1 million a year, which is the best deal in maybe the history of Bay Area sports.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, it's cheaper than when Tim Lincecum was winning Cy Young awards.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He was making like $500,000 a year, $480,000 a year, something like that.
To be a quarterback.
Brock's making $1 million a year, if that, to be a quarterback in the NFL, and he's gone to a Super Bowl, he's gone to an NFC Championship, and obviously a down year. You're going to have to pay him a little bit for what he's already done to be like, look, dude, he's proven what he could do, and he was the best deal in the history of the franchise for you. Deserve has nothing to do with it, though. It's about what he's earned to this point and what the market says he's going to get. 925 says, this weekend strengthened Purdy's argument to get paid. Them guys out there did not perform under pressure, and no matter what you say about him, Purdy has, even if his team is down.
I agree. I would also argue that Purdy has had more talent than those two guys, but you are correct. He has not folded. He has not thrown a ton of interceptions in a game. Most of those games have been home, I will say. But yeah, Brock has performed. There's no doubt about it. And he because of that, I think that has to come into play for him getting the contract.
Yeah, I mean it's the one interception in the playoffs, and it's not like it's a really tiny sample size, right? He's played really well. 2 years ago. 2 years ago? Yeah, 2023, when they go to the NFC Championship. He was fantastic from the time that he stepped on the field as the starting quarterback. He took over in that Miami game. He was great in the playoffs against, who'd they beat? They beat Seattle and Dallas.
Seattle and Dallas.
They beat Seattle and Dallas, and he was spectacular.
And who's to say what would happen against the Eagles?
Who knows? He gets hurt. He's, 4 passes he throws against the Eagles or something?
Chop gets him.
There you go. He hurts his shoulder. He goes down with the elbow. He goes down with the UCL injury. Comes back and then finishes third in MVP voting. You gotta pay this guy. Let's go to Anthony. Anthony's in Marin. What's up, dude? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up? Long-time caller, long-time listener, first-time caller. How you guys doing?
Doing well, Anthony. What's going on, bro?
This is a crazy idea, and I never thought I'd say this, but, I always thought Geno Smith was a decent backup quarterback, but watching him this year, one thing that came to mind is that he's got grit, and he did so much with less talent than the 49ers have. And I can't help but think the 49ers could do a straight trade with someone like Geno Smith, who would excel with all the talent the 49ers have and be off the hook financially.
So wait, sorry.
And they could work on using the extra money to build up their offensive line.
Anthony, let me ask you this really quick, just so we can clarify what you're saying. Are you suggesting the 49ers try to sign Geno Smith and move away from Brock Purdy?
From Brock Purdy? Yeah, straight trade. Give up. Yeah, just give the Seahawks Brock Purdy's contract issues. Take Geno Smith, who at his very best is just a gritty quarterback, and see what he can do with the talent the 49ers have. He played exceptionally well with half the talent this year than the 49ers had. On the back of grit alone.
Yeah, Anthony, I mean, you really want to risk trading Brock Purdy in your division like that?
Well, the difference that I saw this year was grit, though. A guy like Geno Smith plays with 100% grit, and
true grit.
He's able to muster something when there's not always there. And with Brock, the excuses for him all year have been, well, his talent is out. He doesn't have the talent this year because people are injured. But with that undefinable trait, that grit, as I'm calling it so much now, you can still fabricate good things with talent not on your team, or with injuries and stuff.
I hear you, Anthony.
Appreciate the call, Anthony. What I'll say is this: to say that Geno got by purely on grit is not true.
No.
He had Jackson Smith and Jigba, and he had DK Metcalf.
And Tyler Lockett.
Brock, he had his top 3 receivers, and he had his number 1 running back who's a good pass catcher. Brock didn't have any of this.
Exactly. I would say that Geno Smith had way more talent than
Brock Purdy had
did this
for
season.
a majority of the season.
Yes.
I mean, Brandon Ayuk went down. Deebo Samuel was there not performing. At this point,
and I don't think Geno Smith would do very well in a Kyle Shanahan offense.
I don't either.
Yeah.
It's not the way. It's not the path I would have gone.
And you can't. I'm sorry, but you're going to trade away Brock Purdy to the Seahawks in division? Mike McDonald will be like, thank you. Like, good Lord. Like, all they need is a quarterback.
Like, we'll take that. We'll play gladly. We'll figure this out.
Play Brock Purdy. We have that defense, and you can't stop us for years.
You want to be going up against Brock Purdy for the next decade? Anybody else?
No.
I don't. 707 checks in, says definitely sign Brock to 50+. 760 checks in, says Brock Purdy is mid. Just ask Steph. 415 says no.
There's Brock Purdy's on this
person
team.
with exclams. No, Gino, no, says the 415. 831 says first-time caller and last-time caller with that.
Sean and Marin just called to say that Marin was embarrassed by that call.
Yeah.
510 says Anthony's eating too many paint chips.
Paint chips as a kid.
707 says I want what he's smoking. Let's go back out to the phones here. John is in the East Bay. 808 KNBR is the number to call. John, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey guys, gentlemen, I am suggesting to sign Purdy.
Okay.
But one thing that we've put ourselves in a hole with is putting all of our contracts out and paying the guys that we want to pay. But then at the same time we get angry about our special teams is horrible. Well, you know, if your roster is top heavy with veterans, Trent Williams is not going to play on kickoff coverage. So the third tight end, the fourth tight end, the second running back, the fifth receiver, whatever, you don't have the quality of athlete that you would have because your roster is so top heavy with players that don't do that. So I think we got to let some veterans go. I think they got to sign Purdy and then almost a rebuild. That's where I'm going.
Appreciate the call, John. I'm kind of with John, and I think Derek is too, in saying who knows what happens with Debo this offseason. Maybe it's not moving on from Kittle now, but it could be in the future. I mean, by nature of that contract, things are going to have to just get cheaper around him.
Yeah, but my argument also is you never have starters playing special teams. So that notion of, like, you need to put money and salary cap towards special teams, no team does that.
The text line. Go ahead. I can't keep up with the text line right now.
I'm just saying, like, I understand his point, and we can play about special teams, but the reality is they just need to draft better as far as, you know, guys that are not starting. Those guys need to be better on special teams, just like through the draft and everything, not through salary cap moves.
925 says Muster and Grit sounds more like the name of a tavern than what you want in a quarterback. With that, 415 says Brock has accomplished so much. He's only 25 years old. He's earned the respect of his teammates. Pay him now. The market is only going to go up.
Yeah.
And that is true. That's why to say, well, just draft somebody else and see what happens. Like, it's still going to go up.
Man. Josh Allen's going to make money soon. Patrick Mahomes got his deal done, reworked and everything. Lamar Jackson. It's only a matter of time before these guys actually start winning Super Bowls to the point where they're like, okay, I was playing off my old deal. Now that I've beat Mahomes, give me a new deal. And now you want to get Brock when you can right now.
415 has the right comment here. They say, stop thinking about the number in terms of millions. Brock has earned the going rate for starting quarterbacks in the NFL, and that's the case we're making.
Yes.
He's earned the starting rate. 925 says, dude, that call took some grit. Actually, they spelled it wrong. They said the call took some grits. I had grits this morning, by the way.
Grits?
I had some grits this morning.
What's a grit?
No self-respect in Southern. I use instant grits. Eddie and Tracy, Randy and Marin, Ryan in San Jose. I see you guys hanging on the line. We will get to your calls at 808 KNBR. Plus, Mert is hanging on. We got to get his thought on how much Brock Purdy is going to get paid this offseason as the Geno Smith hate continues to pour in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Anthony really set it ablaze with that Geno Smith for Brock Purdy trade comment. I think I'm out on that one. We'll continue this conversation next with your calls. Has Brock earned himself more money after what you saw from Justin Herbert and Jordan Love this weekend? Plus, there is more on the NFL coaching carousel. We'll get to that next on the Sports Leader.
According to Giants GM Zach Manassian, the team has been informed Roki Sasaki will not sign with them. Awesome! For everything Giants, keep it locked to KNBR, the Screw Yourself Roki Sasaki leader.
Bye.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Anyway, KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text to talk Brock Purdy and how much money he's going to get this offseason.
Do you want to trade Geno Smith to the Niners?
Dude, by the way, I appreciate Anthony's call. First time caller, long time listener.
Welcome. All calls are welcome.
Fast 415 says, Anthony, lay off the crack. Somebody else called, texted, and I can't find the text now because so many people jumped in and said, well, here we go. 831 says, I think we've reached our usage of grit for 2025. Moxie and grit is how we're using to describe quarterbacks.
I mean,
now.
People love throwing the grit out. Steve Young loves grit. Steve Kerr loves grit. Our guy Anthony loves grit.
What's a grit?
Instant
I never
grits?
heard of grits. Oh, self-respecting Southerner uses instant.
You like your grits creamy or al dente?
Just regular, I guess. That's how he says it. You like, yeah, right, creamy or al dente, huh? How do you like your grits?
So when it takes the grit-eating world 30 minutes, in your kitchen it takes 8?
Are you telling me it's faster for water to soak in a grit on your stove than on any stove in the face of the earth?
What is this, the
What are they,
same
magic grits? What, did you buy these grits at the same place Jack got his beanstalk beans?
I'm a fast cook again.
Are you sure about that 5 minutes? You're a fast cook.
I'm finished with this guy.
Now I'm finished with this guy. I I guess I might have been mistaken. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. You want to talk my cousin Vinny, Grits, Grit, or Brock Purdy's contract, we will get to it. Let's go to Randy, who's in Marin. Randy, what's up? You're on the
Did you
Sports
say
Leader.
Jerry Gallo?
Yes, dude.
Well, I'm not Jerry Gallo. I'm Jerry Callo.
C-A-L-L-O. Jerry Gallo's dead. Randy, what's up, dude? You're on KNBR.
Hey, fellas, what's going on? Quick 2025 shout out to our boy Tommy T. I do want to say, grit and moxie gets you about as far as the Niners have gotten us to date, and really what our community is looking for is the Super Bowl. When we look at Purdy, what's he asking for? Like 5 years, 260, 270. The concern is that he doesn't have the physical attributes to really close the deal. When Sam Darnold loses tonight, and he will, because that's kind of how the Vikings roll, why not pick up a guy like Darnold at like 4 years, 140 versus Purdy at like 270? Because that contract's going to become untradeable, and you're not committing yourself long-term into this window. At the end of the day, I feel like our Niners need to go and, put money back into our defense so we can rebalance out the team. I'm just curious on your take.
Well, Randy, what happens if Sam Darnold goes out and balls tonight?
Well, we'll see about that. But at the end of the day, Sam Darnold was a guy that was almost a freebie like 8 weeks ago, right?
No, you're right. You're right.
So, the problem is with Purdy, then the issue on 260, 270 on 5 years is now we're pot committed, guys. That's where we are going to sit now for an extended window, and that's hard to move. And from a cap perspective, that's a challenge. So, Purdy got us right to the end. I don't know, the goal line, right? But how do we cross the goal line? And I guess that's what we're talking about.
All right, fair enough, Randy. Thank you for calling in.
I appreciate the call, Randy. Many people checking in on Randy's cadence.
That was Brent Jones.
And tone of voice going, is this Brent Jones?
That was definitely Brent Jones. Just call us, Brent. You don't have to go in as Randy.
So many people came in, both on the YouTube chat. Jay Tan on the YouTube chat and a couple of texters said they thought that sounded like Brent Jones.
Dude, as soon as he answered, I was like, this is Brent.
This is Brent Jones. By the way, the only thing to set the text line more ablaze today at 808 KNBR than Anthony suggesting the Niners trade Brock Purdy straight up for Geno Smith to the Seahawks were the My Cousin Vinny quotes.
Oh, yeah.
209 says, actually, many people checking in. 831 says, as Greg Papa would say, I was on grits before anyone else.
I got no more use for this guy.
916 says, effing funny, dude. I can listen to Vinny quotes all day. Same.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely my favorite movie of all time.
Anytime it's on like AMC, obviously it sucks when it's edited, but I'm dropping the remote.
I watched it last week. Because I do, like, now when there's a movie, like, how movies and shows jump to streaming services, like, all over the place. I now, if there's a movie I love and I'm like, I'm not going to look for this anymore, I just purchase it on Amazon. So then I've just got it there forever. I went in
just throw it on.
I was looking for it the other day. I'm like, is Vinny on anything? And I was like, I own it. I'm just going to watch it.
It is always on YouTube TV, and that's one where, like, the commercials are going. I don't care.
I don't care.
I know. There's just some movies where you don't give a damn. You're like, okay, there's commercials. It's edited. It's goofy. It's a little weird, but I'll watch it.
279 says, the My Cousin Vinny quote's making me so happy. Somebody else checks in and goes, you're a fast cook? That's it? That's all he says. I'm a fast cook.
The defense is wrong.
Anytime the Niners had a bad defense performance, try to wedge that in.
Tim was waiting for that one.
Are you sure?
How could you be so sure?
Does the defense's case hold water?
Keep them coming, dude. What is it, 2 Utes? Oh. I'm sorry, 2 youths.
But to go back to fake Brent Jones' point, what the heck? You're just waiting. So you're banking on Sam Darnold, and then you're not going to pay him. Like that's the problem the Vikings are going to have is this offseason they're going to pay Sam Darnold. And they're going to have a real dilemma. If he starts playing well, then what do you do with J.J. McCarthy? So it's best just to pay Brock. I don't understand why people are so hesitant on that.
You've got a guy. Just pay the guy. It's kind of where I'm at.
And if Sam was so damn good last year, then why didn't he beat out Brock Purdy? There was a chance. There was a chance in training camp.
And he didn't. And Brock had a better grasp of the offense at that point as well. 808 KNBR's number to call.
Best natural thrower of the football we've ever seen in Niners history.
Stop it. And to text.
We'll ask Matt Mayoka about that later.
Let's go to Ryan. Ryan's in San Jose. What's up? You're on the Sports Leader.
Great to be on. I stand on the position that if a guy shows you too many red flags, there has to be a cause of pause. And I believe that the performance of those other quarterbacks this past weekend with the likes of Jordan Love and Justin Herbert even proves beyond a reasonable doubt that what I say is true, because when you have quarterbacks that are performing like this and they're getting paid that much, it's going to obviously cause your team, harsh salary cap ramifications. In Cleveland, you may not know this, but Deshaun Watson's salary cap is going to account for $73 million against the salary cap next year.
Oh, we know, Ryan. We know.
Prescott. Yeah, so I believe that the best thing the 49ers should do is, I know what I'm about to say is unpopular, but there's a quarterback coming out of Ole Miss by the name of Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
He has, in my opinion, he has by far exceeded my expectations, and I think they should consider drafting him. A lot of people will, of course, disagree with that, but the way I see it, if the Green Bay Packers could draft a quarterback with Aaron Rodgers still on the roster, as well as the San Diego Chargers drafting a quarterback with Drew Brees on the roster, I don't see why the Niners shouldn't at least consider it. So that's going to be my stance. I think the 49ers should definitely cause for pause and wait until, after next year to see what they want to do with the quarterback situation. And if Sam Darnold performs well, then they should consider him, or even if they want to keep him, they should perhaps even trade for J.J. McCarthy, because I believe that guy was definitely well worth a first-round pick. So that's where I'm going to stand on my opinion. I'll let you take it from there.
Appreciate the call, Ryan. I think my thought on most of these things is it's too much movement and instability for what the 49ers want to do. The whole point of getting the quarterback and paying him is having that stability. And Brock is paid has earned the right to be paid what the top quarterbacks in the league are earning right now. And the Niners know that. So, again, you do this. At some point, you got to pay somebody at the position, right?
You do. And also, you know what you're getting in Brock Purdy. You have no idea what you're getting in J.J. McCarthy. I've seen his name thrown out there in trade rumors. It's in the best interest of the Vikings to just keep him and be the backup, because he's basically a rookie. He didn't play at all last year. And I watched Jackson Dart. Yeah, there's a lot of promise in him. He's probably the diamond in the rough of this draft. Probably will not go in the first round, but he might. But you don't know what you're getting. Brock Purdy has performed well in the playoffs. I understand that he doesn't perform well in the rain and all this stuff, and he needs his talent around him. But that's the case for most guys. Now, the rain stuff, you need to work on. You really need to work on that. But, yeah, why not pay the guy you know? I understand that it's, then we're going to have to sacrifice so much on this team. That's what happens sometimes. But it won't be the guys that you need. I don't think they're getting rid of McCaffrey because they paid Purdy. They're not getting rid of Bosa. They're not getting rid of Ayuk. They paid him.
They can restructure Bosa.
They can always restructure these things. So
that's what they did this offseason. Yes. They restructured to get a bunch of stuff in place.
Because they are cash rich.
Yes.
There are teams in the NFL that are not cash rich and can't do these moves. The Niners.
You're looking at a guy as a fan of one right now.
Looking at it right now.
It's the Billy Bean thing of like there are teams that are cash rich in the 49ers.
And there are poor teams, and there's 50 feet of S, and then there's the Raiders. Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
We all go in the same way.
By the way, more people checking out the text line with just Vinny quotes that I hadn't gotten to. 916 was one of my favorite quotes. Dead on balls accurate. When is
that a legal term?
Yeah, it had been calibrated by the top members of the state and federal Department of Weights and Measures to be dead on balls accurate.
Dead on balls?
Yeah, it's a great
It's a
one.
legal term.
That is a lucid, intelligent, well thought out objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Overruled.
209 says, after playing the Mona Lisa veto court, he says, I just watched that movie for old girl. Let's go back out to Eddie. Eddie's in Tracy. What's up, Eddie? How much you paying Brock?
What's up, Cobes?
What's up, bro?
What's up, Papa Jr.?
What's up, Eddie?
First thing I want to comment on is Derek, man. I have the opportunity and the pleasure to speak to your father pretty much on the field before every Niner game. And that clip that you guys have of him saying that he was on to Purdy first, he's not lying, man.
No, I know. We just like to give him some crap.
Yeah. Also, he's on everybody first, so it's hard to believe you're ever on anyone first if you're always thinking everybody's going to be.
I'm the one who was on to Brock before anybody else.
I'm like, if you draft everybody, if he's like Jacob Cowling's going to be an all-pro, then he just covered his bases. You know what I mean?
I love that clip, dude. But we were sitting there,
thanks, bro. Keep going, Eddie.
We were sitting there preseason game, and Purdy was starting. I said, "What's this Purdy guy all about?" And he was all on. He's like, "Watch out for this."
All right, enough about my dad, Eddie. Come on.
Okay. Do you realize? I feel that the quarterback market And, I understand inflation and cost of living and everything goes up. But, the market was messed up right away with the Dak Prescott contract. $60 million for that guy. Come on, man. I want to pay Brock somewhere in around the $45 million, and then with an incentive for like the playoffs. Another $5 or $10 million if you get for the playoffs. So making it 55. And also, one last thing I want to touch on is, you remember Tom Brady? Obviously Tom Brady, he played 20 years for the Patriots. And yeah, that was a while ago. But he only earned $235 million in 20 years. We're talking about paying this guy $220 million for 4 years.
And Brady never made up more than like 15% of his team's cap. Like, he and Peyton Manning restructured their deals all the time to keep talent on the field. Yeah,
but that was well after he got paid. Like this, I know that some guys have brought that up. Like, well, Tom Brady makes sacrifices, Peyton Manning makes sacrifices. That's well after those guys got paid. Like I remember Peyton Manning get a 10-year, $100 million contract, and then took money back to get the likes of whoever they added. So I understand that. This is Brock's first time making a contract. So I think he deserves to get the money.
I'm all about it. I don't think nowhere near no 60. No, if you can avoid it, no 55. $50 million with a $5 million incentive every year for the playoffs, and I think we'd all be good, man.
Okay, fair
Eddie,
enough.
appreciate the call, man.
But that's all. Okay, people are fixated on that. That is just the AAV. There's so many things.
Average annual value. It's not just the total. I'm just going by average on what these guys are making.
I know. But people look at that and they're like, oh my God, it really like. Mahomes is making the most total value when it comes to a contract.
450 is what he signed. 415 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, says a pretty good thought here. Says, guys, we all wish we could draft the next top 5 quarterback, but Brock we know is a known commodity and he understands the offense.
Yes.
When you get the known commodity, you pay it. All we've done for years is try to find that quarterback, and just because you don't think it's as sexy as a Lamar Jackson or a Josh Allen does not mean he's not capable of taking you to a level that, by the way, neither guy has taken either of their franchises to. He doesn't have to win MVPs. He just has to operate the offense at a level that will make the Niners successful. And in the playoffs, he's been as good as anybody.
Now, what I'm curious, too, I want to know from the callers that we have on the line, did you guys come away thinking that Purdy's better than these actual quarterbacks, in Herbert and Jordan Love? Did you come away thinking, like, okay, at least he doesn't turn the ball over like these guys do? Do you feel more comfortable in Brock Purdy not only paying him, but he's a all-around better quarterback than these guys? And I would say no.
We can talk more about it, and that's what's interesting is no. We don't believe he's better, but does it give you as good of a shot to win? And I think the answer, at least with talent around him, is yes. Shane in Santa Cruz, Edgar in New Jersey, I see all you guys who are hanging on the line. We'll get to more of your calls at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. We'll still get you the latest on some coaching news and who you're buying more in the Eagles or the Commanders, but more on Brock Purdy as it relates to some of these top-paid contracts next. Dead on, balls accurate on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
1st and 10 from the Steeler 45. Lamar in the shotgun, 3 receivers to the right. Here's the snap. Jackson will hand it off to Henry. Up the middle, big hole. 30, 25, down to the 20, 15, 10-5. Touchdown Ravens. Derrick Henry's second touchdown run of the night. Bursting up the middle for 44, and the Ravens lead 27-7.
Shotgun snap. He's going to throw on 4th down. Steps up, rolls to his right. Holding, looking for somebody. There's nothing. He now fires to the back of the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown! Ty Johnson! Off his back foot, Allen just spun it to the back of the end zone, and Johnson dove on the ground to cup it clean. It is 19-7 Bills on a spectacular throw and catch.
Some sounds from me over the weekend. How about the Commanders win over the Bucs yesterday?
Oh, that was sweet.
That was the best game of the week. It was the most fun playoff game of the weekend.
But those two guys, Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, those guys have gotten paid, and they lived up to their contracts over the weekend. Because you were talking about it. I didn't know how they were going to perform, the Ravens, without Zay Flowers. They did a fantastic job. Ran the ball more, but Rashad Bateman stood up. And, man, yeah, that 4th and 1 play, the touchdown pass to Ty Johnson. God, yeah, early on, I was like, uh-oh. Bo Nix throwing a touchdown pass here. They may be in this game. Now, the Bills and Ravens are on a different level than these other AFC teams, along with the Chiefs, obviously. 808
KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call to get involved in the Brock Purdy conversation. We'll talk more about Bills, Ravens, and we'll talk more about Eagles, Commanders in the playoffs this weekend as we get through the show. But let's go back out to the phone lines. Edgar, Jock, Tommy, Dwayne, and Shane all waiting on the phone lines. Let's go to Edgar's in New Jersey, the power of the flamethrower. Edgar, did Brock Purdy make more money this weekend based on what some of the top paid guys did?
Absolutely. He already earned his money. There's no doubt about it. He loves his team. He's not a selfish player, so whatever they offer him, it's going to be at least 50 minimum, at least, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like 52 is kind of where I'm at, like maybe the 55 Jordan Love range. I mean, he's got a case to be like, look, Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott's making 60. He's never been as far in the playoffs as I have, and I'm undefeated against him. He can look at all these other guys and they've never seen a conference championship.
He's for the team. Yeah. He's for the team. He's team first, so I don't think it'll be a problem with that. And the last time Shanahan had a losing season, they got Bosa, and they went to the Super Bowl after that. I mean, the chips are lining in line. And if I'm not mistaken, the Super Bowl's in Santa Clara this year, no? Coming up?
It is.
Or next year? This is Brock get paid? Oh, goodness gracious. It's on. And in the draft, and I trust Lynch, and I trust Shanahan. In the draft, they're going to load up. They're going to load up.
They're going to have to.
O-line first. D-line, they know what they're doing. All we do is win. Championship. Now we do is a Super Bowl. That's it. Wrap it up. Pay the man, and let's go get a Super Bowl in Santa Clara, Levi Stadium.
There you go, Edgar. Way to be positive this offseason, brother. Appreciate the call, man. Anytime, dude. Thanks. I'm with him. You have to pay him. Again, he's the known commodity. And he keeps saying team guy. We should go back just real quick and remember when he took over as starting quarterback, the attitude of Fred Warner and the defensive guys, the guys who had been to a Super Bowl, the guys who had been around, who had played with Jimmy and Trey Lance and Brian Hoyer and whoever else had been around. All these players are like, dude, that's the guy. When the players on the defensive side of the ball, that elite defense, were going, dude, we trust this guy who'd been the scout team quarterback. One, that's a rare thing. Two, he had the trust of the team around him. Three, they also, when he stepped into the huddle on offense, Trent Williams was one of the guys who said he commands the offense.
Well, not only that, but Greg could say, I was on to him before anybody else. Kyle Shanahan, the first day of training camp, this is the story I went to, Jed York had said, this is our starting quarterback. He's third string right now, but he will be the starting quarterback. And Jed was like, oh, I don't know about that. And, yeah, in time he proved it. And I think all these suggestions of trade him, Geno, Jackson Dart, Sam Darnold, they're all, think about what you're saying, they're all not better options than what you've seen in Brock Purdy over the last few seasons.
There are a lot of better options. Again, we're talking this when we're like, how about Sam Darnold? I'm just like, I think I'll roll with Brock.
Sam had an amazing season this year, no doubt. But would I give him Brock Purdy money? No, absolutely not. I think the Vikings should give Sam Darnold like a Baker Mayfield contract or even a Daniel Jones contract and then see what you have. Can he do it again? Can he, like, that's that? Like, everybody's talking about, like, Sam Darnold doing a great job in this Kevin O'Connell offense. I don't know what he would do in anybody else's offense.
How about the Raider offense? Whoever signs there, would you take Sam Darnold?
No, I would not.
How about Geno?
No.
Come on, man. You were just rolling with AOC and
No, that's what I'm saying. The guy was saying Jackson Dart for the Niners. No, I'm thinking about him for the Raiders. Don't steal that.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go to Shane. Shane is in Santa Cruz. Been waiting a while. What's up, Shane? You're on the Sports Leader.
What's up, guys?
What's up, dude? What's going on, Shane?
So listen, doesn't this make sense? I know Purdy would probably never do it, but what if he were to take less, say 30, 35 million, but he tells the Niners that they got to put the rest of that money that he would make, 55, 60, whatever, 20 million, to the offensive line. And the reason is because, number one, if they really want to win a Super Bowl, he's got to stay upright and have incentives like, hey, if he throws so many TDs or they go so far in the playoffs, he gets X amount of dollars. Because if you really want to win a Super Bowl, you put all your money to the quarterback, you're going to lose. They got to have an offensive line to keep him upright. I mean, he'll stay healthier, and the Niners have a better chance, and then they can renegotiate after a while. After a few years, whatever.
Well, I sort of. You're saying he should. You're saying that he should take less, and I'm saying he should take whatever.
Less.
He should take whatever he wants. Shane, is kind of my thought. However, I'm of the belief, based on what we heard him say, kind of the way he talked in his exit interview in the locker room after the last day of the season, when he said, "I don't want this to drag through. I don't want this to be big news. I don't want this to put a weight or a damper on anything in the offseason. I don't want it to be a distraction." I'm of the mindset that they're going to get to a number where he wants to be pretty comfortably, pretty quickly. That's my thought, because the Niners have to have some idea when they're saying he's our guy, we're going to pay him. I'm of the belief he's not going to demand 60 or more, and that they'll be able to reach an agreement fairly quickly would be my thought and my hope. And I think, Shane, it's for the same reasons that you're talking about.
Right, because if he's not upright, he doesn't have an offensive line. He's not going to look good. If you're on your back all day, he could get hurt. He could look like crap, and then what? I mean, I really think that if they can put that little extra money, and he would be into that, saying, yeah, you protect me, I'll take a little less, and we'll go far. We'll go places.
Appreciate the call, Shane. Let's go back out to the phones here. Let's go to Tommy in Brisbane. Tommy's in Brisbane. You're on the Sports Leader.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, dude?
I had to get in before my brother Johnny from Brisbane called. But hey,
he's not on the line right now, Tommy. I'll tell you that.
Give it time, Tommy.
All right, good. So here's the deal. I think Brock is a obviously solid quarterback for the Niners whole system, but he's not a top 5 quarterback. You take Brock and you put him on any other team, I think he's just going to be average. You take a Joe Burrow or Lamar Jackson, you put them on any other team, they're going to be like difference makers, and they're paid accordingly. So, like, Joe Burrow is like a Lamborghini parked in a dumpy house in Ohio.
Yep.
Brock is like a solid Toyota in a huge house in Black Rock or Black Hawk.
Yeah, I got you.
So you got to pay him commensurate with what the team is doing.
What about Tua, Tommy?
No, totally overpaid.
But that's kind of the market right now. Same thing with Jared Goff. You think you could just plug and play him on any team?
Probably, yeah.
You think so? Okay.
I think Jared Goff is more of a plug and play. I'm with him. Yeah.
Okay.
But Tua, that guy's just totally overpaid. Look, the Cowboys have slit their own throat by paying Dak that money, and they haven't sniffed a playoff win in 20 years.
No, I'm with you.
And look, I think that the Achilles heel of this team for going on a couple years is the offensive line. And Shanahan and Lynch like to pay people to get the ball in their hand and just come back to bite them. So I don't know what they're going to do. I like Brock. I hope he does well, but he's not worth top money in my opinion.
Appreciate the call, Tommy. Back out to, let's go to Dwayne. Oh, Dwayne in Stockton. Dwayne, what's up, bro?
Dwayne.
How we feeling about Brock Purdy after this weekend, Dwayne? You're on KNBR.
He's going to be very positive about Purdy. I can feel it.
Man, you already know I don't feel any different, man. Nothing's changed. Check this out, man. This guy ain't no good. Look, how are you going to go ahead and pay him that kind of money when you have so many other holes to fill? That just doesn't make any sense
at all. If you don't pay him, Dwayne, then if you don't pay him, then you have that hole to fill.
No, man, he's got to play under that contract, or we got to trade him. And I'll tell you why, bro. Because you can probably still get something for him, but you better do it quick before he wrecks that, bro. In a minute, nobody's going to want Purdy, bro, because he's not that good. I'm going to tell you two reasons why. 1, 2-minute offense, bro. When it's time to go get the score, he don't do that. The staple of a Super Bowl quarterback, bro, is go get that score. 2 minutes to go. There's some quarterbacks you can't even barely leave them a minute anymore. Brock don't get it done. 2 against the AFC. Come on, bro. Can't beat any of those timers over there. He can't beat Joe Burrow either, and he can't even beat the Browns. The Browns beat him last year with P.J. Tucker Losman, or Tucker Brady. Somebody was quarterback.
P.J. Tucker, no. Madam P.J. Walker is who we're talking, yeah.
Yeah, he beat him. He beat him because they couldn't score against an AFC defense.
Hey, also, hold on, Dwayne. Also, they missed a field goal that would have won the game at the last second too. They also didn't have Debo Samuel or Trent. Also didn't have Debo or Trent Williams in that game. What I'm saying is the 3 games they lost in the middle of the year last year were all in part due to injury. And yes, Brock did not. No, he didn't play well in that game in the rain. I'm with you on the Achilles heels that Brock has. What I'm saying is, were you in favor of paying Jordan Love last year?
I was.
So
because
why after 11 games? After 11 good games in his whole career, he got $52 million. Brock had been to 2 NFC championships, and you don't want to pay him. Through one playoff, one postseason interception.
It's Super Bowl of us in San Francisco. At least I thought it was. In Green Bay, they got to go ahead and pay a guy like
you got to have a quarterback to get there. In Green Bay, it's Super Bowl or bust too, by the way.
No, not like San Francisco, bro. Between Harbaugh,
I don't know about that. I don't know about that,
Dwayne. You should have 7 Super Bowls, bro. You should have about 7 or 8 Super Bowls between Harbaugh and Shanahan, right? You got to go get a quarterback that's going to get it done against the AFC, and Brock has already proven he can't do it. Am I lying?
Are you still confident?
Hold on. Proving that he can't do it is different than saying he has not yet. And to say he got hurt in that NFC Championship game and that proves he can't do it. They lost one game where they held Patrick Mahomes to 19 points in regulation. I'm not of the belief that because he hasn't, he's incapable of doing so. Name the active quarterbacks right now on the 32 teams who have won a Super Bowl. There's not very many. So to say that Lamar's incapable of doing it or Josh Allen's incapable of doing it is kind of ridiculous. I appreciate the call, Dwayne. I mean, I know it's constantly the same call with Dwayne or the same take with Dwayne, but to say a guy can't because he hasn't in 3 years in the NFL is hilariously misaligned to me.
Dwayne? I mean, we love Dwayne, but he really likes Dobbs over Purdy.
That's fine. So why? Well, Dobbs hasn't proved he's incapable of doing so.
I don't remember Dobbs going to the playoffs.
I don't remember Dobbs earning a starting job.
I remember Dobbs losing a pivotal game in Week 18 against the Jacksonville Jaguars to go to the playoffs. I know my Dobbs.
How many active quarterbacks have won a Super Bowl?
Mahomes,
Aaron Rodgers,
Joe Flacco.
Oh, there you go, dude. Matt Stafford.
Yeah,
we're at 4. I'm going down my list here, dude.
That's about it.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Is that the only? Is that it of the quarterbacks who are in the league now? Are there
Nick
4?
Foles ain't kicking around somewhere.
That's my point.
Nick Foles is retired.
This is my point. So to say, well, he hasn't done it, he's incapable. That would argue that the only guys active in the league capable of winning a Super Bowl are Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, Joe Flacco, and Matt Stafford right now. You better be picking Stafford and Mahomes then head to head in the bowl.
I do agree with his take on versus the AFC because yes, Brock is very good. But when he's up against the likes of Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson or Joe Burrow, I do wonder if he could beat them. But that's not what this contract's about. It's about your potential to the team and what you deserve.
It's also about stability and being a known commodity. That's kind of where we're at here. Let's go to Jock. Jock is in Morgan Hill. What's up, Jock?
Hey, I've got the offer for Brock, and I'm a 49ers fan that really loves Brock, and I think Dwayne's a closet Raiders fan, but here's my offer.
Oh, he's not a closet Raider fan. He is a Raider fan.
He also said we for the first time. He said, we got to trade Brock. Did you hear him say that? I was like, we. I was like, all of a sudden we're dropping we, huh, Dwayne? What you got, Jock?
Yeah. Okay, anyway, how about this one? It's meaningful, it's not Dak stupid, and it's, I think, respectful. $262 million for 5 years. You're paying him $1 million for every team that did not pick him, including the Niners, and just take care of him. He's a little below the big $60 million, right? It's probably like $52 a year, and it's meaningful, and I think it's just cool that it would be, his 262 pick times $1 million.
How much guaranteed are we talking?
I don't know enough about that stuff to give you a number. You'd have to tell me.
What about the signing bonus?
He doesn't. I thought you had the offer in hand, Jock. Come on, we got to get the offer down.
$2.
There you go. There you
go. We'll line it all up to 262 would be good. Jock, appreciate the call, man. Anytime, dude. Dude, by the way, people checking in. There's one quarterback we forgot. Russell Wilson is another one.
Oh, yeah.
My point is there are 32 teams, and there's like 5 guys who have won a bowl.
Yeah.
And 2 of them aren't starters or capable of being starters.
But even those guys are not the same players aneyore.
That's what I'm saying. 707 says, you forgot about the way that...
Mr. Unlimited.
That's exactly what they wrote, dude. The way Papa would say it. Mr. Unlimited. Let's go. Actually, I see all you guys hanging on the line. Jonathan, Mark, Ray, and Jeff. We'll get back into this conversation. It's been a juicy conversation today. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Tasty. What a delicious segment it's been to talk Brock Purdy contract. Are you buying the Eagles or the Manders more? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
The Giants held their introductory press conference for Justin Verlander this morning. Check out all the details at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
4th and 2 from the 5. They can get a first down. He's standing in the pocket as a statue. He whips it into the end zone. It's a touchdown, McLaurin. In the middle of the end zone, Terry McLaurin comes up enormous for the Commanders. 9:46 to go. Washington retakes the lead for the Commanders win. The kick is up. It sails on the way, hits the upright, and goes through. He knocks it through and wins the game 23-20.
And Manders.
How about those Manders?
How about them? That was, you called that on Friday. You said, I like the Commanders winning that game.
No, you did.
Did I?
Yes.
I called it on Friday. I said I like the Commanders.
Hey, man.
You were behind them the whole way.
I will give credit where credit is due. I was all about the Bucs. I did not think that Jaden Daniels was going to have a good performance as a rookie in a playoff game. I know the stat going around is he's the first quarterback or one of the only quarterbacks to ever play in a game that he won where he didn't punt and turn the ball over. I will also say...
Derek loves to parse through the stats when somebody says, he's the first QB to ever do X, Y, and Z. Derek's like, well, no.
Well, hold on a second. He didn't turn the ball over, and I know that not converting on 4th down is not a turnover.
Don't ever accomplish anything and tell Derek about it, because he'll find ways to make it not an accomplishment.
They were 0 for 2 on 4th down. So
they didn't turn the ball over.
They did not turn the ball over, but it wasn't like it completely unfazed the whole game.
They didn't punt, but they didn't choose to punt.
Exactly.
So then they did it. That's the stat.
They won the game. At the end of the day, they won the game. Good for Jaden Daniels and Adam Peters.
And Bob Myers.
Yeah, and good old Bobby Myers, dude, getting it done. So who are you more confident in? Who are you buying more? The Manders or the Eagles?
Well, okay.
Just this question. You must have a good reason for making this a topic.
No. It was just between the two NFC teams, and we'll see. We'll see the third winner tonight.
My answer is Eagles.
Yes.
By the way, I hated the Eagles-Packers game because I realized that was the one game of the weekend where I didn't want either team to win.
Yeah, I mean,
I looked at it and I was like, I don't want either of these teams going.
It wasn't a great game to begin with.
No.
And also, this is going to be it was kind of similar to the first round of the CFP where people are like, oh, these games suck. We got to change the NFL format, the playoff format.
I thought the same thing. I was like, because this is exactly the point you made. You're like, sometimes you get bad football in the first round of the playoffs because you get high seeds against teams that just got in.
I can tell you the exact moment where I was like, I don't want to watch this. It was 7 seconds into the game where Green Bay fumbles on the kickoff, and I was like, I don't want to watch
There was some controversy with that to begin with.
I don't think he did, but again, now it's 7-0. It's just like, ugh.
My thing is with wild card round, you get some gems, and sometimes you get some real stinkers. And we got more stinkers this weekend. However, this weekend, divisional round, that is probably the best weekend in all of football. So we can bitch and complain about, these games sucked. I think we'll get much better games this weekend.
I think so, too. We'll talk more about the matchups.
To answer your question about Commanders and Eagles, I was more impressed with the Commanders to go into Tampa and win that game, especially with Jaden Daniels as a rookie. However, I'm expecting the Eagles to have a much better performance. Jalen Hurts looks rusty as hell, coming off of the concussion for 2 weeks.
He had a couple of good plays. The run that he made to the outside when he went to the slide, and I was like, good on you for going down, dude. Good work, kid.
But even Tom Brady made note, you probably shouldn't be running as much coming off a concussion.
Well, I was pretty surprised that he ran for as long as he did. I thought he was going to get that first and then just kind of go down. He ran for another 15, and then he looked around him, and there was 8 defenders just standing around him for the Packers. And I'm like, are they all just running alongside him? Nobody hit him, and then he goes into a slide. Yeah. He also made a great throw where he had 7 seconds in the pocket. That was a dart. That was a pretty good throw to the back of the end zone, the touchdown pass.
Yeah, to Jahan Dotson, who I forgot was there.
His first career touchdown reception with the Eagles. He'd been in Washington for so long.
And we thought that was going to be a great move beginning of the season. It's like, he's just a slot guy they forget about sometimes. They really only throw to 3 guys on that whole team. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert. Yep. And they were running the ball well with Saquon Barkley. Green Bay's defense is really good. Oh, yeah, sorry, Cal Katerra. I forgot about that. Yes.
Tim's guy.
Yes. But I think I do think the Eagles are going to challenge the Lions when it comes to their defense. The offense needs to get in gear. We'll see who advances tonight. But I do think the Eagles defensively are really, really strong.
By the way, we still do have one playoff game left for Super Wildcard Weekend. It's going down.
Super Mega Fun Wildcard Weekend.
Super Mega Fun Wildcard Weekend. You can hear it, by the way. It starts at 5 o'clock, about 55 minutes over on Mike Holler's KNBR 10-50.
All the sports you'll ever need.
The Eagles' defense, to me, is just what gives them the edge.
Dude.
Like, Hurts can be rusty, and the defense is just insane.
Dude, this
number one pass D, like top run D.
Zach Bond, their linebacker.
Yep.
I mean, I saw, I guess, like the favorite right now is Patrick Surtain Jr. to win the award, but this guy's had a hell of a season. And I'm not basing it off of this wild card game. You wouldn't give him defensive player off of that. But look at his stats. He's got like 5 forced fumbles. He's like a comeback player of the year candidate too. He wasn't doing very well with the New Orleans Saints. Their defense is legit. And they did lose to Kobe Dean for the rest of the playoffs, which is huge.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Jeff's been waiting a while in Marin. Jeff in Marin, Brock Purdy, are you paying him, especially after what you saw this weekend? What's up, dude?
Thanks for taking my call. You know, some of these people seem like they have short-term memory problems about Brock's playing abilities. You know, the other thing that drives me a little bit nutty here is it's like, oh, we'll get rid of him. We could just get a Super Bowl caliber quarterback, you know, like they're a dime a dozen.
Yeah, seriously.
I think they need to pay him. I think they need to pay him around the $50 to $55 million. They need to get receivers who can beat man coverage. They need to build up an offensive line and they can protect them. And they need to get a defensive tackle that can stuff the middle and get some speed on that team.
Yeah, very, 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 very good points, Jeff.
Appreciate the call, dude. Thanks for calling, Jeff. I mean, that's where it's not going to be all about Purdy. But it is all about. It's so funny. It's not always about Purdy, but it is always about the quarterback. Like what they're going to be able to do is going to be hinged on how much they pay Purdy. They also are going to the amount of money they have to spend right now is going to be all predicated on how much they pay him, how they structure the deal, what's bonused, what's guaranteed, when the IU contract kicks in, what they do with Debo, how they restructure Nick Bosa, if and when. That stuff's going to have to happen in order to make the roster fill out for the rest of the of whatever the tenure is that Brock Purdy's here. But people are still chiming in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 925, first Texas person's ever sent. Says, here's Brock's last 20 games, including the playoffs. 9-11. A shocker that the numbers aren't going to be good after the season we saw this year. 9-11 win-loss. 25 passing touchdowns, 18 turnovers. He says he's not even worth Baker money, says this text.
That's ridiculous.
Which is ridiculous because, again, if you had done this before the start of this year, everything would have told you he's one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the league.
Did Trevor Lawrence have a great season 2 years ago where he earned his contract?
No.
It's all based on potential.
It's all based on potential and stability. And again, known commodity and structure of your roster. Now I was just talking to Ryan McCarthy, one of our sound editors and board operators here, and he said, dude, Dieter was talking about this at the start of the year, and he brought up a good point. When we were talking in the last, how many active quarterbacks are there even in the league who have won a Super Bowl? And I guess Dieter's point was, if you go through the last 10 years, there's like 5 quarterbacks in general who have won Super Bowls.
Right.
In 10 years.
Yeah.
It's Mahomes. It's Tom Brady. It's Matt Stafford. It's
Russell Wilson.
And
Flacco.
No, that's active.
Sorry.
Last 10 years. It's Brady, Mahomes, Stafford, Nick Foles.
Oh.
And am I forgetting one more? There's got to be one more who's out there.
Oh, in 10 years?
Yeah, in the last decade. So Pats beat Seattle.
I think you got it.
Pats beat, that might have been it. That might have been it right there.
Oh, Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning. There you go.
He's retired.
There you go. But that's the point. Is in the last decade, only 5 different guys at quarterback have won it. Yeah. Are you telling me to that caller's point just a minute ago that you can never sign a guy unless he's won a Super Bowl, or there's no point?
No, that's ridiculous.
You'll never pay a quarterback unless he wins a Super Bowl.
That's ridiculous.
Dan Marino wasn't worthy of anything he was paid because he never won one. Like, no. And I'm not saying that Purdy is that. I'm saying more goes into winning a Super Bowl than simply now. History will tell you it's a Hall of Fame quarterback is what helps you do it. But to suggest that you shouldn't pay him and you should just keep drafting and keep going back to the drawing board just because he hasn't won one at this point is outrageous.
You would drive everybody on the team crazy if you just have quarterback turnover like that always.
You couldn't do it. Nobody would be happy. You would never find like a balanced success.
You think George Kittle wants to come back if you keep changing the quarterback on him every year? That's ridiculous. So it's better just to have stability and sign Brock Purdy. And I agree with Jeff, who just called in. Yes, I was watching that game yesterday with Deron Payne and Jonathan Allen in the middle. The Niners do need to find good defensive tackles in this draft, and I probably would prioritize that in the first round.
Texter here, 408, says, dude, are you guys responsible for coming up with the name The Manders? Because I love it. We're not. It was one of our callers. Do we have the name from Friday, Tim? We were asking who, like, if we were talking last Thursday or Friday about if you ranked the teams that you would least like if we ran through all the playoff teams this year in the NFL, and we said, what would be the most painful for 49er fans? And this caller was a Cowboy fan, actually.
Yes. Yeah, I don't remember what his name was. We did I saved a little bit more of his call.
The top 3 to hate: Eagles, Chiefs, And Manders.
Manders. Just the way he says it, Manders.
Manders.
I mean, I always call him the commies, but Manders is better.
Manders is pretty funny, dude.
I like also calling him football team still.
Yeah, I guess.
It's a great call. 408 says, it's actually a really good call. It says, reminds me of when Tommy T came up with the nickname for the Tampa Bay Lightning. Remember, Tim used to just call him the Ning?
Called him the Ning.
Death to Ning.
The Ning, dude. You don't want to roll under the ice with some Ning on the other side of it.
Yeah.
Let's go out to Osh. Osh is in San Francisco. What's up, Osh? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey.
Hey, Osh.
How come no one's talking about Brock's arm and his accuracy and how it is all gone?
You think it's all gone,
I don't
Osh?
I feel like he's lost it. He's lost his confidence, and he knows it.
Whoa.
So I'm thinking he's $35 million a year, and we got to get a running back. We abandoned the running game, and we could blame Shanahan all we want, but the fact is we need a running back. So bring in Darnold and use Brock as our backup. That's what I'm saying.
So you think he should be making like what Derek Carr makes?
Well...
Oh, see, hold on. 35, that's the going rate at 35. Derek Carr, that's where you're putting Brock in that class?
I think so, because Carr had some...
You look at his career, look at Carr's career, and Brock Purdy's,
I agree.
Brock Purdy's agent's going to go, dude, this guy's been around for like a decade, and he's never even sniffed anything Brock's done.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Derek Carr football, Osh.
Do you remember Derek Carr beginning of the year? He looked unstoppable.
For 2 games.
Yeah, but then I saw the...
I'll take it.
But then I saw the rest of the season, Osh.
I agree, but I think we should focus on the running game and realize that we don't have an arm. So he's got to run a lot like he did
just
earlier
hand
this
the ball
year.
off every play, Osh?
We gotta win, man, whatever it takes, but he doesn't have accuracy, and that's what we thought we had.
Gosh, appreciate the call, Osh. Gosh, be gosh, dude.
Yeah, hey.
Dude, I was like, I kind of want to keep Osh around for a minute just because I appreciate it. I did not agree with any of Osh's takes.
No.
Call whenever you want, though, Osh, because I like the hey, bro.
Hey.
808 KNBR is the number to text. Is 831 says, Coach, do these people even watch the games?
Hey.
I hope so. I don't care if they watch them as long as they're listening to us. Terry's in Elk Grove. What's up, Terry? You're on KNBR.
Hey, man. Thanks for taking the call. I was telling your screener, excuse me, people like myself, we don't know anything, right? We just watch it and like it. But,
Same here, bro.
Dante Whitner had a hell of a point the other day about blowing up the defense and going to a 3-4.
Yeah.
And if you're going to do that, if you're going to blow up the defense, well, you got to really look at the offense. And what's the weakness in the offense besides, no O-line? It's that we never throw the ball over the top.
Yeah.
You never actually test and throw we don't throw the slant. It's open every play. And you don't throw the seam pattern. And you don't throw the bomb. And you don't do anything inventive with a long ball. And it's so irritating. But my point is that if you're going to blow it up, because you have to blow up special teams and get them into the year 2000, you got to think about all three phases of the game. And last thing I want to say real quick, I mean this totally the right way, down in yardage. Like, Greg Papa, give us down in yardage, man. Like, we do not know where the ball is at various times in your call.
Nice.
Like, you're an enthusiastic guy. He's down in we need down in yardage. Like, he's running across the field with a bandit. Okay.
Not bad,
give us
Terry.
down in
That's
yardage.
pretty good.
We really actually need the yardage.
That's pretty good,
Love you
Terry.
guys.
Love you too, man. Appreciate the call, dude. That's
Fair
a good
enough,
one,
Terry.
dude. Greg better give us down in yards. Bounce!
That'd be hilarious if you're just screaming his head off and then Tim just comes in. It's 1st and 10, Pop. I don't know if anybody else knows that right now.
First and 10 from the 8, Pop. That's pretty good.
Dang it.
I'm the one who
On
was
the
on
left
to Brock
hash.
before anybody else was.
Left hash.
It's pretty good. Lots of people checking in on the text line here. By the way, him saying, dude, I don't know anything about what's going on. I'm just a fan. I like
that
to
was
watch
the
it.
honest thing I've heard on the phone lines today.
It's no different than me. I'm just arguing my points. You know what I mean? That's all. 707 checks in and says, I think the Packers and Chargers would have rather had Brock Purdy last weekend.
No. You ask Kyle Shanahan, would he rather have Justin Herbert and Jordan Love?
Give him truth serum?
I think he would say yes.
If we put him in the truth machine?
But you know what? And that may happen. But you know what? He's happy with Brock. And I hear everybody like, yes, they don't go down the field enough. And I agree with that. I do think they need to find somebody like an Xavier Worthy type that could take the top off a defense. I do agree with that. And I think Brock, I know people think like, oh, his arm's not as strong. I disagree. I saw the game this year against the Rams where he threw deep to Juwan Jennings. I do think he's capable of that. Just the offense doesn't call for it enough. So, yeah, I would like to see that more in the offense.
650 says it's not fair to compare Brock's salary to that of like a guy like Derek Carr because after a particular quarterback is especially after a guy's underperformed, because you got to look at the salary at the time that contract was handed out. That's my point, though.
Yeah.
That's exactly my point is if you look at when salaries are being handed out, if Derek Carr were available right now to hit the market, he probably wouldn't just get 37.
No, probably a little bit more.
Maybe a little bit more. He might be in the same market right now just based on his ability, but Kirk Cousins just got 45 coming off of an Achilles.
Exactly.
Aaron Rodgers got 37 and change. Like, these guys had not performed in our old. Matt Stafford's still at 40. Goff is at 53, is my point. So I'm looking at the time that Brock's going to get paid and paying him relative to what guys around him have achieved. And the guys around him, most of them have not achieved nearly the amount of success that he has in 3 seasons.
Well, even think about 8 years ago. I remember when Derek Carr at one point was the highest paid quarterback in all of football.
Jimmy Garoppolo was for 10 minutes when the Niners
right
paid
after
him.
that. And you know who was after that? Jared Goff. You think of those guys, you're like, well, they're not the top of the top. But that was just the market at the time. And then we went away from that for a while. Then Mahomes set everything the way it is now. When you are a free agent quarterback or you're up for a contract, you will reset the market. It depends, though. If it's your first time around, you probably will get top dollar. If you're Sam Darnold, you have to prove it again, you're probably not going to make that.
The Bills and the Ravens dominated this weekend. Are they still the top two? Well, still going to have to take down the Chiefs. Who do you see winning it all, or who could come out of the AFC after what we saw this weekend? We'll get into that. Then you had an interesting little question and tease here. Who's had better success, Mike Tomlin or Kyle Shanahan? Only one of them has never had a losing season and won a Super Bowl. We'll talk about it next, only here on The Sports Leader.
The Warriors go full Canadian tonight versus the Toronto Raptors. Tip-off 4:30 Pacific. Do you ever go full Canadian? JD will have Dubs OT right after the game tonight here on KNBR, the Canada leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa. We're giving away tickets to see Metallica and, of course, Limp Bizkit. Listen for that cue to call coming up pretty soon here. And we're talking about how Niner fans view Brock Purdy. Did he make more money? Did he make less money? In relation to how Justin Herbert and Jordan Love did this past weekend. I still want to get rid of those quarterbacks. I still think they're better quarterbacks than Brock Purdy. However, I still think that after what you saw this past weekend and the amount of money they're making, you can justify to give the same amount or equal amount to Brock Purdy.
Did that caller Osh say something about the Niners abandoning the run this year?
Yeah, that's insane.
You saw how many running backs went down, right?
I'd
have abandoned the run too.
Well, they maybe didn't break it up enough where it was too much McCaffrey and not enough Jordan Mason or Isaac Orendo, but they ran the ball.
Yeah, we can look at their run percentage too for this year. I'll take a look at that just briefly here. But also, like, to gauge what Brock's ability and potential is off of this year alone, to me, is a little bit lost. The same as it would be to base it all off of what happened the first two, except that he seemed to be more like what we saw in 2023 and 2022 and 23 than what we saw in 2024. He also, everyone goes, well, he had more weapons around him. Sure, of course. Absolutely.
Yeah, but you can say the same thing about other guys. Like, I don't know, like if Justin Herbert was on the verge of a new contract this offseason based on this year, you'd be like, okay, 3 interceptions, pretty good. 21 touchdown passes, that's not enough.
It's not huge.
But you've seen in the past, you've seen his potential. I get everyone's trepidation of giving him the long-term deal and the amount of money. But the truth is, you found a quarterback. And why can't people accept that?
Because people's fear is that you pay a guy who you think is maybe fool's gold. I don't believe it. I think Brock is legit. And then you go, well, he's only successful when he has weapons around him. And if you pay him so much, will you be afford to put the weapons around him? I understand I think it's a legitimate concern.
Of course it is.
But we also haven't seen the Niners and this brass in this position yet, where they've had this expensive of a roster and had to pay a quarterback contract of this salary. They did it with Jimmy, but they hadn't had to pay everybody.
Yeah.
They hadn't had to pay anybody yet.
But wouldn't your window close even more if you get rid of Brock?
Yes. It changes it's like, then what did you pay everybody for?
Like, think of that like
you can't have a quarterback. I'd rather pay a quarterback than a linebacker 8 days a week.
Now, think of that things don't change if you immediately go to Sam Darnold or Kirk Cousins or anybody else this offseason. That's insane to me. Go with what you know. He knows the scheme. You're better off winning the Super Bowl with Brock Purdy than anybody else.
I mean, they've been as far with Brock as they went with Jimmy G. That said, with Jimmy, it was more obvious when you threw it 8 times in the NFC Championship.
It is obvious because Kyle trusts him way more.
You can tell
By the way,
on how he calls plays.
With Kyle, I will bring this up. I saw Steelers fans going crazy about Mike Tomlin and how every year he gets them to the 7th seed and they have terrible playoff performances. He's been the coach of the Steelers since 2007. He's had, I think, 13 playoff appearances.
Is he the longest tenured coach?
I believe so. He's never had a losing season, and he gets his team to the postseason. I mean, well, not every year, but pretty consistently. Not below 500, but yet he has bad stinkers in the postseason. Obviously, this past weekend, he's lost 5 consecutive playoff games, and people are asking, what does Mike Tomlin do? Why should he be there anymore? And my thing is, kind of in the same way of Kyle Shanahan, wouldn't you rather have a guy?
What would you say you do?
People like Mike Tomlin sucks, he must go.
Exactly, but okay, what's the alternative, though? The same thing with Kyle Shanahan. Like, everybody's like, oh, he sucks. He never gets us to win the Super Bowl. Now, Mike Tomlin did win a Super Bowl, but ever since then...
He won it in his 2nd season.
Yes, but ever since then...
And he went again to the Bowl in his 4th season.
He did, but ever since then, he hasn't gone even close.
He hasn't reached an
They lost an AFC championship game to the Patriots of Brady.
2010 season,
2016, I believe. But the same thing with Kyle Shanahan. Like everyone just gives them crap for not winning the whole thing. But would you rather just fire a coach and then bring in somebody new and hope for the best? Or would you rather have a coach that gets you to be competitive every single year? I understand it's frustrating when you don't win it, but like
football fans are just it's all about the here and now for football.
Yes.
There's only so many games. It's all about we have a shot right now. We got to win it. Like if the Bills lose the Super Bowl this year, they go or they fall short. Is there talk about McDermott? It's been there 8 years. You've got Josh Allen. You've paid him $44 million a year.
It's different because Mike Tomlin gets the benefit of the doubt because he's won. Kyle, I value coaches that call plays a lot more than defensive coaches. That's just the way I think.
Or leaders of men,
yes.
as you would say.
I listen to what Steve Young says. He said, get an offensive coach, dude. Get it. What are you doing?
So I think Kyle has a lot to offer more than, unfortunately, a Sean McDermott. But Sean McDermott's a very good coach. He would get a head coaching job if you fired him. Sure. It would just be, all right, Sean, it's been about 8 years now with you and Josh, and you haven't beat the Chiefs.
And you go to the playoffs a lot.
Now, if they make it to the AFC Championship game and it's close and they lose, I'd still bring Sean McDermott back. But if he gets blown out by the Ravens next week, then you may have to think about that.
Doesn't it feel like, I mean, what coaches would not get criticized for not winning the Super Bowl this year in terms of like, oh, people calling for their jobs? It's Reed, it's Harbaugh, obviously, because he just started. It's Dan Campbell. That's it.
That's about it.
Like everybody else, well, why didn't you get it done?
John Harbaugh?
John Harbaugh probably has that credibility as well. But they've also had some pretty deep playoff runs and not gotten it done lately, too. It's just the way the fans around the NFL work. It's like, well, you didn't win.
McVay's not going to catch heat.
No, you're right.
McVay will be okay.
I
mean, you best believe if Sirianni doesn't make the Super Bowl, people are like, well, should he be out of here?
100%.
They have the number one defense. You've paid these players. You had Saquon with 2,000 yards. You've paid receivers. You paid defense. You brought in fans. You did all this stuff, and you've still not gotten it done? So what do you need to do? What does it take to get it done? It begs the question. When you get to the bowl or you get close and you continue to build around what it is that you've built, I mean, I don't know how much longer – I don't know if it behooves you to have seasons like the Niners have had and then bounce back and prove you're still capable of it after a down year, but it doesn't to me feel the same here as it would for a guy like Sirianni. Their window seems smaller or feels smaller to me. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because of Nick Sirianni, because there's been noise, because players in that locker room for the last couple of years have been vocal about his ability to get it done, because he's had to fire and bring in all new coordinators on numerous occasions. Like, there's more to it versus what Shanahan's been through, which is everybody looks to your organization to pluck talent. The Commanders have Adam Peters running their organization, and look what's happened.
D'Amico Ryan's got that win. It was a big win. That probably we could probably add him to the chatter of not getting any sort of grief.
He's fine.
Because
first
they got that win. However, if they go out in that first game,
we haven't talked about it enough today. The Texans had a great performance with how crappy they looked down the stretch.
Well, receivers. I mean, Nico Collins got to the end zone for that one, but they were terrible offense.
I know, but they were able to run the football. Joe Mixon and their pass rush. They're not going to beat the Chiefs, but that's what set them apart from the Chargers is their ability to get to the quarterback with Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. But yeah, like to act like, well, you could just plug and play with Kyle Shanahan, you'll get a better coach, it'll be the same effect. I doubt that. Now with Nick Sirianni, yes, because he has so much talent and he doesn't really have his stamp on that team. I feel like he doesn't call the plays. He's just kind of.
What's the Sirianni effect of the Eagles? Is the question.
The tush push, but that's about it to me.
Did he invent that?
I don't know if he did, but they started doing it when he was there.
True.
Now it could be a Shane Steichen thing for all we know.
Feels like it's the attitude of the team. Okay, but to me, that you're taking on the persona of your city. It's not like Sirianni is going, the guys, come on. People. I feel like people have more respect for Big Dom at this point.
Yeah. What's his calling card? He came up with the butt play. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Alan.
The old butt play.
Alan, what's going on?
Play, by the way. Play.
I said what I said. Let's go,
man. Be careful.
Alan, you're on the sports leader.
Well, good afternoon.
What's up, Alan?
What's up, Alan?
This goes back to the name thing with the Commanders. I was thinking if the Commanders got Richard Saleh as a head coach, they would be the Salamanders.
Ah,
okay.
Old Richard Saleh.
Old Dick Saleh. Appreciate the call, Alan. I like that. I know you had a Purdy take in there, but we have to.
You know what? He told me this line, and I said, "You mean Robert Saleh?" And he said, "Sure."
So he thought you were wrong.
I tried. I tried to
all
help.
right, dude, Alan. It's all good, man. We missed some. Carrie's been waiting. Carrie's in Sacramento. What's up? You're on KNBR, Carrie.
Yeah, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
Appreciate your show. Hey, I think Purdy is a great guy. He's a baller. He's a good quarterback. But I think if you're looking to win a Super Bowl, you need an elite quarterback. And the game has changed so much. And if you're thinking about paying Purdy for a 5-year contract, I don't see us get to Super Bowl. You need, defenses, all the good teams, the defenses have to look out for a guy that's mobile and can run. That just adds another element. Or at least some height and some hands so he can look and throw over the defensive line. I just don't see him 5 years. I think he's a great guy, but for a Super Bowl, I don't think it'd be worth paying for 5 years. That's about all I'm saying. What do you guys think?
Appreciate the call, Carrie.
I mean, he did improve his mobility this season, but also these contracts are not to get you to win the Super Bowl.
You're hoping. You're hoping it's a key.
You hope, but like it's to give you a chance and to say, okay, we don't want to go back to the drawing board and get another quarterback. I question the Miami Dolphins for giving Tua that contract. I really do, because I think Brock Purdy's leaps and bounds better than Tua Tagovailoa. I think he's a one-read quarterback. I think he does a play-action fake, and if Tyreek Hill's over the middle or Jalen Waddle, then he'll hit that, and it'll look great. But if he has to do a play on the fly, you're like, what the hell did he just look at? But they paid him because his stats are good and because he gives them a chance. He took him to the playoffs 2 years in a row.
Anybody that watched any Miami game without him at quarterback would go, the gulf between him and whatever they were marching out there, the Boyles and the Skyler. Yikes. Woo.
So that's just the market now. I know that people are like, he doesn't have the arm strength. He didn't play well. Then I don't know. I've argued about it enough. Like, I think at this point, I think everybody realizes that they are going to pay Purdy.
They're going to. It's done.
Yes.
Don't worry about it. 831 checks in says, I can't stand this nonsense conversation. The dude was fourth in MVP voting last year, and this year you take away 38 touchdowns from Brandon Ayuk, Christian McCaffrey, and Deebo Samuel. The dude is legit and will get paid what he deserves. That's kind of cut and dry for me. I'm with the 831.
Put a period on it.
We won't put the show to bed quite yet. We'll do that in about an hour and a half. We'll put this conversation to bed. At least for right now. Before we get to Matt Mayoko at 4:50, let's talk.
Crazy?
I don't need a bed. Let's talk about some of the coaching carousel conversations. Jerry Jones is such a dumbass. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
I want to dedicate this song to the lead singer of Creed. That guy's an egomaniac.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
The two Utes. Two what? What was that word?
What word?
To what?
What?
Did you say Utes?
Yeah, 2 Utes.
What is a Ute?
The 2 youths.
Where's that movie come down for you all time?
Oh, man.
I mean, like, I'm not joking. Like, it's hard to say. Anybody, when you ask them, and this is, it's sort of like asking, what's your favorite song? It's sort of like, well, what's my mood today? You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
That's a movie, though, whether I'm happy, I'm sad, indifferent, stressed, angst, whatever the mood may be, excited, that movie, without a doubt, I know it factually is my favorite movie of all time because I'll watch it at any point and any moment. Like, I love The Godfather. I love Goodfellas. I'm not always in the mood to watch Goodfellas.
You are 100%
You know what
correct.
I mean? It's about what mood you're in. So usually when I ask someone, like, what's your favorite movie, it's more about, like, okay, give me, like, your top 5 or 6 movies that no matter what point in the movie you catch it, you're going to watch all of it.
No, because you're right. Because if Godfather or Goodfellas was on TV, I wouldn't watch it. Because
Not all of them. It's cut up, and it's like...
It's brutal. Now, once a year, I'll put on Goodfellas because it's my favorite movie. However, I'm always not in the mood. So, like, there's movies like Catch Me If You Can.
I'll watch that movie. I'll watch that movie
Yes.
like 365, Catch Me If You Can.
Or My Cousin Vinny, where it's just,
365,
such an easy watch that you could just put it on and not really care. And even like My Cousin Vinny, I'll be honest, it's not like the most laugh-out-loud comedy of all time.
I think that's why.
But it's so easy to watch.
It's so well written. There's so many good lines. It's one of the most quotable movies ever. There's some really funny scenes. Not like nothing heavy, but it's got good suspense if you've never seen the movie in terms of how it's going to play out. It's very clever. It's smart. It's witty. There's hilarious characters. There's cartoon aspects to it.
Yeah.
The stuttering a public defender.
I get a little nervous.
Them reading glasses.
I have no more use for this guy.
Your prescription eyeglasses. The guy's got the stutter. Like, dude, that's why I think, like, that movie.
He's good.
There's no fat on that movie, dude.
No, not
It's
at
like
all.
925 says Pulp Fiction. I'm with you. One of my favorite movies. I can't watch that movie every day.
I'm not always in the mood.
I'm not in the mood right now. Like, if you threw Pulp Fiction on, I'm like, yeah, there's some scenes in there that I'd get a kick out of. I'm not watching for 2 hours to get to the Gimp, though. You know what I mean? Just for the kicks.
Well, no, exactly. Like when you flip it around and you get to that scene, you're like, I'd rather not right now.
I'll be like, I'll watch this, then I'm changing it. Yeah.
A little butch.
I'll watch the Gimp.
Zed's dead, baby.
You know, the funny thing is Dirty Work has a much better show ring than My Cousin Vinny. I don't know how we would have worked that one into the title.
Back into Vinny here with Adam Copeland, Deep
Back into Cousins.
Tim Webb.
Our show, Vinny.
707 says, what movie is that? We're talking My Cousin Vinny.
Yes.
My Cousin Vinny, my favorite movie.
Joe Pesci.
Marissa Tomei.
By
the way, the defense is wrong.
No.
Plays Mona Lisa Vito. And by the way,
just celebrated a birthday, right?
Should have won the Oscar for that.
Just turned 60. She did win the Oscar.
She won the Oscar for that one.
She won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actress.
Yeah, there might have been a little controversy with that one.
I've read this after, like, years later. Apparently there was a skepticism about whether or not she was actually the winner because Jack Palance, who played Curly and
Curly, of course.
City
The
Slickers.
Search for Curly's Gold.
That's the second one because there were so many unanswered questions from the first City Slickers.
Duke, his twin brother, or whatever the hell happened there.
Yeah,
Daniel Stern crops up.
Dude, that was
What are we
straight
doing?
up beer fest. It's like, yeah, my name's
Landfill.
My name's Duke.
Could you just call me Landfill?
Let's just act like my brother, the first landfill, never existed.
Even smells like landfill.
It's so funny, dude.
The defense is wrong.
209 says Bull Durham for me. Bull Durham's solid. Ralph Macchio, by the way, don't forget Macchio's.
Oh, yeah, Ralph Macchio.
2916 says Boondock Saints, not even close.
No, that's not an easy watch.
Die Hard? I mean, I'm telling you.
No, man.
Booby.
Like, guys, think of the theme we're talking about here. Like, it's AMC movies or TNT movies. They're, like, on TV all the time.
You know what it is? It's Happy Gilmore. It's Billy Madison, where it's just on and you're like, all right, I'm watching.
But even
Vinny's
those,
got more depth than that.
But I'm with Copes. Like, even that one, I'm like, I just can't watch, like, there's so many things I need to prepare for. Like, there's so many, like, I can't just watch, like, Gilmore, like, halfway through. Like, I have to start from the top. With Vinny, you're just like, I'm here already.
Famous for your mud, how's your Chinese food?
Yeah.
Would you quit asking about Chinese food?
Exactly.
You stand out like a sore thumb. Oh, yeah, you blend. Every line in that movie is quotable. Let's
We're making our guy Bob Sargent real happy right now.
916.
Big fan.
Actually, I might ride with 916 on this one. Maybe for me in the same ilk as Catch Me If You Can. Shawshank's up there for me.
Yeah,
I can watch
100%,
Shawshank at almost any
you know
point.
what? Yes. And even those prison scenes, you could just go like, all right, this is where we're at right now.
Oh, dude,
What about Back to the Future?
The sisters.
He's in the laundry room with the sisters.
Yeah,
That's a tough deal in Shawshank.
Andy Dufresne tried to get away from the sisters.
He fought very hard.
Is that Tim's Freeman, dude? Are we getting a
Are you? I would say Back to the Future. Would you go with me on that one? Not the second one. Probably not even the third. But the first one.
The first one, yeah.
We're going. We don't need roads.
Put you in my DeLorean and get into 88. I don't know why I make him Greg.
I knew about the DeLorean before you did.
Stop it, dude.
I don't even know what this movie is, all you
Flux
nerds.
capacitor.
408's going
white banana.
408's going Lebowski.
Yeah.
510 says Judd Apatow movies. Yeah, I'm there with you. But again, I just don't get as excited by them.
No, I mean, like, because I grew up, like, having 40-Year-Old Virgin on DVD. Like, I didn't have My Cousin Vinny. So
DVD, way to keep the young audience, Derek.
Well, that's what it was back in the day.
Back in the day.
In my older times.
My Blu-ray. Remember, I was like, dude, Walter seems like a guy. Walter Calvasetta seems like the only guy I've ever met who would own a Blu-ray player.
Why is that?
Remember, I called him out on it. He was like, why do you say that? He like got all offended. I said, do you? He's like, yeah, I still do. I still watch my movies on Bluray. 707 says
he's got the whole Marvel Cinematic Universe on Blu-ray.
707 says Lord of the Rings.
No.
Dude, Lord of the Rings, I'll tell you this. Only movie I can remember as like an 11 or 12-year-old ever walking out of. When the first movie came out, I was like, this is so boring. I got like an hour and a half in. I was like, we're still going?
Yeah, it was long.
About.
I can't remember the last movie I walked out of.
I was like with some buddies and we were watching. I was like, I'm not into this.
Yeah, I can't remember the movie I ever walked out of where I was like, this sucks.
Second showing of Wicked.
Yeah, when are you doing that, by the way, Tim?
I know.
When are you going to see Wicked twice?
Not Wicked. He's got to stay in the studio for 28 hours.
We'll get the 28 hours in. I have a thing this weekend. Oh, by the way, shout out to my dad. Happy birthday to
Happy birthday, Tim's dad.
Nice, dude.
Got a thing going on this weekend, but maybe next week we'll get that under wraps.
Fair enough.
Take Pops with you.
All right, should we talk about these coaches?
Yeah, I had a 12 Years a Slave riff about a movie I'd watch every day, but we'll just move on.
Jesus.
I got to get me some black friends.
I'll let you make that one.
I got to get some black friends. Go ahead, Derek.
Okay, so
Bridge Farm, remember?
So this weekend, I think the only move that's official they're probably going to see for quite some time is Mike Vrabel getting the New England Patriots head coach.
Tell me about Jerry Jones's dumbass. That's what I want to know.
No. We definitely will, but it, there was a lot of shenanigans with that one. People didn't like that Gerard Mayo got fired, and then it led to that. But everybody knew that Mike Vrabel was getting that job. Now, you know what's interesting? And I know you probably think no big deal. Tom Brady's going to be around Ben Johnson a lot these next 2 weeks, calling Lions games. It's kind of going to be like.
Is he going to be around him? I thought he's not allowed to be involved in any of that stuff.
He's got to call the games.
Well, yeah, but he's not allowed to do any of that.
That's true.
In facility meeting stuff.
But he could talk to him in pre-show meetings and before on the field.
What are his restrictions? Do we know pre-show meetings? Is he doing that?
During the week, he cannot
be in the facility.
Go to the facility. However, on game day, when they're on the field, he could walk up to Ben and be like,
"That's not being around him that much." That's what I'm saying. I don't think that's that much, dude. That's no different than any other broadcaster.
No, fair enough. But I think we're going to analyze it the same way, like when John Lynch was calling Kyle's games in Atlanta for that playoff run. He was quite, glowingly about his offense.
Sure,
it might be the same thing. Okay, but the real thing today was I was shocked. Mike McCarthy. It seemed all set in stone that he was going to come back to be Dallas Cowboys. Or the Dallas Cowboy head coach.
I didn't know that it was set in stone. We just were like, well, it must be since they're denying they denied him the opportunity to go interview.
Yeah, but he went on the radio
job.
and was like, I believe that Mike has earned that contract extension.
Yeah, he did.
I want me some glory hole.
I want some glory hole. I want some Mike McCarthy. Then it comes out today that they couldn't come to a deal, and Mike McCarthy is out as head coach. Now, when you read into it a little bit more, it sounds like they didn't even get to that point. It was just, we thought it over for a week, and we decided that Mike McCarthy's not the answer for the Dallas Cowboys. But you waited a week. And everybody else was doing their thing, interviewing coaches that you could interview. All the coaches that were on bye. Like Ben Johnson interviewed with 4 different teams because he could. Now you're way behind everybody else,
so
Jerry Jones.
You're saying that the Cowboys' ability now to interview people or the top talent that's out there has sort of gone by the wayside because they're not allowed to interview anybody who's actively in the playoffs right now.
Yes.
Until the postseason is over or until they're eliminated.
So all the top guys that we've been talking about, the Ben Johnsons, the Aaron Glenns, those guys can't interview until their season is done.
Which means Jerry probably didn't care that much about interviewing those guys anyway.
So,
I mean, come on. Jerry wasn't going to hire Aaron Glenn.
Nah.
Give me a break. And it ain't because of his scheme.
You said scheme, right?
I did.
What about Dion?
You ain't going to hire Dion.
You don't think so?
No. It ain't because of his scheme.
And I don't think they should hire Dion, but now we're talking about, I just saw it in the pregame, Troy Aikman's like, this is not a good destination for anybody. At this point, you have an owner that is holding the team back, and they're paying all these guys. Now, the one guy I think that would be interested in the job, and there was reports on this today, is Belichick. But is Belichick really going to walk away from North Carolina at this point?
Why would he be interested in this job anyway? Why would he be interested in going to work
I don't know.
Jerry Jones?
Maybe only because the only thing I could think of is Bill Parcells tolerated Jerry Jones, his mentor.
It was a different Jerry, though.
Yeah, it is. So the names that are being thrown out right now are, and then I saw like Niner fans like, oh, damn, I wish they kept McCarthy. Things are going to get so much worse for them with him as head coach. It might still get worse. The names they're throwing out there are like Jason Witten, who's never coached a day in his life. Remember Brent Jones brought that up with us months ago?
Yeah.
So there's Jason Witten. There's Kellen Moore, who actually probably
used to be the OC there.
Yeah, he's the OC of the Eagles right now. Probably wouldn't be a bad move. But I've heard my guy Sark with Texas, and I think that's way too soon for Sark. Or Lincoln Riley. Like Lincoln Riley, good offensive mind, but like he can't coach any defense.
I don't know. The way coaches operate now, they're not looking at coaches to come in and coach defense. Kyle Shanahan wasn't brought here to help coach defense.
That's true.
That has nothing to do with it. Like, he can't coach defense. It's about
but he's
who's going to deal with
years at USC.
Who's going to deal with Jerry Jones? Who is Jerry going to be able to say, I can work my little puppet strings on this guy? Who's my next Jason Garrett? That's what he's looking for. Dude.
I mean, Lincoln Riley could be that guy.
He's looking for a Jason Garrett.
Yeah, I could see that. Now, on the flip side, for Mike McCarthy, it's easy. I mean, if Ben Johnson is that much like power hungry to get the Raider job, then by all means, go do the Raider job. It would make more sense for Ben Johnson to go to the Bears or something like that. But like for the Bears, if they don't want Ben Johnson, Mike McCarthy would be great for them. I know people don't look very highly on Mike McCarthy, probably because he went to go to the Cowboys and they lose every year.
Yep.
But like to build up a quarterback and do the Aaron Rodgers thing all over again with Chicago, I would be down for that. Now, another name I saw they're interviewing, Marcus Freeman's interesting.
From Notre Dame.
Yes. And they won't be able to interview him until he's done with the national championship.
Which team, the Bears?
Yes. And it's close in proximity. The Notre Dame's fans, Bear fans, I think that would go over pretty well. And I could see Marcus Freeman being like, all right, I'll get an OC.
Oh, man, you just get to be king when you're in college.
Yeah.
You get to be a king. And if he wins the Natty, I know he's got nothing else to prove.
Especially at that school.
But at that school, dude, that guy doesn't have to do anything for the rest of his life.
Well, even right now, with the expectations that Notre Dame
he'd
had.
still get offers later on.
Yeah, but he's a former Bear. He didn't play there long, but that'd be interesting. I wouldn't poo-poo that right away. The buyout for him with his new contract is $4 million, which is nothing. So if the Bears are enamored with him, that's not a bad option. I do think Mike McCarthy would be the better option, though. Just a proven guy, a guy that knows offense, joining at the hip with Caleb.
Have we seen him turn an organization around before, though?
Mike McCarthy?
You trust him to build that thing up?
Build up Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, did he?
I also like the storyline.
Make the case that Rodgers was better after he left. I mean, they won a bowl, but
no. But I also I like the storyline of him, going from the Bears head coach to being the Packers head coach to be the Bears head coach.
Going from Packers to Cowboys to Bears,
yes.
Just doing the Brett Favre thing, but different as a Bear instead of a Viking. 808 KNBR if you want to get involved in any of this stuff. 925, by the way, checks back in with more of their notes on Brock Purdy and why you shouldn't pay him. Says Brock is 0-6 against Burrow, Mahomes, Allen, and Lamar in his career. Show me the guy who has faced all those guys and is better than Owens. Like, show me the dude with a winning record against those guys.
Yeah, let me see Tua's record.
Show me the quarterback in the league who's faced Burrow, Mahomes, Allen, and Lamar at least 6 times and has a winning record. And if it's Mahomes, then again, your argument's lost. He says Brock in 5 career playoff games, 6 touchdowns, excluding the NFC Championship game in 2023. Josh Allen in 11 games, 28 touchdowns, 4 picks. Brock's thrown 1 pick. Again, because Allen's been around longer and went to more playoff games than he's been. This is such a stupid argument. And guess what, 925? Text me the day Brock gets paid because it's happening this offseason. I'll shave my dreads if it doesn't.
Whoa.
He's getting paid this offseason.
Oh, I would love to see that.
It's not going to happen. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. Matt Mayoka is going to join us. Coming up next, we'll talk to him about
real quick
where this contract talk goes. What's up?
This game is about to kick off. Who you taking, Vikings, Rams?
Ooh, dude, I want to take the Rams. I really do. I want to take the Rams. The Rams and Vikings played earlier this year, like week 6 maybe?
Yes, and there was a whole thing about a controversial face mask in the end zone with Jared Verse.
Yes, that's right. That wasn't called.
That wasn't called. It should have gone the other way.
Who do you like in this one?
I like the Vikings.
You're taking the Vikings. Would you take the points or lay the points?
Yes, it's 2.5. Yeah.
Minus 2.5.
Yeah, I would.
47.5 is the over-under.
Even though the Rams don't have a huge home contingent, still going on the road to Arizona, not the best thing. It's close, though.
I want to take the Rams and the points. I want the 3. I want the 2.5 and the 3.
All right.
You want to bet me?
Let's do it.
What do you want to bet? Lunch tomorrow?
Yeah, sounds good.
You have to eat it at lunch.
Yeah, that's fine.
Unless you buy it, then you can take it home for dinner. I don't care. All right, you're taking straight up or the points?
Straight up.
Straight up. You get Vikings, I get Rammers?
Yep.
All right, we'll do that. Tim, you're out of this one. We'll talk to Matt Mayoko next on the Sports Leader.
It is a reminder. I've been here when it was glory hole days, and I've been here when it wasn't.
$10.50. All. You can hear tonight's NFC wildcard matchup, Vikings at Rams, on Mike Holler's KNBR 1050. All the sports you'll ever need. Kickoff is at 5 p.m. or keep it locked right here to Dirty Work. Are we seriously doing a crap section? Oh, boy.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here with my good friend Steve Moskowitz, hanging out on the line. And Steve, as we get closer and closer to tax season, people have questions and they all want to know what happens if you can't pay your taxes.
You call us and we want to work a deal out for you. You know, that interferes with so many people's lives. It takes over their lives. They're always looking over their shoulder like an escaped prisoner. Is that cop going to come and arrest me today? And the bottom line is, if you can't pay your taxes, a lot of people don't file their returns. Don't do that. We can file all your old back returns for you. And even if you filed all your returns and you feel like there's no way you'll ever get out of this, there's no way you can ever pay these taxes, there's a lot of good solutions. Like, do you qualify to just pay part and they forgive the rest? Give you a new life. Or can I get the penalties forgiven? Sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or getting you a monthly payment plan that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford. So the bottom line is there's so much we want to do for you. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And then if you tell us, we'll go ahead, we'll do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the IRS. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, get rid of this problem for me. I want my life back.
Steve can help you. Give him a call, 1-88-TAX-DEALER. Find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday. Always good to be joined by 49ers insider for NBC Sports Bay Area, Matt Mayoko. What's going on, Matt?
What's up, Matt?
Nothing too much. How you guys doing?
Doing well. So
fantastic.
I want to talk to you about these coordinator searches for the 49ers. So Kyle did announce in the press conference that he wants Clay Kubiak to be the offensive coordinator. However, now they need to go through this whole process where they interview candidates because they can't just do that. Now, could the same thing be said with Nick Sorensen? Because I know they're interviewing other candidates, Chris Banjo, Jeff Modkins. At the end of the day, if Nick Sorensen accepts the job, is he just going to get that job?
I would assume so. Kyle wasn't nearly as definitive on Sorensen. Behind the scenes, I've heard that, Sorensen is, a strong or the strong candidate. I would assume, considering they've already interviewed two assistant special teams coaches, you mentioned Jet Modkins and also Chris Banjo, because neither one of those individuals have held the duty of special teams coordinator. I would think Nick Sorensen would be the guy. I would think the two of those spots on the staff would be filled by people already around. With Clay Kubiak, it's a given. There's no question because they didn't even have an opening at offensive coordinator. Kyle Shanahan is just fine not having a quote-unquote offensive coordinator, but this was seen as something that was just a natural progression for Clay Kubiak to go from the offensive passing game specialist to coordinator. So what's going on now is, the NFL said in order to satisfy the Rooney Rule obligations, you have to interview two external minority candidates. And for the 49ers, we're talking about Noah Pauley, that, we wouldn't have been talking about him. So, not that we ourselves are elevating his profile, but we kind of are by talking about him. He was at North Dakota State. He's been at Iowa State. He did not overlap with Brock Purdy at Iowa State, but he did overlap with Trey Lance at North Dakota State. So my guess is, the next question would be like, well, why would someone take part in an interview when they know they're not going to get that job? Well, because you don't pass up an opportunity to get FaceTime with an NFL head coach. And I'm sure Kyle was, very upfront with him, like, hey, there's probably not an opportunity for you now, but hey, I'll keep you in mind down the road if there's something that comes open that you might be a good fit with. So it just doesn't hurt at all for Noah Pauley to get his name out there as somebody who's interviewed for an NFL offensive coordinator position.
We've been talking a lot, Matt, about the obviously the Robert Saleh interview, and I think the scope or the perception now is that he would be the top choice, considering how quickly that process came to be and that his name was put out there. What's interesting is that he's also interviewing for a couple of other head coaching jobs. Jacksonville, I believe. What was the other one?
Raiders.
The Raiders head coaching position. I don't know if he's the favorite or if he's a guy that could actually land one of those jobs. But in your experience, the Niners have to go through their interview process. But is the thought that he left their interview with an offer on the table if he's not handed one of the other head coaching jobs?
I don't know that for certain, but I would think that since he was the first one in the building, he and Deshae Townsend interviewed for that job on Thursday. So that's the day after, Shanahan spoke to the media, and 2 days after, we reported that Nick Sorensen was out of a job there. So, he's the name, right? He would have to be the top candidate. I've said Jeff Ulbrich a lot over the past few months. The fact that maybe they're not even, to this point, I don't know where things stand with Jeff Ulbrich. We do know that he interviewed for the Jets head coaching position. He was the interim coach after Saleh was fired. I can't imagine the Jets would move him into the full-time role. considering how the season ended for them. So all appearances are that, if the 49ers had their druthers, their coordinators would be Robert Saleh, Clay Kubiak, and Nick Sorensen. So, it's basically going back to what Kyle Shanahan knows, 3 coaches that he has a great deal of respect for, and, running it back with Robert Saleh. The one thing that has been interesting, and I'm sure that's the reason Kyle Shanahan wants to move quickly, is because, right now, Saleh hasn't been talked about in any other defensive coordinator positions, and we do know that a lot of these teams haven't filled their defense coordinator positions. What are the Patriots going to do? What are the Cowboys going to do with whomever they get as head coach? What are the Bears going to do? On and on and on. There 6? I believe there's 6
head coaching vacancies, yeah.
Yeah, 6 head coaching vacancies who obviously don't have coordinators. And so Kyle Shanahan, I'm sure, doesn't want to compete with those teams for Robert Saleh. So that's why I'm sure he's very adamant about trying to move as quickly as possible.
And then you've got a team like the Cincinnati Bengals who moved on from Lou Anarumo, and so they've got an open vacancy there. So that's where I wanted to go is Derek brought this point up last week that, if Robert Saleh does intend or have hopes to be a head coach again in the NFL, whether it's this offseason or in the future, is there any sort of, I don't know, I don't totally buy into this, but is there any sort of stink or is there any scope on him going back to the Niners that looks worse than going to another organization? My mind is that he was let go from the Jets, and it was in the best scenario, at least view or scope-wise from the rest of the league, that he was not totally the guy at fault. Maybe he shouldn't have been let go. The defense was still pretty good. He was immediately brought in by the Packers, who were a playoff team, and then other teams want him. I think his value is as high as it's ever been, potentially for a head coach or a DC. But what would it look like? Does it have any of that Matt Patricia, Josh McDaniel, Joe Judge, any of those guys going back to New England to be with Bill Belichick thought or feel?
I kind of agree with Derek on this one. I do think that there is that element of, despite what everybody in the Bay Area thinks of the 49ers right now and think of Kyle Shanahan, around the NFL, he is seen as a very good head coach. And so, there would be that perception of Saleh's heading back to that 49ers, Kyle Shanahan umbrella to get back on the radar. So I would think that, Robert Saleh is a bright guy. He's considered all of this. But I would think that this is why that when we talked about this after week 5 of the regular season, will Saleh be back as 49ers defensive coordinator? My thought all along was, well, I don't know why the 49ers wouldn't want him back. The bigger question to me is, would Saleh like to go somewhere else to show that he can enjoy success somewhere else, not just at the 49ers, not just with a defense with Nick Bosa and Fred Warner and others. So I could see that, but just everything you're hearing or reading the tea leaves, I don't know that that's a concern for Robert Saleh. Maybe it's just for us, for me and Derek to be speculating about where Robert Saleh's mind is. But he clearly, kept an open door to Kyle Shanahan, and they had a conversation, what was that, 5 days ago. So I would think that he would have to be considered the front runner for that job because, I don't think they're going to give that job to Deshae Townsend, who would be a first-time coordinator. I don't think it's going to go to a first-time coordinator. I think it's going to go to a coordinator who's had some success, has had some experience, and runs a defense that's been similar to what the 49ers have run in the past. And in the case of Robert Saleh, it's not just similar, it's exact what they've run in the past.
So how long are the 49ers willing to wait? Because like Cope said, he's interviewing with the Jacksonville Jaguars and Raiders, and you would have to assume that I'm in agreement with you, Matt. I think that Robert Saleh, while he would love to come back to San Francisco, he's, there's opportunities to be a defense coordinator elsewhere, like the Cincinnati Bengals or other teams, and you would have to believe that he would have other interviews for defensive coordinator. So while the 49ers have only interviewed Saleh and Deshae Townsend, how long do you think they're willing to wait on Robert Saleh?
Well, I think probably as long as it takes. I would think that Robert Saleh would have a good idea pretty soon. And I think it is telling that, his first interview of this cycle was with the 49ers for defensive coordinator. And I don't think, the reporting on it has been a little bit, not exact, but it certainly sounds like he hasn't interviewed for the Jags or the Raiders yet. I don't know that for certain.
I believe it's Tuesday and Thursday. He meets with Jacksonville tomorrow and then the Raiders on Thursday.
Okay. So, and what's also kind of interesting was the first time I think we heard Robert Saleh's name in connection with the Raiders, that was before they fired Tom Telesco.
Yeah.
So, where that stands, who knows? But, my guess is probably after Tuesday, after Thursday, then we'll have a much better idea, because Saleh will have a much better idea about what the future may hold for him, because I'm assuming he'll leave those interviews or in short order kind of know if he's still in it, if he's going to get a second interview down the road, what the timetable is, and that sort of thing. So, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if the 49ers have those vacancies filled by the end of the week. And it wouldn't surprise me if the defensive coordinator position is the last one that goes unfilled, and it could go as long as there is some uncertainty with Robert Saleh and what his next move is.
I was talking to Matt Mayoka here, NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider on the UMA guest line. Do you know how many years were left on his contract with the Jets? Did he have one left, or was he in the final year?
This was his fourth year. So I don't know if he signed. My guess is he signed a 5-year contract, but I don't know that for certain. I'm sure that's out there.
Yeah, the reason I ask is if there's another year left on the contract, he gets that money if he does not take a head coaching job, correct?
Well, I think there would be offsets. Generally speaking, let's just say if a coach signs a contract that pays him $5 million a year, if he takes a coordinator position and makes $1 million, then
it's a $4 million offset.
Exactly. Yeah.
Gotcha. So that could also be in the cards potentially as to how he plays this. So if it's not Saleh or if it takes too long, where are they going next?
Well, I mean, I still think Jeff Ulbrich it would be a really good hire. He's the guy last year, or one of the guys that Kyle Shanahan thought about, reached out to. And I think there were some other things kind of going on behind the scenes there, but ultimately the Jets declined the 49ers permission to speak to Ulbrich. So Ulbrich was already defensive coordinator. They would have had to sign off on that being a lateral move. The Jets said no. And so I would think, that Jeff Ulbrich will be a coaching free agent here soon. I can't imagine that he would get the full-time head coaching job with the Jets. I wouldn't imagine that whoever the next head coach is for the Jets would want to retain him as defensive coordinator, especially after he fulfilled that duty of interim head coach. So, I would think that the two logical ones would be Saleh and Ulbrich, with Gus Bradley being somebody that's probably worth keeping an eye on as well.
We've been talking about for most of the day, Matt, the performances of Jordan Love and Justin Herbert getting paid $53 million a year and Jordan Love getting $55, and how it impacts Brock Purdy. And we've all said he's getting paid. But from just watching those quarterbacks this weekend not perform in the postseason, how it relates to how Brock's performed in the postseason, do you think that has any impact on how he's perceived and what he gets this offseason?
No, not within the building. With maybe around the league or maybe with the fan bases and maybe the general perception of those guys. But no, I think in the building, I don't think there's any question. I don't think there ever has been. But I would say this. I would say that the offseason has started off really well for Brock Purdy, beginning with him declaring on locker cleanout day that, he is the guy for the future. He has confidence in his ability. He knows he's the guy. And that basically echoed a couple of days ahead of time what Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch said. I mean, they left themselves no wiggle room as far as the future at the quarterback position. And Kyle Shanahan went so far as to say that as long as he's the head coach of the 49ers, he's hoping that Brock Purdy is his quarterback. So that started off very well from a negotiating standpoint with Shanahan and Lynch's comments. And then, you see when you realize that Brock Purdy has played 6 NFL postseason games, and the 49ers are 4-2 in those games, including the one game where he tore his elbow nearly off, and the 49ers lost that game. But in those 6 games, he's thrown 1 interception. And the thing that watching these games over the weekend, and we'll see how this game turns out tonight, but to me, it's the NFL postseason is, yeah, there are quarterbacks who put a team on their back and they win it, but I would say maybe more times is the case, there's a quarterback that loses a game with untimely, mistakes, with turnovers, interceptions, fumbles, whatever. And, Brock Purdy in 6 playoff games has 1 interception. And when you look at Justin Herbert, and I realize all those interceptions weren't his fault, but 4 interceptions. Jordan Love, 3 interceptions. And so it does make you probably, I think it makes the general fan appreciate the level of play that Brock Purdy has sustained throughout his short career, including what he's done in the postseason as far as, not being somebody who gives the game away.
And Brock said he wants these negotiations to go fairly quickly. So do you think in order for them to plan anything for the future this offseason, when free agency hits, they need to get that deal done before they do anything else?
I don't think they need to get it done for that reason. I think they need to get it done just to set the tone of the offseason. If you recall back in 2018, when the 49ers were signing Jimmy Garoppolo to, the highest paid quarterback contract or the highest paid contract in the NFL for about a month, they did that in mid-February. So they got ahead of it. They set the course for the offseason then. They were decisive. They got it done. And I think it is paramount for the 49ers to get this deal done before the start of their offseason program. Day one, when the team reports to Santa Clara for conditioning or whatever phase 1 is, Brock Purdy has to be there because it's got to set the tone of this offseason isn't going to get away from us like how last offseason got away from us. That has to be the 49ers mission statement, is to take care of the quarterback, make it very clear to everybody he's the guy, and then he can be a leader like they expect him to be a leader for a long time coming.
Matt, everybody kind of panics about, and today we've taken a lot of calls on people thinking, well, if you pay Brock this, you can't afford anything else. And that was a lot of the thought, I think, with Brandon Ayuk too, is that it's going to be too much money. But we forget about how crafty teams can get and how much they can manipulate contracts and turn stuff into bonuses and change where guaranteed stuff goes. Would you anticipate that we'll see something? I mean, you look at the big contracts, and I wonder about a Nick Bosa restructure. Is there something like that you can anticipate this offseason?
Yeah, I mean, the thing to keep in mind is I don't think the big money for Brock Purdy is going to kick in this year.
Right.
I mean, they'll be able to spread that out. I mean, just like Brandon Ayuk's big money deal, it didn't really impact the salary cap last season, and it's not going to really impact the salary cap this season. It's down the road. And so the way they structure it is, there's kind of there's not a whole lot of overlap. It's one guy's big money kicks in around the time that another guy might be falling off the roster. That's just the way these guys are, and where their careers are, where, let's face it, George Kittle's not going to be around forever. Fred Warner's not going to be around forever. So they got to, Deebo Samuel won't be around forever. Looks like he's going to get one more season with the team. And so, I mean, they're smart the way they handle it, but also the 49ers are kind of the last team to the party when it comes to paying their quarterback. I mean, all the teams that are in the postseason, who are going to make a run for the Super Bowl, they've paid their quarterbacks, and it didn't hurt them. And so if the 49ers make good decisions on the salary cap, personnel, if they continue to draft well like they appeared to have done in 2024, they can still be a contender. It's just that, now they won't have a quarterback who is basically playing for free the past 2.5 seasons. They're going to have a quarterback who's going to be paid like a lot of other quarterbacks. And the salary cap is rising. Brock Purdy will, he might become the highest paid quarterback in the league. I don't know, but I can tell you this, maybe later this offseason, certainly next offseason, there will be more quarterbacks getting paid even more than him, and he'll start getting pushed down that ladder as far as quarterback compensation.
Matt Mayoka, the voice you hear, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. Make sure you're reading him, following him, and listening to the 49ers Talk podcast. Matt, have a great week. We'll talk to you next Monday.
All right, thanks, guys. I'll
Thanks
talk to you next week.
All right, good deal there, Matt Mayoka. Miss any of that good stuff there on how the Niners have gone about their search for a defensive coordinator, that maybe Jeff Ulbrich would still be the guy if, in fact, it is not Robert Saleh, and the Niners kind of in like a waiting pattern here for Saleh to go through those other interviews.
You think Matt's a Mike Husavini guy?
Ooh, I bet you he is. We should have asked him next time.
We'll save it for next time.
We'll save it for next time. We got to ask him if he's
We'll ask him next time.
if he's a Vin head.
I mean, I think very few people are not.
That's my name. My other name.
Okay.
Jerry Gallo.
Jerry Callow.
Don't forget he says his name is Jerry Gallo because he's never prosecuted. He's never actually gone to trial before as a lawyer, right? So he says Jerry Gallo because he's the big time attorney back in New York, and he goes, "Yeah, I saw his name in the paper." And she goes, "Oh, but you didn't care to read why he was in the paper. Jerry Gallo's dead
because he's dead.
He died." Anyway, it goes with Gallo. I said Jerry Callow with a C. All right, we come on back. We've got by the way, if you missed any of Matt, it'll all be up on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We come on back. We got a little bit of sound here. A couple of funny moments from the Justin Verlander press conference.
Yeah, and some serious stuff, too. Zach, well, I mean...
You really screwed me with this tease of some funny moments.
We didn't get to it earlier, but we should mention Zach Namazian and Buster Posey did address if they're on Roki Sasaki. They are not. We'll talk about that as well.
Well, Roki Sasaki informed them that they are no longer. This is the bad thing is Roki Sasaki informed the Giants that they are no longer in on him.
Yes,
because he's not in on the Giants
and
at all.
I'll talk about that more.
We've got Roki Sasaki's final 3 teams. None of it will surprise you. We'll tell you about it next on the Sports Leader.
Were these magic grits? I mean, did you buy them from the same guy who sold Jack his beanstalk beans?
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
Are you sure about that 5 minutes?
Ignore the question.
Are you sure about that 5 minutes?
I don't know. I think you made your point.
Are you sure about that 5 minutes?
The Giants held their introductory press conference for Justin Verlander this morning. Check out all the details at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa just got wrapped up with Matt Mayoko. You can find that interview on the KNBR website and app. And want to go
and on KNBR.com. Don't forget.
I'm sorry. Want to go over a little bit of what Buster Posey and Zach Namazian said in the press conference today. We focused on more on the Justin Verlander stuff. We'll get to a funny moment a little later. But there was an interesting moment where they asked, I think Susan Slusser asked about what's going on with, are they in on Roki Sasaki? And the way that it was done was kind of interesting. Buster Posey goes, Zach, you want to take this one? And Zach just goes, yeah, we've been told that we are not in. We were told by Roki Sasaki's.
Roki Sasaki told the Giants, we're not coming to San Francisco.
Yes, basically.
They're out. Roki's not coming. And I think that news has been out there, but maybe more.
It wasn't surprising, but.
It's unsurprising. However, also unsurprising is that his final teams include the Dodgers and the Padres. It was said that he wanted to go West Coast.
Yeah.
That he liked the West Coast. He's also in on the Blue Jays. Those are the final three teams he's narrowed it down to.
If you had to guess.
If I had to guess.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with the LA Dodgers.
Yeah, of course.
And you wonder, well, why would he pick Padres? Well, Yu Darvish is a legend.
Yeah.
Back in Japan. So if he's thinking about going to play with another Japanese player and sort of be under somebody's wing for a while, I mean, Roki Sasaki, I guess here's the question. Would you prefer if Roki were going to go in division that he goes Dodgers or Padres? Part of me just goes,
who cares?
Part of me goes, you're still trying to chase down the Padres. And if they trade Dylan Cease, that's going to hit their rotation too.
Okay.
So I'm like, part of me thinks they're not catching the Dodgers anyway.
So if Mike will just load up?
Not that that's a positive at all. It's negative either way. But would you rather have that talent spread out over the division? Or would you rather have it just go to somewhere where you're like, they're already way far ahead? Like, I don't want him to go there. But I wonder, is it better off for the Giants in the division if he's not a Padre and is a Dodger?
I mean, you're probably right.
Because we're playing for a wild card, are we not?
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, that's what I'm looking at, where I'm like, would I rather that guy load up or that team load up and just be better than they are, rich get richer? And you're like, whatever.
But for how many years, though?
They got Shohei for like a decade.
I know.
They've got all these guys like forever. I'm like, I don't really care at this point. I care. But
but you are right. If they went to the Padres, like right now, you'd be like, okay.
Now you got Sasaki. Now I got to see Sasaki for a decade there as well, in addition to going to see Shohei Ohtani.
And Corbin Burns.
That's what I mean. So, like, would you rather it be spread out where it's not coming to you, but you're trying to battle with these three other teams in the Padres, the Dodgers, and the Rockies?
You're right.
To get into the postseason. I think I'm kind of like, not that I would prefer him go to the Dodgers, but I think it's better for the Giants if he's not a Padre.
I would agree, and I also think that it's like the whole he wants to have his legacy. You're not going to have any legacy behind Ohtani. That's the legacy. You're just going to be another guy on that team.
And by the way, he want to talk legacy. Padres and Jays aren't your clubs. Bro.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
So, yeah, it's just kind of expectation at this point.
Is anybody bummed? Is anybody bummed?
Are you?
I mean, I was hopeful, but I was like, I didn't really think.
Well, at one point, Buster said during the winter meetings, he'd be like, it would be a dream to get Roki Sasaki.
Yes, it would.
There is part of me that is thrilled that I know. You know what I mean? Like, the fact that I know that he's not coming is fine. Because there's none of this like, oh, I hope we're in the rut. Like, there's none of that. It's like, okay, we're not doing that. We're moving on to other things. Fine.
408 says, can you induce a coma on me for 10 years and just wake me up when the Dodgers suck again?
Exactly. It will be a dream.
Wake me up when they suck again. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, so it sounds like they were never really serious about Roki Sasaki. Like, I understand like the way that Buster Posey said it, but like it doesn't seem like, not that they weren't serious about getting him, but Roki's people weren't serious about the Giants.
Well, they weren't serious. They're just like, we don't want to go there.
Exactly.
So there you go. Roki Sasaki's not coming, and he may go elsewhere in the division. 925 checks in and says, guys, I unintentionally created a monster when my phone auto-corrected grit with grits. This is the guy who texted in earlier. I accidentally said, dude, that call took some grits, but it's been very amusing to get through the My Cousin Vinny's. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I appreciate it, 925. And I hope you enjoyed the grits talk. Again, I ate some grits this morning.
Yeah, that's been the talk today is should Brock Purdy get a contract and grits.
Don't forget when they sit down to have
I take pride in my grits.
I take pride in my grits. Don't forget when they sit down and he first finds out what grits are.
What's a grit?
He and Marissa Tomei, they're sitting at the counter like that little diner, and they open up the menu, and they look in he goes, what are you having? and they look up and down, and he goes, breakfast, I guess. And it just says breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
I remember that part.
There's nothing that it says what comes on it. What's that?
Breakfast.
It's grits.
I've been hitting the chat every single time one of our guests says something about grit. I'm like, what's a grit? Every single time. Just to get everybody involved.
Real quick here, I do want to play this sound because we were talking about what happens to Jordan Hicks in this rotation. So Zach Namazian and Buster Posey were asked about it. Manazian. We're asked about this today. Tim, it's the cut where Buster Posey asked if Jordan Hicks could be moved to the bullpen. If we could hit that one.
Here you go.
Yeah, no, good question. I mean, I think we all see Jordan as he took a big step forward last year. I think he probably accomplished what he was set out to, stretching out the amount that he did. And I've had some good talks with him this winter as well. And he's look, Jordan's open to being on a winning ball club and wanting to win, but his passion is to start. And we see a lot of upside with him as a starter and really have no limitations. The conversations with him have been, the guardrails are off. So we want you to go and take the ball. We want you to pitch as deep into games as you possibly can. And I mean, it factors into the competition piece that I was talking about. I mean, when I spoke with Jordan probably a month to 6 weeks ago, I told him, I said, there's a chance we do bring on another starter, and he welcomed that. He said that, I want that. I want the competition. And that's just kind of where the conversation led with him.
So what do you think? I mean, I know that he says he's willing to do anything with Jordan Hicks, but at this point, do you see it being a six-man rotation or most likely that Jordan Hicks goes to the bullpen?
I don't know. You were talking earlier, somebody did, maybe Tim said maybe bring in a swing man. I'm like, that could be your swing guy. I mean, depending on how you manage his innings, and they would, the best case scenario is in the value that they put into Jordan Hicks and how much they're paying him, is if he were to become a starter and do what he did for them deeper into the year, like he pitched in the first half of last season, where for the first month, he was one of the Giants' best starters, if not the best numbers-wise. Like, he'd been fantastic last year, and then he just ran out of gas. I mean, he's got filthy stuff. He's got a nasty split. That change is good. Like, the curveball was good last year. It's just about, can he get through a season? And if he starts to deplete a little earlier on, basically last year they kind of had to put him on the shelf and then get him some more innings out of the bullpen later on. Like, you've just got to manage it and nurture it a little bit differently. But now that they've seen it, the hope is maybe they can develop and stretch him out a little bit more. But the other hope is that you've got three other guys in Wisenhunt, in Hayden Birdsong, and in Landon Roop. You're never going to get through the year with five guys. It's happened like one time in the last 20 seasons or something like that, or 25 seasons. I think the Mariners did it one year. Just nobody gets through a season not using more than five starters, especially now in the age of the opener and all that, where teams will use that. And I'm okay with that as a spot start thing. Just having to do it 2 and 3 times through a rotation. I don't believe they're going to go 6-man rotation. I don't think that behooves you. I don't think that's great when you've got a guy like Logan Webb who you want out there every 5 days, or even Justin Verlander if he's healthy. You want him out there. Kyle Harrison, same sort of thing. To me, it's about innings and it's about health. So I can't imagine they go 6-man rotation. I can't imagine that they try to piece together one of those fifth spots with a combo of Hayden Birdsong, Roop, and Jordan Hicks. But I believe Buster when he says, my hope is that he can be that guy. They would rather him be in the rotation and get through the year.
Okay, we'll get to the goofy stuff on the other side.
Robbie Ray, by the way, is the other one. I need Robbie Ray.
Yeah.
I need Robbie to eat some innings this year and to stay healthy. That's the big deal. If he's on, he can be a frontline starter. He can be a top 2 or 3 guy.
Okay, there were some
Cy Young Award.
There were some funny moments from the press conference, but let's do that next real quick. Justin Verlander was asked about the number, 35. And he said that Posey did contact Brandon Crawford. He's cool about it. But he wants to talk to him himself, and he even said...
Verlander wants to talk to him himself?
Yes, to Brandon Crawford.
Okay.
And he even said, like, what do the fans think? Like, am I coming in on a good foot if I'm wearing a beloved Giants number?
Did he talked about this in the... Do we have the audio of this, Tim, from earlier in the show when Verlander was asked what he thought about wearing number 35?
Yes. It has come up. I'm still putting a lot of thought into this. Obviously, Brandon has had a legendary career there. I know that Buster reached out to him personally, and he gave his blessing, but I haven't spoken to him yet personally. I also, I don't know, how do the fans feel about it? Does anybody have a feel on that? I don't know. I don't want to come in on a bad foot, but I would love the opportunity to wear my number for the San Francisco Giants. I mean, like I said, I understand the magnitude of the franchise. Like, one of the most storied franchises in Major League Baseball. So to get to wear like your number for that franchise is pretty cool. But at the same time, if there's another player who's come along and done something special, this is an interesting question, and I really don't have the answer yet. I think I'm hopeful that when I speak with Brandon, I'll get a little more clarity. I know, it's different hearing it from Buster and saying, "Hey, I spoke to Brandon, and he gave his okay." But I don't know. I just want to talk to him person to person and really try to get a feel for it. And I can pivot one way or the other.
I will say this. First, two thoughts. One, the fact that he's put this much thought into it already, and that he's like waffling on, like, yeah, I've thought about it, but that's that guy's number. There's also the I don't want to call an ego or anything, or call out an ego or anything, but the guy's a Hall of Famer, not Brandon Crawford. Justin Verlander's a Hall of Famer. Like, these are the sort of allotted things that you get when you've been around the game for as long as you have. You've been this dominant, even though it wasn't here, even though it wasn't necessarily in this division or whatever. You get to know Verlander just as one of the faces of baseball, one of the best pitchers of all time, and specifically of his generation. It would be weird to see somebody else wearing number 35, since it was like, Aurelia, and then it was Brandon Crawford, basically. Those were the dudes. However, if Justin Verlander's putting this much thought into it, I'm, A, as a fan, very appreciative of it. B, that he wants to talk to Crawford himself, wildly appreciative of it. And over the top, and if Crawford says it's cool, it's cool. My other thing is this: how different of a Giants era we are already living in, because Farhan wouldn't have called anybody to talk about a number that they previously wore. He just handed Matt Cain's number to Connor Joe and was like, get out there, kid. You're playing left field today. Well, the year after Matt Cain was gone. Like, there were guys who are legends in the organization who just had their number kind of thrown to a variety of different players. You can't retire everything. If Verlander wants to wear it and Brandon Crawford gives him the okay, nobody else should have a problem with it, because that's all you want, is that Brandon Crawford, that's the only person it should matter to, is Brandon Crawford. And when he's not there to say that, that's where the fans speak up. That's when we're like, hey, that's our guy. But, like, if Verlander rolled in and he's like, I don't know, 55 is my number, I think we'd all be like, I don't give a damn who you talk to. That's Timmy's. Nobody's touching 55. That's the one that may never be handed out again. Is Tim Lincecum's number 55. If Crawford says he's cool with it, I'm good with it.
No, I mean, that's all that should matter, is that Brandon Crawford says, okay, you can have it. I do appreciate Justin Verlander, as you said, going through all this thought. I do wonder, though, if he doesn't perform well, how are fans going to treat him with wearing that number? Like, would that matter at all?
I don't think the performance has anything to do with the number. I mean, like, Brandon Crawford hit like 200 in his 5 years of Giants, and we love him. Like, he's our guy.
I totally get that. But if you get 42-year-old Justin Verlander who's not performing, and on top of all that, he's wearing Brandon Crawford's number, like, I don't know if that's going to sit well with fans. At the end of the day, if Crawford, the guy that actually has the number, says it's cool, and Justin Verlander's not just some guy, he's a Hall of Famer. Yeah, I think everybody should be fine with it.
Yeah, I don't think it's a problem. And it's going to be a year. You know what I mean?
Although, you know what? Some guys just know, like, okay, I probably shouldn't take that. Like,
what if his number was 28?
Well, maybe again, he's maybe only going to talk to Crawford. It's not like he was going to call Crawford, I don't think, and say, hey, is it okay? But he said it's different when you hear Buster say, I talked to him and it's good. So when he says Buster's already gone about that and talked to Crawford, I appreciate even more that he's like, I appreciate that, but I'm going to talk to him too before I make that decision.
No, but sometimes, like, maybe it's just best not to wear the number. Like, it's not the same thing, but like Aaron Rodgers going to the Jets, Joe Namath gave him the okay to wear 12, but at the end of the day, he was like, nah, it's cool. Like, that's your legacy. Now, Brandon Crawford's not a Hall of Fame player, but
That's Joe Namath's legacy, or the interceptions?
I'm just saying, man.
More picks than touchdowns, I'm just saying, putting it out there.
He is the best Jets quarterback of all time.
That's the sad part.
Won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's a sort of a dubious honor.
At the end of the day, yes, Justin Verlander's the thinking in. Like,
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah! That's the legacy, man.
Like he's thinking, I'm Justin Verlander. That's my number. And also, I want to be respectful. And I'm
good with that. I'm good with that. A couple of ball players, guys, legends in their own rights. Like, cool. I'm down with it. If it's good with him, it's good by me. 808 KNBR, do you have thoughts on Justin Verlander wearing number 35, even if Brandon Crawford says it's okay? What should we do? Get into the crap section?
I think let's save a full crap for tomorrow, and let's do a little crap today. Well, we'll play some of the goofy moments from Justin Verlander's press conference.
You want to make sure you have a full crap.
What's that?
You want to make sure you have a full crap.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 707 says, isn't Joe Namath's legacy, I want to kiss you? Yeah, you're right, 707. Whole generation of us.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah! That was more like...
Tim,
that was more of a biah.
Tim just doing his own drops now. That's what I want instead of
more of a Howard Dean, but I knew I couldn't get to it quick enough.
You had more Dean there than you had.
Yeah, I have a scream speech. Yes.
And we're gonna go to Wisconsin and Iowa and Indiana. Oh, no! You have it, Tim. You got to see Dean. Tim's going to get us some Dean. 808 KNBR, if you got thoughts on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. By the way, Tacky checked in on the YouTube chat, said, I'd hate to be the guy to tell Logan Webb we're going to go to a 6-man rotation. It's just trying to get 200 innings a year is his goal, and that ain't happening with all these extra starters in the rotation. We got
It's also nice for Tacky to show up on the chat. A little late today, huh?
Got your crap section coming your way, and we'll do that next on the Sports Leader.
And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Yeah!
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy, which, of course, is the best place to cash in on all your takes throughout the NFL playoffs. Which players are going off, which ones are ice cold, with over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won. Underdog makes it fun, and they make it easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. With their Pick'em game, you can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on a player's stats like yards, touchdowns, interceptions, and so much more. They've got all your favorite leagues and teams to choose from. You can cook up some big entries for a shot to win real cash prizes all playoffs long. And we got a whole new slate for divisional weekend for you to get in on the action and create some entries with your football picks. Plus, you can jump in with some NBA there or some college football with the national championship coming up next Monday. Every dog deserves a second chance with Underdog, and with their Underdog Rescues, you can get your money back and receive a promo if an early injury causes your entry to lose. Plus, with their Double Flex option, you can even take 2 L's and turn them into a W. Underdog is the best place to play Pick'em, so download the app and sign up today with promo code KNBR. Make a deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That promo code again is KNBR. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey.
Who was that guy again?
Hey.
I forget his name, dude. Was it Anthony?
The guy Osh.
Oh, dude, Osh.
Bagosh.
Hey.
That's that guy, Osh.
By the way, I was just telling you, guess who's interviewing for the Cowboys job?
Oh, no.
Prime time.
Jerry called Deion Sanders?
Yep.
Oof.
We'll see if that happens.
What do you think? You know what? When we talk about what would be intriguing for us, and I say, like, which guys do I want to land in each job? I want Gruden with the Raiders or Tampa. I don't care.
I feel less and less likely that's happening.
You mean because nobody's called him?
He's too busy.
Everyone's like he's a dark horse.
Jerry, whatever his name is, the big dude from Barstool.
Oh, Big Cat?
No, not well. Yeah, there's Big Cat, but there's also like what's his name, like Jerry something.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not a big Barstool guy.
All the characters.
I don't know all the characters of it, but one bite, everyone knows the rules, all that stuff. I'm into that. I'm into what pizza.
Oh, I love a good pizza review.
I'm good with that. Boy, in terms of entertainment value, that's
Deion.
It's up near the top, bro.
Now, Jerry would try to maneuver to get Shader for sure. If that's what it took to get Deion.
What'd you call him?
Shader. Did I say it wrong?
Shader.
Shader.
It was like Adam
Schefter.
Adam Schefter's pronunciation of Enigma.
Oh yeah, dude.
I'm afraid to say it.
We played that sound last week, right? Somebody did.
We did during the Truth Machine.
Adam Schefter played. Yeah, he tried to say the word enigma, but he said enigma.
Well, and in full self-reporting,
like enema?
Do you remember when I thought that Deion Sanders' kid's name was Louis? He wasn't referring to Louis Vuitton.
He thought his actual kid.
But yes, I thought his kid's name was Louis.
That was one of my all-time favorite moments back in the studio with Tim, was when we were playing that audio of like,
and it's Louis.
And Tim goes, see,
let's just set it up real quick, because basically what happened when Deion went to Colorado and he transferred he left from Jackson State, he said, I'm bringing talent with me. I'm bringing my luggage with me. And it's Louis, like it's Louis Vuitton. He's bringing high quality, expensive luggage with him.
Yeah, I didn't get that part. I thought that he had a kid named Louis who was starting on the team.
So Tim turns to me in the back studio, goes, well, that's how white we are. We thought that he was talking about Louis, his son.
He said we.
And I was like, Tim, I'm not with you on that one, my friend.
Tim has seen Shedeur Sanders for like 2 years. We've talked about him on the air. And you thought his name was Shader?
Shader.
I just mispronounced it.
Darth twice. Shader. Isn't it Shader?
We got a few positions already taken care of because I'm bringing my luggage with me. And it's Louis.
Yeah, I thought his kid's name was Louis.
I'm bringing my son with me.
His self-reporting definitely was me, but yeah.
Louis Sanders.
503 on the text line says, Shader. Tim barely knows her. Yeah, nice. Well done.
Okay, real quick. Funny moments from the Verlander press conference today. So as I said earlier, he must have been using Kate Upton's laptop because on the Zoom where it says your name, it says Kate at the bottom.
I mean, how many Zoom calls has Justin Verlander done in his life?
So we all know Zooms are weird, and you got to mute yourself, and, you don't want the video on there.
You don't want a Tim Tubin incident,
Tim Tubin. So this happened while Buster Posey was answering a question, and an individual forgot that he was muted and had to comment on Justin Verlander being called Kate.
I was lucky enough to get to compete against him for a number of years and have always admired the way that he takes care of business.
Look at Justin's name.
If you guys can just, all the media on here, if you can just mute yourselves, please. I'll change it. All right, I'll change it.
Oh, so awkward. So cringy
tough.
Awkward.
That's
dude.
tough.
Look at Justin's name. So his name on the Zoom call said Kate Upton.
Yes. And then he changed it
He's like, I'll change it.
He changed it to Justin, not Kate.
He said that's when he made it?
Yeah.
All right. So he didn't get all bent out of shape.
No. I mean, it was fine. I think that happens sometimes. Happened to our guy Murph. Right when the press conference starts. Murph
check with Candace.
Doesn't know he's muted and wants to know if he should have his video on at the same time.
Should we go no picture?
Yes.
That was Verlander answering his question for him.
Should we go no picture?
Should we go no picture?
Yes.
That's a good first impression. I know Murph always wants to be at the press conferences, and then he's like, should I go no picture? Everyone was like, please.
Yeah, please, Murph, no picture. That's pretty funny. That's pretty good. I like that. Like
I mean,
that stuff.
both are understandable. Zooms are weird. I think Zooms are very weird press conferences.
Tim will admit to that, right, Tim?
Tim Tubin?
I don't want anything associated with Tubin, okay?
Little Timmy Tubin.
Tubin. I mean, the man knew a lot about OJ, just didn't know how to turn his camera off.
There we go. We got any crap, Tim? You want to open the crap? Did you open the crap section?
I did not open the crap section.
Because we opened up for the sound, but let me get some actual crap in.
Should we do like a little mini crap?
Scatman John, crap section?
Yeah, I like this. Beep,
Just a little crap, like a little pebble.
Formerly the soup du jour. It's not just a big old plate of crap that Tim prepares for us.
Yeah, this crap has been sitting around. It's been sitting around for a couple of weeks, to be
Steamy
honest.
crap.
You know, the end of the Niner season, real sports get in the way, but there's some crap out there. I'll give you just a little taste of crap. How about that?
Sure, I guess. Yeah.
Deputy crashes patrol car into another vehicle while watching porn. Sorry, officer.
Dude, the only way they found out he was watching porn,
speaking of Tubin,
was that it was still rolling. Probably once the car crashed. Like
on his phone?
How did they find out that he was watching?
Laptop?
Yeah.
Those little dashboard things cops have?
Any news on this, Tim?
The investigation eventually found the officer was not truthful about what he was looking at on his phone right before impact.
Oh, no.
He was scrolling through text messages in a group chat, but then he admitted to lying before revealing he was looking at pornographic material on his personal phone.
I mean, who of us, you know? Who among us hasn't?
I mean, you know, that's true, but also, like, you just got to be honest about porn. Yeah.
Deputies found that the officer violated 3 policies. He did not tell the truth. He used an electronic device for something that was prohibited and wasn't wearing a seatbelt.
Oh, that's the worst part about it.
So wait, did he get suspended?
I don't think he's on the force anymore.
Oh, come on.
You got to click it. Click it or ticket.
Click it.
It's a great timeout.
It's a click it or ticket, yeah. Oh, man.
Have you ever do you got to do like a white elephant with your friends or your family for Christmas?
Yeah, we just call it elephant in my family. Yeah.
The African-American elephant.
Thank you, Tim. We just call it elephant, but yeah, I know the game.
Yes, I did a white elephant this year with my family, and it did not go over well at all because people screwed it up.
How did they screw it up?
I don't know. There was a whole like thing online where you scroll and you draw, and people got the same person. You're not supposed to get the same person, right? In White Elephant.
Well, White Elephant is actually, I don't think you're supposed to have anybody. I think White Elephant is you just all show up with a random gift.
Right.
Somebody chooses a gift, and then the next person chooses a gift, and they can choose to either steal your gift or pick a new one.
Now the whole thing was we were supposed to get
It's the Yankee swap from the episode of The Office where Michael decides he's going to play Yankee swap because everybody had a $20 limit. He ended up going way above the limit and getting
an iPod.
Ryan a new iPod.
and everyone steals it. Like, I'll take that iPod.
Everybody steals is the iPod.
Yeah, so for Christmas, like, we were told ahead of time, like, draw for somebody, and I knew I was getting the gift for.
You just said Secret Santa.
Yeah, okay, that's it, Secret Santa. Okay.
Yeah, the White Elephant is you just show up with a gift.
Yeah,
and, you know, so it's got to be something so generic and general that it wouldn't, like, offend or, just not be appropriate for certain people, right?
All right.
So this White Elephant, they exchanged lottery tickets. That's a pretty decent gift, right? Get a bunch of scratchers or whatever. Woman won $500,000 in the White Elephant. And the question I would pose to you is, let's say you won the $500,000. How much are you giving back?
Who am I playing White Elephant with? Who am I? Who's in the one? If it's you guys,
family or friends?
Well, I mean, it can't. Let's just for the sake of the conversation. Let's say there's 5 people, just for the number, right? Okay. 500,000. You have no idea who got it for you. Do you share the wealth? What do you do?
Well, you will know by the end of it who brought what gift, because usually people are like, that's what I brought.
If it's close people, then yes. If it was a random-ass thing, like Austin Scott a couple weeks ago invited me to come to his White Elephant thing and I couldn't make it. If I'm getting it there, I just met these people. No, I'm not sharing the money.
I'm saying whoever bought the scratchers knew that the potential for winning was a possibility and they could have kept it themselves, but they opted to do this as a fun little potential gift here. So,
but God, that would suck.
I think you bear no responsibility to share with anybody. You're playing with family, or if I'm playing with you guys, like, I'll buy you lunch,
See, to me, the whole
Maybe
deal
dinner.
is...
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like I'm getting you lunch tomorrow.
You are not on the hook. I'm of the belief you are not on the hook to share. It's probably good karma to share. Wouldn't you wager?
I would say that my good
sharing is caring.
I'd say that my good karma from prior to this is what netted me the $500K. That's where I'd be going. But
you have the $500K. It's no skin off your back to give $10,000 to somebody if you net that money.
I don't know Austin Scott's friends.
Why do I have to hand over $10,000 because I scratched off $500K?
Again, if it's 5 people in this case it was her dad and her cousin who bought the tickets.
Then yeah, like
probably throw your dad.
Give your cousin a bone.
Probably gonna help out with your dad, right?
Yeah. Oh, your dad? Yeah, definitely.
Derek though.
Hell no. That's going to do it for the crab section. We'll put the show to bed on the other side. Larry Kruger coming up at the top of the hour with Niners Nightly from 6 to 7. And you can hear the final game of Super Wildcard Weekend, Vikings and the Rams, over on Mike Holler's KNBR 1050. Right now, Rams up 10-0 in the second quarter. We'll put the show to bed next on these
10 to
sports
3.
leader. 10 to 3, excuse me.
And it's Louis.